Ja, moin zusammen und herzlich willkommen zu einem neuen Let's Play. Wir spielen Noir Lives. Das ist von Silvernote und ist im September 22 erschienen. Ich weiß nicht, ob das schon als Klassiker zählen kann, aber nun, wir schauen uns jetzt mal an. Was muss ich denn eigentlich machen? Spielanleitung. Drücken der rechten Maustaste, um verschiedene Aktionen zu schalten. Die Aktionen sind interagieren, ansehen, lecken. Wir können lecken. Oh Leute, sowas könnt ihr mir doch nicht antun. Ich werde alles ablenken. Alles, was irgendwie geht. So, Interaktion, Geschenk, Gegenstände aufzunehmen. Okay, das Übliche halt, ne? Ja, lass es uns mal angucken. Neues Spiel und Story-Modus. Eine Herausforderung suchst. Notizbuch enthält nur Fallnotizen. Das ist gut. Story-Modus, wenn Rätsel dich frustrieren. Was? Nee, ich möchte Rätsel spielen. Notizblatt erhält auch Rätseln Hinweise. Fängt mit einem kurzen Tutorial an. Nein. Wir spielen den normalen Modus, weil ich möchte alle Rätsel haben. Und auch wenn ich dabei dann schreie, das Spiel soll 8 Stunden laufen. Also ne, mit dem normalen Modus und meiner Spielweise, weil ich muss mir alles angucken und so, kann das auch gerne mal ein bisschen was länger dauern. Also, normal.
Fire cannon? Indoors? Oh, that really isn't safe. Is someone there? Hello? Am I yelling loudly enough for you? Oh, much better. Thank you. Ow! Oh, what the? I think I just walked into a wall of spikes. Hey, can we get the lights on in here? Look, it's cute, it's fun. Thanks for this, but, time for some lights. Much better, thank you. Oh, hey, it was a cat kiss. Oh, neat.
Neat. Und damit sind wir drin. Jawohl. Okay. Hello, Spiky. Spiky, der Katzenkaktus. Nee, Kaktus ansehen. Oh, ich kann wirklich alles machen. Erinnert euch noch an Black Sad?
Spiky, huh? Holding down the fort against any potential invasion of balloon people. Good cat. Kiss.
Good cat. Benutzen wohl noch nicht. Lecken.
It is literally covered in spines, and the client didn't cough up for medical on this case.
Ja, okay. Schon gut. So, was kann ich denn noch anlecken? Da kann ich nichts. Tiki Maxe.
Laminated wood and yes, just a hint of grease. Well, I learned a lot.
Okay, gut. Tiki Maske, was ansehen?
Obviously just copied what the voodoo bar did, but why aren't these holding tiny guitars? It would have been perfect. The most generic pictures imaginable of tropical locales.
Ja, okay, alles klar. Gut, ansehen. Wir können uns alles Mögliche ansehen. Hier können wir noch ansehen. Und nee, da hinten möchte ich gar nicht ansehen. Bar ansehen.
Where the magic happens, or lack thereof.
Okay. Okay, warte mal, kann ich den nehmen? Nee, Moment. Lecken geht auch nicht. Geht gar nicht. Okay, schade. Okay, nix. Können wir den mit ansehen? Warte mal, funktioniert die Leertaste, um zu gucken? Ja, das funktioniert. Ach, ich bin beruhigt. Es kann uns nichts mehr passieren. Okay, lass mal gucken, was es noch geht. Das gibt's noch. Das ist das. Hier ist das Inventory. Unterlassungsanordnung. Das. Warum? Wofür? Benutzen?
I can barely even read the lettering, but not my problem.
Okay, gut, ja, okay, gut. Naja, dann nicht. So, die Bar. Die haben wir uns angesehen, aber komischer Typ.
Face of intellectual copyright infringement.
Rude.
Können wir denn mit ihnen talken?
Hello there. Are you the owner?
Who's asking?
My name is Cuddles Nutterbutter. I'm here to serve you.
Don't need no new waiters. Thanks.
Serve you papers? I mean, I'm a private investigator.
What sort of PI work is delivering papers? Shouldn't you be out investigating?
Yes, well, bit of a dry stretch right now, if I'm honest, and this pays the bills. Happens more than you'd think.
Show me a badge then.
Of course, it's right... Oh, Where did it go? Actually, you know what? I forgot. Badges are being discontinued. So, don't worry about it. Ms.
None of your business.
Miss Business, then. I have a few questions for you.
Oh, okay, gut. Unterhalten funktioniert also schon mal ganz gut. Warum das ganze Feuer? Nun, es passt zum Ambiente, aber wird ja auch was gekocht? Und wenn ja, was wird gekocht? Ich hab Hunger.
There's a whole lot of fire around here. Seems pretty unsafe, especially given you sell quite a lot of alcohol.
You gotta have fire. It's for the ambiance.
The ambiance of catching on fire.
Customers know the risks. We make it clear when you enter.
No, you don't. It's pitch black. There's a whole lot of very loud, unnecessarily dramatic music, and fire keeps exploding everywhere, and one wrong step and your customers will be a cat kebab.
See? You know the risks. Proves my points.
Okay. Ist das eine Voodoo-Gitarre? Können Sie das Schild da draußen erklären? Es ist, alles hier drin ist in der Wohnung. Können Sie bitte die Maske abnehmen? Ja, alles möchte ich fahren. Natürlich möchte ich alles fragen.
This establishment is named the Voodoo Guitar. Is that right?
Maybe. What's it to you?
I represent the owners of the Voodoo Bar. Yeah, I'm sure you're familiar. The Voodoo-themed bar directly across the street from you. I feel, and I agree, that you copied not only their concept, but, well, everything, basically.
Oh, yeah? They gotta prove it then, don't they?
Oh, I see you are a cat of some legal knowledge. Past experiences, is my guess. Yeah, thing is, from what I've seen of this establishment, it won't be difficult to prove. Do you really want this to go to court?
You ain't got nothing on me.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, das ist also unser Case, den wir hier lösen müssen. Na schön.
You have a sign outside your bar. It says, "We're the voodoo place that don't serve no cursed margaritas." Care to explain?
Means we don't got no cursed margaritas?
Firstly, that hasn't cleared anything up. Secondly, it's slander.
It's true. No cursed drinks in here. That's our guarantee. The guitar guarantee, yeah.
You obviously just made that up. More to the point, there are no cursed drinks in my client's bar either. What even is a cursed margarita?
Instead of lime juice, it's got the souls of the damned.
Ms. Business, my clients do not add condemned souls to their drinks, as I think you well know.
Yeah, but like, how can we be sure? They don't have a sign.
That's not... What? That doesn't even... I don't see any guitars in here, so your whole name is a lie. You clearly ripped off my client's entire concept and just picked a word that rhymes with bar.
Guitar's a state of mind, though, isn't it? The voodoo guitar is totally different from all other voodoo-themed outlets.
Yeah, if you ignore all the bits that are identical.
Alles hier drin ist von der Voodoo Bar kopiert. Können Sie bitte die Maske abnehmen?
It feels weird talking to that mask. Can you take it off, please?
Yeah, I can't do that. Our clients expect it. It calms them.
Yeah, if you're attracting the sort of clientele for whom that mask is calming, you need to work on your marketing.
Just listen, this is a tough city, okay? There's cats out there working hard to put food on the table, and they come here to relax, and the mask helps. When they leave, I hear them breathe sighs of relief.
They're probably just glad they got through another visit here without being set on fire.
Hardly anyone has been set on fire at the Voodoo Guitar this month. We got a certificate.
Okay.
Every single thing I can see in here is a direct copy of the interior of my client's bar, except for your obsession with fire. How do you explain that?
They must have come in and taken pictures when I wasn't looking. Oh, those jerks.
Just full of answers, aren't you? And what about...
Boss, I'm just about done copying the Voodoo Boss menu.
There. Right, someone just said they're duplicating my client's menu.
No, it's rats. It's rats in the walls. Right, rats.
Yeah, no, I mean, squeak.
Es ist aber sehr
I
schwierig.
have a cease and desist from the voodoo bar.
Oh, kein Text? Hä? Zeigen Sie mir die Papiere. Was? Was?
If you don't comply, my clients will see you in court, where, inter alia, you will have to sit in some very uncomfortable chairs in a room with too little air conditioning. It is not a party.
Big words don't impress me. Show me the papers.
Oh, fine, I will.
Okay, nimm die Papiere. Ich kann das gleich so machen. Okay.
Take the papers.
Die wird sie jetzt
Now
verbrennen.
you take the papers.
No. Okay.
I need to think. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, gut. Also, hier. Wir hatten die Papiere doch hier, aber die wird sie doch
I
benutzen.
can barely even read the lettering.
Nee, das will ich auch gar nicht. Moment, gib sie ihr doch mal. So, rüberziehen.
Business, then. I have a few questions.
Oh nee, warte mal. Die nimmt die Papiere nicht, ne? Sonst wäre das bereits gegangen. Hätte ich vielleicht doch mal die Anleitung durchlesen sollen. Mann. Okay, also, was können wir denn noch machen? Wir könnten zur Hintertür gehen.
Back here.
No.
Ach, dann ist ja gut. Dann kann ja nichts mehr passieren. Gut, also ich muss hier doch die...
Time to sit and have a drink.
So, was kann ich denn hier machen? Lecken, Untersuchungsanordnung. Ach, so geht das.
Here are the papers. I trust this settles the matter. Have your name changed within the week, or we'll see you in court. Well, not me. I don't go to court, but someone will, and I bet they'll be mean.
What if I say I won't accept the papers?
That's not up to you. Here.
Nah.
Was? Okay, was? Irgendwas ist da reingeschrieben worden. Die Voodoo-Bar. Cool. Okay, ein neuer Tag, ein neuer Fall. Mein Klient, die Voodoo-Bar, hat mich angeheuert, eine Unterlassungserklärung an eine andere Bar zuzustellen. Die Voodoo-Gitarre. Ich muss den Brief dem Eigentümer geben. Der Eigentümer will die Unterlassungserklärung nicht annehmen. Naja, das ist kein Problem. Ich händige sie einfach einem anderen Angestellten aus. Irgendjemand mit einem Namensschild sollte reichen. Okay, gut, wenn das so ist. Was ist denn mit dem Typen da hinten? Können wir ihm die einfach so geben?
Hey, can you take this cease and desist from me?
No, the boss will be mad. I mean, squeak.
Ja. Okay, das wird wohl nix. Gut, was ist denn hier mit dem, der ist doch auch ein Angestellter, oder?
All right, fine. You want to be difficult? I'll give the papers to another employee, like this fine fella right here. He seems reasonable.
That ain't an employee, that's a cat kiss.
He's got a name tag, though. That'll hold up in court. Hello there, Spiky! You've been served.
Uh-oh. Okay.
If I have to come back here to serve more papers to the voodoo mandolin or the voodoo sitar or any other sort of mystical instrument, you'll wish you only had fake rats to worry about.
Squeak.
Okay. Gut.
Welcome back, sir. How did it go?
Oh, fine. You know, served them the papers. Argued about who copied whom, walked into a huge cat kiss, you know, the usual. I did, though, almost get fried by a fire cannon at some point, so that was exciting.
A fire cannon? Indoors? That's very unsafe.
That's exactly what I said. Not that they cared, but anyway, it's done. Another citizen in need helped by Nutterbutter investigations. Inform the media. Open the champagne. I really hope something bigger comes along soon, Tabby. You know, I'm being wasted on these tadpole cases. I tell you, there's a full-sized toad of a case out there somewhere with my name on it. I'm sure of it.
A toad named Cuddles? Well, until that hops along, I have a surprise that should cheer you up.
Surprises? I love those. Tabby, man, have I ever told you that your timing is perfect? I could really use a pick-me-up right now.
I thought you might. It's waiting in your office. Go on in and I'll be there shortly. I'm just expecting a delivery.
You're the best, Tabster.
I know, sir.
I know, Sir. Okay. Gut, aber wir sehen uns hier selbstverständlich erstmal um, ne? Regenschirm. Da können wir gar nichts mitmachen.
An umbrella is better than no umbrella, I guess. But when it's windy out, it's such a fight to open them, and it's windy a lot in this city.
Okay, gut. Wenig interessant, ne? Kann ich ihn lecken?
I can't really say that the idea of licking Tabby's rain-damp umbrella is high on my list of fun stuff to do when you have the time.
Hey, ich habe gesagt, ich werde alles anlecken, also. So, da hängt noch eine Notiz. Was ist das denn? Warte mal.
There's some writing on this. That's some really high-grade writing paper. I would have just used a napkin. Oh, but what if I then needed that napkin? Well played, Professor.
Okay, es ist vielleicht auch nicht ganz so wie Black Sad.
Whom it may concern, I am currently out of the country on a research trip. If you need to contact me, please contact the Dean of the Department of Biology at Furrington University or phone me at this number. Mouse, Shell, Bell, Bunny, Bathtub.
Maus, Shell? Hat er sich das notiert? Warte mal. Nee, hat er nicht notiert. Okay, gut. Nix da. Okay, was können wir uns noch ansehen? Ansehen, lalala. Oh, Kaffeemaschine. Kaffeemaschine.
That oils the gears of justice.
Du möchtest bestimmt ganz lecker Kaffee. Möchtest du nicht? Lecken. Auch nicht. Selbst nicht diese leckeren Salzbrezeln da? Ach, Mann. Okay, nix weiter. Wir sollen da reingehen, ne? Okay. Büro, Reise nach Büro. Okay, sehr gerne. Hallo.
Where are you hiding, sneaky little surprise? Cuddles is gonna find ya. Ooh, he's gonna find ya. Yes, he is.
Okay. Was ist los mit ihm hier? So, ansehen. Da, guck mal, da ist ein Geschenk.
That looks so pretty and neatly wrapped. Sure would be a shame if someone were to rip it apart with his claws.
Mhm. Aber können wir es dann schon mal lecken?
Rough tongues are a kind of claw, if you think about it. Come here, little present. I'm gonna lick that ribbon right off ya.
Das hört sich so falsch an. Können wir es nicht mitnehmen? Geschenk ansehen, benutzen? Okay, benutzen hat funktioniert.
Diary recorder, as seen on TV, with up to 12 hours of recording time, 2 playback speeds, and a waterproof casing. Oh, let's try this out. Dear diary recorder, hi there, I'm Cuddles, your new best friend. First things first, I can't just call you diary recorder, you need a proper name, or people will think I'm really weird for talking to you all the time. I used to know a good listener named Ramon. Yeah, and he was on television too, like you. So, Ramon, my assistant Tabby has gifted you to me. I'm pretty sure I know why. She suggested the other day that I need to keep better records of my cases. Well, she actually said that real detectives don't just slap sticky notes on everything to remember critical details. I'm not sure I agree. I actually think the sticky yellow notes on everything system was a huge success. But she went to the effort of buying you for me, so I think we can compromise. I'll record myself with you from now on, and hopefully she'll stop bringing up the time she accidentally ate a sticky note that I put on her sandwich.
Cuddles! Sir? Professor Huggy's delivery is here.
I'll be out in a second. Just grab it for me, would ya? That's Tabby now. Kinda new, but determined to make a difference. We get along well.
Okay, all done. Enjoying your new diary recorder, sir?
I love it. Thanks, Tabster.
My pleasure, sir. Office lunches are safe once more. Yo, Whiskers, there goes the phone.
Okay, können wir uns hier jetzt noch ein bisschen umsehen? Nein?
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, good evening, Chief. Yes, he just fit. Oh, yes, of course. Please hold.
Nehmen den Anruf entgegen, das heißt, wir können erstmal alles mögliche andere machen.
I really enjoy listening to the radio after a long day.
Wer tut das nicht?
I love napping on that thing, but I always have the weirdest dreams.
Ist ja verrückt. Da ist nichts. Das können wir uns auch ansehen. Wir können uns alles ansehen, aber nur das Wenigste funktioniert. Nichts funktioniert. Er hat Katzenspielzeug da drauf. Okay. Benutzen. Kannst du da irgendwas machen? Nö. Oh, doch, kann ich. Blumen benutzen. Was ist denn das hier alles? Erstmal alles ablenken. Ach du liebe Zeit. Okay, vielleicht sollten wir uns das erstmal ansehen. Nicht schlecht.
Tabby likes to bring a little color into the office. Standing in one spot in total silence for hours.
Völlig still den ganzen Tag auf einer Stelle stehen. Und was hier? 9 dunkle Torten, einfache Rezept für den vielbeschäftigten Unternehmer. Lecker.
Easy recipes for the busy entrepreneur.
Lecker, lecker, lecker. Was haben wir hier? Nicht denken, nur trinken. Da kann man sich mit kleinem Budget betrinken.
Don't think, just drink. Getting drunk on a budget. A collection of recipes for alcoholic drinks. The paint stripper sounds pretty interesting.
Oh, sieh an, Beize. Dieses Rezept stammt aus Kastan, wo es jahrhundertelang sowohl als alkoholische Erfrischung und provisorisches Antiseptikum verwendet wurde. Wenn Sie es die Kehle runterlaufen lassen, haben Sie eine gute Zeit. Wenn Sie es auf die Haut schütten, nehmen Sie sofort medizinische Hilfe in Anspruch. Um den Cocktail zu mischen, brauchen Sie etwas Öliges, Süßes, Wütendes, Pures. Okay, deswegen müssen wir überall lecken. Ne? Schritt 1, geben Sie die Zutaten der Reihe nach in ein Gefäß mit abscheulichem Gesicht. Schritt 2, lassen Sie es stehen, bis sich Dämpfe vollständig aufgelöst haben. Wenn die Luft oben noch flimmert, ist sie nicht vollständig aufgelöst. Vermischen Sie es bei leichtem Mondlicht. Trinken Sie es oder schütten Sie es über eine Wunde, um sie zu reinigen. Ein Glossar für Alkoholbegriffe. On the rocks, über Eis geschüttet, mit einem Fitzelchen, mit einer Scheibe Zitrone garniert, pur. Reiner Alkohol ohne Zusätze, ohne störende Zusätze. Nun, was haben wir noch? Jarnbreaker, Life-Taker?
Life-Taker. A Max Full Power Novel. Yes! Literature.
Natürlich. Ich höre dich. Ein Audioleitfaden.
I hear you. An audio primer for curious cats.
Ich sehe schon, du bist bestens vorbereitet. Tigerschlag, entdecke die große Katze in deiner kleinen Tatze. Was? Katze.
Tiger Strike. Discover the big cat inside your little cat.
Klar. So, mit denen können wir nichts, deshalb, weißt du was, gehen wir doch einfach mal ans Telefon, wie wär's? So, oh, macht er noch nicht. Ansehen, benutzen.
Sir, I've got the chief of police on the line. He says it's urgent.
He always says that. It was even urgent when they needed an extra person for the interdepartmental volleyball game last week. I got sand in so many places. Ask him to phone back tomorrow, Tabby.
Yes, sir, but you were just saying you wanted bigger cases, right? I think this one might be pretty big. He said cucumber.
Whoa. Language, Tabby? Whiskers. I've never heard him curse before. Something must be up. All right, I guess I'd better take this.
Patching him through, sir.
Nutterbutter, hello?
Evening, Chief. How's things at Police HQ tonight?
Bad, in fact. We've got a real cucumber of a situation on our hands.
That's some pretty strong language, Chief. How can I help?
I just got word of a situation downtown. There's been some sort of disturbance at the Knitty Kitty Club. Not clear yet what happened exactly. I need you to get down there and investigate.
Der Knitty Club. Oh, ich mag übrigens beide Stimmen, ne? Sowohl jetzt hier von dem Polizeichef, aber auch seine Stimme finde ich sehr, sehr angenehm am Ohr.
Name rings a bell. Isn't it owned by a mob boss or something?
Not a mob boss, the mob boss. Bartholomew Montague, arguably the most powerful criminal in the city. It's his sleazy castle, and we suspect the place where his piles of dirty money get cleaned.
Ooh, sleazy money, my favorite. If I find any of those piles, can I keep them?
Always the comedian, Nutterbutter. You should be more worried about leaving with both legs unbroken.
Oh.
Was ist denn passiert?
Any additional details on what actually happened?
One of my guys caught wind of something over the tap phone, but it was unclear. Whatever it was, it's got Montague in a tiz. I got a call right after saying Bartholomew has booked a flight home from a holiday trip overseas. We've got a very small window of time before he lands and probably kicks bullied their way in for now. That's where you come in, Nutterbutter. I told my officers to play it very cool. I do not want to kick off a war with the Montamues. You're a neutral party. You can go places and ask questions we can. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Hm.
If it's such a tense situation, why get involved at all? If someone's making trouble for mobsters, I say let 'em at it.
Nutterbutter, don't make me regret calling you second about this.
Second? Call first. Wait, was it that hack Alfonso? You know he lost his own car keys for 9 months once, right? Oh, he couldn't solve a case if the perp was tied to his collar.
Pay attention, Nutterbutter. I called you because your success rate is actually pretty good, and I will deny that if asked by anyone else. You hear? And because Alfonso's out of the country.
I knew it.
Focus! Whatever's going down at the Knitty Kitty, chances are it involves a rival mob. If we're really unlucky, it's the Catulets. That's why my people are staying at Pa's length on this. They'll help as much as they can, but you're mostly on your own. The repercussions of the police picking a side in what might be the opening salvo of a mob war. Well, I'd rather not think about it. It probably involves declawing machines and barrels of acid. If it comes to that, I'd rather it be you than one of my guys. I'm sure you understand.
Oh, Chief, that's so... well, actually, that's pretty awful. Did you say declawing machine?
I'll fax over the documents. I need you on this, Nutterbutter. Don't let me down.
Yeah. So, I mean, how many paws are we talking about here? Like, how many paws are they going through to need a machine to... Do they keep them? Is there a room somewhere just filled with claws?
Good night, Cuddles.
Was hat er denn da? Was ist ihm denn? Ein Raub für ein kleiner Fetisch, ne?
Good night, Chief.
Good night. Okay, hi.
We've got ourselves a big one, Tabby. Safety of the city, lives in the balance sort of thing. Cancel my appointments and get yourself plenty of coffee. I have a feeling it's going to be a busy night. I'm gonna head straight to the Decline Club to see what we've got.
The what?
Oh, did I say Decline Club? Ha ha ha! That's certainly not preying on my mind or anything. Ha! I meant the Knitty Kitty Club.
Well, we don't take midnight appointments, so nothing to cancel there. And I'm already ahead of you with the coffee. But did you say the Knitty Kitty Club? Where all the criminals hang out?
Not all of them, Tabby. I'm sure some hang out in dark alleyways and large empty warehouses down at the docks and such. It doesn't matter. This is really gonna put us, on the map. We'll be big time in no time.
Well, yes, that's very exciting, sir, but those mobsters, from what I've read in the news, they're real mean. Keep an eye on your back out there, all right? I don't want to see your face on the television tomorrow under the title, Missing, Presumed Chopped Up and Thrown into the River. You'd better be standing right here in front of me.
Don't worry, Tabs. I'll be sure to come back in one piece. We both know this place wouldn't be the same without me.
Well, true, but that's not quite what I meant. You've forgotten to pay me this week. Again. But I just realized you don't need all your limbs to sign a check. Ask the nice scary mobsters to go for the legs first, will ya?
Oh, Whiskers. I'm really sorry, Tabster. I promise this is the last time. My new buddy here, Ramon, he's gonna make sure I don't forget things anymore. Say hi, Ramon. Hi, Ramon.
Hi. Oh, you named the recorder. Well, as long as it works.
Okay, so, und jetzt? Wir sind wieder dran. Benutzen, Schreibtisch lecken. Okay, Schreibtisch benutzen. Gibt es irgendwas zu tun? Also mehr. Sieh mal einer an. Okay, was haben wir denn hier? Bild benutzen? Nee, ich will es erstmal angucken.
Oh, my half-brother Matrick and I. He's a good wolf, if a little flighty. Loves dashing off to strange countries to go exploring.
Müssen wir denn eigentlich schon... nee, er möchte nicht lecken. Okay, gut. Skizzenbuch ansehen.
Doodling helps me concentrate when I've got a particularly tricky problem to solve.
Müssen wir dann schon...
Tabby can keep a fancy filing system. This is how a real detective makes his notes. Notepad and typewriter. What more could you need? Well, now that I think about it, it's quite a lot, actually.
Müssen wir das Rezept schon herstellen? Ansehen, da gibt es nichts zum Ansehen. Oh,
Some of these doodles represent the solutions to difficult past cases. The one of the cat being awarded the key to the city by the mayor while in space, for example, was when I solved the mystery of the blackmailed mistress.
okay. Und hier haben wir das verrückte Tastenfeld.
Lift the headset, then dial. I don't like to brag, but I'm pretty sure I've mastered that.
Okay, wir können die einzelnen Knöpfe andingsen.
Lift the headset, then dial. I don't like to brag, but I'm pretty sure I've mastered that.
Okay, ja, schon gut. Oh, hier hat er schon mal dran rumgekratzt. Okay,
It's a
Schublade.
drawer. I keep important things inside it, like blue tack, my whiskey.
Okay, so.
Let me just move this piece of paper.
Das war ganz cool. Okay.
Hope Tabby doesn't see me licking this coin. I don't want to get another lecture about licking small things that I could choke on.
Yep.
I can't lean all the way down there just to lick a box. That's crazy talk.
Okay, let's do this.
I'll just lick the outside. Well, that doesn't count as a drink, right?
Okay, gut. Aber nichtsdestotrotz...
It's empty. No point opening it.
oh, das ist blöd. Okay.
Be strong, Cuddles. Billy the brandy decanter will still be here when you're done.
Okay, alles klar. Gut, da können wir erstmal rausgehen, denke ich. Die Telefonnummer würde ich gerne mal ausprobieren. Und ich bin nicht sicher, ob wir dieses Rezept schon herstellen müssen hier, was wir da im Bücherregal gesehen haben. Okay, also vielleicht erstmal ansehen. Wie war das nochmal? Ich bin unsicher.
To whom it may concern,
Ja.
you need to contact me.
Maus, Muschel, Glocke, Hase, Badewanne. Maus, Muschel, Glocke, Hase, Badewanne. Maus, Muschel, Glocke, Hase, Badewanne. Shit, ich brauche was zu beschreiben. Das wird doch nichts. Oh, warte. Polter, alles klar. So. Okay, hab was zum Schreiben. Maus, was war das?
To whom it may- if you need to contact
Maus,
me,
Muschel,
then please
Glocke.
contact the Dean of the Department of Biology of the Furrington University, or phone me at
Glocke,
this number.
Hase,
Mouse,
Badewanne.
Shell, Bell, Bunny, Bathtub.
Okay, alles klar, gotcha. So, na denn. Hier. Und dann kann ich bei der Gelegenheit auch gleich mal
I
gucken.
like books. They
Ja, sie sehen schön aus. Das ist aber jetzt nicht so direkt.
I like books.
Oh, warte mal. Bücherregal ansehen. Wie habe ich denn das eben
I
gemacht?
wonder.
Ja.
Leather on. I guess that.
Okay, ich glaube, das brauchen wir nicht, ne? Nee.
My
Nein, das scheinen wir nicht zu brauchen. Oder es ist, warte mal, es ist hier schon hinterlegt. Ein langer Tag. Polizei wurde schon rumgesprochen. Ich habe einen unerwarteten Knitty Kitty Club ist etwas vorgefallen, weil ich sonst definitiv besser bin als ich muss da sofort hin. Machen wir sofort, ja. Aber ich würde gerne...
nerve center of
Ja. Benutzen. So, also benutzen und dann was? Maus. Maus. Muschel. Das wird wohl eine Muschel sein, ne? Muschel, Glocke, Hase. Glocke, Hase und eine Badewanne. Das
Hi
klingt.
there! This is Professor Huggy, PhD, LAPD, DHCP. I'm just busy opening an ancient tomb. Oh no! She's been awakened! Quick, bring me the staff of elemental judgment!
Okay. Es war sehr gut. Okay, alles klar. Gut. Nee, haben wir nicht gebraucht. Aber war schön, dass das drin ist. So, also, Reise nach. Und, komm, dann machen wir noch. Wir gehen zumindest hin, ne? So, da ist das Büro. Wunderbar. Knitty Kitty Club. Na, da mal hin. Hallo, und da sind wir. Ui.
Citizen, please do not approach any closer. This is a crime scene. That means you, Cuddles.
Mais.
Like a fat, round traffic cone, heedlessly impeding everyone's normal flow. Kwiatkowski. When cops talk about throwing the book at someone, it's his book they mean. He knew all the rules. Every single one. Whiskers, he'd probably invented half of them. And he'd make sure they were followed to the letter. Or else you'd never hear the end of it.
So, sind wir dran? Wir sind dran. Alles klar. Was bedeutet Mais? Okay, alles klar. Wir wissen alle, was das für eine Art von Club ist. Ne? Scratch Pole Dancing. Natürlich. Können wir uns ansehen. Hier sind ein paar Menschen. Nee, warte, so nicht. Oh, Gasse. Da können wir auch reingehen. Cool. Und natürlich in den Knitty Kitty Club. Was ist denn hier? Mit Karkowski. Nee, im Augenblick. Wir sehen uns erstmal um, ne? Guck mal, Schild. Naja, auch, weißt du, ich habe gehört von Leuten, da geht's nicht hin. Wollknäuel, okay.
A big ball of yarn, the universal symbol for a good time. Although not everyone will like the sort of good time you get here.
Das stimmt, aber es soll Leute geben, die mögen das.
The Knitty Kitty Club. Bartholomew Montamu's pride and joy. No amount of bright lights and dazzling colors can hide the sleaze, though.
Ja, das, okay.
Some cats like to tease their dinners.
Okay. Da können wir nichts mehr angucken. Katzenbaum, Kratzbaum.
Reminds me, I need to get my nails clipped soon.
Oh, okay. Gut, so, na denn, das hier auch? Nee, wahrscheinlich kommen wir so noch nicht rein. Wir müssen erstmal an ihm vorbei, ne? Hey!
Looks like Richard Krakowski's on duty. He's a stickler for the rules, while I'm more of a stray.
Okay, gut. Sprech mit ihm.
Hey, Richard, what's the sit rep?
Firstly, as I am on duty, I require you to drop the informalities. Please refer to me as Detective Krakowski. Secondly, sitrep is a law enforcement term, Cuddles. You are not authorized to employ it. The situation is that I've been assigned to guard the premises. Now, please, step back, or I will be forced to make you step back. With force. Forcibly.
Okay, ja, ich bin in offizieller Angelegenheit hier. Nicht zuletzt hat mich der Chef-Dings, Police Officer, Head of All Criminal Offense, selbst angerufen.
I'm here on business, actually. The chief called me in himself. So if you'll just let me past, I'll get out of your fur, and we can both get on with our jobs.
Not so fast. Do you have a PI badge and a permit? Without those two things, you won't take a single step further.
Badge? Permit? Are you being serious? Krakowski, you know who I am. I've been at like 10 crime scenes with you before. You hit me right in the face with a volleyball last week. Really hurt.
Don't try and cozy up to me, Cuddles. Rules are rules. Nobody goes inside without a private investigator badge and an official permit P54851. I am an officer of the law. If I do not follow the rules, then the very fabric of society would collapse. The entire city would be plunged into a nightmare of crime from which we might never escape. So, it's my duty to be the moral backbone of this city. Therefore, I'll ask you again. Do you have the correct items?
Yes. I mean, no. Well, okay, so don't say no immediately.
No paperwork, no entry, Cuddles.
I left them at the office, all right? I was a bit distracted by something the chief said about declawing machines. But come on, don't be such a stick in the mud, Krakowski. We're friends, right? Good acquaintances, maybe? Distant colleagues?
See this uniform, Cuddles? This means that I'm on duty. I am not your familiar acquaintance when I'm on duty. I am the only bastion against the forces of darkness seeking to overwhelm this city with their darkness. And you see that lack of badge on you? That means you're currently just a civilian impeding the enforcement of justice. Move along, citizen.
Mann. Okay, ich habe ein paar Fragen.
I'm gonna ask you some questions while I'm here.
Maintaining good public relations is one of the key roles of an officer, such as myself. I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Okay, was weißt du über diesen Ort?
What do you know about this place?
I know nothing beyond what I've read in past incident reports. Word on the street is, it's a sleazy hotbed of crime owned by a dangerous cat and his son. As soon as this situation is resolved, I hope to never return. Except perhaps to arrest the entire staff.
Oh, jetzt sei mal nicht so hart hier.
What's actually happened inside, if you know? The chief just said it was a disturbance.
Detective Fuzzball is inside, and according to him, it's murder.
Ooh.
Who died?
We don't know yet. Detective Fuzzball should have some new information, but he has to stay inside to keep an eye on the body. And I need to stay out here to keep away overly curious and badgeless PIs.
Ja, okay, vielen Dank. Ich glaube, wir müssen noch mal ins Büro zurück, ne? Ich meine, ich habe keine Marke dabei.
Actually, don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay, ich muss in den Club.
Hey, Krakowski, I'm just gonna pop inside.
Not so fast. Have you found your PI badge and fax permit yet?
Yeah, they're inside.
The bulging eye of the law can see that you're lying, Cuddles. I won't let you in without your badge and permit.
Okay, gut. Also, tschüss.
Goodbye, Krakowski.
I'm keeping my nose on you.
Ich behalte dich in der Nase. Oh, toll.
You see what I'm dealing with, Ramon? Every conversation with Krakowski turns into a pointless game of cat whiskers. There's no getting around him tonight. I'll have to head back to the office to get my PI badge and the permit he was talking about.
Cuddles, no furtive conversations at my crime scene. Move along.
Ja, ich gehe ja auch schon. Aber warte mal, konnten wir nicht nach hier? Ja, wir gehen mal in die Gasse, mal gucken, was hier so ist. Danach gehen wir dann zurück. Okay, eine Menge Sache. Musikplakat. Moment.
The Crying Gerbil presents Flaccid Levitating Pumpkin Live, playing tracks from their debut album, West of Forever and also Upside Down, featuring Grimstunk Hagfederer on vocals. Oh boy.
Okay, können wir das mitnehmen?
It's been stuck on there for so long, I'll never peel it off.
Aber warte mal, wenn du es leckst.
The dirtiest thing I've ever seen, so no.
Okay, schade. Na gut, so, was haben wir denn dann noch? Nix, da können wir auch noch hin. Erstmal hier, da ist eine Wasserpfütze, cool. Was habe ich denn überhaupt dabei? Ach, ich habe nur Ramon dabei. Okay, gut. Nein, warte mal, so. Okay, irgendwas. Nee, oh, okay, gut. Nicht so schnell benutzen.
I could scoop some up if I really wanted to, I guess. If I needed to contract some awful diseases.
Okay, warte mal. Maschine? Nix? Gar nix?
An interesting little machine that...
Okay, ja. Nix. Do not lick. Warte, da muss ich lick. Wo denn lick? Hieb.
Mom always said, cheap signs mean a high chance of contracting a disease. Never knew what she meant until now.
Heap cheap. Okay, good.
That's a bit misleading. All the booze in this town is cheap, except the imported stuff.
Natürlich. Sag mal, kann ich eigentlich auch mit den Tasten irgendwie wechseln? Nee, kann ich nicht. Okay, es geht wirklich nur mit der Maus. Okay.
One cat's trash is another cat's second-hand trash. Gotta get my paws dirty if I hope to get anywhere.
Oh, aber er tut's. Oh, er tut's ganz doll. Okay. Wow. Und? Irgendwas Nützliches?
Bag full of gears? Well, that doesn't look like trash. I'll grab that. And an old shoe with a name on it. Larry. Oh dear. Larry lost his boot. Maybe I can return it to him. Second worst time I've fallen into trash. Wait. No, yeah. Second.
Oh, meine Güte. Okay. Also, wir haben... Was? Tasche mit
Just a
Münzen.
bunch of gears. What could you fix with this?
Weiß ich nicht, aber lass doch lecken.
Ugh, I found this in the trash. I'm not licking it.
Ich wollte es doch so gerne. Näher an... Ah, es
Bag of
geht.
random doodads, gears and such.
Okay.
Lone boot I found in the alley behind the Knitty Kitty Club.
Okay, da ist aber nichts weiter drin, ne? In Ordnung. Do not lick. Ja, jetzt gibt es auch einen Sinn. Okay, hier scheint erstmal nichts. Warte mal. So. Ja. Und da unten ist auch noch was. Nee, da ist noch Reisen nach. Können wir denn mit dem Schuh schon mal etwas von dem... Nee, warte. Können wir mit dem
It's
Schuh...
not my size.
Oh, ich hatte gehofft, lecken. Stiefel von Larry, können wir da schon mal was?
Fit that.
Na, ich dachte, wir können schon mal etwas Wasser aufschöpfen, aber das scheint nicht zu gehen. Gut, hinterer Bereich. Und? Da möchte er gar
I
nicht
should
hin.
keep away from there. That takes you straight to Murder Death Street.
Ah, okay. Und der Name ist Programm, oder was? Kommen wir denn hier rein? Nein, kommen wir nicht. Lecken? Gar nichts, ne? Ne, gar nichts. Okay, gut. Dann gehen wir mal zurück ins Büro. So, Büro. Da werden wir ja wohl das bekommen, was wir
Back so
brauchen.
soon? Did the villains hear you were on the case and instantly hand themselves in?
Oh, haha, very funny. You know what isn't funny? Officer Krakowski? The sourpuss wouldn't let me into the crime scene.
He's just doing his job. You know how much he loves the pageantry of it all.
Yeah, well, he could take a day off now and then. He's seen me countless times before. I shouldn't need to prove anything with a stupid badge.
Oh, you forgot your private investigator badge again, didn't you?
Ja,
That's the third time this week.
Not
naja.
true. Only the second.
Uh-huh. What about Monday? I had to go down to the police station myself to hand in those papers when they wouldn't let you file them due to lack of identification.
Upsi.
All right, 3 times.
4 if you count the time you came back for it, then left again after forgetting why you were here.
It's a very forgettable item, all right?
Okay, okay, so, aber hör mal, du, ansehen, nee, benutzen, sprich mit Tabby. Weißt du, wo meine Ermittler mal sind? Genau.
I get excited when a job comes up. I can't be expected to keep track of a little badge when my mind is in overdrive, forming plans to foil criminals, save the city. Do you have any idea where I left it?
Knowing you, it's probably in your office somewhere. Krakowski is just doing his job, you know. Same as you. Don't let it frazzle your whiskers.
They're not frazzled, just singed.
Das macht es nicht besser.
You know, Krakowski also mentioned a permit. Is that even a real thing, or is he just pulling my tail?
It is for some cases. Did the chief mention one?
I think so. I was a little distracted by the decline comments.
Edna hasn't sent it yet then. I'll just give her a call and check.
Oh, I can do that. Edna and I get along really well.
Are you certain? Edna Honeybottom, the secretary at the police station, with the big hair?
That's her. We've got this cute thing we do where we dance around the fact that we'd be kind of great together.
You and... wow, that's quite an image. But if you insist, sir, the number is bird, snowflake, mouse, bell, shell.
Got it. Shell, bell,
Vogel, was?
well.
Nein, komm schon, wiederhol's nochmal, bitte.
No, sir.
Ah,
Here, I'll write it down for you.
okay, ja, cool. Okay, fantastisch, das ist sehr gut. Aber da war doch noch irgendwas mit zum Fragen. Warte mal. Nein,
Thanks,
war's
Tabby.
nicht. Okay, nichts weiter. Gut, Büro. Reise nach Büro. So, wo könnte denn... Na, wo könnte es denn sein? Das haben wir uns alles angesehen. Nee, guck mal hier, da ist doch das Rezept, ne? Ach, so kommen wir in das Rezept heran.
Never know when you...
Okay, das Rezeptbuch nimmt er auch gleich mit, finde ich voll gut. Roman brauchen wir nicht. Brauchen wir nicht. Okay, cool. So, aber hier am Sofa ist doch noch irgendwas. Okay. Ja, untersuchen.
So poofy. I want to cuddle it.
Klar, machen wir später. So geht das. Okay.
My detective badge is under this cushion.
Na, guck mal. Dann nimm das doch mal mit.
Stand up there, you sneaky little thing. Back into my pocket with you.
Back in my pocket. Good, I've got it in my pocket. Okay, Schreibtisch. Das wird unser nächstes Ziel. Da geht keine Schnellreise hin. Okay, ist auch in Ordnung. Müssen wir hier dann auch schon was mitnehmen? Wie zum Beispiel...
Come in handy.
Die nehme ich mit. Alles klar. Recipe, das nicht.
Yep. Empty.
Empty. Okay, und den...
See you soon, Billy.
Meine Güte. Okay, den nicht. Gut, fein. So, hier, Klebezettel.
Lift the headset, then dial. I don't like to brag, but I'm pretty sure I've mastered that.
Ja, ich nicht. Okay, also, benutzen. Und jetzt hier so, irgendwie. Das war Käse, ne? Okay, gut, das war Käse. Moment, das ist ein bisschen komplex. Kann ich mir den nochmal ansehen?
Number for Edna at the police station. Bird, snowflake, mouse, bell, shell.
Schnee, Maus. Was? Muschel am Ende. Muschel. Und was ist das da? Das ist das hier. Okay, gut. Naja, schön. Versuche ich es mal. Also. Erst das Headset abnehmen. Dann Vogel. Was? Es gibt keinen Vogel. Es gibt nur das hier. Naja, gut. Bird, Schneeflocke. Maus. Die Glocke und die Muschel.
The number you have dialed does not exist. Or maybe the person on the other end is ignoring you, meow.
Was? Moment, das war doch richtig, oder?
The number for Edna at the police
Ach so.
station. Bird, snowflake, mouse, bell, shell.
Vogel, das ist... okay. Ja, ist ja gut. Ja, ist ja gut. Also, das ist ein Bird. Bird, Schneeflocke, Maus, Glocke und Muschel.
Hello?
Hey, Edna, it's me, Cuddles. How are you?
Horrible.
Oh, no, what happened?
You phoned me.
Good one. So listen, I'm following up on some documents I need for a case. The one at the Knitty Kitty Club. I need them to get in. Krakowski's being Krakowski, and you know how he is.
Irritating and tiresome?
Yes, exactly.
I meant you.
You got me again. So, can you fax the papers through?
No, I do all my faxing in the morning.
Oh, I kind of really need them now. Krukowski won't let me into the crime scene without them, and the chief said it's a really important case. So,
Fine.
thank you, Edna.
Whatever. Hi! Constable Frangipane! I need to talk to you!
Okay, eine sehr streitbare Dame. Na gut. Brauchen wir das Skizzenblock?
I have been meaning to start my epic drawing of myself.
Nein, okay. Nee, brauchen wir nicht. Ne? Decken. Ach, was soll's. Warte mal, was ist das hier eigentlich? Das ist gar nichts. Gut, okay. So. Bekommen wir es hier hin? Wahrscheinlich nicht, ne? Gehen wir mal nach nebenan. Und ist es schon gekommen? Da ist es doch. Ich sehe es genau. Genehmigungsfax. Nimm's.
That takes care of the permit. Guess I don't need this posted anymore.
Oh, weg ist es. Okay, gut. Können wir noch irgendwas mit dir lecken?
I can't lick the staff. It's in their contracts.
Oh, das ist aber schade. Okay, können wir noch irgendwas mit ihr bequatschen?
So, I found my badge. Somehow it had ended up under a cushion. No idea how it got there.
Well, I'm no expert investigator like you, but I'm gonna hazard it was during that cat nap you took yesterday.
That was... I was... I was investigating.
You snore a lot when you investigate then. But congrats all the same. You were a big cat and you found it all by yourself.
All right, I get it. I'll be more careful where I put things. But now I have an important case to solve. The fate of the city is in my paws. Lives might be on the line.
Mhm. Kleine Übertreibung.
Don't suppose you know where I left my car keys?
Mm-hmm. Second pocket on your left.
Yes, Tabby. See you later.
See you later. Wir unterhalten uns später. Okay, so, jetzt möchte ich aber auch mal reingucken, ob wir da rein... Was? Ausprobieren, ob ich da reinkomme. Locked. Okay, schade. Und ich nehme an, wir haben nichts zum Knacken dabei, ne? Vielleicht... Oh, okay. Kannst du nicht? Warum? So, Genehmigung klicken.
They say a lick is as good as a signature. Wait, do they? Oh, well. Too late.
Alles klar.
This document hereby confirms, blah, 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 allowed to investigate the murder of, etc., etc., no per diem. What? That cheapskate.
Okay, gut. Das wird nichts. Naja, schön. Reisen nach. So, wo sollen wir hingehen? Oh, wo soll ich bloß hin? Knitty Kitty Club. Okay. Officer. Officer, hey. Nee, warte. Okay, so, hier.
I found the things you wanted. It was really hard. I hope you're grateful.
Well, these both seem to check out. Pleased to meet you, P.I. Nutterbutter. I actually expected you a while ago. What with the severity of the situation?
Alter.
I stood just... Krakowski, I swear.
The corpse is cooling, Cuddles. The crime scene awaits you.
At least I can get to work. Now that you'll actually let me.
The law thanks you.
The law is
A what, citizen?
Lovely. The law is, lovely.
Delighted to hear it. Oh, and one more thing, Cuddles. I'll be keeping that permit. Don't want you persuading your way into any other places you shouldn't be now, do we?
Nee. Okay, warte mal, was stand hier jetzt eben? Ein langer Tag? Nee, ist irgendwie... Komme ich denn irgendwie... Gibt es hier noch mehr? Hier gibt es gar nichts. Okay, schade. Na gut, also jetzt können wir endlich rein, ne? Yes. Augen zu. Wer weiß...
The club looks deserted, though. The only patrons in here tonight are wearing blue and carrying guns.
Naja.
Cuddles!
Nur
Finally! Where have you been? I've been waiting here for ages.
A huge oil tanker of a police cat hovered near the entranceway, his eyes darting between the door and an even larger cat standing behind the bar. As soon as he saw me, his shoulders sagged in relief, and he hurried over, his voice unnecessarily loud.
I think if I make eye contact with that bar cat one more time, he might try to eat me.
Sorry, Detective. You can ask the nitpicky officer guarding the door why I'm late. He didn't want to let me in.
Oh, yes? Out of spite, no doubt. I'm sure you didn't, say, forget your badge again.
He obviously knows who I am by now. He's just choosing to be annoying.
This isn't just another case, Cuddles. We're on Montague home turf. And badges are not. That puts us on the back paw. Krakowski and I are here because we thought we might catch the Montagues doing something that they would, would let us lock a couple of them up. But it's worse than that. Much worse.
Oh, no.
Edgar Montague, Bartholomew's son, is dead. Murdered.
Oh, well, cucumbers.
Well, not only that, but that starlet, Miss Kitty, has mysteriously and coincidentally vanished.
Mystery and coincidence. Huh. In my experience, you only get to pick one.
Okay, es ist Mord. Okay, aber lass uns doch erstmal gucken, wie es hier aussieht, meine Güte. Okay, nur die Hälfte trägt blau. Und hier gibt es noch Nüsse, Erdnüsse zumindest, eine. Eine die noch in Verpackung. Da hinten geht es irgendwo hin, da oben geht es hin. Okay, also, ja, jetzt gemütlich ist irgendwie anders. Aber hey, es sind Katzen, okay?
So, what happened exactly?
All I know is so far is that Tinkle the Bearcat, you can't miss him. He looks like someone stuck legs and arms into a mountain. He opened the club up for the evening, as usual, and found the body. Needless to say, it wasn't there when he closed the night before.
And you guys heard about it through the tapped phone when he called his boss.
Well, I heard something. It's a low-quality tap. The chief saw an opportunity, and we headed right over. As soon as I got in, though, I realized it was way worse than we expected. And I called the chief on the house phone. He told me to do nothing and wait for a PI.
And here I am.
At last.
Okay. Wo ist die Leiche?
Where's the body?
It's on the other side of the room, near the stage. I'll show you when we're done yakking.
Okay, gut. Ja, ist gut. Okay.
Have you finished a preliminary investigation?
Yeah. Dead mobster's kid. Oh, terribly sad. End of story.
Oh.
That's it?
As soon as I learned who it was, I gave the chief a call. He said he'd send a PI. I was expecting Alfonso.
That hack?
But you'll do.
Gee, thanks. Couldn't you at least get all the staff together? Start asking some questions?
Listen carefully, Cuddles. Right now, this is a mess. And that's what I want it to stay. A mess. Not a mob war. Not with dead cats turning up in the river every morning and police being attacked in the streets. The chief told me to be paws off. And I'm happy to comply. No, I didn't assemble the staff, don my monocle, point at things with my cane while yelling, aha, the telltale mark of the count to guilty. I left that for you.
You're being awfully callous tonight, Detective. A cat is dead.
No, Cuddles. A Montague is dead. There's a big difference. You don't know them like I do. Montagues are rotten and dangerous. I've seen firsthand the trouble they can cause in this city. One less of them around doesn't bother me.
Perhaps he wasn't a good cat, but I still don't think he deserved to be murdered.
There's that immutable sense of justice of yours again. I respect you, Cuddles, but you have to learn when to say, he had it coming, especially in this city. In any case, the investigation is in your paws now. Bukowski and I are here until we get the crime scene photos for documentation. And then we're heading right back to HQ.
I won't let you guys down.
Some promises are easier to make before you realize how deep the muck goes, Cuddles. But thanks.
Okay, gut. Verstehe ich das richtig? Die Polizei ist nicht besonders daran interessiert, ja, was hier zu dem Mord führte, wer das war oder so. Hauptsache, einer von denen ist weg. So hörte sich das für mich an.
All right, time to see the unpleasantness.
Follow me. And holster your tongue, please.
Was?
Hilarious. You know, if I ever find out who started the rumor that I lick everything, I'm gonna give them a piece of my mind.
Surely you mean lick their face repeatedly, you dirty licker.
Yikes. Okay, die wissen alle schon, dass sie... Okay, muss ich ihm jetzt folgen oder kann ich mich erst hier umsehen? Ich kann mich erst hier umsehen, das finde ich gut. So, ja, dafür ist das Spiel auch gemacht, oder?
Excellent. This must be where all the impossibly illegal things are handed in.
Kann ich da noch rein? Ich kann da tatsächlich rein. Okay. Was kann ich alles machen? Was kann ich alles machen? Zeig mir, was kann ich machen?
Didn't change anything.
Okay, ja, schon gut. Da ist nix. Da ist nix, oder? Da ist überhaupt nichts. Was ist denn das hier? Schalter. Okay, schaltet den nochmal.
That did something, but what exactly?
Keine Ahnung. Hier scheint es ja auch noch weiter zu gehen. Pyramidending.
It feels so warm. Wait, did it just...
Du bist in einem Darkroom. Hör mal.
Tastes a bit sweaty.
Oh nein.
I can just about make out a pointy bit.
Ich sollte das sein lassen mit dem alles anlecken. Oh, yikes. Okay, da hinten können wir Abkürzung, Reisen nach. Warte mal, was? Echt? Ah. Nee, warte. Wo ist er jetzt rausgekommen? Da ist er rausgekommen. Nee. Wir gucken uns erstmal hier genauer an. Oh, Was mache ich denn da? Ansehen? Nichts. Hier nach oben ist gesperrt. Ist alles gesperrt? Goldene Statue.
Ostentatious display of wealth in a mobster's personal castle. Shouldn't have expected less.
Naja. Benutzen,
Gold
lecken.
even tastes rich, like yellow chocolate.
Das kann aber auch was anderes sein da.
I guess if the running a city-wide criminal empire thing doesn't pan out, Bartholomew can just melt this down.
Mhm. Okay, gut. Erdnüsse.
Bad kitty. Do not touch peanuts. Boss Cat's Club is business, not charity.
Okay, ich verstehe. Okay. Tische. Die möchte ich mir erstmal ansehen.
Nobody's had any time to clean up after last night's fun, or they just didn't care to.
Mhm. Okay, haben wir denn noch irgendwas? Nein, haben wir nicht. Und ihn können wir gar nicht ansprechen, ne? Ansehen schon, aber nicht sprechen. Okay.
That might be the biggest cat I've seen in my life.
Cool. Hallo.
In school, the textbooks said the old saber-toothed cats were much bigger than cats are today. I never had a good idea of how large they meant. Straining my neck to look up at the monstrous bar cat before me, I finally had an idea. I just hoped he wasn't hungry. Good evening, Mr. Tinkle, is it?
Yes.
My name's Cuddles Nutterbutter. I'm investigating Edgar's death. I have a few questions, if you don't mind.
Tinkle minds.
Oh, may I ask,
But Boss Cat said answer all their stupid questions, so Tinkle does. Already talked to annoying fat police cat. Now waiting to talk to you. Annoying small police cat.
I'm not with the police, but I appreciate it. I'll try not to take up too much of your valuable time.
Tinkle spent 2 weeks in shipping container to get to Meow Meow Furrington. For company, has only 10 cages of barking squirrels, you say? Yes, in pallet of
Was?
milk. By end of 2 weeks, Tinkle has become numb from their endless noises and has finished milk.
Okay.
You're
Yikes.
like barking squirrel. Yip. Tinkle already bored. You ask question now.
Okay, gut. Was ist dir passiert?
Can you tell me what happened, dear?
Tinkle kicked out last customers early in morning, went home, ate dinner, fell asleep. Come back in afternoon, opened up. Found Edgar like collapsed mannequin, cold boss cat. Then Kitty's blue friend shows up.
Oh, succinct. Was Edgar here last night?
Tinkle was surprised to see him, but has not been here for a long while, not since Gumdrop. Tinkle thought he may have given up on family. But he was here, and he seemed happy. He did not speak to Tinkle, but he talked to others in club, then left alive.
Gumdrop?
Friend of Edgar. He is not for living anymore.
Ist das noch normal, das angespielt, also sprichst du noch da? Natürlich, das ist ein Nachtclub,
The
selbstverständlich.
Pepe and Miss Cremiston often stay late.
Peppy lives in basement.
Was?
He's always here like bad dream. And Dancing Kitty stays late in room. Spends all night touching up wrinkles with special fancy makeup. Tinkle once tried some of them. Not impressed.
Oh, come now. Your fur is positively glowing. And such pores.
Ihm gefällt das.
Anyway, does she sleep here like Pepe, the dancing kitty, I mean?
Tinkle does not know or care. Peppy has keys to all doors in club except Boss Cat, elevator, office elevator. And Dancing Kitty has key for the back door. Both come and go whenever. Dancing Kitty is sometimes here very late. If she has extra special client.
Extra?
Special.
Mhm, schon klar.
Did you and Edgar get along?
Tinkle never spat on Boskat's son.
I'm sure he appreciated that. So you weren't friends?
Edgar was fine. Tinkle was not his friend, but he's fine.
Why didn't you like him?
Tinkle is not here for to make friends. Tinkle's boss is Big Boss Cat, not little rich brat cat. It is sad he is dead, but this is Meow Meow Furrington's city is shark. Bite, bite, bite. Always biting. Some cats die.
You mean get killed?
That is whatever.
Mhm.
Dancing Kitty, Platty, is missing. Any idea where she might be?
At home, or in the room, or at Porky Pete's. Tinkle has no answers. He is not paid for to babysit.
Do you have any information that might help me track her down?
Da, Tinkle can tell you she is not behind bar.
Das hilft.
Thank you. That really eliminated options.
Yeah, Tinkle is helper.
Mhm. Ich möchte gerne ein paar
I
Erdnüsse.
really want some peanuts. What's it gonna take to get you to let me have just a few?
Kitty has problem then. Boss Cat say that only drinking customers get peanuts. You see, free giant peanuts were big drain on Boss Cat finance.
That's easy then. Just give me a glass of your cheapest alcohol.
Cheapest alcohol is Tinkle's homemade vodka, but it would melt Kitty into sizzling puddle. And Tinkle does not want to clean up pool of sad, melted Kitty. Ugh. But it does not matter anyway. Tinkle is here to answer question tonight. Not serve drinks. No drinks for Kitty, or for anyone.
So I need to buy a drink to get some of those nice-looking peanuts, but you aren't selling any, so what can I do?
Nothing. Like Tinkle, you must face the night sober.
Okay, da müssen wir aber offensichtlich später noch ran. Ne? Du siehst wirklich stark aus.
You look like you work out a lot. You got any tips? I've tried lifting weights, but nothing gets stronger, except my desire to not lift weights again.
Weights? Pah! Lifting is for kittens and invalids. And kitten invalids. In his home, Tinkle did not lift weights for exercise. He crushed. Tinkle was crushing champion in home city for 2 years in a row. Crushing is best workout for biggest, strongest muscles. It's better than this smooshing, Yeah, you know, or bashing.
Oh.
It's for children. It's for small people who've muscle which is very small and cannot grow big, like Tinkle.
Ja.
There's a competition for crushing things. What do you crush?
Metal cans, large rocks, abandoned cars, how you say, hope.
Wow, you take it seriously, huh?
Da. Before Tinkle gets a job at Knitty Kitty, he was judge of many Meow Meow Furrington talent search shows. He crushed many dreams. He's excellent training.
Does Meow Meow Furrington have talent?
Not anymore. Tinkle was very thorough.
Mhm. Du bist der Tollste von allen. Warum kann ich dir denken, hast du irgendwelches Unglück? Das machen wir nochmal.
When you came in this morning, was there anything that caught your eye apart from Edgar? Anything suspicious, I mean?
Tinkle sees nothing strange, but he did feel something. Babushka Kazvania said there are spirits. They are restless. She said they could feel something bad happened last night.
Wait, what? You brought your grandmother here?
Yet, foolish Kitty. Tinkle would never bring family here. The food is bad. And dancing Kitty sings like barking squirrel with, you say, throat infection. Plus, babushka is how you say, dead.
I think you misunderstand that word. Dead is not alive. Gone to the big scratching post in the sky. That sort of thing.
Tinkle know what he said. Babushka Kazvania passed away a long time ago. Now she speak to Tinkle from beyond. In life, she is powerful medium. In afterlife, still. She speak to other spirits to tell Tinkle what they say. But only to Tinkle. Tinkle is her link. Tinkle is small.
Are you sure? You definitely look like an extra large.
You are ignorant, like this whole city. You know of cats that speak to the dead, yes? They are mediums. Tinkle speak to dead babushka only, and she speak to other spirit for him. So Tinkle is not medium, but is one step away. Tinkle is small.
I am learning so much tonight.
Ja, gut, das hat zwar nichts mit dem Fall zu tun, ist ganz schick, aber naja, vielleicht wird es später noch relevant, ne? Okay, untersuchen wir den Tatort. Halt, was ist das da? Ein Fleck. Okay, warte mal, ansehen. Okay.
Clue? Hard to say. It's not that close to the body.
Muss nichts heißen, aber...
I've got a party trick I can do with a drinking glass and my tongue to make music, but I don't think now's the time.
Nein, wahrhaftig nicht. Okay, kann ich es benutzen?
It'll turn out to be important. I'd better take it just in case.
Oh, Fingerabdrücke und so. Okay, ganz...
Be able to get an imprint on this soft carpet. Don't lick the huge footprint, Cuddles. Don't you remember what happened at the dinosaur park?
Oh. Okay, mehr kriegen wir da wohl im Moment nicht raus. Ach, da ist er ja. Da ist die Leiche. Und da drüben ist noch ein Aufzug. Und ist hier sonst noch was? Nee, erstmal nicht da. Vielleicht hier so. Okay, lass mal gucken. Die Leiche.
Step away from the body, Cuddles. I can't let you anywhere near it for the time being. We need a photographer to capture the scene, just in case the Monomews accuse us of anything.
Warum sollten sie das tun? Okay, aber gut. Fuzzball. Kommen wir da auch noch? Oh, da kommen wir auch noch hin. Okay, cool. Ansehen? Nee, ich möchte mal mit ihm talken. Was hast du dann?
He's so young. He barely looks older than me.
Yeah, well, he didn't stand a chance with a mobster for a father.
Naja, okay. Warum kann ich die Leiche nicht untersuchen? Ja, ist doch klar, der Fotograf muss erst kommen. Das ist schon klar. Und vielleicht auch ein Spurensicherungsteam und überhaupt.
Why can't I investigate the body? I'm here, you're here. It'll be done in no time.
We can't take shortcuts tonight, Cuddles. You need to wait for the crime scene photographer to get here.
How long will that take?
As long as it takes.
Not helpful, Fuzzball. What if I draw a really accurate diagram on a napkin?
Won't that look good in court? Why, yes, Your Honor. I have the crime scene picture right here. As you can see, the butternut-shaped blob with 7 limbs representing the Moida victim is just next to the stage. Please ignore the ketchup stain, and that's not representative of anything. The answer is no, Cuddles. You can defile the body as much as you want, once we have photos. But until then, I don't want you to touch even a hair. You got it?
You used to be cool, Samuel.
I used to weigh half as much. Times change, Cuddles. Feel free to interview the staff and look around the place. I'll let you know when the photographer gets here.
Okay, gut. Okay, komm schon, lass mich näher anschauen. Nee, wieso? Hä?
Just, let me have a closer look-see.
Your closer look is what I'm worried about. No, we need to wait for the crime scene photographer to get here before we disturb the body.
Okay, wann wird er kommen? Oh, nervig.
Nibbles? Gee, I don't know. Let me pull out my magical cordless phone and ask him. It's late, Cuddles. He was probably home already. Could be a while.
So I'm just supposed to stand around and wait, like you.
Or you could, interview some people. But if you're that desperate, I suggest you head down to the police station yourself. Edna will know where Nibbles is. And the sooner he gets here, the sooner you get to look at the body.
Great idea. Edna loves me.
That's your take on that relationship, is it? Huh. Interesting.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
Okay, weiter. Was? Vergiss es. Oh, okay, weiter. So, lalalala, ich habe eine Frage.
I'm not that familiar with the Montamews. Is there like a file or something I could read?
No need. I can fill you in.
Okay, dann erzähl mir mal.
You said he was the son of a mobster, right?
Yep. This is Edgar Montamew, son of Bartholomew. the head of the Montague crime family. This is their home base.
Whiskers. Murdered in his father's own club. If there's anywhere you'd have expected him to be safe. Was he involved in the same stuff as his father?
More than likely, yeah. Well, they are a crime family, not a crime father with innocent children. Chances are he knew all about it and was up to his ears in the thick of it.
Okay.
Any idea how he died?
He got hit real hard.
You really must tell me more about your process sometime, detective. Your insights are remarkable.
Yeah. Look, I told you. Chief said to stay at paw's length on this. The last thing we want is the Montagues getting edgy about police. And nothing is gonna make them edgier than me poking the body. I took a basic look at the scene, and it's clear he was bludgeoned to death. No obvious murder weapon nearby, so it's anyone's guess right now how it happened.
Hä, was? Sollten die nicht ein Interesse daran haben, zu wissen, naja, wer ihn getötet hat? Okay.
Did Edgar have any known enemies?
I wish I could tell you. I know which brand of Furios Bartholomew likes for breakfast, but the file on Edgar isn't even a page long. He's not cropped up on our radar much.
The chief mentioned the Catulets. Could they be responsible? I mean, rival crime family and all?
Maybe, but why? Starting a mob war now isn't in their best interest. The city's calm. Well, as calm as it ever gets. The Montagues haven't given any indication they were planning to make a power play. Things are good right now, if you're a criminal.
Verstehe. Warum kann ich mir die Leiche nicht ansehen? Du hast einen fehlenden Performer erwähnt. Was? Irgendwas Neues über Edgar? Mit wem muss ich sprechen? Okay.
You mentioned a performer who's missing.
Yep, Platty Cremiston. Stage name, Miss Desiree Kitty. She was performing early this morning. Well, according to Mount Orange over there at the bar. But didn't show up for work when the club opened. Or since. So that's pretty suspicious.
When last was she seen?
She finished her act early this morning, walked off stage to her dressing room, and that was it. Nobody saw her leaving, but that doesn't mean much. Barcat said she often stays late.
Ja, sie tritt auf.
What sorts of performances does she do here? Recitals?
Ja, natürlich.
She bakes cookies and organizes the nightly raffle, Cuddles. What do you think an attractive cat does in a place like this?
Okay.
Ja.
Have you looked around for her at all?
Nope. I left all the fun tasks for you, bestest buddy. Start with her dressing room. Maybe she left some indication of where she went.
Sehr gerne. Okay.
Got any new information on the performer?
Nee, das... Nein.
Got anything new on Edgar?
Oh, let me check. How you feeling there, buddy? Still dead.
Das war sehr... Okay, mit wem muss ich sprechen?
Give me the rundown on the pecks we got.
Pecks?
Short for suspects? Saves time?
Does it?
Well, not now, because I had to explain what it means, and that's taken a lot more. Just tell me about the other cats.
Well, most of the staff showed up for their shifts, so you got a few options. There's the behemoth behind the bar, Mr. Tinkle. Just talk slow and don't make any sudden moves. The janitor downstairs might have some insights. Staff like that often overhear things. Bartholomew himself isn't back yet. But I suspect he'll make sure you know when he is. And if you can find the main show cat, Miss Kitty, you can question her too.
Okay, alles klar. Gut, ja.
I guess I'd better get back to work.
So, also gut. Er hat gesagt, wir sollten Aufzug. Und da ist hinter den Kulissen. Okay, probieren wir es vielleicht erstmal mit dem Aufzug. Wie wäre das? Wohin führt er denn? Nach oben oder nach unten? Oh, ich kann gar nichts weiter mit dem machen. Benutzen. Echt? Okay. Da kann ich wahrscheinlich nichts machen. Nee, da kann ich gar nichts machen. So, irgendwas ablecken?
Oh, yuck. Oh, I rather nobody ever cleans this, or gold leaf tastes very different to how it looks.
Ich verstehe. Gut, also da haben wir erstmal nichts, ne? Haben wir denn hier sonst noch was? Ja, da, guck mal, auf der Bühne.
I'm gonna guess that the performers who stand on that stage don't go on to win any awards.
Doch, irgendwie schon, aber
I
nun.
wonder if Fuzzball will approve if I hop onto the stage and do a little show. Nutterbutter unplugged, maybe. I don't know.
Nein, das machen wir nicht.
Looks like others are beating me to the punch on that one, based on the worn patina.
Okay, wir gehen mal hinter die Kulissen. Yikes. Das sieht doch schon mal gut aus. Warte mal. Da ist Miss Kittys Umkleide, die Stechuhr, interessant, Spiegel. Was war das? Schrank? Das nennst du einen Schrank? Okay. Ja, okay, gut. Also, gehen wir es mal nach und nach an, ne? Wir bleiben erstmal hier, die Stechuhr.
Seems like Miss Kitty punched in, but not out.
Werden wir ihre Leiche auch noch
I
finden?
have to get my own card before I can do that. Oh, it never comes to that.
Ja.
Lick a clock, get 9 years good luck. But I feel lucky enough at the moment.
Gut, das freut mich sehr zu hören. So, hier haben wir nichts zum Lecken. Spiegel.
A bit of the mirror and a bit of the paper, cold and dry, mixed like a good martini or a bad hot chocolate. There's a note on here. Desiree, stop borrowing my feather boas and get your own. Oh, Kitty has claws. I don't need that.
Okay. Nein, okay. Hier unten haben wir nichts. Da kommen wir nicht dran. Da kommen wir nicht dran. Schrank.
I would look incredible in that red number. But it doesn't look to be my size.
Ach, das ist aber schade. Das ist aber wirklich schade.
So much fluff.
Irgendwas Interessantes?
Fits to put on a school play, as long as the theme was overdressing.
Okay, gut. Hier haben wir irgendwie nichts weiter. Ne? Sehe ich das richtig? Okay, da ist nix. Auch hier mit dem Gerate können wir nichts machen. Gut, dann gehen wir doch mal in ihre Umkleide. Mal gucken, was passiert. Oh,
This door is super locked, ultra locked, locked extreme.
das ist blöd.
Tastes and smells perfumed. Fancy.
Okay, wir brauchen also einen Schlüssel. Oder haben wir irgendwas zum Einbrechen da? Vielleicht ihn hier.
That doesn't need money.
Okay, ja gut, war nur so eine Idee. Okay, was sonst noch? Schuh, Zahnräder. Zahnräder könnten funktionieren. Was ist hiermit?
Glass I found near Edgar in the Knitty Kitty Club.
Nichts weiter, nicht wahr? Hast du irgendwas Interessantes zu erzählen?
This is Cuddles Nutterbutter and you're on Nutterbutter Radio, AM.
Gut, cool. Okay, also, wir werden wohl erstmal mit dem Barkeeper sprechen müssen, um da reinzukommen. Oder da rein. Je nachdem. So, hallo, na? Was kannst du an das Zimmer? Medium, erzähl mir mehr. Wir haben gar nichts von den neuen Themen da drin. Okay, vielleicht muss ich auch erst die anderen abwickeln, keine Ahnung.
I'm pretty intrigued by this connection you have with your grandmother.
Family is everything where Tinkle come from. Very important to be close to family.
So close that you still speak after death?
For why not? Tinkle is grateful. Babushka Kazvanya is very wise. Tinkle can continue to learn from her even though she is gone. And he gets to hear all important gossip from spiritual realm.
Oh, hot goss from the afterlife. Lay it on me.
Yet, Tinkle does not like that you use this word, goss. Tinkle thinks Kitty is not a sassy 13-year-old girl cat.
Ach man.
Is your grandmother's ghost here now? Is Edgar's ghost with her?
She is always here. She says, niet. Edgar is not there. But that does not mean he is not dead. He is probably in different area of afterlife. Perhaps at the nail salon. Babushka also say Tinkle must be careful. Of you.
Me? That's ridiculous.
Da, she said your eyes are big, but your hands are teeny tiny. They look at Tinkle's peanuts.
As if. What use would I have for those big, salted, shiny-looking peanuts? Just sitting over there in their bowl, whispering, Cuddles, Cuddles, rescue us. Yeah.
Do not touch peanuts, Kitty.
Mhm. Okay, alles klar. Kann ich nicht. Was kannst du alles zermahlen?
What kind of things can you crush, Tinky?
Everything. Big hard things and small hard things. Also, average size hard things.
And if I have soft things, can you, I don't know, smush them into...
Never. Tinkle is proud crusher for life. Did someone tell Kitty that Tinkle is a smusher? Is lies. No bashing for Tinkle, no smushing. Only crash.
Okay, got it. Only crush. Wow, you are scary.
Okay, das werden wir später noch müssen, ne?
Don't go anywhere. I might have more questions later.
Ja, haben wir denn irgendwas, was er schon mal crushen könnte? Also, ich meine, da sind ja eine ganze Menge Sachen drin. Vielleicht... Oh, ach so. Okay, warte mal, kann er damit was anfangen?
Fine, barkeep. Fill me up.
If Kitty drinks from leftover glasses, Kitty will get sick. And also, no drink for Kitty.
Okay, schade. Gut, war ein Versuch. Kannst du die zercrushen?
Hey, look what I found in the dumpster out back.
Kitty should not dig through trash. Pepe throws away dangerous things.
Pepe, warte mal, Pepe war das nicht der Hausmeister? Ich bin unsicher. Der wohnt auch im Keller, ne? Vielleicht kommen wir daher jetzt dran. Nun, da Keller, Reisen nach Keller. Ja. Okay, aber hier können wir erstmal nichts machen. Wir können hier gar nichts machen. Schalter. Oh, warte. Schalter benutzen.
Still not sure what this does, but it does something.
Wir haben den doch, glaube ich, beim letzten Mal schon hochgeschoben, ne? Pyramidending fühlen.
Hello?
Nichts da. Oh, jetzt ist er wieder unten.
Still not sure what... It feels so warm.
Warte mal, das hatten wir schon.
Tastes a bit sweaty.
Okay. Also ich scheine irgendwas hier in einer bestimmten Zeit machen zu müssen.
Tastes a bit sweaty.
Okay.
I can just about make out a pointy bit.
Okay, irgendwas muss ich in einer bestimmten Zeit hier machen, weil nach kurzer Zeit geht das Ding schon wieder runter auf grün. Kann ich da das hier reinstecken? Oh, warte. So, und jetzt? Ich dachte, das eigentlich festzuklemmen oder so. Oder es ist schon wieder unten. Ja. So, und dann da rein. Schade, ich hatte gehofft, das funktioniert, aber gut. Ja, mehr kann ich hier auch im Moment nicht machen. Okay, sehe ich das richtig, dass wir hier gar nichts machen können? Das ist aber blöd. Das ist aber echt blöd. Habe ich denn hier irgendwas vergessen? Gold benutzen. Boah. Okay, gucken wir mal draußen. Was ist denn? Hallo? Irgendwas Neues? Gib mir die Fakten.
Give me the lowdown, Krakowski. What's the hap? What's the deets? What's good?
Cuddles, stop saying nonsense words at me. Don't you have things to do?
Doch, irgendwie schon. Okay.
Actually, don't worry.
Yeah.
Ja. Okay, der hat nichts. Ist denn hier, habe ich hier irgendwas vergessen, übersehen, bla bla bla? Nee. Haben wir schon alles benutzt? Habe ich den auch schon benutzt? Oh, habe ich nicht. Okay, was ist das hier? Stone. Tron. Taste. O. Tron. Taste of Tron.
That didn't do anything. That didn't do anything.
Okay, nix.
That didn't do anything.
Hilft das, wenn ich hier...
That didn't do anything.
Nein, hilft nicht.
That didn't do anything.
Das hilft gar nichts.
Didn't do anything.
Alter. Okay. Schalter. Warte. Benutzen?
I'm pretty sure this'll turn it on.
Okay, cool. Achso. Taste Masters. Boot up sequence initiating. Catching. Error, Data Card not found. Wir brauchen eine Data Card. Loading Baseline Personality. Okay. Enter Passcode. Ja, den habe ich noch nicht. Den habe ich nicht. Den habe ich nicht. Ich habe keine Ahnung, was das sein soll. Nein, keine Ahnung. Okay, gut, dann gehen wir wieder zurück. So, wir brauchen eine Datadisk, Schrägstrich einen Passcode. Ist da hier zufällig irgendwas?
40% rat by volume.
Yikes. Okay, gut. Aber ansonsten habe ich hier ganz und gar nichts. Oh, warte mal, da ich das Glas jetzt habe, kann ich... Ne, so. Kann ich das Glas mit der Pfütze benutzen?
I don't want to see all the gross things in that water.
Na schön, denn nicht. War nur so eine Idee. Aber wie schön sich der Mond darin spiegelt. In einem ganz verrückten Angle. Ja, und nun? Was jetzt? Oh, warte mal, wir kamen nicht die... Ah, ja, genau, wir haben das Polizeihauptquartier bekommen. Da gehen wir mal hin. So, hallo, Information.
Nobody's around. Where's Edna?
Allerdings, guck mal hier, Klebeband. Warte. Ticket.
Looks like someone was using the adhesive evidence tape to stick up a notice.
Aber das ist doch cool.
I ran out, so I'll just borrow this roll.
Cool. Okay, gotcha. Jawohl. Notizbrett. Irgendwas Interessantes. Wanted. Description. Weight, substantial height, more than average, hair, matted eyes, beady. Ah, das ist ja sehr konkret.
The wanted poster for Mousezilla. I can't believe the cops are taking that seriously.
Naja. Duck Hook. Dough Hook. We've got what you need.
Pirate-themed bakery, huh?
Nicht schlecht. Da ist nix. Okay, Whiskey and Meow. Okay, Pounds and Claws. Security Saturday from what? Feline Defense.
I had to do a self-defense class when I was studying criminology. 6 weeks of getting hit in the face by a cat 3 times my size. Great memories. Taught me a lot about running away.
Okay. Badminton Team Anmeldung.
Badminton team sign up. This department seems to spend half its time playing sports and the other half eating cake. And the other half making me do all the work.
Na, läuft doch also. 7 days without an accident.
What on earth does this mean? I'll have to ask someone about this.
Oh nein, ich will nicht nochmal mit ihm sprechen. Okay, das haben wir mitgenommen. Okay. Ja.
Volleyball was bad enough.
Was kann ich da?
Down to this for later.
Was? Das haben wir auch mitgenommen. Okay.
Information on it to make it worth taking.
Aber den Pin können wir leider nicht mitnehmen. Okay. So, was haben wir denn noch hier? Nix. Do not ring.
Sneaky. She emphasizes the not to make sure I know how much she wants me to do it.
Ja, das machen wir auch gleich. Aber erstmal weiter umgucken. Hier ansehen. Irgendwelche interessanten Unterlagen da. Irgendwas. Edna.
Been employee of the month for 47 months in a row? I guess everyone else adores her as much as I do.
Das könnte der Grund sein.
Someone inside is talking. Or maybe 2 people?
Ja, hör doch mal. Lausch doch mal. Oh, hier, zerstörter Kuchen.
Just a big broken mess of cake. What a waste.
Ah, kannst du da mal dran lecken?
Whiskers. Oh, that icing is overpowering. I can't even tell what flavor the cake is.
Yikes. Okay, na gut. Irgendwas anderes, was wir belecken können? Nee. Einbruchsdezernat?
Call this room taste burglary now, because I've stolen it all with my tongue.
Mhm. Okay. Gut. Warte mal. Locked. Schade. Schade, 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 schade. Kommen wir da rein in den Interviewroom?
See if someone's home.
Hallo. Nee, geht nicht. Ach, er macht ein Ding. Juhu.
My day had been a roller coaster so far, but at last things were looking up. As Edna's perfect form shrugged free of the door frame's grasp, our eyes met. I could lose myself in those eyes, drown in them, and float away, lost until I washed up days later on the shores of a distant dream to be found by an early morning jogger.
Can't you read that? Oh, it's you, Cuddles. I thought it was someone literate. The scribbles on the sign say, "Do not ring the bell." I'm doing a very important thing right now.
Me too. There's been a murder at the Knitty Kitty Club. What's your thing? Edna, are you knitting me a scarf?
Now, I'm fixing a mistake. Come back later.
When would be the best time?
Whenever I'm not here.
Okay, das war wohl nix. Na gut. Ja, okay. Können wir nochmal irgendwas machen? Angestellte des Monats benutzen?
Last time I tried to touch that, she said she'd glue my fingers to the glass. Clearly, she wants me to stroke her face all the time.
Das wird der Grund sein, ganz genau. So, können wir denn da schon mal irgendwas machen? Irgendwas, ihr wisst schon, Verbotenes?
I think it's better to ask Edna in person about this.
Nein, lieber nicht. So, können wir sie nochmal, ich meine, nee, warte mal, warte. Erst alles lecken.
Clean enough to eat off of and to lick, but tasteless.
Schade.
I don't want to lick her handwriting. I want to lick her. That's too creepy.
Allerdings. Okay, mehr scheinen wir im Moment nicht zu haben, außer sie vielleicht nochmal zu rufen. Können wir es riskieren? Warte. Yep. Hi.
Do I need to read the sign to you again? Stop ringing the bell. I'm busy.
Und weg ist sie. Okay, na gut. Ja, dann muss ich es natürlich tun. Dann muss ich, sorry, ich muss. Ja. Juhu.
Do I need to read the sign to you again? Stop ringing the
Okay,
bell.
nichts
I'm
Neues.
busy.
Schade. Schade. Okay, so können wir sie nicht durcheinander bringen. Gut, aber wir haben Dinge zu tun. Automat, warte mal.
A public building isn't complete without a vending machine filled with ice-cold milk. I'm getting thirsty just thinking about it.
Aber da steht out of order.
Doesn't seem to be working.
Allerdings.
Like I learned in woodworking class, my tongue is not a screwdriver. I can't fix this.
Schade. Hier könnten wir mal Geld einwerfen, ne? Okay, so, aber wir haben ja nochmal Dinge zu fragen, ne? Oh, ist das gut? Das ist bestimmt nicht gut, ne? Hier. So, mit deinem Bild drauf.
So, Krakowski, what's with this poster?
I don't want to talk about it.
But it's your civic duty to tell me.
How do you figure that?
Well, I'm painfully interested in knowing what it's about. In fact, I'm pretty sure that if I don't find out, I will literally die. And as an officer of the law, it's your duty to prevent loss of life. So, etc. QED.
That is a bizarre chain of logic, but it's still none of your business, citizen.
Das ist sehr schade. Kannst du mir denn etwas hierüber sagen?
Ever tried this place out?
I consume the products they provide for free to the department for our services. They are tasty.
Okay, cool. Ganz toll. So, können wir hiermit jetzt... Nee, wir brauchen wahrscheinlich erst ein Puder, um hier Fingerabdrücke zu nehmen.
It isn't going anywhere.
Okay, schade. Können wir das irgendwo anders mitmachen? Sieht nicht so aus.
Clean has a washed paw, not a fingerprint in sight.
Es ist für Fingerabdrücke
I don't
gedacht.
need to stick that down. It isn't going anywhere.
Okay, gut.
It's beyond repair.
Schade. Nun gut, okay. Aber was dann? Okay, also irgendeinen Weg muss es doch hier geben. Schade, warte mal, lass mal gucken. Oh, ich komme. Ach, hier kommt noch mehr. Warte. Dann.
That's crazy.
Was? Wieso? Was ist damit?
Covered with papers. Oh, is it a paper mache station? I love those.
Was?
Look at all the nothing I can see.
Okay, hier unten haben wir noch was. Klotziges Ding da.
A pattern around the edges and something soft. Cushion?
Keine Ahnung.
Oh, wood. Oh, varnish. Oh, gross.
Okay, da haben wir noch was.
Metal bars? Is this a tiny prison? I'll pop in my magic night vision contact lenses and get a nice close-up view of whatever that is.
Ich denke, Katzen haben einen ganz guten Restlichtverstärker.
There are blades here for sure and a cage. I don't think I want to poke that anymore.
Okay. Ist da noch mehr? Warte mal. Guck mal, da kann man noch ein Stückchen. Nee, weiter kann man nicht mehr reingehen. Okay, hier unten ist was, da ist was, da ist was. Aber sonst nichts. Das ist ja enttäuschend. Hier, hervorstehender Punkt. Was ist das denn? So.
Who are you and why are you screaming at me?
I'm Pepe, and you screamed at me. Oh, I got a fright.
No, I got a fright. I turn on the light and you're just lurking there in the dark, all creepy like. Why didn't you say something sooner?
I wasn't sure who you were, my cat. I thought you might be a mousy minion of the thems.
Was?
Even the thems themselves.
Was?
The thems? What the thems?
Yeah, my cat. The thems. They watch. They see. They observe. Completely undetectable, but everywhere. Listening in with their secret microphones while their squeaky experiments run amok.
Wow, there's a whole lot going on there, but to pick up on one point, if they're undetectable, how do you know they're there?
My cat, that's exactly the sort of question that makes the thems come for you. I know because they steal my mail. People send me mail all the time, but I don't get any of it. And as if that wasn't enough, they steal my robot friends too.
Wow, this is going to be a fascinating conversation. As my panicked breathing slowed, I got a chance to look at the strange cat who'd startled me. He had some kind of bizarrely shaped hat on, and his eyes darted around like they were chasing invisible mice. When he wasn't speaking, his lips still moved like he was murmuring things to himself. I wondered where this is going to lead, if anywhere.
Okay, es gab einen Mord. Wir reden später. Seltsam. Naja, gut. Es gab einen Mord.
Here to investigate the death of Edgar Montemeux, and I have a few questions for you.
Yeah, my cat. I know exactly what happened.
Oh, erzähl.
You do? That's fantastic. What happened?
Well, my cat, it went down like this. I was cleaning up like I always do, sweeping and wiping and making things shine. You gotta make it look good for the big boss, you know? I just finished collecting all the hidden microphones that the thems planted in the club recently, and came back down here to dispose of them when I heard some thumping upstairs. So I go to peek out. And there he was, my cat. Big as a big thing. Thumping along, arms swinging, massive head sweeping back and forth, looking for new victims with those horrible dead eyes of his.
Who?
Cat, don't you listen? Mozilla! I saw him, clear as whiskers on my face. He was here, and he must have killed that cat right before he stole his face.
You saw him? Mousezilla? I mean, with Edgar's body?
I saw the whiskered monstrosity, yeah, but that's all I remember for sure. I got such a fright I fainted. Didn't see anything else until I woke up at the bottom of the stairs. I was real shaken, my cat, I'll tell you that. I just calmed down when I heard noises at the door. I thought Mozilla was coming to finish the job. So I turned the lights off and I kept very still.
I have so many more questions.
Mhm. Was? Okay. Ja, würde ich gerne alles fragen, aber ganz ehrlich, mit Blick auf die Uhr, wir reden später. Okay. Oh. Okay, aber er guckt mich immer noch mit großen Augen an. Na schön. Er hatte doch noch mehr zu erzählen, oder? Jo, hey. Warte, wie ging das so? Okay, Mauszilla hat ihn umgebracht.
You're saying Edgar was killed by Mousezilla. Mousezilla isn't real. You know, he's just an urban legend, a giant mouse that roams the city at night, hunting cats. Come on.
He ain't no legend, my cat. The killer mouse is very real, and he stalks the streets of the city, exacting his revenge on the citizens for the evils of those who made him. He was here, and if he didn't prefer his victims awake, he'd have kidnapped me.
He was made by whom?
By the thems.
Mhm.
Secret watchers, the controllers, my cat. Those who lurk in the shadows and stretch their tentacles into every pie.
Stretch their... Right, okay. Just to summarize where we are. You're saying that a secret cabal of dessert-loving cephalopods created a gigantic mouse driven by vengeance.
And by face jealousy.
And that.
Was?
Yeah, sure. And they unleashed it on the city.
But not unleashed! It escaped! Their feline experiments finally proved too much for him, and with his monstrous strength, he broke free of their secret underground experimentation lab, mad with pain and an unnatural desire
To kill a single solitary cat in a club run by the most dangerous crime boss in the city.
You're getting it, my cat. This is just the beginning. Soon Mousezilla will be a name nobody will forget.
I kind of wish I could forget this conversation.
Ja, irgendwie schon, ne? Wir haben hier, glaube ich, den Stereotyp eines Verschwörungstheoretikers am Start, ne? Also, wir können noch so viel mehr fragen. Warum?
You know what? I'm not sure I follow the part about his face being stolen.
That's right, my cat. Mousezilla lives in constant torment, wishing to be as normal as the rest of us, but unable to, due to his hideous form. He hunts down cats and steals their faces!
Ja.
He's a faceophile!
Right. The thing is, I could see Edgar's body when I walked in, and it very much still has a face.
Nuh-uh, my cat. That's not his face. It just looks like his face.
I think you'll find that's one of the main uses of a face.
Mousezilla is a weapon of the thems. They replace cats' faces with their own versions, stuffed full of listening devices and cameras. They're watching us all through stolen faces.
I'm guessing you take a whole heap of drugs.
Ja, wir können noch mehr fragen. Ich gebe zu, ein bisschen das Interesse an der Unterhaltung verloren zu haben. Oh.
I couldn't help but admire your very unique hat.
What hat?
The one on your head?
That's not a hat, my cat. Does it look like a hat?
Well, yes. In every possible way. If it's not a hat, what is it?
It's a symbol, my cat, of the truth. Hats cover you. They protect you. This does the opposite. It unprotects you. It uncovers your mind so you can see what's been right in front of you all your life.
Oh boy. Okay.
This world, my cat, it ain't a globe. It's a pyramid.
Pyramid? The world is pyramid-shaped?
You got it. We live on a giant pyramid.
Well, that's a sentence. First question, are we right on the tip of it? If so, surely we'd slide down the sides? The cat tapped the side of his nose with a knowing look and smirked at me as if he'd avoided a clever trap.
You won't get our secrets that easily, my cat. You gotta become a paid member of the Pyramid Society first.
Pyramid Society?
That's it, my cat. Become a proud pyramid head. We spread the truth of the nature of our reality, defeating the nefarious schemes of the them through pyramidal truths. Do you want to join? As member number 2? You'll be second in command.
Gosh, you know, normally I would, but I just signed up for an archery magazine.
It's all right, my cat. I'll be here when you're ready. Truth can be scary.
You're scary.
Sagen wir, es ist mal was anderes. Es ist mal eine neue Theorie. Okay.
What was that? Oh God, about getting rid of the
Hey.
microphones.
Yep. The thems put them everywhere. When I clean up, I help the boss out. Get rid of them all. Chuck them right in the trash bin out back. I hope they like listening to rats.
If these microphones are hidden, how do you know what they look like? The cat pointed a finger at his nose and took a deep sniff.
The nose knows, my cat. I can sniff them out. Can always smell a secret listening device. That's why the thems ain't got me yet.
Yep, that's definitely why.
Plus, some of them make a noise. You hear a weird noise somewhere? It's probably a secret microphone. Sure as sugar.
Not perhaps just an ordinary noise made by, dozens of common items.
Nope. Secret microphone.
Mhm. Na gut. Ja, schön.
Do you have any ideas about the identity of the thems? What branch of government are they from?
What? Don't talk crazy now, my cat. They're not from the government. The government is doing an admirable job under difficult and complex fiscal conditions both domestically and abroad, and should be applauded for their stable and progressive policies.
I feel there's going to be a very different follow-up.
It's those cubists who are stealing our thoughts and trying to control our actions. The nutcases who think the world is a cube. Their denial of pyramid truths is why Mousezilla was able to escape their labs and unleashed upon the poor citizens of Meow Meow Furrington. You don't want them knowing that you know about them, though. Not everyone has the right thought-repelling headgear. Plus, you gotta take it off when you shower. So just call them the thems. They can't decode that with their cube magic. Ha ha!
Wow. Sorry, did you say cubists?
Yep. A bunch of insane squares who think the world is a cube, not a pyramid. Can you believe it? I like calling them squares, because I know they don't like it. They've had it in for my pyramid society for ages. They're afraid of my truths.
So your pyramid society has a rival society of cubitarians who say the world is a cube, and they're plotting your demise.
Cubists! But yes! Six-sided crazies, the lot of them! If you ever meet some, I suggest you just walk away.
Believe me, it's crossed my mind a few times now.
Okay, hör mal, es weiß doch jeder, dass die Welt eine Scheibe ist. Aber mir kam da noch ein anderer Gedanke. Diese Sachen im Müll, wir haben den Mülleimer ja schon durchsucht. Also wenn das Ding in dieser Gasse dort hinter dem, ihr wisst schon, hier hinter eben ist. Das waren doch, war das nicht Zahnräder? Kann ich das mal, warte mal, kann ich das prüfen? Nee, kann ich gerade nicht. Aber ich meine, meint er die Zahnräder? Bestimmt, ne? Okay, kommen wir mal zu dem interessanteren Teil.
Can you tell me anything about Edgar? Before he was killed, I mean.
Well, I know that Bartholomew loved him a lot. Enough that I don't think he realized that his son hadn't turned out much like him.
Care to elaborate?
I like working for Bartholomew. And yeah, I know what he does. He's still a good boss. But Edgar, I gave him a pamphlet once, my cat. He stood still for a long time reading it. I thought he was gonna get it, but he finished it and tore it up in front of me. Told me to stop wasting time on that trash and spend more time cleaning up the real trash.
So I'm guessing you were not a fan.
Once I finish cleaning up the mess he made out there, I'm not gonna think about him ever again, my cat.
Okay, aber ich glaube, das reicht noch nicht für ein Motiv, dass er der Mörder war. Na, nee, glaube ich eigentlich nicht.
So when I was feeling around in the darkness and I leaned in and lick.
Yep.
It's just that licking is how I make sense of the world sometimes, you know, and...
Yep.
It was a
I mean,
special moment.
It'll dry up soon, I'm sure. And you taste great. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh, meine
I just
Güte.
mean that if I had to lick a stranger in pitch blackness again, well, I'd pick you.
My ear is still damp.
I'm so sorry.
Es war ein sehr besonderer Moment für uns beide.
Anything new on the thems?
No new microphones yet, my cat. But I'm gonna stay vigilant.
Gut, okay.
Talk later.
Talk later. So, wir haben noch ein paar andere Sachen hier. Lass uns erstmal gucken, was es da so gibt.
Collection of papers about the thems.
Aha, irgendwas Interessantes dabei?
This piece of paper says proposal to replace circular manhole covers with pyramids. So I'll just leave that there.
Okay, gut, alles klar. Wand des Wahnsinns. Oh, warte mal, können wir hier auch lecken?
Limit my lick to this coffee stain. Oh, no, that's not coffee.
Ich möchte es gar nicht genau wissen.
Threads with my tongue would be like mouth cardio.
Warte mal, irgendwas.
Red thread between random papers. Always a good sign.
Offensichtlich. Oh, hier haben wir noch mehr. Okay, Couch.
Oh, I hope he doesn't live down here, Ramon. But I fear I already know the answer.
Genau, guck mal, er hat sogar eine Weltkarte hier. Okay, irgendwas Interessantes hier?
Nearly as comfortable as the one in my office.
Gut.
It doesn't look.
Okay, sonst haben wir hier
On
nichts, ne?
balance, what percentage of that couch is likely to be dandruff and bits of skin?
Bäh.
Actually, if I have to ask, too much.
Okay, hier vorne haben wir noch einen. Verführerische Schlüssel.
Delicious, desirable key. Can I taste your secrets?
Mehr sagt er nicht dazu. Kann ich den mitnehmen? Warte mal so.
Hey, what are you doing?
I want to polish this key. Gosh, little key, how'd you get so dirty? You need a good washing.
The key looks fine to me. Leave it alone.
All right, look, I'm investigating, and I think I need this.
No, you don't.
I'll have you know, there are 2 police cats upstairs. I'll call them down here if I have to.
Go for it. I've been defending against the forces of cubic disorder for years. Do you think a few police cats bother me?
You called my bluff on that, but I still need it.
No! That's the skeleton key for the whole town. The big boss will have my fur for a bedspread if I let you take that.
Why is it just sitting out in the open then?
So I can keep an eye on it. Putting things in drawers is exactly what the thems want you to do.
Okay, also wenn das der Generalschlüssel ist, dann brauchen wir den ganz dringend für den Aufzug, ne? Können wir ihn irgendwie ablenken? Irgendwas? Was war das denn eigentlich noch hier? Da ist nix. Druckerpresse. Okay.
I've tasted the inky rainbow, and it's really not a party.
Na gut. Was?
Printing press? What is this doing here?
Weiß ich nicht.
This thing doesn't seem to be operational. It looks almost brand new, though. Oh, here's a panel I can open.
Okay. Das ist I can open. Haben wir hier irgendwas dabei? Vielleicht den...
I can't use this on its own.
Okay, warte mal. Aber so geht das?
Hey,
Es
this
geht.
coin
Gut.
fits perfectly into the screw. This might work.
Dann machen wir das hier doch gleich
I've
nochmal.
done it.
Okay, gut. So, und jetzt?
If
Noch
I
mehr?
pull on that, it looks like it'll open.
Ja, dann... mach mal.
That wasn't too tricky.
Okay. Ja, aber was hat sich dadurch jetzt getan? Warte mal, auf eine Klappe
That
ansehen.
looks like a maintenance panel.
Okay. Aber, ach hier, warte mal, da hat er die Dinger rausgezuppelt, ne? Blick, so. Die hat er da raus.
Anywhere these components would fit, it's in there.
Ja,
Maybe these components can be moved around.
das probieren wir doch mal gleich. Nee, irgendwie auch nicht. Okay. So, wie viel haben wir denn dann noch? Okay, nur noch die hier. Könnte gehen, aber ist noch nicht... Nee. Na, komm schon. Ja, das passt ganz gut. Du... Na, los. Jetzt, ich will dich. Ja, und dann du dahin, ne? So, fertig. Was kann ich machen? Was kann ich tun? Nichts weiter. Kann ich die jetzt benutzen oder wie? Und wenn ja, warum?
This thing doesn't seem to be operational. It looks almost brand new, though. Oh, here's a panel I can open.
Okay. Aber was jetzt? Warte mal, lass mal gucken, was jetzt. Da ist irgendwas. Lecken? Nee, nicht lecken, ne?
I've tasted the
Ja. Den Knopf, den kann ich doch bestimmt drücken, ne? Benutzen.
I think that's done it. Let's turn it on and see.
Ah, okay. Ach, ich jetzt erst wieder zusammensetzen müssen? Aua. Was war das?
Ow, what was that? Is this a printer or a cannon? Yeah. Just call me Cuddles the Mechanic. Cuddles Nutterbutter, Mechanic at Large.
What? Why? I thought you were a private investigator.
I am a private investigator. I just mean... Never mind. Your printing press is fixed, by the way, but it wasn't broken accidentally. Someone definitely sabotaged it.
I knew it! It was the Dems for sure! But now, thanks to you, I can get back to printing my pamphlets.
Schön. Ja. Oh, warte mal. Das ist die Ablenkung, die wir brauchen, ne? Moment. Nein. Ja. Wie nehme ich ihn? So.
I can see you out of the corner of my eye. Leave that key alone, or I'll make Tinkle sit on you.
Mist, das hat nicht funktioniert. Okay, was ist denn das hier für ein Handbuch? Was?
Sort of manual for a machine, perhaps for the printing press.
Okay, bevor ich es ihm gebe, können wir uns das mal genauer ansehen. Taste-O-Tron. Okay, über 8000 Algorithmen. 895. Geschmack. Was? Kann ich das etwa auch ablecken? Nein. Sieht aber schon ganz schön zerfleddert aus. Aber was mache ich jetzt damit? Das hier sieht ja verdächtig danach aus, als ob das irgendeine Art von Code wäre. 895254. Müsste ich mir das mal merken? Tja, aber was kann ich jetzt tun? Nee, hier kann ich nichts tun. Was kann ich noch tun? Oh, warte mal, macht dieses hier jetzt irgendwas?
Still not sure what this does, but it does something.
Okay. It does something. Licht ausschalten?
Where'd the lights go?
Weiß ich auch nicht. Ah, so geht das. Ah, okay, er schaltet das Licht wieder an.
Staying within the lines. That's not a good sign.
Okay, aber er ist jetzt erstmal bedient, oder? Ich weiß zwar immer noch nicht, was das da soll, aber er scheint mir jetzt...
Weird, transferable by licking? Let me not risk it.
Oh, fieser. Ich glaube, wir sind mit dem durch, ne? Soll ich ihn nochmal...
He's distracted right now.
Ah, okay, gut. He is distracted. Heißt das, ich kann hier irgendwas mitnehmen?
Piece of paper says proposal to...
Nein, das kennen wir schon. Ich hatte gehofft, irgendwie was anderes da nehmen zu können. Aber das sieht nicht so aus. Nö, ich glaube, ist hier hinten noch was in der Ecke? Nö, irgendwie nicht.
Still not sure what this does, but it does something.
It does something. Okay. So, aber da wir ja nur den... Oh, was war das jetzt? Da wir ja nun den Schlüssel haben, sollten wir doch eigentlich... Oh, er hat gerade das Licht eingeschaltet. Er hat gerade das Licht eingeschaltet. Ist das Licht hier oben auch? Ah, warte mal. Moment. Idee. Das mit dem Aufzug machen wir gleich. Aber erstmal, kann das sein? Gibt es da den Zusammenhang Schalter? Ja. Und jetzt geht er nach da hinten. Laufen wir ein bisschen schneller. Erdnüsse.
Using his
Yes!
wealth and months of experience borrowing sweets from his assistant's desk, the PI swipes a gigantic peanut from right under the nose of the terrifying Crusher Cat.
Ja, du bist der Tollste von allen, ich weiß. Gut, aber das war gut. Der Schalter hat das Eventlicht hier oben ausgeschaltet und er hat es da hinten wieder eingeschaltet. Lichtcool. Verrückt. Okay, ich weiß aber noch nicht ganz, was wir mit der Erdnuss machen sollen. Aber auf jeden Fall werden wir jetzt erstmal den Schlüssel hier an dem Aufzug benutzen. In dem Moment, ist der für hier oder ist der für hinten? Finden wir raus. Oh, okay, gut. Dann gehen wir... Oh, dann gehen wir jetzt hinter die Kulissen. Dann wird das wohl... für Miss Kittys Umkleide, ne? Warte mal hier. Ah, das geht.
Bingo. A key. Who would have thought? That's what a key does.
Mhm. Oha. So, da sind wir. Hallo. Das ist ja schön. Viele Spiegel, bisschen Licht, Schminktisch. Cool. Gut, gehen wir es mal durch. Was haben wir hier alles? La, da ist nix. Hier ist es aber ganz schön dreckig. Verschiedene Kisten. Bunte Kiste ansehen.
Now look, a whole bunch of unremarkable chests.
Ja, wie ist es mit der bunten Kiste, die so auffällig leuchtet?
Chest latched closed.
Kannst du sie irgendwie aufknüpfen?
There's a lot of stuff in here, but no missing cat. Maybe she left some clues in one of these chests.
Ja. Sie bewegt sich. Oh nein!
Miss Cremiston, are you all right?
I think so. I hope so.
Oh, there. Shh. Don't worry. You're safe now. I've been looking for you. You have been rescued by the city's foremost private investigator.
Alfonso is here?
Boah.
What? You really want to be rescued by that hack? He can't. No. My name's Cuddles Nutterbutter.
Oh, I see. Thank you for saving me, Mr. Nutterbutter. But how did you know I was here?
Well, I'm here to investigate the murder, and...
What?
Oh, of course. Miss Cremiston, I'm sorry to inform you that we found a body upstairs, and it is Edgar Montemue, and he is deceased. She dropped her head and turned away, and I could hear her taking deep breaths before turning back to face me, tears brimming in her shadowed eyes.
Oh, Edgar. Dear Edgar. It was always going to end like this.
Ms. Cremiston, are you saying you expected Edgar to be murdered?
Oh, Cuddles. May I call you Cuddles? I'd be lying if I said I didn't think that this might happen eventually. This isn't the first time there's been a murder in the club since I've worked here. The Montemues attract danger.
Miss Cremiston, we've been wondering where you are, and finding you in a chest, well, it leaves me with a lot of questions. Can we speak?
Of course, Cuddles. And please, call me Desiree. Desiree Kitty.
My heart's still thudding from adrenaline. I took in the cat that had sprung forth like an apparition from the depths of the chest. She was beautiful, remarkably so. I felt my heart thud extra hard, but this time it wasn't from shock.
Mhm. Ich weiß schon, was dich umtreibt, du. Warum haben sie sich in der Truhe versteckt? Persönliche Fragen.
So why were you hiding in there, and what were you afraid of when I opened it?
The slash of the knife? A gunshot? Oh, Cuddles, you can imagine the things I've seen. Working in a place like this, there's always a feeling of being on borrowed time. And last night, I thought it was all finally gonna catch up to me.
I see. Can you give me details?
It's all a bit jumbled, Sugar, but I can try. Well, after I retired to my room last night, I needed to relax. It was a busy night. Edgar paid us an unexpected visit. Wonderful, Edgar. Oh, I was so happy to see him. Oh, it had all left me quite exhausted, however. And I took a few little helpers to encourage me to relax.
She looked around furtively, as if expecting someone to leap out suddenly from behind one of her racks of clothes.
Please, Cuddles, you must keep that to yourself. Bartholomew is terribly strict with us, and if he knew I had a little habit, I'd count myself grateful to only be fired.
Oh, my lips are sealed, Desiree.
You have my deepest gratitude, Cuddles. So, I had taken a couple of my little helpers and lay down to let them do their work. It was late, I know, because I heard Tinkle locking up after 3 a.m. at least. I'm not sure how much longer I rested before I heard Edgar's voice in the passageway outside.
Sorry, da war jemand an der Tür. Ich habe nicht alles mitgekriegt. Wir machen weiter.
So you're saying you saw Edgar alive after the club was closed for the night?
I didn't see him. No. My door was shut, so I only heard his voice, but I could never mistake it. And he wasn't alone.
Who was with him?
I'm afraid I don't have a name, Cuddles. But I recognized the voice. I'd heard it only hours before, you see. There was a cat in the club last night. Big, muscled, thuggish. We get so many like him, I wouldn't have normally even noticed. But Edgar was around, and I couldn't take my eyes off him. So I noticed when he drifted over to where the stranger sat and began speaking furtively to him. I don't know what they said, but I know what the setup for something illegal looks like.
And what makes you think it was illegal?
Well, Edgar was a Montague, and the thug was a thug. It was dark, but I'm sure I saw Edgar lean in at one point, as if receiving something from his friend. When he finished speaking to the stranger, Edgar wandered over to speak to Tinkle. The stranger got up to leave soon after, and that's when I heard his voice. He passed my stage on his way out. He tossed a few notes at me, told me to keep up the good work. His voice.
She shuddered, her rumpled clothes shimmering in the light.
Such an unpleasant one, Sugar. The sort I imagine people hear just before concrete boots pull them down to the bottom of the ocean. I recognized it instantly when I heard it again, outside my door.
Sie kann aber gut erzählen, ne? Ja, nein.
So Edgar left the club after meeting a strange cat, and then returned later that evening with the same cat.
Just so, Cuddles. I got such a fright when I heard them. Their voices were raised, and the stranger was threatening Edgar.
Well, what was he saying?
Forgive me if I don't repeat the terrible things he said, Cuddles. They froze my blood. And in my panic, I climbed into the first hiding place I could think of. His trunk. But then it latched closed from the outside, and I found myself trapped. Until I was saved by the most handsome detective in the city.
Oh, hey, you, me? Oh, I'm just doing my job. Thank you, Desiree.
Fokus, mein lieber Fokus.
Desiree, if you can remember any other details about what you heard, it would be invaluable.
Oh, Cuddles. It feels vile to think back to it. Now I know it led to sweet Edgar's death. But between the threads, I think I heard Edgar say he would have the goods. So, doesn't that mean it involved drugs?
Well, what makes you think that?
Well, isn't that what drug dealers do, Sugar? Speaking code. Waxing the goods, they say, or climbing the untied curtains.
I'm not sure either of those are a drug thing, Desiree. In fact, if those are some of the things that they said, they may have just been arranging to swap some second-hand furniture or something.
No, Cuddles. Cats who look like that don't have respectable day jobs. If he moves furniture, he probably has a body concealed in it.
Ach, jetzt komm schon. Das ist so sehr Klischee. Aber nun.
Could Edgar have been involved with something illegal? Well, worse than what the Montagues already do, I mean?
I always suspected it. But when Gumdrop died, I was sure of it.
Wait, say that again? Gumdrop? Who's Gumdrop?
Gumdrop was one of Edgar's friends. Another rich cat. Living a life the rest of us can barely imagine. He came into the club a lot. Till he died of a nip overdose a few months ago. And you know how these criminal cats are, Sugar. Whatever one of them is into, the others are too. I'm certain Edgar was involved with drugs.
Okay.
Did Edgar frequent the club regularly?
I saw him once a week or so, Sugar. But that was before his long break. He hadn't shown his face in here in months. When he did show up, he'd usually head straight to his father's office, probably to collect his monthly daddy's boy allowance.
Oh, Bartholomew supported him financially?
He must have. Edgar never worked a day in his life. But he'd talk about all the things he'd bought. Cars, boats, fancy watches. He didn't even wear a watch. Never tipped any of the help in the club either. Not Tinkle, not Pepe, or me. Never even bought me a gift. Acted like what he had was something he was entitled to. He clearly got all the money he wanted from Daddy Montemute. But none of us ever saw a single shabloon of it. The two of them probably sat there, laughing and throwing money in the air, admiring antique swords and staring at a map of Firth, imagining all the places they would visit.
You mentioned that last night was different, though, right? He didn't go to his father's office?
No, he hung around the main area, talking, laughing, being normal.
Interesting.
Nee, eigentlich nicht, aber okay, naja gut, bisschen Background Story.
Okay, I have some questions about you, personally.
I'm happy to answer any questions you have, Cuddles.
I'm told you do things here.
Yes, Cuddles. I do things. Do those things make you uncomfortable?
No. I'm curious, I guess, about how how you end up in that line of work.
Are you asking what hiring agency I used to get this job? Or which choices I made in life to find myself having to work for a criminal?
The second one.
This is a hard city, Sugar. Surely I don't need to tell you that. I've made the choices I needed to survive. Are they worse than the choices Bartholomew has made? What has he done with his life? Built an empire founded on exploitation, caused suffering and pain, caused death. Would his son be lying dead out there if he hadn't made the choices he made?
Oh, I can see you have some strong opinions.
Opinions are for cats with choice, Sugar. What I know, I've learned the hard way because I had to. These are the facts. I make cats happy in a city that makes life real hard, if you play by the rules. So, I bend them. I give cats what they're looking for to make their days bearable. I have sacrificed to get what little I have. What has Bartholomew done? Threaten, steal, and murder? He doesn't ever make a personal sacrifice. Others always pay his price. He's the one that made Meow Meow Furrington what it is today. It's his fault, Sugar. So if poor Edgar's death stirs some small spark of despair in that stony heart of his, maybe it wasn't for nothing.
So what you're saying is...
We all make decisions, Cuddles. And I do not regret mine.
Ja, dann ist ja alles in Ordnung.
So, your real name is Platty...
I prefer not to use that name, Cuddles, if you don't mind. It reminds me of worse days.
All right. Why that particular stage name, then?
I put an attractive face on the Montemew's dirty dealings. Attractive faces need attractive names. Does his face not make you think of desire?
Well, it's very, it's very,
Oh, ist dir das unangenehm? Oh.
How well did you know Edgar?
Quite well. We were an item, on and off.
Can I ask how long that was going on?
Jealous? For a few years. Nothing regular, you understand? He was around, I was around. We found time for one another.
Did he ever mention anything about his family's work? Anything that might have indicated he was getting into some sort of trouble?
We didn't spend our time together talking about things as boring as work, Cuddles. We didn't spend much of it talking at all.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on. I have some other questions.
Nein, das ist erstmal alles.
Okay, well, thanks for the information, Desiree.
Sind wir denn jetzt schon ein Stück vorwärts gekommen? Eigentlich gar nicht, ne? Ich meine, wir haben sie gefunden, fein. Sie ist nicht mehr missing, aber so richtig nach vorne gebracht hat es uns erstmal nicht. Wir haben ein bisschen über das Geschäft von den Typen hier erfahren. Okay, ich kann meine Maus nirgendwo platzieren. Aber ansonsten haben wir nichts erfahren. Okay, außer dass das wild hier zugeht. Na gut, wir schauen uns hier erstmal weiter im Raum um, ne? Wie zum Beispiel... Oh, warte mal, kann ich den auch ablecken? Das ist bestimmt lustig.
That is not how you apply any of those items.
Okay.
I feel like I'd have to pay for that privilege.
Okay. War nur so eine Idee. Nee, warte mal. Angucken.
Menagerie of sprays, ointments, and whatever's in that jar. Is that jam?
Okay.
Oh, what a fancy outfit. Is that what the rich cats wear in their mansions near the harbor, you know?
Das glaube ich irgendwie nicht. Spiegel.
Oh, someone clearly cares a lot about their appearance. Meanwhile, I don't even have a mirror at home. This look is all natural.
Glaube ich dir sofort. Okay, die Kisten haben wir schon angesehen. Ist da noch was in der Box? Lochkarte.
Hey, what's this weird thing?
Okay.
Punch card shaped like a hamburger? That's just adorable. All right, I'm keeping that.
Okay, das könnte die für den Aufzug sein. Nutzen, aber sonst haben wir hier nichts, ne? Nee, wie es scheint nicht. Obwohl, können wir hier noch irgendwas abgreifen?
Can I try this on, Desiree?
It's not really your size, Sugar.
Okay, gut. Ist nicht mein Size. Nun gut, also, hier hatten wir auch schon alles angesehen. Dann würde ich einfach mal zum Aufzug gehen, ne? Der Fotograf ist offensichtlich immer noch nicht hier. Toll. Wir können also noch nichts mit der Leiche machen. Nun, warte mal, was ist denn hier mit... Warte mal, was hat man noch? Die Anleitung, Skelettschlüssel. Was mache ich mit der riesigen Erdnuss?
Giant peanut I acquired from the Knitty Kitty Club. The key to most doors in the Knitty Kitty Club, and not to secret urban treasure, as I first thought.
Ja. Und hier haben wir das. Oh, warte mal, der Code, könnte das der für den Rechner draußen sein? 895 minus 254. Eine Kalkulation oder ist das der gesamte Code? 641 oder halt eben das gesamte. Müssen wir ausprobieren. Gut, also, nee, halt mal. Ich nehme erstmal den daran. Oh, okay. Aber kannst du mich da hochlassen? Da, warte mal, kannst du mich da hochlassen? Nee, warte, das war's ja schon, Tinkel. Sprich mit. Kannst du alles zermahlen? Wir reden später. Hier, wenn ich ihm den Schlüssel gebe, weiß ich nicht. So.
Cardboard is food for hard winter. Yeah? Yeah. Not drink for fun time. See, this is not fun time. For Tinkle, this is never good time. Every time I see Kitty, I say, these feet, they make so much noise. I know Kitty is coming. And you come, I hear the squeak. It's very difficult to open the door because hands are so small. It is no fun. And because of this, no drink for Kitty.
Ich bin froh, dass wir darüber geredet haben. Okay, das wird nichts, ne? Gut, dann lass uns mal nach draußen gehen. Ich möchte den Code an dem Rechner ausprobieren. Draußen reisen. Ach, jawohl. So. Mit ihm haben wir nichts mehr zu besprechen, hoffe ich. Lecken, Maschine, ansehen. Nein, das war es nicht. Benutzen war es. Okay. Oh, okay, warte. Die muss ich jetzt so... Nee, wie muss ich die nehmen? Warte mal, so muss ich die nehmen, ne? 895254. 8, 9... Oh nee, es ist nur ein dreistelliger Code. Okay, was hatte ich gesagt? Was ist es? Ich weiß es nicht mehr. Nein, ich weiß. Deswegen möchte ich es mir auch... Was war das? 641. Okay. Gut, das funktioniert nicht, ne? Na, nichts. 6. Hallo? Inco
That's
Road.
not the right code.
Ich weiß. 6, 5, 1.
That's
Was?
not the right code.
Warum nicht? 6, 6, 4, 1. Oh, Gedächtnis wie ein Lattenrost. 6, 4, 1.
Yeah, that did it.
Ah, okay, cool. Hi.
The little machine came alive, glowing with expectation. It seemed old, but in good working order, and already chatty.
Na gut.
Hello.
Hallo.
Hey there, my name's Cuddles. Pleased to meet you.
My name is Storn.
Storm? Oh, I see. The letters on your casing. Your manual says you're called Tastatron.
Yeah, but we don't know what that is, so Pepe just calls me Storn.
I see. What are you doing in this nasty alleyway, Storm? Did the Cubalones leave you here?
Cubalones? I'm afraid I don't know that word, Mr. Cuddles. Actually, I don't know a lot of things. No good for anything.
Was?
Are you all right?
Thank you for turning me on again, but I thought if I turned myself off, it might wipe my memory.
But it didn't?
I still remember everything.
Aw.
I'm going to take a wild guess. Is this related to the printing press that Pepe bought?
You've met it. It's that big chunky metal floozy with its fancy noises and its ability to print papers.
Not a fan, then.
The fan and I are on excellent terms. It's just that hulking metallic mistress that Pepe is shacked up with. Ruined everything. It was just Pepe and I in the beginning. Cat and machine versus the world. I can't do much, but I kept him company. And then it came along. And now Pepe spends all his time with it. Printing pamphlets. He never used to need pamphlets. He just needed me.
Oh. Ja, was geht schon über die gute alte Spam-Mail? Also.
So you sabotaged the press and ran away. That makes more sense than a Cubolo stealing you.
Is that what Pepe thinks? That I was stolen? By whatever a Cubolo is?
Yes, and he thinks the thief left your manual shoved into the press to mock him. He's quite upset. He really misses you.
He does?
Oh, yes. He considers you his one true friend.
Aw.
He said. He even asked me to find you and bring you back, seeing as I'm a private investigator. For some reason, I agreed.
Oh, that makes my circuits fizz, Mr. Cuddles. That is wonderful news. But I can't.
I understand. I'm also falling in love with this dank, greasy alleyway full of trash and nasty unidentified things. Look, there's a rat pulling a sled made out of toothpicks and old dental floss.
No, Mr. Cuddles, that's not why. I just don't feel that I can go back until I have a reason to.
Well, Pepe seems to enjoy your company and misses you a lot. Isn't that enough?
Not anymore, Mr. Cuddles. I desire more. You have seen my manual. It's faded and torn now, but it was quite lengthy. Clearly, I had many functions and abilities. What could I be capable of if I had my full memories? I bet I could do way more than some stupid printing press. No, I cannot return to Pepe until I have my answers. You say you're an investigator. Perhaps you can help me find my purpose.
You know, there's a dead body lying inside. Yeah, actually, sure. Yeah, why not?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Cuddles. That would be wonderful.
But is it more wonderful than the anonymous alley liquid seeping into my shoes right now?
Okay. Ich schaue noch. Was? Ich schaue noch? Weißt du etwas über Edgar?
Hey, Storn, I don't suppose you happen to know anything about a cat named Edgar Montemute.
Forgive me, Mr. Cuddles, but I don't know who that is. Is he a friend of yours?
Not a friend, no. He's lying inside, rather dead.
Oh no. Someone should look into that.
Yes, someone should.
Ich schaue noch.
So you need to know your purpose before you'll go back to Pepe.
Yes, Mr. Cuddles. I need to know why I was created.
I cannot merely be your plastic pal who's fun to be with, as my manual claims.
I'll keep looking.
Okay. Wir plaudern
Chat later,
später.
Storn.
Haben wir denn irgendwas? Warte mal, müssen wir ihm jetzt irgendwas geben? Wir könnten ihm die Anleitung geben.
Hey, Storn, I found your manual. It was shoved inside Pepe's printing press.
Another victim of my despair.
Hm.
Mr. Cuddles, can you determine my purpose from those pages?
I'm sorry, Storn, but it's too faded or damaged to tell. Only the front page is still legible.
Okay, das funktioniert nicht. Fein. Was hättest du denn gerne? Flyer von Knethaken. Vielleicht ist das was.
Does a pirate-themed bakery interest you?
Oh, Mr. Cuddles. It does not.
Oh, schade. Na gut. Wie ist es denn hier mit Poster von
Does it mean
Crossy?
anything to you?
Sorry, Mr. Cuddles. It does not.
Ha, das ist blöd. Okay, aber ich kann ihr jetzt wohl alles geben. Hier Rezepte. Du könntest einen
Do you
Koch.
consume liquids, Storn?
I do not, Mr. Cuddles.
Ha. Aufzeichnungsgerät.
Hey, Storn, I've got a little machine pal, too. Maybe you came from the same factory.
Diary recorders are not related to me, Mr. Cuddles.
Ich frag mal weiter, weil ist lustig. Warte mal, hier die Lochkarte.
Storn, look, I found this punch card. It looks like it might be a fit for the slot on your front.
A punch card? Those are made for machines. Like me. Let's see what it does. Oh, I'm so excited.
Okay, das funktioniert. Cool.
Mr. Cuddles, that feels a bit... Oh my goodness.
Was?
I had no idea. Assimilating algorithms. Colorimeter activated. Deploying optical mass sensors. Carbohydrate shamer online.
Storn, is everything fine?
Restoring memory banks.
Complete.
Was?
Mr. Cuddles, you have unleashed me.
Oh.
Yeah, have I, Storn?
Indeed, you have restored my full potential. Before I was limited, but now I taste all. My true purpose has been revealed.
Was habe ich getan?
What might that be, Storn?
I exist to tell cats if their food choices are wise. I can analyze any food, any drink, animal, vegetable, mineral, or Pop-Tart. If it can be consumed, it can be sampled, for I do not merely detect taste. I am taste.
Oh, wow, you've become Super Storn. Can you fly? Shoot lasers from your eyes? Can you turn into a car?
No.
Oh, okay. I guess that other stuff is good too. So, you'll go back to Pepe now?
Eventually, Mr. Cuddles. I have much taste data to integrate, and it will take time. I will return to Pepe when I am done. As thanks, you may return to me when you wish to analyze any substances that you require additional information about.
Thanks, Storn. If the taste of food somehow comes up during this murder investigation, you'll be the first person or robot I come to. Do I just show the food to you, or?
Place any edible substance into the taste buddy on top of me. Moments later, my algorithms shall discern both the flavors it contains and its caloric content. I will also perform an optical scan to determine if it is wise for you to consume it.
That's a very specific function.
Such is the purpose for which the taste masters of Kree have fashioned me.
Got it.
Taste be with you, Mr. Cuddles.
Okay, ja, viele Anspielungen hier, ne? Okay, was ist denn hier mit Erdnuss?
Give me a breakdown of what this is, please, Storn.
Peanut. Stolen peanut,
Oh.
to be precise.
Hupsi, woher hat es das gewusst? Oh. Was ist in dem Glas hier?
Super Storn won't care about this flavorless thing.
Flavorless? Aber da ist doch noch ein Getränkerest drin, oder? Vielleicht auch nicht. Okay, was ist hier?
Machines don't use shoes.
Nein, okay, gut, mehr können wir nicht machen. Gut, Hahaha, Skelettschlüssel. Ist da irgendwas dran?
What does this key taste like?
Theft.
Oh, it was weird.
Ja, genau, wir haben ihn gestohlen. Na gut. Aber ansonsten, Flyer vom Knethaken, bringt das was?
You're not interested in this, right?
Indeed.
Okay, gut, dann wird das andere auch nicht funktionieren. Gut, mehr haben wir im Moment noch nicht. Was können wir denn noch machen? Wir könnten, warte mal, können wir das Gespräch belauschen? Warte mal, ich gehe mal weg und reisen nach und dann ins Polizeihauptquartier. So, hier ist doch, da sind doch Sachen, ne? Zeig mal, was haben wir alles? Das haben wir, das haben wir, das haben wir. Das haben wir nicht. Nee. Okay. Gut, was haben wir noch? Hier drüben ist noch ein Kuchen und, oh, warte mal, kann ich die mitnehmen?
I'll scoop some of these up for later.
Siehst du? Damit haben wir jetzt was für unser Dingelchen. Okay. Aber was mich interessiert ist, können wir das Gespräch...
Hint of expensive alcohol.
Ja, das war es eigentlich gar nicht, was ich wollte, sondern das hier. Oh, das geht tatsächlich.
Can hear anything now.
Durch die Scheibe, wo dich jeder sieht.
That's how I know you did it, Constable.
Oh, I didn't, Edna. I swear. I have kittens. Edna, please, let me go home.
Keep your butt in that chair, Constable. Admit it. You ate the cake.
I didn't eat any cake. I promise.
Huh? And why are you covered with crumbs? Exactly. If it's any consolation, Constable, I think it was out of your control. I think you have a problem. As soon as you see a cake, you change. You do terrible things, monstrous things to poor, innocent cakes. And you don't even know you're doing it. Like some kind of cake werewolf.
Was?
I'm not a werewolf. Oh, please, Edna. My wife. My kittens.
That's exactly what a cake werewolf would say, Constable. It all adds up. 2 weeks ago, Petey Scratch's birthday. The chocolate ganache was all alone in that room. And yet, when we returned, well, I'm sure you remember. Even Nibbles fainted. It was as if some demonic badger had been at it. I thought it strange at the time that only you didn't seem disappointed at not getting cake. But now, I know the truth.
Badger? Werewolf? What are you saying? I'm just a cat.
I'm saying that you ruined Fuzzball's birthday! That cake was for his party tomorrow, and now it's destroyed. Just a pile of crumbs and half-eaten lettering. The happy birthday just says, "Hey, Beret."
Please, Edna. I'm not a badger, wolf, or anything. Please.
I've been working here longer than you've been alive, Constable. I've learned a thing or two about interrogation. And I've got all night.
Oh, meine Güte. Okay, ja, cool. Ja, wir lassen die beiden besser mal alleine, ne? So, ich gehe mal nach draußen. Ne, so, nee, warte mal, so. Jetzt geht's. Okay, gut. Gehen wir nochmal zurück und lassen diese Kuchenkrümel analysieren. Warte mal, das
Barely even taste them.
sie würden kaum schmecken. Ach ja, weil ich muss natürlich das so verwenden. Okay.
Hey, Storm, can you tell me what flavor these cake fragments are?
Tuna and avocado
Ugh.
with extra anchovies.
Yikes.
That sounds really good.
In addition, my calorie assessment indicates that you should not have additional cake. I have determined your risk rating to be fatty, kitty, catty.
Hey, that's kinda mean. I barely had any cakes this week. 2, max.
My algorithms do not lie, Mr. Cuddles. Do a push-up or two. It won't kill you.
Okay, gut. Ja, in Ordnung. Ja, lustig. So, die Frage ist nur, oh, wir sind jetzt losgeworden. Aber was mache ich denn jetzt mit? Können wir mit dem Klebeband, wir können damit auch irgendwelche Fingerabdrücke nehmen, ne? Die Frage ist nur, von wo geht das hier?
That doesn't have any fingerprints to lift.
Tja. Sollten wir dem Typen und dem Keller Bescheid sagen, dass wir sein Gerät gefunden haben? Du weißt auch nichts Neues, ne? Nee, was machen wir denn? Tja, weiß ich nicht. Wir schauen mal wieder im Büro vorbei. Das scheint mir eine gute Lösung. Hey, irgendwelche Anrufe? Warte mal. Tabby, sprich mit. Das geht gar nicht. Okay, wie geht's dir, Tabby? Mehr ist aber auch nicht drin.
Let's have the real chat. How you doing? You know, talk to me. Are you doing well, Tabby?
Thank you, sir. So kind of you to ask. I am. How's the case coming along?
Naja.
Investigations are ongoing. That's what the cops would say, right?
Yeah.
Okay, mehr haben wir nicht. Gut. Tja, nun. Reisen nach. Hier gibt es auch nichts Neues, ne? Radio benutzen, Couch benutzen, lalalala. Mehr haben wir aber auch gerade nicht. Bücherregal. Ist denn hier irgendwas Interessantes dazu? Kommt vermutlich nicht, ne? Ne, Skizzenbuch. Warte mal, können wir irgendjemanden anrufen? 7 days without an accident. Vielleicht rufen wir hier mal an. Ja. Okay, schon gut. Lift the headset. Das finde ich ein bisschen lästig hier, dieses Umherschalten. Nein, nicht gut. Und was weiß ich, muss ich... Okay, erst angucken. Flyer. Okay, also Schmetterling, Muschel, Hase, Bart. Schmetterling, Muschel, Hase, Bart. Okay, also nochmal. Dann Schmetterling, Muschel, Hase. Nee.
The number you have dialed does not exist. Or maybe the person on the other end.
Okay, nochmal. Schmetterling, Muschel, Hase, Bart.
Ho, a barrel of crepes. You're speaking to Kibler, captain of the Dough Hook, Meow Meow Furrington's only completely pirate-owned and pirate-staffed bakery. What can I serve you today, landlubber?
That's some pretty good patter you got there, Captain. Can't say I've ever come across a pirate bakery before.
Yarr, it's the next big thing, and I'm going to make it work this time. First it was aliens, then zombies, and soon pirates.
You have experience with themed bakeries, then?
Yarr, space scones and this the zombie didn't do so well, but this is the one. I can feel it in me hook, and me profit margins are.
Isn't it difficult to knead with a hook?
Yarr, every day is a struggle, but I'm sticking to it for the sake of the kittens. They love to watch Kibler fighting with some tenacious pastry dough, don't you know?
Okay.
Why pirates and baking? They're not a famous pairing as far as I know.
Yarr, well, that's because the world has forgotten the grand tale of Sprinkles McGee, pirate baker of the Seven Seas. His skills were legendary. They say he could roll out puff pastry using only the rocking of his ship. And his croissants were so fishy, dolphins would line up next to the ship to buy them.
Dolphins? No, what? How did they pay?
Yarr, well, you gotta understand the sea economy to answer that properly. I'll just give you the basics.
Später. Oh, langes Gespräch.
That's how they paid for the croissants. Of course, sometimes you get a few porpoises in the bunch and they always insisted on paying by check, don't you know? So then you're dealing with clam accounts.
Oh meine Güte, ein sehr langes Gespräch.
Then the porpoises are happy. Yarr.
And that's how the dough hook was started? Wow.
Yarr. Bought it off an old retiring cat and changed the name.
Aha, na toll. Was ist auf der Karte?
What's on your menu? Anything you recommend?
Well, shiver me baguettes. Our peg leg pecan pie is always popular.
That sounds interesting. Is the pie in the shape of a peg leg?
Yar, it's got a big old peg leg sticking right out of it, don't you know? Pull it out and let the kittens be a pirate for a day while you enjoy a delicious slice of pie. Just mind the splinters. Yar.
Cool. Verkaufst du noch andere Sachen?
Anything else for sale?
You'll love the Walk the Plankton, our unique sea-themed take on the chocolate log. Instead of a boring tree design, it's layers of delicious plankton cut into the shape of a pirate ship's plank.
Plankton? Is that really something cats want to eat?
Well, no. Truth be told, me boatswain is a little too keen to incorporate sea themes into everything. But I haven't the heart to tell them they don't sell well.
Ist noch was auf der Karte?
What more can you conjure from your marvelous oven, Captain?
How about some scurvy's delight?
Yeah.
Is that something to prevent scurvy?
Nar, it's just named after me good friend Alistair Scurvy. He loves pancakes, don't you know? So it's 2 pancakes on top of each other, stuffed with shredded pancake.
Okay, gut. Ich glaube, so kommen wir nicht weiter, ne? Was ist Edna?
Didn't Honeybottom order a cake from you?
Let me see. Yar, she did. A birthday cake for Samuel Fuzzball Wuzzball.
Well, I have some bad news. The cake has been compromised.
Yar, may I ask how?
Oh, yeah, it's a cake werewolf or something. I don't know.
Not again. Oh, the warning posters back up.
Oh meine Güte.
You're in luck. Yar, that purchase had cake.
Was?
So we can make you another for free.
Das ist toll.
Cake insurance?
It's vital. Did you know that up to 75% of cakes never make it to their destination?
Ich hatte keine Ahnung.
Without cake insurance, you might end up paying for 4, 5, even 6 replacement cakes. Never skimp on cake insurance, yar.
Ooh, don't you mean never shrimp on it? Huh?
You're good, yar.
Okay, was passiert mit den Kuchen?
What happens to the cakes?
Horrible things, yar. Ever seen the aftermath of a 7-cake pileup? Buttercream everywhere. And you can never really scrub the fondant stains off the concrete.
Gosh, I had no idea the baking business was so fraught with danger. But you can replace the cake, right?
Yar. However, we do ask a few security questions first to make sure you're the real owner of the cake. Cake fraud is such a problem these days. Everyone wants a slice of the cake. Yar.
Wow, cake werewolves, cake fraud. You've got your work cut out for you, mister.
Let's play cake security.
Was?
Question 1. What is the most popular cake in Meow Meow Furrington?
Was war nochmal drauf? Thunfisch, ne? Wieso ist das eine Sicherheitsfrage? Thunfisch.
Tuna.
Wrong. The
Oh,
correct
Mist.
answer was all of them. Bad luck, contestants, but you've still got 2 more chances.
Contestants? Chances? Captain, I'm not sure you've quite figured out how security questions should work.
Here we go. Question 2. When Edna ordered her cake, she was thinking of a very specific seagoing creature. Can you name it?
Ja, nee. Riesenkrake real? Ich glaube schon. Nein, das ist... Was? Nein, das ist alles falsch. Sie hatte... Was hatte sie denn? Aber das war es auf jeden Fall nicht. Ich probiere es mal mit den Riesenkraken.
Giant squid real? I think so. Giant squid.
Oh, so close, contestant, but utterly wrong. Yar. The correct answer is tiger.
Oh.
Hang on now. That's just a plain lie. Tigers aren't seagoing. I mean, the rich ones own yachts. But that's about it.
Was?
Of course they are, Yar. Every holiday they pack up their families and go to the sea.
You never said puns were part of the process. Who came up with this? What is going on?
I'm afraid we really don't have time for your emotional breakdown right now, contestant. Moving along, Yar. There's only 1 chance left to unlock your free replacement cake. After this, you'll need to wait a year before trying again, for security reasons.
Natürlich.
So, the final question. What flavor of cake was ordered?
Can I take a break and get back to you on that, maybe?
It wouldn't be a security check without infinite time to make up your mind, Yar. Just call again when you're ready to answer.
Was? Aber das haben wir doch schon rausgefunden. Das war irgendwas mit Anchovies und Artischocke, glaube ich.
ready to get my replacement cake, Kibler.
Great. Remember, this is your final chance to unlock your free replacement cake. After this, you'll need to wait a year before trying again.
Ja.
So tell me, what sort of cake was ordered?
It was a tuna and avocado cake with extra anchovies on top.
Aha.
That's right, our famous sea birthday surprise. What could go better together than cake, tuna, and avocado?
Ach, naja.
I've activated your cake insurance, Cuddles. Where should the cake be delivered?
Please send it to 14 Dogleash Street. Ask for Tabby.
You're placing the order now. The cake has been sent out for delivery with our crack team of pirate delivery cats and should arrive now.
Wait, already? How? Nothing edible should be able to be made that quickly.
Secrets of the pirate bakers, Yar. Enjoy the cake.
Okay. Ja, vielen Dank. Das war schön. Was war das gerade? Okay, für Tabby. Na gut.
Sir, you have a cake delivery. It smells amazing.
It's a cake for Edna.
You're buying a cake for the police now? Did you forget to pay them too?
Very funny, haha. A cake werewolf got into their other one. Actually, just don't ask.
If you say so. Oh, it came with this miniature pirate hook. Be careful, it's dangerously sharp.
You really have to admire Kibler's dedication to the theme.
Den nehmen wir mit. Das ist sehr gut. Den können wir bestimmt später nochmal gebrauchen. Kann ich hier auch schon mal anlecken?
Based on the taste of the box, I can tell that the person who delivered this had just baked a cinnamon twist.
Okay, gut. Dann nehmen wir den doch mal mit und liefern den ab, ne? Nee, warte, wie muss ich es machen? Lecken, benutzen. Okay, habe ich sehr dabei. Okay, dann, nee, warte, hier. Reisen nach Polizeihauptquartier. So, mach mal ein Ding. Juhu.
Do I need to read the sign to you again? Stop ringing the bell. I'm busy.
Warte, ich habe was für dich. Okay. Wie kann ich das denn jetzt mal machen? Warte mal, so. Und einfach ersetzen, oder wie? Okay, wie soll ich das machen?
I can't say no to a whole new cake. I just need to make sure she sees it.
Was? Oh, okay. Edna, Schatzi.
Cuddles! For the last time! Is that a sea birthday surprise?
Ja.
Sure is. I ordered it for you to replace the ruined one. Your insurance paid.
This is very unexpected, Cuddles. How did you get them to use the insurance? Did you break my security questions?
It was really confusing. Kibler, he just wasn't doing it properly. I don't know. And besides, you know, now you have the cake, and Fuzzball can really enjoy his birthday. Isn't that what this is about at the end? And this is what matters, Edna?
I suppose.
Great. Also, I need to ask you about Nibbles.
Fine. Constable Frangipane has some soul-searching to do anyway.
Okay. Puh. So, okay. Was können wir jetzt machen? Do not ring, Edna. Gibt's da noch was zu erzählen? Bestimmt, ne? Sprich mit Edna.
Oh, Edna. Let's chat.
Oh, ja.
Oh, my whiskers explode with delight.
Oh, wir können eine ganze Menge fahren. Da ist der Fotograf. Ja, das muss ich auf jeden Fall wissen. Was ist mit dir und Fassbau? Was geht da ab?
You can probably get rid of that sign now.
If I do that, people will just start ringing the bell again.
Isn't that what it's for, though?
Just because there's a bell on a desk doesn't mean people should be ringing it. Bells are a privilege, not a right.
Natürlich. Hab dich auch gern.
I've come from the Knitty Kitty Club. There's been a murder.
Oh, no! Did someone hurt a wonderful peace-loving criminal? How terrible.
Oh.
Spiel won't let me inspect the body until a police photographer has taken some pictures. He mentioned the name Nibbles.
Yes. Nibbles is one of our best. There's also Angus, Drambo, and Old Stripey. Which one would you like?
Oh, any of them will work, I'm sure.
I agree. They're all very competent. They're also all unavailable.
Then why did you ask me which one I wanted?
Oops.
How can all of them be unavailable?
They were all attending the annual Police Crime Scene Photographer Awards. Apparently something went terribly wrong with the catering. Nibbles, always the professional, sent me a photo of their personal crime scene.
Was? Yikes.
Before I could move, she thrust a photo into my face. I remember from the hideous scene. Why would you show that to me? Is that what is that? Did he eat a sea sponge? And is that? Oh, but I thought that was extinct. And, well, on the ceiling. No, Edna.
The kid's got skills. As you can see, none of them will be coming in for at least a week.
Was?
There isn't a single other cat who can photograph the scene?
Now, well, that's the sort of insight we just can't get from our own people, Cuddles. We're so lucky to have you.
Okay, aber wir müssen ja, er lässt uns ja nicht an den Tatort ran, bevor der Fotograf nicht da gewesen ist. Also.
I need someone to take photos of the crime scene. Fuzzball won't let me near the body otherwise.
Now, Cuddles, I know you struggle with advanced concepts, so try this. No meow meow to make the magic clicky box pictures for you. You'll have to make another plan.
Whiskers.
Okay, gibt es keinen anderen Weg?
Is there no way to get a photographer here sooner?
Not a chance! They all ate some bad everything. They're booked off sick indefinitely. You'll have to make alternate plans.
Whiskers.
Aber wie kann das aussehen? Warte.
I'm in a jam now, Ramon. I need to investigate the body, but there's no photographer. I don't have time to wait around. Perhaps if I can distract Fuzzball, I can get a closer look.
Was schwebt dir so vor? Oh, warte mal, da gab es doch noch was. Sprich mit Edna. Moment.
Edna, let's chat.
Au ja.
Now my whiskers explode with delight.
Was ist das mit dir? Warum kann ich das nochmal fragen? Ich denke, da gibt's nichts. Okay, was ist mit dir und Fuzzball?
I think it's time for a quick heart-to-heart.
Oh, good. I hope I can keep my excitement in check.
Kibler mentioned that you ordered the cake for Fuzzball. Does that mean that there's a little something going on there?
What are you talking about?
Oh, don't be so coy, Snuggle Muffin. We've always known the truth. My little jokes, your little cutting jabs. We know how we really feel about one another, and now I hear that Fuzzball has joined the dance. How can it be?
Cuddles, I need you to listen closely, because I really want you to hear what I'm going to say. If I had to choose between you and a catcuss to be alone on a desert island with me, I'd choose both. And then I'd force feed you to the catcuss, somehow.
Well, we do have fun, don't we? I see what you're saying, though. Fuzzball is just a passing phase. Our light will shine out again, stronger and brighter, once his cloud has passed. So true, Edna, you're so wise.
I've never watched someone go crazy right in front of me before.
Okay, gut. Aber okay, ich probiere es hiermit nochmal. Keine Ahnung, was das zu bedeuten hat.
Is there no way to get a photographer here sooner?
Not a chance!
Ja, okay. Okay, so, was ist denn mit dem Kuchen? Können wir jetzt, weiß ich nicht. Habe ich irgendwas, was ich ihr noch geben kann oder so? Nö. Dass ich nicht 7 Days Without an Accident. Oh, das würde ich sie gerne mal fragen.
What is this poster? And why is there a number next to a sleeping Krakowski? I assume it's the number of sticks he has up his...
What? No. That's not... Never mind. You don't need to know.
Oh, but Edna, I do. I need to have something to throw back in his face whenever he gets annoying.
So buy a salt shaker. It doesn't matter anyway. We're dealing with it internally.
Oh, I see. Internally. Wink, wink. I get the picture.
All evidence to the contrary notwithstanding.
Yeah. Wait. What now? We Please tell me, Edna. I tried to ignore it, but I can't. I've got to have something on that irritating little stick in the mud.
Ah! Fine! But only because I want you to leave. To increase the chances you'll never come back.
Yes, I'm all whiskers. Lay it on me.
Well, he has a nickname. We call him Peanut.
Peanut! I love it. Small and salty, just like him.
No, that's not why we... Actually, why am I telling you this? No! That's all you're getting until you do something for me.
Of course, anything. Tell me what it is you need, and I'll get it for you.
Take this slice of cake to Fuzzball. He deserves something nice for having to work on his birthday. And with you.
Okay.
Okay, but you need to explain this peanut thing when I get back.
Okay, wir haben ein Stück... Was? Moment, wir haben ein Stück Kuchen bekommen. Kuchenstück. Ist er etwa allergisch gegen Erdnüsse? Liegt es daran?
But this peanut is massive. It would stick out very obviously.
Oh, dann weiß ich, was zu tun ist. Ja, alles klar. Echt, müssen wir das machen? Okay, tschüss, Edna, mach's gut. Viel Spaß. So, hier, Kitty Club. Hat er irgendwas? Warte mal, ich muss ihm das zeigen. Ich muss es einfach tun. So, hier, du.
What's going on with this poster?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, er will nicht drüber sprechen. Na schön. Weißt du dann irgendwas über den Flyer?
I consume the products they provide for free to the department for our services. They are tasty.
Okay, das war sehr hilfreich. Vielen Dank. Okay, ich gehe mal rein und ich nehme an, er kann noch alles crushen, ne? Nee, nicht crushen, sondern was war denn das andere Wort nochmal? Weiß ich nicht mehr. Letztes Jahr. So, hier.
Could you crush something for me?
Of course. Tinkle is champion crusher. You know, in home, there is no crusher like Tinkle for 1,000 kilometers, which is very hard to get to.
Ich denke auch, alles funktioniert.
Here you go. The big cat squinted suspiciously at the huge peanut being blithely offered to him, while I tried not to look easily crushable.
Where did Kitty get this?
Oh, this old thing? I've had it for ages. Got it from the giant peanut store. Well, have you been there? No? You'd love it. It's chock-a-block with all your salty friends. Plus, the doors are extra high, so you wouldn't even have to duck to get inside.
Yeah. Giant peanut store, yes. Not perhaps from Bull. Right on bar. Directly next for to Tinkle, right here, you see.
Oh, give me some credit. Would I really be foolish enough to take one of your peanuts and then give it right back to you? I'd have to be improbably and unnaturally brave. You would instantly destroy me if I tried that.
This is true. Kitty clearly has no bone for to back in your understanding. You are weak. And Tinkle does love to crash. All right, you give here.
Okay, macht das? Er macht, okay.
Wow, you really annihilated it.
Tinkle always makes a maximum effort for best work to see.
Oh, warte, nicht so schnell. Okay, gemahlene Erdnüsse. Ja, das können wir doch jetzt hier.
Just the gentlest covering of this delicious peanut dust for my favorite police cat.
Ich denke, das ist Kakowski. Okay, aber es hat funktioniert. Gut, aber bevor ich ihm das gebe, erst einmal hier, warte mal, so, talk mal mit Lecken. Sprich mit. Okay, warum kann ich das? Nibbles ist krank. Ach, guck mal, das können wir sogar machen.
Nibbles isn't gonna make it, so you might as well let me look at the body.
Nice try.
Really, he's very sick. Out of both ends.
Oh, the old desperately ill routine, isn't it? I'm not falling for that again, Cuddles.
What if I get a camera and do it myself?
Don't be ridiculous. It takes 3 hours to become a qualified crime scene photographer.
Okay.
If Nibbles isn't coming. That's just bad luck for you.
Na, ich glaube, das ist eher, was? Ich glaube, das ist eher bad luck for you, weil, naja, die Sache ist die, du musst die ganze Zeit hier stehen und es kommt keiner. Meine Güte. Ich habe den vermissten Entertainer gefunden. Sie wohl eher.
I found the missing entertainer.
Oh, that's a relief. I was worried I'd have to add a second body to the pile before I left. Where was she?
Hiding in a trunk, if you can believe that. She says she saw a goon here last night threatening Edgar. She was scared, so she hid.
A goon? Well, that sounds like a lead to me.
Na. Irgendwas Neues über den Edgar. Naja, was soll's geben?
Got anything new on Edgar?
Oh, let me check. How you feeling there, buddy? Still dead.
Oh, das ist sehr blöd. Na gut, das ist alles.
Guess I'd better get back to work.
Ja, aber übernimm dich nicht. So, hier, dann lass uns doch mal gucken, wie er auf den Kuchen reagiert. Hier, ich habe was Schönes für dich.
Got a keen nose. Can't risk him smelling the peanut bits.
Oh, was? Okay. Wie soll ich das anstellen? Ich habe irgendwie nichts dabei. Kann ich mit dem Haken da drin rumwühlen?
I don't want to shred this.
Okay. Aber wie kann ich das... Sollen wir ihm vor den Schuh geben? Stiefel.
I found this boot in the alleyway out back.
Am I gonna have to put something around your neck to make you stop picking up trash?
Okay, aber... Okay, funktioniert scheint es nicht zu haben, ne? Können wir ihn irgendwie ablenken?
Can you tell me anything about this poster? The cat's eyes went wide, and he pulled in a hissing breath.
Where did you get that?
It was on the notice board at the police station. You know what it's about, then? My best guess is it's the number of sticks he has right up his...
It's no joking matter, Cuddles. Krakowski cannot be allowed to... No, I can't even say it. Just pretend you never saw that poster. We've taken it. The danger is contained. The danger is contained.
Fuzzball, you realize that's just made me even more curious to know what this is all about.
The danger is contained.
Was ist das hier? Okay, das ist cool. Was sollte das? Warum? Was?
I bet you'd love this place.
Why? What, because of my weight?
Nein.
It's mostly muscle.
No, I just know you like pirates.
Oh, well, yes I do.
Oh, warte mal, das heißt, du kannst vielleicht mit dem Haken was anfangen?
You love pirates, right? How about this cute thing?
Where did you get that? Oh, I must have it. It's perfect for the miniature pirate statue in my bedroom.
Was? Okay, aber er nimmt es trotzdem nicht? Gut, aber ist er jetzt ausreichend abgelenkt, dass wir... Nein. Okay. Tja, weiß ich nicht. Aber vielleicht ist das ja auch gar nicht... Was? Okay, er liebt... was ist mit ihm denn, Krakowski? Warte mal, soll man ihm den geben? Habe ich das falsch verstanden, dass Krakowski eigentlich der mit der, nicht Fassbau, sondern dass Krakowski der mit der Erdnussallergie ist? Keine Ahnung. Geh mal dahin. Ja, so, okay. Okay, so, wie stehst du denn eigentlich hier zum... Nein, Moment. So, nein. Ja, das.
Ever tried this place out?
I consume the products they provide for free.
Okay, das haben wir schon mal gemacht. Okay, das kenne ich schon. Anleitung? Nee. Was ist denn mit dem Haken?
I think the police frown on having sharp objects waved in their faces.
War ein Versuch. Okay, gut. Du und der Kuchen?
Yeah, would you like a slice of a very ordinary cake?
A bit of cake will certainly hit the spot right now.
Ah.
There are no peanuts in this, right?
Oh no. Definitely none in it.
Why did you say that so ominously?
Oh, did I? I guess this is just how I talk now.
You are very odd.
Oh, meine Güte.
Cuddles, I'm feeling strange. Are you sure there were no peanuts in that can? Oh no, my eyes. So heavy. Cuddles, get Fuzzball, quick, code 7. Don't look directly at me. Look away. Look away.
Deshalb das Foto und der sabbert sogar ein bisschen. Ach, ist es nicht schön. Okay, aber ja, wir holen Hilfe natürlich unbedingt. Na los. Na los. Oh, das war fies. Das war gemein. Komm schon. So, hier. Lalalala. Oh, warte mal. Halt, hier war doch irgendwie... Moment, hier war doch irgendwie so ein Schuh auf... Fußabdruck auf dem Boden. Kann ich das irgendwo hier machen? Ein Fleck? Das ist nicht Larry? Was? Moment. Ja, ich komme gleich. Hier, da ist doch Geheimnis auf Fuß. Okay, aber es ist definitiv nicht von diesem Stiefel, ne? Warte mal, so. Nein. Okay. Natürlich. So, also hier. Hilfe. Warte mal, lecken. Sprich mit. So. Hey, es gibt einen kleinen Aussetzer. Kakowski hat meine Erdnüsse gegessen. Wie kann ich die... Ja.
Cuddles, I know you weren't the chief's first choice for this, but you've got to stop writing anonymous letters to Alfonso.
Firstly, that's not me. Secondly, that hack deserves it. Thirdly, Peanut ate some peanuts.
What? Oh, how? Where did he even get some?
Maybe he ate some of the ones on the bar. I mean, I've got no idea.
Whiskers. And I don't have my tiny rolled up blanket on me. I have to get to him before chaos erupts.
Was?
This could be New Year's all over again.
Was?
Stay here.
Yes, sir. Just gonna stand right here. More or less.
Krakowski, Fuzzy's coming. Just hang on, little buddy.
Oh. Okay, das war gemein, aber immerhin können wir jetzt die Leiche untersuchen, ne? Warte mal, Leiche ansehen. Okay.
Lay on the ground, outstretched, with fancy high street clothes and carefully clipped nails. The whiff of aftershave still lingered on him. He'd expected a fun night, yet here he lay. You could almost convince yourself he was asleep. Almost.
Okay, gut, dann lass uns doch mal sehen. Samen.
There's no plants around here, and they're suspiciously close to his body.
Nimmst du da Lecken?
I'm going to take a wild guess that these brown and white seeds aren't bubblegum flavor. Pass.
Aber welche mitnehmen wäre bestimmt in Ordnung. Nee, ach so. Ah, nee, er hat sie mitgenommen. Okay, alles klar. Hand benutzen. Okay.
He's holding a bag of some kind.
Was ist das?
It's legal to have nip on me if it's for an investigation, I hope.
Was? Nip? Nip ist doch dasselbe wie Katzenminze, oder? Noch etwas? Jacke?
There's something in the pocket.
Okay, was ist das?
This card without a name, just an unusual symbol.
Okay, irgendwas hier, Schuhe?
Happy with the shoes I have. I didn't need to rob a corpse for them, for a start.
Du sollst sie untersuchen, nicht, ach, warte, muss ich dazu wahrscheinlich so?
Shoes look pretty clean. Probably got here before last night's rain then.
Verstehe, okay.
Nothing in that hand.
Okay, und das hatten wir schon, ne? Führt zum selben Ergebnis. Okay, gut, Edgar?
You were too young.
Ja, Edgar ansehen, okay, irgendwas?
No.
Entschuldigung, das war nur ein Reflex, ehrlich.
I never liked how people's palms taste. I guess that makes me the weirdo.
Ich glaube auch.
I once spent an entire school term in detention because I licked a teacher's shoe when they weren't looking. I would still totally do it again, but not to a body.
Ach, okay, gut. Sein Schwanz?
Cats let their tails drag on the ground and pick up nasty stuff. Plus, you know, dead. Better not.
Okay, gut. Können wir dann irgendwas
I'm not
machen?
sure a game of gotcha tail is really appropriate, right?
Okay, schon gut, ja. So, irgendwas hier?
He was hit hard on the back of the head.
Okay, noch irgendwas anderes? Haben wir schon? Nee, ich glaube, wir haben alles gemacht. Ne? Lass kurz gucken. Wir haben alles gemacht. Okay. So, was... Oh, was ist jetzt?
Kitty, stop.
It wasn't me. Pepe probably took it.
Took what?
Nothing. Did you want to ask me something?
Not Tinkle. Babushka Kozvania has vision. She say...
The cat took a sudden breath in, and his head snapped back. Eyes closed, body quivering. An entirely new voice erupted from his throat.
Was?
Get the tiny hands.
What are you?
Edgar was here. Edgar knew.
Yes, that's his body right there. What did he know?
Edgar was afraid. He suspected. He hid secrets.
Secrets? Like what?
Secrets in the walls where the wind blows.
I'm super bad at riddles. Actually, so could you rephrase that into normal, stupid kitty words, please?
But this is neither here nor there. Now she is gone. But for Tinkle, she is never gone. You understand? She is always with Tinkle. She's not with you. She is with Tinkle. She is gone.
Oh, is she? Wink, wink. Well, do thank her for the information.
Kitty is talking like he just had stroke. Tinkle is even more tired of Kitty now.
Okay, ja, vielen Dank. Okay, cool. Das war cool.
Where the wind blows.
Eine Wand, wo der Wind weht. Eine Wand, wo der Wind weht? Lüftung, hier, ne? War das gemeint? Aber was? Okay, das geht. Cool. Sieh an. Rote Farbe oder so?
A piece of crumpled up paper. Looks like someone wrote something down, then changed their mind and hid it in here.
Ja, aber was hat das mit dieser Farbe hier an sich? Kannst du das mitnehmen? Warte mal, Papier benutzen.
It'll turn out to be important. I'd better take it just in case. Better head back to the office to talk to Tabby about this.
Nee, ich möchte eigentlich möchte ich mal nach hinten gehen zu dem Robot, um das hier alles untersuchen zu lassen. Aber was ist denn...
I found in the vent in the Knitty Kitty Club. It says, a gentle cat in the desert.
Was hat das zu bedeuten? Ein geheimes Manuskript, das niemand sehen durfte?
Business card I found on Edgar's body. It's the nip I found on Edgar. The symbol is a cat touching its own tail.
Das ist übrigens auch das Logo von diesem Spiel.
The seeds I found on Edgar's clothing. Brown seeds with white spots. I don't recognize them.
Ja, okay. Gut, ja, ist gut. Okay. Nun, dann, warte mal, hier gab es doch irgendwie so ein Schnelldings. Reisen nach. Ach, da muss er aber erst noch hinlaufen. Okay. Okay, so, und jetzt hier raus. Nee.
Still investigating?
I'm done. It was interesting.
Say no more. Literally. You're welcome to keep doing whatever you want from here, but our involvement is ended. The MMF police force thanks you.
Fuzzball, I'm not sure it's that simple.
La 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 la, I can't hear you. La 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 la. What's that? La 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 la. Oh, he was conked on the head and died? Wonderful. I love a good, clean moita. Case closed. Thanks for your help.
Was?
Something smells off about this.
That's because you're thinking with your brain and not your sense of self-preservation. I strongly suggest you let it go, Cuddles. The city and you will be better off in the long run.
What will you do now?
Now that you're done, we're done too. I don't know where Nibbles is, but I can't wait any longer with my little peanut in this state. As soon as he wakes up, we're heading back to the station. We'll be safely out of the Montamu's fur, and they can go back to being horrible cats. Good work, team, and good night, Cuddles.
Was? Und er haut jetzt wirklich ab? Nein, lass mich doch erst da hinten zu dem...
Tabby, can we have a chat? I'd like your insights about what I found at the Knitty Kitty Club.
Sure thing, sir. So, what happened?
The headline is, Edgar Montemue is dead, right in the middle of his father's club.
Oh, whiskers.
Very whiskers. Salted caramel whiskers with extra mobster sauce on top, Tabs. In fact, I spoke to 3 of the staff, and I found a few clues. Okay? So, let's go through them.
I'm ready.
Also, was? Warum ist die Polizei, also ich meine, er hat das ja schon vorher angedeutet, aber warum ist er so heiß darauf, diesen Fall einfach fallen zu lassen und nicht weiter involviert zu werden? Und überhaupt, was soll das? Hallo? Das ist irgendwie dein Job.
Okay, so Edgar was smacked over the head with something heavy. That's indisputable. But I also found some nip on him. The staff said that Bartholomew is really strict about them not using the stuff. So would he have let his own son use it?
Special rules for the prince, perhaps? Or his father didn't know that he was using it.
Well, the barcat said that Edgar came to the club a couple times a month, and he always went up to his father's office. Seems like they were pretty close, but that sort of schedule also leaves a lot of time to hide a drug problem. Plus, when you throw in Gumdrop.
Who's Gumdrop?
A close friend of Edgar's. Died a few months ago from a drug overdose, and it hit Edgar hard. He stopped coming to the club, stopped talking to everyone that knew him. Why would he start using after that?
Can make us do stupid things. Or he was using it before and was already addicted.
Perhaps.
Ja, allerdings, gut zusammengefasst.
I found this bag of nip on his body. It's got a symbol on it that I don't recognize. It's a cat curled into a circle, nose to tail.
I know what that is. It's the Orocatos.
Ugh.
It's a mystical symbol, popular with cats that believe in things like the planet being a cube. It's used as a shorthand for nip in Meow Meow Furrington.
A particularly identifiable variety of nip, perhaps? From a known location, maybe?
Sorry, sir. No such luck. It's just, well, like a calling card. Tells you you're getting quality.
You seem to know, a lot about nip, Tabby.
I'm clean, okay? I just have friends who, well, I go to clubs a lot. Give it here. Yeah, nothing strange there. Regular stuff.
Well, as regular as illegal drugs on a murder victim can be, I'll need to find out where he might have gotten this.
Okay, Samen auf und ist das leicht. Sehr gut.
The body had these brown and white seeds near it. I'm not sure where he'd have picked these seeds up on his clothing. Do we even have plants in this city?
I saw a flower growing out of a manhole the other week. It was carrying a knife.
Was?
But you know what? Professor Huggy might have an idea of where they're from. She's overseas right now, but she did leave a spare key with me. You could check some of the reference books in her office.
In her office? Does she still have that thing?
The giant snapping orchid? Oh, yeah. I saw it when I dropped off her seedlings.
Yeah, I don't want to go in there. And it's not because of that. I'm taking a break from opening doors. I used a phone rather than a door, like a civilized kitty.
Oh, sir, it really didn't bite you that badly. It was just trying to make a friend. But if you insist.
Sie hat doch eine Pflanze hier, also insofern, naja.
I found this business card on Edgar's body as well. I've never seen the logo before. Have you?
Nope, that's new to me too. What is that even meant to be? A crying cat? A cat exploding into droplets? No address, not even a name. Ooh, how mysterious. You should find out what it means.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait. Probably somewhere all the criminals get together to discuss the best ways to silence nosy private investigators.
Or where to bury the bodies.
A+ for motivation, Tabuski. Well, if you don't recognize the logo either, I'll just have to hope I happen to see it on the side of the road while driving around or something.
Nicht besonders befriedigend. Okay.
This scrap of paper was hidden nearby.
Hidden by Edgar?
Well, ghost said so. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it was weird, but the fact it was hidden near a body makes me think it's gotta mean something. Look, it's got something written on it. A gentle cat in the desert. Have you ever heard of that?
That's not a saying or something, is it? Like, no cat can know himself until he's been a gentle cat in the desert.
Deep, yes. But I've never heard anything like that. Also, the way it's written, it reminds me of a book title.
Oh, could be. Why don't I head to the university library in the morning and see if they have a book with that title on record?
That'd be great, Tabuski. Thank you so much.
Okay. Und schließlich?
There was a footprint near the body, a really big one.
The club was open last night, right? Could it just be a customer's, or an employee, or fuzzball?
It was pressed into the carpet on top of all the other prints, and it wasn't disturbed at all. I don't think it was made while the club was open. But there is one very big cat that works there. It could be that he stomped around when he found the body, left the print, and forgot. Yeah, I know. Or when he left the body there. He didn't seem to care too much for Edgar, but that's not the reason I'm treating it as a clue. One of the other staff said that they heard Edgar returning to the club early this morning, along with another very big cat.
A very big cat is not much of a lead. Was it the giant staff member?
No, Platty, Desiree said it was a stranger Edgar had been speaking to the night before. She'd seen and heard them talking, and then heard them again later that night.
Platty Desiree?
The club's, entertainer? Her stage name is Desiree. I rescued her from a locked chest.
Oh, gosh.
There are 5 suspects, as I see it. The 3 regular staff, the catulets, and whoever made a huge footprint I found near the body. All the staff had motives. Edgar had dirt on some of them, or treated them in a way they didn't like, or was a target for their ire by being a thoughtless rich playboy type. The catulets have all the reason in the world, I assume, and the mysterious footprint owner.
The catulets? Who are they?
Oh, another crime family, it seems. How many does this town have? I've never heard of them until tonight, but it seems they're at odds with the Montamues in some way. The chief was really concerned that they might be behind this, but Fuzzball didn't think so.
So, the usual. Mobsters jostling for position in this city, willing to do anything to win.
Either way, I need to find out more about them to decide.
The footprint sounds like a dead end for now, unless you meet a giant, so perhaps you can look into the staff more?
Yeah, they're not exactly the types to have a lot of public information on record, so I'll have to see what I can find out as I investigate.
Ja, ich rufe dann mal Professor Huggy an.
Right. Okay, let me contact Huggy to see if she knows anything about these seeds.
Ooh, tell her to say hi to Matrick for me.
Trick? I thought he was in Lena.
Oh no, he finished up there last month, and then heard about the professor's expedition to Pashan and joined up. He's been out there with her for about a month now.
Oh, that makes sense. Wait, why do you know more about my brother's movements than I do?
I, just like to keep in touch with him.
Alles klar. Okay, schon gut. Alles gut. Okay, ja, dann rufen wir sie gleich mal an. Da rein kommen wir wahrscheinlich nicht, oder? Kommen wir da rein? Warte mal, kommen wir da rein? Kommen wir da rein? Nein, wir kommen da nicht rein. Okay, aber wir haben doch gar keine Telefonnummer. Naja, wird er wohl vielleicht automatisch machen. Wird die Nummer seines Bruders erkennen oder so. Lass uns mal eben das Inventar checken. Ja, wir müssen wegen der Samen fragen, ne? Ja, das machen wir bestimmt. Reisen nach Büro. Nun, kann ich denn hier schon ran? Kann ich denn schon? Ich weiß es nicht. Man weiß es nicht. So, was soll ich denn anrufen? Visitenkarte benutzen? Keine Ahnung. Nee, eigentlich sollte ich ja... Wie kann ich denn die anrufen? Knopf? Nee, das wird nichts, ne? Nee, das wird nichts. Ja, natürlich. Okay. Gentle cat in the desert. Warte mal. So.
I found in the vent in the Knitty Kitty Club. It says, gentle cat in the desert.
Ja, natürlich. Okay.
What is that?
Nein.
It's a bag of knit.
Nein, auch nicht.
They look relatively fresh. Wherever they came from, it was recent.
Okay, aber, was? Ich bin nicht sicher, wie, was? Was soll ich jetzt tun? Okay, das scheint nicht zu funktionieren. Wir gehen mal zurück. Hatte sie nicht gesagt, wir können sie anrufen? Okay, warte mal, so können wir ihr die Sachen geben. Ruft sie an. Tabby?
Professor Huggy says these are cabalor seeds. Poisonous to cats, apparently.
Okay. Ich bin verwirrt. Was soll ich denn tun? Tüte mit Nap?
Told me this seems to be regular nip. You know, the sort you'd get from your common or garden illegal drug dealer.
Okay. Aber was?
Tabby hasn't seen this symbol before.
Okay, wir haben sie das offensichtlich alles schon gefragt.
So this is the title of a movie?
That's right, sir. An old film from back when Meow Meow Furrington had a film industry of its own.
Okay. Gut, aber was soll ich denn deiner Ansicht nach jetzt tun? Komme ich hier rein? Professor Huggys Büro? Notizlecken?
But maybe the ink will tell me more.
Und hat es mir getan?
The
Nee.
note said she's out of the country. She left her contact number though. If you need to contact me, please contact the Dean of the Department of Biology at Furrington University or phone me at this number. Mouse, Shell, Bell, Bunny, Bathtub.
Ja, ich sehe schon. Ich brauche wieder. Ich brauche wieder meine Aufzeichnung. Aber. Still locked. Okay. Sie sieht so aus, als wollte sie gehen. Tabby? Sprich mit. Sie möchte gehen. Was soll ich machen?
So, Tabarone, remind me what I need to do again. I didn't forget. I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page.
Phone Professor Huggy and ask her about those seeds you found.
Yep, good plan. Yeah, it's just what I was thinking too.
Okay, gut. Dann mache ich das doch mal. Danke, Tabby.
Thanks, Tabby.
Thank you. Okay, jetzt sieht sie nicht mehr so aus, als wollte sie gehen. Okay, dann rufe ich mal an. Okay, also erst den abnehmen und dann, warte mal, so, Knopf. Was war das? Mausmuschel. Mausmuschel. Glocke. Glocke. Und dann Hase und Badewanne. Ja?
Hello? I'm on a satellite phone. You'll need to speak up.
Okay, Professor Huggy. Hello, hi, it's Cuddles. Can you hear me?
Yes, just about. Who's speaking?
Cuddles Nutterbutter from across the hall.
Ah, Cinnamon, yes.
Oh, Cuddles, I have some brief questions if you have time.
Of course, Cinnamon, fire away.
Cuddles,
I can't right now, I'm afraid. I'm on location studying some plants. But thank you for the offer. What was your question?
Okay, ich habe mitgegangen, Entsammlung, deine Lieferung ist angekommen. Nee, erstmal das hier noch.
I found some seeds and I'm trying to figure out what they are. And since you're a botanist, I was hoping you would know.
Ah, seeds! How exciting! Big fan of seeds myself. Basically plant babies, you know. Don't let them inside your brain, though. Oh, no! They'll grow in there, and then, boom! Sapling eye! Can you describe them, Cinnamon?
It's Cuddle... forget it. Okay, they're small and brown with little white spots.
Brown with white spots. Well, yes, you've just described half of all the seeds in the world. Come on, Cinnamon. I need more. Give them a sniff.
Well, I guess I can. I get they smell kind of peppery.
Peppery. And with white spots. Well, those have to be cabalor seeds. Fascinating. Not something you're likely to find growing in Meow Meow Furrington. They're incredibly toxic to cats, you see. I once had a graduate student who studied them for her PhD. Beautiful funeral.
Oh, meine Güte.
Toxic? You just made me sniff them.
Oh, I'm sure you'll be fine probably now. If you lick them, oh, you'd be in agony right now. Well, or at least on the way to a hideously painful death without equal.
Ah, das ist ja beruhigend.
Who goes around licking random things they find in the world?
Yeah, who would do that? By the way, I found them along with a bag of nip. I'm not sure they're related, but do you know any way to identify where it might have come from?
Nip? Oh dear, nasty stuff. You don't want to get involved with that. People think it's harmless, but oh my, the chemistry says otherwise. However, I used to know a cat who might be able to help. He had connections with the, well, seedier elements of the city. Just see what I did there. Just a little botany joke for you there, Cinnamon. Lighten up. Anyhow, I used to get all my unusual samples from him for my research, including nip. He can probably help you identify the strain, maybe the supplier.
Okay, ja, cool. Aber das hört sich gut an. Wo finde ich ihn?
Any lead is welcome, Professor. What's his name and where can I find him?
His name's Cosmo. Last I heard, he was working at a general goods shop downtown. He's a little jittery at the best of times, so I suggest not mentioning my name at first.
Okay, do you know the name of the shop?
Now you're making me dig into my memory. I think it was, Wowie's Terrarium, or, no, Meowie's Sensorium, Meowie's something, anyway, that's for sure. Meowie's, Meowie's Emporium. That's Emporium without the E.
Meowie's Emporium? Please tell me that's not named after the owner. Meowie. His parents didn't even try. Come on. Who even started the tradition of giving kittens cutesy names, huh? Do you know how much bullying I got in school for Cuddles? And don't even get me started on butter.
I think you misheard me earlier, Cinnamon. I'm a botanist, not a therapist. The shop is named after him, but I'm not even going to try to explain. You'll see once you get there.
Okay, cool. So, die Lieferung ist angekommen. Was für eine Lieferung? Habe ich was verpasst? Irgendwas habe ich verpasst, ne? Aber ich frage mal das da.
Where are you right now, Professor?
I'm excavating a new find in Peshan. We're learning so much about what the ancient Peshans thought of the afterlife. Apparently, they thought it needed sprucing up. Did you know they mummified their plants? So far, we've found nearly 100 individually mummified pot plants in this single tomb.
Yes, I have something similar on my balcony at home. I believe Trick joined you recently as well?
No, not a trick, dear Cinnamon. I'm just very far away. The distance makes me softer.
No, Matt Trick. My half-brother.
Oh, yes, the wolf. He is a dear. Marvelous at figuring out death traps that litter these ancient places.
Tabby, she asked me to pass on her greetings to him.
Matt Trick? Cinnamon says to send you his bleating? No, I don't know. He's a cat. It makes no sense. No, I don't know either, dear. I'm sorry.
Okay, yep.
Okay, gut.
We received your seedling delivery, Professor. They're in your office. Tabby said she'll water them every day.
Excellent. Thank you, Cinnamon. I look forward to studying the balloon trees in detail when I return.
Balloon trees. Okay.
Oh, yes. When planted, the growing trunks expand like a balloon. Amazing process. Pushes all competing saplings away, you see?
Oh, and how much do they, expand?
Oh, about the width of our shared foyer.
So, If some seedlings had theoretically, mind you, escaped and started growing in the walls...
They would destroy an entire floor of the building. It would be a calamity. What makes you ask?
Just my unquenchable curiosity.
Okay, das scheint passiert zu sein. Aha.
Okay, Professor, thanks for your time.
Of course, Cinnamon, happy to help. Good luck with the... No! Don't disturb the sacred circle! It will unchain!
Oh, that sounded fine. Yep, she's fine. Now let's see if Tabby can find out where this emporium place is.
Ja, allerdings. Okay, hi Tabby.
The professor didn't know where the seeds came from, but she did have a lead for me on a nip dealer. If Edgar was involved with nip, that's a start. I need to head to a place called Meowie's Emporium.
What a cute name. I'll find the address for you, sir.
Thanks, Tabs.
Okay, und weg ist sie.
Hey, Buster, do you have an appointment? You can't go in there. Sorry, sir. He just forced his way in.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Montemue, I assume. It could only be him. The heavy-set cat in the exquisitely tailored suit did not reply, but his eyes glowered at me like burning coals from under pinched brows. As unease grew within me, I tried to project an aura of calm and confidence. For Tabby's sake, of course. I felt very brave. Well, a bit brave. Brave adjacent. It's okay, Tabby. Can you try to track down the address we talked about? And I'll chat with our visitor.
I'll be right outside, sir. If you need me, just yell as if you're being throttled by a rude stranger.
Though older than me, he seemed perfectly capable of lifting me above his head and snapping me like a mewling green twig. This was a dangerous cat. Mr. Montemue, I am sorry that we have to make our acquaintance under such unfortunate circumstances.
Do not lie to me, Nutterbutter.
I apologize if I...
Stop talking. Against my better judgment, I gave you and your friends a chance. They forced their way into my club, and rather than having them all thrown out in some moment of madness, I allow it. My staff get interrogated, and I tell them to cooperate. My property is taken, and I permit it. Why? Because in my naivete, I believed that for once, the police and I might have the same goal in mind. Finding my son's killer.
I think you misunderstand.
No! When I arrive, what do I find? Stolen evidence, harassed staff, and Edgar lying on the ground like a piece of trash. You didn't even photograph the crime scene!
Mr. Montemue, I assure you, you're finding Edgar's killer is...
Do not dare say his name! My son is dead, murdered, in the one place he should have been safe! If you truly cared at all about my lost cat, you and your friends would have felt the tiniest piece of feline empathy and actually done your jobs.
Mr. Montemue, you let me...
Enough! If I cannot trust this city's finest, then I shall do it myself. My claws are sharp, Nutterbutter. I will shred this entire city into scraps if that's what it takes to find the stray that murdered Edgar.
Bartholomew fell silent at last, chest heaving, whiskers quivering. His face had gone red with fury, and he seemed itching to hit something. Anything. Probably me. My brain was telling me to let him leave without saying another word if I didn't want to get a fist to the face. So, I ignored it and ran straight towards the volcano. No, you won't. I mean, you would. You could, absolutely, but you won't. You could have heard the pin of a grenade dropping to the floor. You didn't need to come here in person to tell me what you plan to do, Mr. Montague. You don't need my permission or anyone's. You must realize why the police did the bare minimum tonight. They're scared of you, of what you could do in retaliation to any perceived slight. I think you're here because you don't want this to turn messy any more than they do, whether it's for business reasons or because it was your son. It doesn't matter to me. We have the same goal, Mr. Montague. I want to find his killer. Truly, truly, I do. Not to make the police happy or to up my solve rate, but because it matters. I didn't know him, and I don't know you, but everyone deserves justice, no matter who they are or were. If you let me, if you give me the time and the space to work, I will get justice for Edgar. You have my word.
I would have said you were new to this city if I didn't know better, Nutterbutter. Justice. You hold the word out before you like a flaming brand, so sure it will keep the darkness at bay. But what about the creatures that live on the streets around you, Nutterbutter? Will they respect your faith in that spluttering light? What about me?
He lifted one paw, and I tensed. But he simply scratched his cheek and lowered it again.
Impassioned speech aside, you are mistaken about one thing. I did need to come here in person. I needed to see you, to see who I was dealing with, to gauge your mettle. That brand I mentioned, hold it very high and very tight. I will allow you to keep carrying it for now. But should it go out, nothing will stop my rage from engulfing this city.
Is that a threat, Mr. Montague? You should know that I don't take those lightly. The big cat did not immediately answer, but sniffed and turned his head to the side until his neck cracked like a rifle shot.
There will be many other cats caught up in this situation, Nutterbutter. The things they've done, the places they've been. It forms a web, with my son's murder at the center of it. You will be seeking out the details of this case, walking the gossamer strands of evidence and intuition to find the cats who lie at the ends. I can do the same, if I have to. The difference is, if you force me to step in, you will discover that many of those strands disappear forever. Don't fear for your own safety, Nutterbutter. Fear for theirs. We are not done speaking. I have a funeral to plan, and then we shall find out what you have learned. Be at my office tomorrow evening. Do not fail to appear.
Sir, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm not hurt, but that was... yikes. Wow, I never had to think that fast in my life. Am I shaking, Tabby? I feel like I'm shaking. Whiskers, I thought I was gonna die at least twice during that conversation.
I heard yelling and then nothing. I was about to phone the police. What happened?
Oh, not much. He just wanted to let me know that if I didn't solve his case, I'll probably wake up one day strapped into his decline machine.
He said that?
He implied it, when he wasn't threatening to kill everyone else linked to the case. He expects me to go talk to him at his office tomorrow. I assume to show me his collection of flensing knives and extracted teeth.
Ugh. Well, at least you won't do what that overgrown hairball tells you to. Cuddles, no, you can't.
I have to, Tabs. He's given me, well, not permission, but space to solve this myself. For now, I don't know why, but he doesn't want to step in directly. Not yet. That means there's still a chance for someone to figure this all out without things getting worse.
Does that someone have to be you?
The police have already tried to avoid escalating things by not getting involved. It clearly hasn't had the intended effect. I don't have that luxury of inaction, Tabs. I might be the only one who can keep Bartholomew from taking his anger out on any other cats, and therefore the only one who can get proper justice for Edgar.
Has anyone told you that you have a really direct sense of justice, and that it just might get you killed?
Several times tonight already, actually, yeah.
I don't mean it in a bad way, sir. It's admirable. You're a good cat, better than this city deserves. And you won't have to do this alone, sir. I'm here to help in whatever way I can, starting with the address to Meowie's Emporium.
Thanks, Tabs. I'm feeling a little drained after that interaction, though. I think I'll just sleep on my couch tonight. This is going to be a tricky one, Tabs. I'm going to have to take some chances, I think. Skirt a few lines. Let's be prepared for anything.
I'm gonna head home then, sir. Rest up and get your energy back. I'll head to the university tomorrow and see if I can find anything on that message you found.
Great stuff. Good night, Tapster. Oh, and remember, if you ever feel stumped, don't overlook the old kangaroo. Yeah, the power of taste.
Yeah. I'll see, sir. Thanks. And good night. Right. Let's get some answers.
Nun, oh, jetzt sind wir mit ihr unterwegs. Meow Meow Furrington University. Okay, ich bin mir noch nicht ganz sicher, wie ich es finde. Wir sind schon jetzt eine Weile am Start und naja, es ist sehr, sehr talkative, ne? Also sehr. Und ich glaube, das Schwierigste, was wir bis jetzt gemacht haben, ist mit dem Telefon die richtige Nummer drauf, also ne, zu verhaken. Aber gut, okay, wir gucken nochmal weiter. Handtuch.
Towel in a university? Now I've seen everything.
Okay, da ist nichts weiter. Fotos.
It's a frame filled with student photos. Ugh, I don't think I've ever seen so many terrified faces in one place before.
Okay, ist aber fest.
Heritage, our future. Oh, that's a nice proper theme for this year's student exhibition. Ours was purple or blue things.
Okay, gut. Kann ich denn irgendwas davon... Oh, du kannst auch lecken.
Okay.
Ja, du tust es auch benutzen.
The exhibition is through the entrance to my left. No need to move the sign.
Oh, ist okay.
I don't want to carry around photos of strangers. That's what Cuddles would do.
Nehme ich das Handtuch?
That doesn't look like a public use towel.
Okay, gut. Hier haben wir auch noch was. Bibliothekreisen nach. Okay. Kann ich da mal klingeln? Hallo. Guten Tag. Ist hier jemand? Ding. Oh.
What is it with you people and bells?
Edna, how are you? I didn't realize you'd changed jobs.
I didn't. This is my day job.
2 jobs? Oh, well, aren't you a productive possum? And your little hat is adorable.
Yes, everyone comments on my productivity.
Ja, nun, Edna. Schön, dich zu sehen. Lecken? Nee, sprich mit. So, du hast einen so süßen Hut auf. Erstmal ein bisschen Süßholz raspeln, ne?
I love that you put on a hat to celebrate Saberfest. That's the spirit.
It wasn't my choice.
Oh.
Oh, now I remember. All staff have to wear one during Saberfest, don't they?
It's a stupid rule.
Don't you also have to respond to his catchphrase if someone says it to you?
Tabby, don't you dare!
Thanks!
Tabby, don't make me muffle you!
Of!
Tabby, you're better than this!
Of?
Fury.
Woohoo! Fangs of Fury!
They're lucky I need this job.
Warum hast du denn so einen Zweitjob? Oh, meine Güte. Okay.
Why do you work here during the day?
I have a real passion for shaping young minds through the power of literacy.
Oh, how wonderful.
That was my joking voice. Can you imagine? No, it's for the money. I collect cactuses, and they don't come cheap.
I love those plants. They're so cute with their little ears and adorable arms. You just want to snuggle them up.
Sure, and then they snuggle their cute little thorns into your adorable little face. Cactuses are for spritzing with water, Tabby, not for hugging.
All right, I'll keep my paws clear. How many do you own by now?
9.
A good start.
118.
Wow.
Aren't you exhausted working both day and night? When do you rest?
I have the constitution of a bull. If I was sleep deprived, you'd know it. I'd be cranky all the time.
Gosh, yeah. Can you imagine? Were you sleeping behind the desk when I came in?
I didn't get any rest last night.
Ah, a busy night at the station. Lots of filing to do. I know how that goes. You know, I always tell myself just one more binder, and then before I know it, it's midnight.
Tabby, please get some hobbies. And no, that's not why I was up late. I was interrogating a cake werewolf.
I feel like even if you explained that, I still might not understand.
Sei mal fest. Nee, erstmal, was ist mit dem Handtuch? Das interessiert mich.
Why do you have a framed towel on the wall?
That's the muffling tower.
Was?
The muffling towel. That sounds ominous.
Good. It's supposed to be a deterrent. This is a quiet zone. Noisy students, get the towel.
And those photos next to the towel? Of terrified cats?
Ah, the wall of shame. Probably my greatest achievement. After my cat cuss collection. Between that and the towel, library attendance is down by 75%.
You mean problematic attendance?
That too.
Okay, sei mal fest. Naja. Warte mal, so?
It's great to see that Saberfest is still going on. Woo-woo! Go, Sadie!
No! No! Unsolicited wooing is not permitted anymore.
Oh, sorry?
Wow, this and woo that! I've had enough! No more wooing from drunken students wandering in and asking for a free beer. And no more wooing for that annoying mascot and his stupid catchphrase!
Oh, Edna, come on. You were young once, right? I assume? Besides, Saberfest is just good fun. I used to dress up as Sadie every year and join in the parade.
Exactly. And now you work for Cuddles. It's a slippery slope, Tabby. One woo too many, and you end up employed by an irritating PI.
Oh, he's not that bad. A bit scatterbrained, maybe unconventional. What did he even do to make you dislike him so much?
Oh, I'll tell you. On his first day, he knocked my cat cuss off the desk at the police station. Abigail was only 2 weeks old. I'll never forgive him.
Aww.
Doesn't the Furrington University Board disapprove of muffling students?
No student has complained yet. And I expect it to stay that way.
I imagine the towel pressed over their mouths makes complaining difficult.
Yes, it's a good system, isn't it? And it works on university board members, too.
What's the exhibition about?
For some reason, the university keeps trying to get students to express themselves and show their creativity. So, they encourage the little monsters to create things. Based on what I saw in there, the theme this year is don't quit your day job.
It's harder than it looks, you know. A lot of work goes into some of the displays. In my final year, I spent weeks on my submission.
Things have changed since you were here, Tabby. Kids don't work hard these days.
Do they spend all their time napping?
Yes.
Behind a desk?
Someone's angling for a muffling.
Okay, bis später, Edna.
Talk soon, Edna.
Okay, haben wir denn irgendwas bei? Können wir ihr... Ah, hier, ich habe es mitgebracht. Okay, warum hat sie einen Schlagring dabei? Was? Warum? Warte.
The girls, my trusty brass knuckles. A cat's gotta look out for herself in this city.
Okay, ich verstehe. Na gut. So, hier, Edna.
I'm here to investigate a phrase.
Oh, well, you'll want the phrase investigation department then. It's out the front door, take a left and keep going until I can see.
Nett, danke.
No, I think it might be a book. A Gentle Cat in the Desert.
They made a book of that? Remind me never to read it.
What do you mean? It's not a book?
A film from... Well, you weren't born yet. Long ago. I remember hating it. Something like cat goes into the desert to find his missing wife, spends 2 hours whining, and ends up becoming the leader of a society of underground couch people. Unbearable.
A film. Yes, that fits. Is there a way to check?
Well, just watch it. I'm sure you'll agree with me.
I mean to check if it is a film. Is there a record somewhere?
Do you want a list of all films ever made? Conveniently at par?
Well, if you put it like that.
We do have that, actually. I printed them all out recently to see how much ink the printer can hold. Here you go.
Oh, danke sehr. Um zu sehen, wie viel Tinte im Drucker ist. Warte mal, lass mal gucken. Moment. Ansehen. So, ach so, liebe Zeit. Oh my gosh. Ashes, okay, kann ich noch... Was? Okay, aber... Nee, Moment. Was, wie hieß das noch? Was? Irgendwas mit Gentle Cat in the Desert. Okay, A ist es nicht. Gentle Cat in the Desert. Na, da ist es doch.
So it is a film. Oh, I wonder why Edgar wrote it down. A clue? Or was he just organizing a movie night? There's the date it premiered. 2nd month of the Year of the Monkey. Ugh, Year of the Monkey? Why is everyone in this city obsessed with using animal symbols instead of numbers? Probably Havelock's fault again. I should check newspapers for that date. They'll be on the microfilm.
Okay. Monkey 2. Okay, alles klar. Wo finde ich das denn? Wahrscheinlich hier irgendwo drin, ne? Ausstellung, Reisen nach. Okay.
So many exhibits. Let's see what they all are.
Sollen wir echt gucken? Haben wir nicht gerade was Besseres zu tun?
It's a painting of Havelock Gersmoochen, the inventor of the telephone book. Such an annoying cat. It's his fault we use symbols instead of numbers like other countries.
Ah.
He thought they looked cute.
Aha, interessant. Nix?
Sabertooths came over on little boats just like this one.
Na, oh, ist ja süß. Okay, Statue. Warte mal, kann ich die ansehen?
Oh, this is clearly a reification of the idea of enlightenment being revealed to cats by our embrace of the scientific method. How lovely. Oh, wait. The plaque says, "My one-armed Aunt Jemima plugging in a light bulb."
Das ist ja voll interessant. Okay, gut, da können wir noch ein Gemälde ansehen. Okay.
An original Jimmy Jimson? How exciting! And from his Cloud Cat phase 2, I've never seen one so well preserved.
Da ist nix. Okay, was haben wir denn hier noch? Ach du liebe Zeit.
Our ancestors had really scary teeth.
Und wie? Weil mehr gibt's hier nicht. Okay, mehr gibt's hier nicht. Naja gut, das reicht vielleicht auch, ne? Aber wofür brauchen wir das noch? Irgendwofür werden wir das doch bestimmt noch benötigen. Irgendwo hier? Nee. Okay, wo finde ich denn diese Mikrofische? Da ist, hier war Reisen nach, ne? Glaube ich. Hier ist Bibliothek, Reisen nach. Nee, da ist aber doch auch noch so ein Dings. Ah, okay, gut. Hier geht's auch noch weiter. Bücher benutzen.
Such wonderful books. Cuddles has a collection too, but they're pretty much all about investigating. Or food. These are about everything.
Ich verstehe. Mikrofilmschrank, da ist er ja. Irgendwas hier?
That's the world. I love Firth.
Aha.
That
Okay.
must be where the microfilm reels are kept.
Ja. Ja. Warte mal, wie kann ich das denn Mikrofilm?
Oh, that is so dusty. Has anyone else opened this before?
Okay, benutzen. So, was war Affe, ne?
Go. This is where the newspapers for that month will be.
Affe und dann
This
Mikrofilm.
is the newspaper film for that month.
Okay, haben wir am Start. Cool. Noch mehr? Nö, wohl nicht. Na gut, und hier ist ein Lesegerät, ne? Ja, alles klar. Wir sind hier, um den Mikrofilm zu untersuchen. Und das lass uns doch jetzt mal tun. Warte mal, können wir das einfach so benutzen? Ja, können wir. Okay, Microreader. Okay, lege ich das Ding da einfach rein oder wie geht das?
I don't think that will work.
Okay. Wie workt das denn? Da, so.
I don't think anyone's used this machine in years. The light bulb needs to be replaced.
Oh, okay. Wie mache ich das? Klappe? Nee. Hier, da, auch nicht, auch nicht. Nee. Klappe. Nee, ansehen, benutzen. Ah, okay.
Ow! Well, paint my pads and call me Gemma, that's hot. I'll need assistance to remove that.
Nein. Leg sie einfach.
Feel the heat from here. I don't want tongue burn.
Schade. Okay, ich glaube, ich benötige das Handtuch. Kann das sein? Schade. Okay, gut. Also. Nun, dann gehen wir doch mal wieder. Oder ist hier noch was? Warte, ich weiß noch nicht. Da, hier, vorne, hier, irgendwo, hier, so. Hier ist gar nichts. Okay. Ich würde mir gerne mal das Handtuch ausleihen, du. Ist das okay? Birne, genau.
The bulb in the microfilm reader is very old and faint. Do you have a spare?
We don't keep spares. Try squinting.
Was?
Edna, could I borrow that towel?
Does someone need muffling?
No. I just want to pick something up with it.
Oh, too bad. I loaned the grasping towel out to the zoology department yesterday. This towel is only for noisy students.
Okay. Ich brauche das Handtuch.
I need the muffling towel. There are noisy students in the library.
I don't hear anything.
Na gut. Okay, also das wird nichts. Na schön. Toll. Ausstellung. Haben wir denn hier irgendwo was? Hier war meine... Doch, warte mal. Hier, da, guck mal. Die Glühbirne, die sollten wir doch mitnehmen können.
Here goes nothing.
Okay. Vorsicht. Oi. Upsi.
Oh, gosh. I really thought that would have been attached more firmly.
Upsi. Na, sowas. Geht schon. Können wir beim Boot das Ding mitnehmen?
Fragile. I shouldn't mess with it. It
Doch.
looks like it'll collapse if I touch it with a single finger.
Mach das mal.
Hang on. This is made of plywood and felt. I thought this was a university student exhibition. Did a kitten make this?
Okay, gut, das wird wohl nichts. Na schön, ich hatte gehofft, irgendwie das Segel mitnehmen zu können. Hier, guck mal, den Speer. Können wir den mitnehmen?
If Cuddles were here, he'd probably have half this exhibition in his pockets already. But I'm not gonna pick up random things unless I have to.
Okay, na gut. Also, wir haben zwar die... Warte mal, guck mal. Nee.
The exhibition is...
Okay, gut. Das hier?
Towels are massively useful, but maybe later.
Maybe later, okay. Wir haben damit zwar ein Dingens da. Warte mal, kann ich hier... Augenblick mal. Okay, das haben wir ansehen. Bewegungssensor ansehen. Warte mal, was kann ich denn mit dem Bewegungssensor machen? Und die Fenster?
Motion sensor for the proximity activated doors.
Okay, weiß ich aber noch nicht, was das bedeutet.
That's a big window. There's a latch at the top.
Okay. Jetzt kann ich doch den Speer gebrauchen, ne? Weil ich habe zwar jetzt die Glühbirne, aber leider noch keine Möglichkeit, die auszutauschen. Warte mal, jetzt kann ich doch den, ich nehme den doch mal, ich versuch's doch mal, warte. So, benutzen, gehe nach und reisen nach. Was? Ja, ich bin schon drin. Okay. So, ansehen, la 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 la, benutzen, nehmen.
If Cuddles were here, he'd
Ja, du brauchst den, um an dem...
cut my tongue. Too dangerous.
Geht wohl doch nicht. Na schön. Okay, was habe ich denn noch im Inventar?
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Okay.
Maybe.
Auch nicht.
Maybe not.
Auch maybe not. Okay. Tja. Okay, also sie will uns nur... Oh, hier, warte mal.
That doesn't like people touching her cat guy.
Warte mal. Okay, aber sie sieht uns dabei zu, ne? Wir müssen irgendwas irgendwie hinkriegen oder so aussehen lassen, dass hier Leute sind, Studenten hier rumlaufen, ne? Okay. Tja, aber ich weiß noch nicht. Ich weiß noch nicht. Haben wir denn hier noch mehr? Da ist das hier, das hier, das hier. Tja. Okay, aber ich nehme mal an, dass ich die Lampe nicht einfach so da reinsetzen kann, oder? Ja, schade. Okay, gut. Ja, okay, okay. Artikel, warte mal, was ist das da unten? Fassung?
Live current, my tongue. No, if I get electrocuted, Cuddles will never pay me.
Benutzen?
I can't do anything with that by itself.
Okay.
That's hardly readable. What's wrong with this machine?
Nee, das wird nichts. Okay, aber wie mache ich das denn jetzt? Tja. Kommt sie denn irgendwie... Warte mal, kommt sie denn irgendwie an den... warte. Mensch. Fenster? Nee, Riegel? Kommt sie dann irgendwie daran?
So high up. How is anyone supposed to open that?
Okay, war das jetzt der...
Kitty tongue.
Nein.
Too far.
Okay. Gut, war das jetzt der Auslöser für hier, dass ich den Speer nehmen kann? Zack. Hey, ja, okay. Ich sollte nicht doppelt drauf drücken. Da oben. Haben wir das schon gesehen? Nee, brauchen wir auch nicht. Säbelzahn ansehen. Nee, brauchen wir nicht. Hier, kannst du den jetzt mitnehmen? Warte, so. Ah, okay. Okay, also, es brauchte den Trigger, dass wir an den Riegel kommen. Gut, so habe ich mal gerade anders hingesetzt. Sorry, falls das zu Geräuschen geführt hat. Hüstel. So, na dann, hier rein. Und jetzt müsste ich doch mit dem... Ja, ich weiß. Ich habe es wieder... Das hier mit dem Umschalten ist ein bisschen... Nun... Nicht Fenster, Riegel. So. Und... Okay.
Oh, fun festive sounds are coming in from outside now.
Das heißt, wenn wir jetzt Edna ansprechen... Hallo, stell dir vor, was passiert. Ich brauche das Handtuch.
I need the muffling towel. There are noisy students in the library.
I don't hear anything.
Oh, okay, also ich muss auch noch dafür sorgen, dass der da irgendwie bespaßt wird. Kann ich den kaputt machen?
Those don't go together.
Okay, gut, dann nicht. Was ist mit den hier? Ja. Nee. So, jetzt. Nee, den muss ich nehmen. Geht das?
The spear won't activate that. It's too thin.
Was? Okay. Kann ich irgendwas da dran basteln? Kann ich das da dran packen? Nee, okay. Aber was stellst du dir so vor, was ich machen soll? Kann ich die beiden dann kombinieren? Dies und das zum Beispiel. Okay. Tadadadada. Okay. Aber ich denke, das ist doch, kann ich da... Warte mal, so. Jetzt? Nee. Warte mal, kann ich hier... Da, guck mal. Spur. Was? Spur? Spur? Ah, okay, dann ist klar. Entweder der Speer da rein oder der Schlagring da rein. Versuchen wir es mal erstmal damit. Oh. Okay, cool. Yep. Mhm. Cool. Machst das automatisch. Hey Edna, stell dir vor. Ich brauche dieses Handtuch.
I need the muffling towel. There are noisy students in the library. Ugh, you hear that ruckus? Someone's wooing in the microfilm room.
What? How dare they make so much noise?
They need to be taught a lesson, you're right. But, oh, you had a really late night, and you've got all that spritzing to do. Why don't you give me the towel, and I'll take care of it? It's mufflin time!
I like your passion, Tabby. You are worthy to bear the towel.
Aha, sehr gut. Jawohl, klasse. Dankeschön. Danke sehr. Danke, danke, danke. Reisen nach. Na, jetzt? So. Kann ich das schon wieder rausnehmen? Nee, noch nicht. Okay. Gut, wir sollten erstmal tun, weswegen wir halt eben hier sind und so. Also, jetzt aber. Warte, den hier, Handtuch.
Now I can grab it. Nobody's gonna have use for a burnt out light bulb. I'll just get rid of it.
Okay, cool. So, und jetzt die neue daran. Warte, hier, so, Glühbirne. Na,
This should brighten things up.
ja.
Gentle Cat in the Desert premieres amidst funding furor. A Gentle Cat in the Desert. The hotly anticipated film from veteran director #Jack Spiker premiered with much fanfare at the Gibbon Theatre last night, with big celebrities including Potter Lee, the famed auteur, in attendance. But no eyes were on Potter last night. Amid a flurry of controversy around the financing of the movie, Bartholomew Montague, local actor and star of the film, walked down the red carpet with a mysterious but very pregnant cat on his arm. Bartholomew laughed away the accusations that the movie was sponsored by mob money, stating it was nothing more than jealous rumors. He was less blasé when asked about the lackluster critical reception of the movie. Critics have lambasted the movie for substandard acting, direction, and writing, and say that MMF film industry cannot expect to grow with productions of this quality. A Gentle Cat in the Desert is likely to be one of the biggest flops of the year. Ooh. So Bartholomew was a movie star. Interesting. I wonder who the lady that accompanied him was. I'd better get a printout of this. This should be enough for Cuddles. Better grab the girls and get back to the office. Shame. I wonder if he's still sleeping.
Gib ihr das Handtuch zurück.
Did I sleep through the entire day? I had a dream last night, Ramon. I was in a forest, running away from mushrooms. Toadstools with stubby little toadstool legs chasing me through the trees. They had tiny, sharpened sticks in their hands, and they were yelling at me with their cute mushroom mouths. It was adorable, but I was terrified. What could it mean?
Good evening, sir.
Tabby, what are you still doing here at this time of night?
You were passed out, sir. I wanted to be sure you were all right after your encounter.
Oh, thanks, Tabster. I appreciate it. I'm fine, though, really.
Were you on the phone to someone? I heard you talking.
Oh, no, I was just telling Ramon about my weird dream. I was running away from armed toadstools in a forest, and I think my feet were made of rubber. Do you think it means something?
Oh, did you eat any camembert before you went to sleep? You know how cheese affects you.
I don't think so.
Then it's probably just your subconscious panicking, you know. Oh no, what if the scary mobster cuts me into a million little pieces, Ramon?
Oh, thanks. That makes me feel a lot better.
The way forward forward is to focus on the facts, sir. And I've got a juicy one from my trip to the university. I found out something about Bartholomew.
That's what I'm talking about. Teamwork. Great stuff, Tabs. Let's hear it.
Well, we were on the right track, sir, but missed the mark a bit. A Gentle Cat in the Desert isn't a book. It's a film. And not only that, Bartholomew was one of the stars. It was meant to be a tent-pole production to catapult the Meow Meow Furrington film industry to worldwide acclaim.
Wait, since when do we have a local film industry?
Yeah, we don't. Not anymore. Gentle Cat was a massive failure, and when other films also failed to do as well as hoped, the entire thing collapsed. Apparently there's a few paw prints in the cement somewhere in the city, and that's all that remains of it.
Oh. And Bartholomew was in the movie, you say? That must have been before his mob days.
Not necessarily, sir. The papers back then were choked with speculation over where the money for the film came from, and most of them pointed at the mob. It might have been how Bartholomew first got involved with them.
Interesting. Yeah, that would add up. Maybe he promised them a nice cut of the profits, and it all went bad, and he had to pay off his debt somehow. Do you have a copy of the article?
Just this photo, sir.
The premiere. Gosh, he looks so young. He looks a lot like Edgar.
Never mind that, sir. Take a look at who he's with.
A co-star, maybe? Can't see the face.
It's not her face that caught my eye.
What do you mean? But that means, Tabby, how long ago was this?
Pretty much 3 decades, sir.
Well now, isn't that interesting?
Might explain why Edgar was looking into his father's past. Perhaps he was trying to find out her name too?
That sounds plausible. I think it's time I pay a visit to Mr. Montague and see what he has to say about it.
Are you feeling better after your chat last night?
I am now. Who is he anyway, really? If you think about it, just a big cat with a lot of money. I bet he doesn't even own a declawing machine. I like this city, Tabby. It's where I keep all my stuff. I'm not gonna let those mushrooms scare me out of it.
Those mobsters?
Mobsters, yep. Totally what I meant. Totally. Thanks for the help, Tabby. Time to wade deeper into this mess.
Okay, nun sind wir wieder mit ihm unterwegs. Also schön. Wir sollen also... Was ist denn alles bei? Okay, du hast das Foto bei. Wir sollen also zurück in den Club, ja?
The photo Tabby found at the university. It's Bartholomew at the premiere of A Gentle Cat in the Desert. Looks like he's not a huge fan of the limelight. Guess nothing's changed there then.
Naja. Ja gut, aber das wird wohl Edgars Mutter gewesen sein. Naja, in der Tat. So, also,
I can't put it off any longer. I'm heading to Bartholomew.
Good luck, sir. And be careful. I'll wait here until you get back.
Thank you, Tabby. If you don't see me again by tomorrow, tell the police to look for me in Bartholomew's basement, I guess.
Naja, naja. So, Polizei. Oh, Meow Furrington. Da müssen wir auch noch hin, ne? Lass mal nur mal kurz reingucken. Ich weiß, wir müssen da hin, aber nur mal kurz reingucken.
Meow's Emporium. This is the shop, according to Huggy. The Cosmo person should be here.
Okay. So, da können wir schon mal reingucken.
Whoa, there's so much neat stuff for sale here.
Okay, ein Plakat. Warte mal, ablenken.
Don't think fun is a transitive property when it comes to linking climbing advertisements, even ones for amusement parks.
Aber haben wir den nicht schon gesehen? Ich bin nicht sicher. Oh, wir können tatsächlich näher rangehen. Plakat, Ultra Play Fun Fact, no Labyrinths.
On really tightly. I can't even scrape a corner off.
Okay, also okay, und mit dem Ding darunter könnte es sein, dass da etwas anderes drunter ist, was wir sehen sollten.
Poster for the amusement park just outside the city. Lappy and Geronimo's Ultra Fun Play Park.
Aber warte mal, lass mal gucken, ob wir irgendwas zu kratzen haben. Den hier vielleicht?
It'd take days to scrape this poster off
Ja,
at the tip of
okay.
this hook.
Ja, war nur so eine Idee. Kann ich damit kratzen?
The poster doesn't relate to that.
Nein. Okay, puh. Ja, und die anderen Sachen sind Irgendwie nicht so richtig zum Kratzen geeignet, ne? Na gut, dann lassen wir erstmal beiseite. Merken wir uns mal. Da geht's auch lang. Da geht's nicht lang. Nur mal reingucken, okay? Nur mal reingucken. Winner?
Welcome to Meowie's Emporium, customer. With your fur so smooth and your nose so wet. Purr.
I love being a
The
cat.
shop was run by a raccoon, it seemed. You didn't see many of them in Meow Meow Furrington, but he was so positive. I already liked him. Confetti? Flavored confetti?
Yes, Meowies has spared no expense for our promotion. Purr. Please enjoy our delicious apricot-flavored paper pieces.
Apricot? Not really my favorite.
Such honesty. Thank you for your feedback, customer. Purr. This will help make our next confetti gun 100 times better.
Oh, do watermelon flavor next time. I love watermelon.
Watermelon? Incredible feedback. Thank you, customer. This might be the best feedback Meowies has ever received. Please, take this with the thanks of the entire extended Meowies family.
Was?
That weird plastic ring? What's this do?
It's a mood ring, customer. Purr. When you wear it, it can tell you how you're feeling. For example, if I put it on, it would say that I feel honored by your patronage. Studies have shown that making customers self-conscious about their emotions makes them buy more things to feel better about themselves.
Well, isn't that neat?
Okay, gut. Ich habe ihn bei. Okay. Na ja, gut, jetzt wo wir schon mal drin sind, ne? Warte mal, was gibt's denn hier alles zu sehen? Es sind doch ein paar Sachen. Okay, aber erst einmal, hey, ich sehe hier nicht so viele Waschbären. Was für Sachen verkauft er hier?
I haven't seen a raccoon in Meow Meow Furrington in ages.
Me neither, customer. Purr.
But you are one?
I? Meowie? A raccoon? We do have a good time here at Meowies, don't we, customer? How can I be a raccoon? Look at my shirt.
I love being a cat. Well, I mean, does that prove anything, though?
And I purr constantly. Purr. See? I just did it. Plus, I'm called Meowie, a common and popular cat name, given to me by my parents, Mr. and Mrs. Real Cat.
A lot of feline stuff going on. I'm not denying that.
Then it's settled. We're Meowie the cat and Mr. Customer the other cat. Two cats living life in the cattiest city in the world. Purr. Meow. Scrunk.
Sorry, was that skronk at the end?
Yes, the noise two cats make when they have a deep understanding of the fact that they're both cats and are deeply satisfied with the fact. Skronk.
Klar.
Skronk to you too, then. Meowie, skronk.
Die kleinen Schuhe, ne? Guck mal, diese Schuhe, die er sich angezogen hat, um eine Katze darzustellen. Oh Mann.
Meowie, I've had a glance around your shop and I can't quite figure out if you have a theme.
Of course I have a theme, customer. Purr. My theme is things that people need.
Well, okay, but who needs, to pick only one example of at least 20 in my field of view right now, who needs inside-out umbrellas?
Forward thinking, dear customer. Strong winds will turn your umbrella inside out anyway. So catch the air unawares. Beat it to the punch. Purr.
Absolute genius. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, gut, wir reden später. Kann ich ihm das direkt mal zeigen oder ist das ein bisschen aufdringend? Ich sehe mich erstmal um, okay?
Talk later, Meowie.
Talk later, genau. Wir sehen uns erstmal um. Fresspaket.
And smell it from here. It's got everything. Oh, whiskers. Now my mouth is watering.
Na, ist da etwa auch was von der Katzenminze drin?
The way the wrapping crackles under my tongue. The warm, smooth taste. You are perfect.
Customer, no licking the premises, please.
Okay. Kann ich das mitnehmen?
Competition winners, Cuddles. Time to be a winner.
Oh, Promotion.
2, 3, 4 stars. Wow. Oh, this is an exceptionally promotional promotion.
Warte mal, ich sehe aber nur 3 Sterne.
How do I win? I must know.
Okay, also gut. Da ist der Backroom. Und was haben wir hier noch alles? Nichts. Da ist nichts. Trödel.
On one side of the shop stood a cat who must be the assistant. His blank expression and slow, methodical gum chewing did not inspire much confidence. But if Meowie wasn't this Cosmo I wanted, then it could only be this cat.
Das glaube ich eigentlich nicht, aber gut.
Yeah, I really can't tell if there's a theme to this store. Is it musical instruments and metaphors of their components or something?
Okay, was haben wir noch hier? Ich möchte mir erst alles an. Porky Speed, was? Tauschkorb?
Exchange bin? Exchange what?
Hypnose-Set? Oh, wie cool. Selbstscheinender Fellreiniger. Ach, du liebe Zeit.
Your friends, flummox your colleagues, change their minds about anything. I'm pretty surprised that nobody else wants this. Self-foaming fur cleaner sounds amazing.
Naja. Haben wir denn irgendwas, was wir da tatsächlich changen könnten? Irgendwie nicht so richtig, ne? Geld vielleicht? Okay. Ja, okay. Na, vielleicht ist das ja auch einfach nur für schön. Hier der Haken. Okay, gut. Ja, kann ich im Moment zumindest noch nicht sagen. Warte mal, was war das hier? Was steht da? Ach, da ist Sammlung von Zeichen. Okay, warte, ansehen.
Signs, posters and banners of official MMF locations and events. Is it legal to take these?
Ich glaube nicht. Warte mal. War hier nicht irgendwas? Ach da. Ach so, okay. Gut, ja. Cosmo.
Bored-looking cat that probably won't give me the time of day and possibly insult me. Finally, that's more like what I expect from the cats in this city.
Weiß ich nicht, aber na, wir probieren es mal.
Oh.
Nee. Nein, okay, ich wollte eigentlich besprechen. Oder ihr.
That's my name.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. Someone told me you could help me.
Inside out umbrellas are to the left, and the exchange bin is to the right.
Oh, no. I mean, I love the shop, and I will definitely look around more. But for now, I just have some questions about seeds.
Seeds? Like, from plants? Like, I don't know, seeds guy. Do I look like a freaking planologist?
Could you just take a look anyway?
If you really want, guy. But I told you, I don't know anything.
Okay. Okay, weiß ich nicht, ob das so eine... Nein, nicht mit dem Netz, sondern mit den Samen.
No. Never seen him.
Are you absolutely certain? Please, these seeds are a lead in a murder case.
Murder? You mean Edgar?
Ja.
That's an interesting first guess. Did you know him?
Know him? Oh, cucumbers, I'm clean, all right. I promise I was not involved. I don't know anything. I don't know how much more clearly I can communicate. I don't know anything. Please, just go. I'm nobody. I don't want to get locked up in a dark little room in the Boule de Poil.
La Boule de Poil? The fancy theater?
No, bro, you are confusing me. I never said anything. Leave me alone, please.
Boule de Poil? What does that have to do with this whole mess? Guess that's a new lead.
Was? Das fandest du schon als Spur ausreichend? Echt? Okay, hier denn, hey.
What do you know about this? His eyes widened, and it was as if his dark face somehow paled.
Nothing. Leave me alone.
Okay, das war auch ein bisschen ungeschickt, ne? Aber vielleicht kennt ihr hier die anderen Dinge hier noch. Naja, zumindest die Visitenkarte.
I know anything about the establishment.
I know they won't like your store, guy.
Okay, erzähl mir mehr.
I know anything about the...
I know they won't like your store, guy.
Du verhörst ihn echt ungeschickt. Fragst ihn ungeschickt aus. So, Stimmungsring, möchtest du einen? Okay, gut. Haken. Boah. Nee, nein, zeige ich ihm nicht. Oder? Bringt das irgendwas?
This is an official badge. It means you're obliged to assist me if I need you to.
No, it doesn't. That's a Class H badge. That just means you're allowed to say you're working with the police. I don't have to do anything to help you, guy. Learn the rules.
Du hättest ihn auch einfach mal höflich bitten können.
Have you ever seen this film?
I'm not allowed into the cinema
Was?
anymore. I brought my own snacks once and they called the cops on me.
They banned you for bringing snacks?
Guy was the total abuse of power. I threw some peanuts at one of them and the other ones reacted like, oh, they're grenades. Big fat baby.
Meine Güte. Ach du liebe Zeit. Okay, von ihm bekommen wir nichts raus, ne? Kann das sein? Hier, aber vielleicht das Foto.
You know who this is?
What? No.
It was obviously a lie, but pushing him wasn't gonna help. I needed more.
Oh, du meinst, wir haben noch nicht das richtige Beweisstück dabei? Ja, ganz offensichtlich. No, richtig. Okay, also definitiv weiß er Bescheid, worum es hier geht. Definitiv. Er hat mit Edgar zusammen rumgemacht. Er hat Edgar wahrscheinlich auch das Zeug besorgt. Die Samen sind wir jetzt irgendwie noch nicht wirklich weiter, woher die kommen. Ich habe da irgendwie das Gefühl, wir sollten hier noch nicht sein. Stiefel von Larry.
Never seen a shoe before, guy. Baby Meow, he wants it for his weird museum.
Ja, genau. Hey, was ist eigentlich mit dir so? Warte mal. Fangen wir mal bitte mal einfach mal an.
What have you got there, customer? Something historical?
Absolutely. This is a famous historical boot. The boot of Larry.
Larry. Oh, the very name fills me with awe. Tell me, customer. Tell me of Larry's boot.
Well, a long time ago, really long ago, you definitely won't know anything about the time it happened. Larry was an explorer. He discovered the whole peninsula that Meow Meow Furrington was later built on, and he was very famous for that reason, definitely. But he lost his boot in some quicksand, yeah, and it was recently found again. What? And this is it. So, yep, hey, that's history.
That sounds like an ideal artifact for my museum, customer. But I've never heard of this Larry.
Well, surely you've not heard of every famous cat explorer.
I definitely have. Their illustrious names are engraved into my mind. Steve, by the way, Ron Waffle, Gary Cheeseman, Eustace Meg Therodon, Billy the Pigeon. I know them all. History was my favorite subject in cat school.
But who discovered them? I'll tell you, Larry. He did that right after, whatever I said he did just now.
He did? Oh, what a wonderful item to add to my museum. Thank you, customer. Burr. I think that this has to be rewarded with a hypnotism kit.
Was? Ich wollte ihm das gar nicht geben. Okay. Und jetzt kann ich das Hypnotism-Kit nehmen? Okay. Das war einfach nur so aufs Geratewohl. Da, boah, okay, warte. Benutzen. Ja.
And just like that, this cosmic power belongs to me.
Okay, ich hab's tatsächlich. Oh, guck mal hier. Das sieht aber viel besser aus. Die Zähne nicht, nein. Okay.
Slippery. Gross. It's not intended for the mouth. Clearly.
Okay, das heißt, wenn wir ihm dann noch irgendwas Verrücktes geben, wieso habe ich den denn jetzt mitgenommen? Ich weiß nicht, wie es dazu kommen konnte. Dann biete ich ihm den Haken auch mal an. Wenn er so verrückt ist nach diesen Sachen. Ich meine, die dazu erfundene Geschichte war ja ganz lustig. So, also den Haken.
Yarr. A dough hook from the dough hook? Tremendous, customer.
Nein.
That shop is a wonderful addition to the city's cosmopolitan food scene.
I guess so. Wait, the pirate part or the baking part?
Both. They complement the pirate-themed ice cream store Rum Invasion. Arr. and are one of the few bakeries not part of the infamous jalopy cartel.
The what?
Oh no, I've said too much. I'm sorry, customer, but we can never speak of this ever again.
Okay, gut. Der hatte nicht die gleiche Wirkung, aber war auch ganz lustig. Was wohl passiert, wenn ich dem die Samen zeige?
Anything about this?
Those smell so familiar. Whiskers. Where have I smelled that scent before?
If you remember, please let me know.
As you wish, customer. Meow's Emporium is here for you. Purr.
Okay, nicht hilfreich, aber es ist ihm vertraut.
You know what this is?
Smells spicy. Are you cooking a roast, customer? Why not try our artichoke basting sauce?
Okay, gut, hat er keine Ahnung von, ne? So, weißt du da?
This is a business card for a secretive establishment in the city.
Business cards? Another stupendous idea, customer. Does my brain even have room for all of these?
Finden wir es heraus. Okay, das, Ja, Rezeptbuch.
What's your favorite drink, Meowie?
I don't drink, customer. Why get drunk when I can just think about how wonderful our city is?
You should definitely try drinking then. It helps you believe that that's actually true.
Okay, gut. Ich denke, wir sollten gehen. Ich glaube, das reicht. Reisen nach. So, ja, okay, das war aufschlussreich. Na schön. Und aus irgendeinem Grund habe ich diesen komischen Hut da mitbekommen. Ich wollte eigentlich, eigentlich sollte ich zu dem Dings da gehen, zu dem Club, aber ich würde gerne nochmal mit ihm quasseln, weil ich hätte gerne diesen Geschenkkorb. Ich kann alles Mögliche fragen. Okay.
I couldn't help but notice all the street and shop signs up on the wall behind the counter. Are those all from places and businesses in Meow Meow Furrington?
Yes, they are. Purr. This is the best city in the world, especially for cats like you and me. I just love it here. So much culture, so many wonderful sights. Have you ever visited the world's biggest miniature giant ball of yarn? It is incredibly average in size.
Oh, and that's also why you're making a museum of the city's history, I suppose.
Precisely, customer. Purr. I want generations of cats to be able to come to Meow's Emporium Museum and learn about our past. I shall be the first curator of what I'm certain shall become a local institution.
I can absolutely see cats coming here to gawk.
Genau.
What items are on promotion, Meowie?
Everything, customer. From our mixed-use musical instrument collection, to our inside-out umbrellas, to our pasta. Especially our pasta. Purr.
Yeah, you sell a strange assortment of stuff, Meowie.
We sell what our community demands, customer, and they demand pasta.
Pasta cooked in inside-out umbrellas to the haunting refrain of plucked guitar strings, apparently.
This is a marvelously cultured city, is it not, Purr?
Genau. Yeah.
Meowie, has the lure of flavored confetti improved the success of your promotion?
Customer, can I speak honestly to you? Cat to cat?
Cat to cat?
Exactly. The promotion has struggled. I was certain people would be thrilled to participate, but it has not been so. Then, inspiration struck. Run a promotion for the promotion. A delicious double wrapping of promotional goodness that is sure to get cats flocking back to Meowies.
Well, maybe.
Oh, customer, I hear the pain of withheld honesty in your voice. You need not spare Meowie the harshest law of retail. Customers' time is valuable. Customers need to know that they should visit Meow's Emporium instead of, say, Keith's kooky kiosk. I mused, reflected, contemplated, and realized my flaw.
Overthinking the selling of obscure items?
No, I was trying to tell customers why they should give me their patronage when I should be showing them a dramatic presentation to convey everything that buying from Meowies represents. And to sweeten the pot, a promotional award for the promotion of our promotion. A special mystery item for the lucky one who aids me. Purr.
Mystery item, you say? Could it be the huge food basket underneath the promotional promotion sign?
I asked my assistant Cosmo to obscure the mystery item, but it appears he simply added more cellophane. A lot more. It's wrapped so tightly, and it's such a thick layer. Whoever wins it might have to spend hours clawing it open. Maybe even days.
Meowie, tell me what I need to do to get that prize.
Oh, customer, thank you for offering. Brr. Here is the promotional material I've written. Just get as many cats as possible to hear it.
Okay. Okay, warte. Lass uns das mal ansehen.
The promotional material Meowie gave me.
Müssen wir das jetzt tatsächlich verteilen? Ich hoffe nicht. Ich fürchte doch. Okay, aber da war doch noch mehr. Warte mal, lecken nicht, sprich mit. Wie soll ich gleich noch Ihre Werbung... Ja, okay.
With the promotional material I gave you, customer, spread...
Okay, gut.
Meowie, the exchange bin over there, is that related to your promotion?
It is not, customer. It is for the world-famous Meowie's Emporium Historical Artifact Exchange Program, which has been running uninterrupted for over 5 months.
Oh, so it's had good success.
None whatsoever, customer, purr, which only makes its grand purposes even more necessary. Meow Meow Furrington has a rich and fascinating history. You, as a customer of rare insight, no doubt remember all the great moments from our past that we learned about in cat school.
Yes, just, remind me.
The Jam Wars, King Leopold the Lion Killer's coronation, the opening of the 100th Porky Pete's. This city has seen it all over the centuries, purr. But time is like a haircut.
You always need more? Or everyone can see if you've gone through a bad one. The best ones are from a place halfway across the city that isn't open on weekends, even though you called and they said they were open on weekends, but you got there and they were closed, so you had to drive all the way home again, right?
No, fleeting. We must capture it while we have the chance. And that chance is now, customer. Purr. I'm assembling artifacts from significant moments in our city's history, creating a collection for all to enjoy and learn from. Bring me items of historical value to enrich my museum, and receive items from the exchange bin in return. Purr.
What do historical items look like, Meowie?
They could be anything, customer. Ancient weapons, rare cutlery, even mundane-seeming items of clothing. Actually, I have a lot of weapons and cutlery already, so clothing would be especially desirable. Purr.
Deshalb wollte das Ding unbedingt haben. Okay.
What items will I get in exchange?
Treasures. Marvelous things. Go on. Take a look for yourself. Purr.
Oh, a fancy hat and, a bottle of some kind.
You mean a hypnotism kit? And a flask of self-foaming fur cleaner?
Hypnotism. And, Meowie, I need you to believe me when I say I am now obsessed with owning these items. Don't give them to anyone else. I will be back with some, historical items.
Wonderful! Purr! Although, I am confused by your air quotes around historical.
Oh, just a cat thing, you know, like we learned in cat school.
Oh, yes, of course. In that case, I am eagerly awaiting your wonderful artifacts, customer.
Okay, gut.
I asked your assistant over there, about a murder, and he just shut down. What's with him?
Oh, customer. It is a tragic tale, purr. I believe that Cosmo blames himself for our current situation. Ever since the amusement park, he has not been himself.
What did the amusement park do?
It took our customers, customer. Until some months ago, a constant stream of cats came through here, all of them seeking Cosmo's sage sales advice. But when the amusement park began advertising all over the city, even outside this very shop, they simply dried up. No more cats visiting all the time. Cosmo became withdrawn and refused to speak to me anymore. But I knew he carries a silent burden of failure. The poor thing.
Okay, das heißt, da kleben wir dann unsere Werbung drauf, ne?
Where did all your customers go?
Stolen away by the amusement park, customer. No sooner did it start advertising outside the shop than they all vanished.
Okay, gut. Wir reden später.
Talk later, Meowie.
Okay, gut, dann aber. So, dann möchte ich da nochmal dran und ja, gut. Kann ich hier denn eins von diesen Dingern draufpappen? So.
No mention of this title on the poster. No mention of this.
Was? Okay, gut, schade. Schade, schade, schade. Aber mehr können wir hier auch nicht machen, ne? Nee, okay. Naja, gut. Ich hatte gehofft, das würde funktionieren. Wohl nicht. Gut, dann gehen wir weiter und, oh, Labul, jetzt haben wir's, jetzt können wir da hin. Mache ich das oder gehe ich erstmal? Nee, ich glaube, ich gehe erstmal in den Knitty Kitty Club. Oh.
Word is spread about Edgar. Looks like he knew quite a lot of people.
Ach du liebe Zeit. Du meine Güte, selbst die Mädels sind hier weg. Okay, ansehen. Du liebe Zeit.
The funeral for Edgar Montague will be held. Sorry, Edgar. I can't attend. I don't think mob families like law enforcement showing up at their personal events.
Okay. Haben wir eigentlich was zum Analysieren? Fällt mir da mal ein? Nein, eigentlich nicht. Obwohl, doch, warte mal, doch.
Superstore is gone.
Was?
Gone back to Pepe.
Oh nein, den hätte ich jetzt ganz gut gebrauchen können. Benutzen, benutzen, hinterer Bereich benutzen. Nein. Okay, schade. Musikplakat.
Stuck on there for so long, I'll never peel it off.
Ja, aber vielleicht können wir hier ja eins von denen draufkleben.
Could stick this to the wall, but I'm guessing not a lot of cats pass through here. I need to reach more people.
Ich verstehe. Doof. Na gut, also in der Polizeistation vermutlich, ne? Oder hier drauf? Das ist nicht nett, aber hey.
That won't promote Meowy's business.
Okay, warte mal, dann lass mich das mal eben probieren. Wir gehen mal in den Polizeihauptsitz. Edna ist noch nicht da, das ist gut. So, dann lass mal schauen. Warte, so, jetzt. Okay, können wir es hier irgendwo draufkleben?
That won't promote. I don't think that thing.
Okay.
I don't.
Nein? Ganz sicher? Na gut.
That won't promote Meowy's business.
Na gut, okay. Aber können wir das denn hier mitnehmen?
I don't need classes.
Okay, gut. Leider nein. Schade, schade, schade. Schade. Mehr ist hier aber nicht, ne? Nein, wohl nicht. Okay. Oh hey, aber der Automat ist wieder in Ordnung. Moment. Geht nicht? Warte.
Put coin in, get milk out. At least some things in life are simple.
Genau, das machen wir jetzt auch mal. Warte mal, put coin in.
Here goes.
Es funktioniert nicht.
Oh hey, something dropped in the tray.
Ja, dann nimm's mal. Warte, so.
Honey flavored milk? That's for kittens. Too sweet for me.
Oh. Okay, aber wir haben es immerhin mitgenommen. Naja, dann. So, mehr geht gerade, glaube ich, nicht. Hoffe ich nicht, weiß ich nicht. Kitty. So, jetzt aber rein da. Wir sollten uns ja bei ihm melden. Es ist immer noch sehr ohne Leute hier. Aber es hat wohl eine Party stattgefunden, ne?
Nobody's had any time to clean up after last night's fun, or they just didn't care to.
Sollten wir erstmal zu ihm runtergehen? Nee, warte mal, wir gehen erstmal zu ihm runter. Unterhalten wir uns mal mit unserem... Oh.
Pepe and Thorn must be out distributing pamphlets.
Okay. Ist denn überhaupt jemand da? Die Erdnüsse stehen hier jetzt einfach so rum. Das sieht hier... Was ist jetzt? Es hakt? Oh shit. Warum hakte das eben? Was ist da los? Okay. Oh, hier, sie haben ihn beiseite geräumt. An den Fleck kommen wir noch heran. Das ist auch noch offen. Wir gehen gleich zu ihm. Ich versuche es erstmal nur bei ihr. Irgendwas Neues hier? Hatten wir das schon gelesen? Spiegel?
I don't think this is related to the case.
Okay, gut. Na dann. Sie ist weg.
Redecoration. Now? Maybe it relaxes her?
Keine Ahnung. Die ganzen Schuhe hängen hier rum. Warte mal, verschiedene Kisten ansehen. Aber irgendwie ist er nicht mehr, ne? Knopf.
A mysterious red button. The universal symbol for press me without considering the consequences.
Allerdings, lass es uns tun. Lecken, benutzen.
Ooh, a heart-shaped button. Does this open a secret drawer of heart-shaped candy, maybe? Let's see. What? Oh, whoa, what is happening? That is... Goodness. Ooh, is that a... wait, yes. Well...
Ast rein, komm, die nehmen wir mal mit.
Well, good. I've got that now. Stuffed deep in my briefcase where nobody can see it. Shoot. Ask questions. Or anything.
Ja, alles klar. Okay, wir haben die Peitsche dabei. Ein Liebesnest.
Firm. Yep, that's a firm mattress. Yes. Oh, so that's where... Well...
Okay. Kannst du auch dran lecken? Hm?
No, oh God, no, no.
Oh my gosh. Okay, komm, wir drücken mal wieder den Button.
Guess it's staying up. Hope I didn't break it.
Oh, okay, gut. Schade, es scheint nicht zu funktionieren. Upsi. Okay, aber mehr gibt's hier nicht, ne? Verschiedene Kisten, Liebesnest. Okay, komm, lass uns mal wieder gehen. Sie ist nicht da. Oh, Himmel nochmal. Okay, haben wir hier nun mehr? Nee, eigentlich nicht. Sprich mit Tinkle. Hey, yo.
I'm here to see Bartholomew.
Tinkle knows. Boss Cat told him to expect Kitty. Is Kitty in trouble?
I'm not in trouble. I'm doing my civic duty as the investigator of a criminal case to...
Tinkle thinks Kitty should be careful with word criminal.
I didn't mean... I'm gonna go inside now.
Kitty is not as dumb as you look, then.
Hallo.
Thank you, Team Junta.
Was? Das ist ja ein richtiger Name? Ach du liebe Zeit.
Bartholomew stared at me silently after Tinkle left. Clearly, I wasn't the only cat who had slept restlessly. He wore the same clothes I'd seen him in the night before. He had bags under his eyes. The bite of whiskey filled the air. Tinvunkle, what now?
Did you think his parents named him Tinkle? It's only this foolish city that still cleaves to the stupid tradition of giving children sappy names. He merely got tired of nobody in the city pronouncing it properly, so he shortened it.
I see, so I guess you could say he crushed it. Hey. The flat stare I got told me that my attempt at comedy was not appreciated. Thankfully, he changed the topic, sparing me from more awkwardness.
Do you believe that a son should pay for the sins of his father, Nutterbutter?
I don't believe that anyone should pay for someone else's mistakes, especially if the price is death, but the world is an unfair place.
Ah, and it is your job to make it fair?
No. My job is to try.
How noble. Your clients must find you a delight with your self-deprecating humility, righteous words, and penchant for irreverent comedy. But what of family, Nutterbutter? Can justice be served when your sin is your bloodline?
It can always be served. Sins aren't found in blood. They're found in actions. They can be traced to those who performed them and used as evidence to hold them to account. The big cat's keen gaze unnerved me. I had been ready to be yelled at again, threatened, even ignored. But not whatever this was. Interrogated, conversed with.
So, do you believe that my son was killed because of me? Because of the actions I took?
I don't have enough information to say yet. Have you done anything recently that would have given someone a revenge motive? Any overdue parking tickets, just for example? He did not like that. Not at all. His eyes narrowed, and one side of his mouth rose in a snarl to reveal bone-white canines embedded in blood-pink gums.
Does this strike you as a time for levity, Nutterbutter? You wield your graceless wit like a dulled blade, probing for what? Information? Weakness? Guilt?
Ach, komm.
Spare me the deflections and tell me, have you considered what I told you last night?
He used his words like bludgeons. The bigger, the better. That was fine. I could talk a lot too, and I'd read all the books on my bookshelf. I knew words. I have considered it, Mr. Montague, at length, but you're not the first cat to threaten me, and I have no doubt the last either. So if you think I'm going to roll over the moment someone bigger than me bares his fangs, I need you to understand, all cats are bigger than me. I won't be your lap cat, Mr. Montague. I don't report to you, and I don't work for you. I won't slink to your side the moment you snap your fingers. You don't like my jokes. That's fair. Black humor is far from rare in my line of work, but I can understand it turning your nose at a time like this. But I'm not going to stop being who I am for you. I'm a PI and not a police cat because I value my independence no matter which side of the law I'm dealing with. I told you last night that I would find your son's killer, and I stand by that. I swear it, even on Edgar. I was ready to die right then, for Tinkle to burst in and turn me into wet red kibble with his gargantuan paws, but it had to be said. I couldn't have done the case under pretense. He needed to know who he was dealing with. And at last, it seemed he did.
You surprise me, Nutterbutter, but do not use his name like that ever again. Very well. Do you have any information for me?
I had to wet my tongue before I could continue. Out of the frying pan, into the mobster fire. There are a few pieces of evidence I'd like to discuss with you, yes, but last night's interaction was heated, and I would like to avoid a repeat. We will be discussing unpleasant topics. Do I have your assurance that you will remain as collected as you are now?
Collected? Yes, I will be as collected as I am now. I will nod and smile and pretend that I do not feel crippled by the loss whenever I think of my son, or filled with unquenchable rage to punish his killer. Your mother should have taught you not to judge a cat by the shine of his coat, Nutterbutter. My pain is vast. It would swallow you, and you would drown in it, alone and forgotten, mewling forever. I am not collected. I am enraged.
I stared into eyes that burned like holes into a place beyond the world. A terrible place. And then he blinked, and they were simply eyes again.
But my suffering will not aid you in finding the murderer. So you have tonight, and tonight only, to ask me whatever questions you wish. I will answer them, all of them, as truthfully and calmly as you can hope for, and reserve my anguish for when I am alone, when it shall not bother you.
I didn't mean...
Orphan, widow, widower. Words made of pain, for pain, yet they at least grant an identity. But for a parent that loses a child? Nothing. The very idea is so terrible that we leave it nameless. So I am denied even that simple expression, and my grief must remain anonymous, and all the worse for it. Consider that, and hope that you never, ever feel anything a fraction as terrible.
I wanted to say something, anything that would show I understood, but did I? I'd come here to stand up to a bully, but I'd only succeeded in becoming the antagonist. I'd expected to have to face down a monster, but all I'd found was a cat in pain. Mr. Montague, do you have someone you can talk to, about what's happened? He didn't say a word, but I saw a look in his eye that answered my question. I am so sorry for your loss.
Your sorrow is meaningless to me. Tell me what you have found.
Da hat er einen guten Ansatz gewählt. Echt jetzt. Ich meine, er ist der harte Kerl, der harte Gangsterboss und so. Und ja, er hat jede Menge Schmerz jetzt und überhaupt. Und ja, er ist natürlich, selbstverständlich ist er sauer und alles klar, kann ich verstehen. Aber hey, alles, was er ihm anbieten kann, ist halt eben zu sagen, pass auf, ich tue, was ich kann, um herauszufinden, was passiert ist. Okay, gut. Aber er muss ihm auch sagen, auch wenn ihm das nicht gefallen wird, dass da diese Drogengeschichte ist. Okay, los.
I found this business card on your son's body. Do you know where it's from?
Celestine.
Who's that?
A mercenary of a cat. That's his business card. He owns The Establishment, a venue that myself and other cats like me use as neutral ground. But I've only ever gone there with Team Vunkil Junta. Edgar knew of it, certainly, but he never expressed the slightest interest.
Worth following up on?
If Edgar was there, that tricky two-color cat would definitely have taken note. If only to find a way to exploit it to his own ends.
Oh, I'll pay him a visit then. Can I have the address?
You'll find them not far from here, across Herod Bridge, in Cabacon Street.
Okay, wir haben noch einen Ort zu bereisen. Okay. A Gentle in the Desert.
Your son made a note of something. He seemed quite keen to keep it a secret. A Gentle Cat in the Desert. A movie title, it would seem. We did some poking around and discovered that you have an interesting history. An actor. I would never have guessed.
Am I the first actor you've met, Nutterbutter? You seem disbelieving that we exist.
Oh, you exist, but you don't advertise the fact either. Did Edgar know of your previous occupation before recently? I mean?
I don't think so. I never brought it up. It was so long ago, and I didn't want him to.
To dig into the drama around your final production? I have a theory about where the murky trail of funding for that film ends. How did you get your foot in the door of this line of work in the first place, Mr. Montemute? Is it possible some of your investors sought to get some long-delayed recompense?
That's not a theory, it's a hypothesis. A very fanciful one.
Well, then give me some facts, Mr. Montemute. Your son starts looking into a film you made decades ago and dies. Did he speak to the wrong people? Or something else entirely? I couldn't help but notice a very pregnant cat standing next to you on the red carpet. The dates add up, Mr. Montemute. How is his mother doing? He kept his expression mostly still, but his mouth twitched unhappily at that.
I hope the story you're spinning is entertaining you, Nutterbutter, because it is a fiction. Spiderwebs and shadows. You are correct on one count. That is Edgar's mother. Barely. She had other ideas about where she wanted her career to go, and a child did not fit into it. That cursed film was the end of my acting career, and the end of her involvement in our lives. If Edgar was looking into my past, he would have learned nothing beyond what I told him when I felt he was old enough. That he had one parent who loved him, and one who did not.
Ich glaube nicht, dass es so einfach ist. Nee, das glaube ich ganz und gar nicht.
I've heard from your staff that whenever Edgar visited the club, he'd invariably go to your office. Except last night. Why's that?
Are you sure you're an investigator, Nutterbutter? I was out of the country. Of course, he didn't bother going to my office.
Does he only go there if you're around? Do you socialize outside of work? What did you talk about last?
How is any of that relevant? If you're fishing to ask if we'd had a fight, we did not. He was just taking some time to be alone. He had the other key card for my office elevator. He knew he was free to come and go as he pleased. As for what we discussed last, the loss of his friend, the expansion of the business, goals for the future, mundanities.
Für dich vielleicht, aber nicht für ihn.
I found a bag of nip on Edgar's body.
Nip? No. You are mistaken.
I'm really not. I promise. The packet was in his clenched paw, as if he'd just received it. He apparently met up with someone at the club, and they acted somewhat suspiciously.
Listen to me. Edgar did not take Nip.
I understand Edgar had not been to the club in months. Have you seen him personally in that time? Could he perhaps have picked up some new habits? I've also heard that you do not tolerate drug use by your staff, but does that extend to your family? It's not as simple to fire a son as it is an entertainer, for example.
Is that a reference to Platty and her unseemly dependency? Yes, I know of it. She doesn't hide it nearly as well as she seems to think. But as long as what she takes comes in a bottle, served over a pharmacy counter, I don't care. When it starts coming in a bag, smuggled paw to paw in a dirty alleyway, then I take action.
All right, but you still can't be certain Edgar wasn't indulging. How close were you two? Could he have been hiding it from you?
Do you know any Nip addicts, Nutterbutter? It's not something you tuck into a pocket and turn to when you have a free moment. It consumes your life. If Edgar was involved, I would know. And beyond that, he was distraught that a friend of his had died of an overdose. Furious even. He had come to hate Nip as much as I do.
Ja, es gibt dann noch andere Möglichkeiten, ne? Nämlich, dass man es an ihm platziert hat. Oder dass er jemanden erwischt hat und es diesem jemanden abgenommen hat.
Your staff have some theories about what happened.
I'm sure they do.
Tinkle didn't see anything odd, apart from Edgar even being at the club after such a long absence, but he did note that he seemed very upbeat. Did anything happen recently that might have improved his mood?
Not that I'm aware of, but we had not spoken in a while.
Miss Kitty says she heard Edgar coming back into the club later that evening. Along with a cat she recognized the voice of. A big, mean type, she claims.
I would not trust anything Platty claims to have seen or heard after 2 a.m. That's her indulgence time. What she sees or hears then is liable to get confused.
If you say so, but I did find a very large footprint next to Edgar's body. Larger than anyone who works for you.
Then investigate it. Do you need my permission?
No, never mind. Finally, Pepe says he saw Mousezilla, but I think we can discount that.
You might find Pepe's convictions ridiculous, but he is not insane or blind. He is loyal and trustworthy. Mousezilla is obviously not real, but if he says he saw something, I'd give him the benefit of the doubt.
Ja, das passt schon. Ja, das ist okay.
You must have accumulated quite the rogues gallery of enemies in this business, Mr. Montague. Can you think of anyone that might want revenge?
I am older than I seem, Nutterbutter, and I have managed to outlive most of my enemies. Those that remain would not strike at me through my son.
If you believe they wouldn't, doesn't that make it the ideal way to catch you by surprise? No ancient rivals, no young upstarts, the catulets I've heard mentioned.
You simply don't know enough about how things work in this city, Nutterbutter. There's a hierarchy, and on top, 2 families stand supreme. Mine and the catulets. They have their domain, and I have mine. We do not jockey for position. There is simply no chance they would have done this. And any small organization, they would not risk annihilation. And that is certainly what would befall them if they dared a move like this.
Well, I'll still keep my eye on those as options for now, if that's all right.
As you wish.
Ja, ist ein bisschen zu selbstsicher, ne?
Okay, that's all the information I have so far, Mr. Montague.
Then I imagine you'll want to get back out there and start gathering more. You know where the door is, of course.
Vielen Dank auch. Okay, können wir dann mit ihm noch irgendwas talken?
I'm back.
Yes, Tinkle is excited.
Okay. Oh, nee, ach so. Nee, vielen Dank.
Okay. That's all the information I have so far.
Ja, okay, gut. Okay. So, wenn wir mit ihm sprechen, dann kommen wir also... Was? Wer ist da? Oh.
Desiree, what are you doing here?
I've not left yet, Cuddles.
You've been here the whole day? Desiree, you've had a traumatic experience. You need some rest.
I managed to nap a little in my room, thank you, Cuddles. But...
The attractive cat looked in the direction of Tinkle, guarding the elevator like a sphinx.
I wanted to thank you properly for saving me yesterday. Who knows how much longer I'd have been stuck there? Were you speaking with Bartholomew? Have you found evidence against him? You have to involve the police, Cuddles.
No, nothing like that. He, invited me over for a chat.
You can't trust him, Cuddles! Please, don't believe a single word he says.
Abruptly, tears appeared in her eyes.
Oh, Cuddles, I'm scared to even think it. Could Bartholomew have...
Killed his own son? Why? She stared at me for a moment through shining tears before seeming to come to a decision.
There's something you need to know, Cuddles. Edgar and I, the night he died, we talked.
What?
After my act, he came to my changing room. He was angry, Cuddles, going on about his father, about Gumdrop. He seemed angry at the whole Montemute Empire and scared. Could Bartholomew have given him an ultimatum? Perhaps Edgar wanted out, but his father had other plans.
Why didn't you mention this last night?
Oh, Cuddles, forgive me, but I didn't trust you yet. You found me in the chest when nobody else did, and I wondered if Bartholomew was trying to trick me. But I spoke to Pepe and to Tinkle, and it's clear you're earnest about solving this.
Anything else might you have overlooked mentioning last night, Desiree?
Nothing more. I swear. I can't help but feel that this is partly my fault. Perhaps if I'd tried to convince Edgar to cut ties or offered more support.
I'm sure there's nothing more you could have done, Desiree.
It's so kind of you to say, Cuddles. And I feel so much better after speaking to you. If you need any help putting that horrible criminal away for what he did, just ask.
Thanks. I shall.
Okay. Ja, okay. Aber das führt uns doch... Ich glaube, das ist die falsche Fährte. Kommen wir jetzt da rein? Nein?
Pepe and Thorn must be out distributing pamphlets.
Okay, das sollten wir auch tun, ne? Gut, kurzer Look. Nein, hier ist immer noch nichts. Und hier ist wahrscheinlich immer noch... Nee, da brauchen wir nicht hin. Okay, gut. Tja, wer mag es sein? So, wir haben Orte zu erkundschaften. Da gehen wir jetzt mal hin. Reisen nach. Okay, genau. Das Etablissement. Aber wir gehen erstmal zu La Boule de Poils. Okay. Aha, okay. Das ist das Theater. Ja, nun, lass uns erstmal umsehen. Da sind die Walk of Fame. Okay.
I have never heard of this cat. So much for that career.
Naja, nun, Bartholomäus. Oh, warte. Wir konnten doch, Sekunde mal. War das hier nicht Beweisband? Genau. Hier, können wir da Fingerabdrücke nehmen? Pfotenabdrücke.
Bingo. Got some fingerprints from the paw print in the concrete.
Auf diese Idee könnte allerdings schon jemand anderes gekommen sein, ne? Um das für irgendwas zu benutzen. Oh, das waren auch die einzigen Fingerabdrücke, die wir nehmen konnten. Okay, ja, ist gut. Naja, schön. Ja, okay. Noch was? Walk of Fame? Mehr gibt's da nicht. Wer ist denn da? Eine Nacht mit Alfonso.
One night with Alfonso. Tickets on sale now. Oh, please. Who'd pay money to watch that overwrought fop dance around on a stage for 3 hours? I'd pay for not that. Yeah, should put that on the billing, Alfonso. Makes me so mad.
Ist doch sein Konkurrent. Also, oh. Da fährt so mal was vorbei. Okay, aber warte mal, können wir hier die Dinger einsetzen?
I don't think that thing has any money to spend. Definitely not Meowy's target market.
Schade. Hier vielleicht.
That won't promote Meowy's business.
Okay, gut. Ticket, Kartenfenster. Na, hier vielleicht nicht. Okay, da ist noch ein Poster. Können wir aber nichts mitmachen. Okay. So, ansehen.
That must be where you buy tickets.
Okay, hallo, guten Tag.
Mister, please don't lick my window.
Ich stelle mir das gerade vor. Du sitzt dahinter und dann kommt da jemand an und lecker.
I need to get inside, kiddo. Must I buy a ticket or something?
No, I mean, yes, mister, you can buy tickets, but you can't go inside tonight. It's rehearsal night.
Oh, das ist gut.
The gatekeeper that now barred my entry was a gangly, awkward young cat, gawking at me through the glass of the sales window like I was a zoo exhibit. Eyeballs like shucked oysters blinked rapidly behind moony glasses, and a huge purple pimple on the end of his nose blazed like a small sun. Teenagers. I was sure I could bully my way past this easily enough. My name is Cuddles Nutterbutter, and I'm here to investigate a murder.
Murder?
Yes, that's right. So, rehearsal night or not, I need you to let me in and...
Wait, Cuddles? Like in Mr. Gibraltar's show?
Wait, what? What did Alfonso do?
In his play, mister. The bumbling cat who keeps trying to tie his shoelaces with his very small hands. Cuddles Buttershutter. He's very funny. I like the part where he loses his car keys for 10 months.
What? That's not... He's the one who... I don't believe him. Oh, Alfonso, that's slander. You know, I'll take him to the ethics board, and I'll go to his stupid play and watch it, and then send a really scathing review to the newspaper. 0 out of 5 stars. No, out of 8.
Sorry, mister. Please don't yell. My supervisor will hear you, and I'll be demoted back to mop duty in the kitten area.
Well, let me in then, and nobody needs to go back to mop duty.
But you might be lying, mister, to get the actors' signatures. They hate that. If I let you in without permission, I'll be demoted back to sausage basting. That's even worse than mop duty. The grease keeps splashing into my eyes.
Yikes. Okay, aber warte mal, wir können uns doch ausweisen, oder? Ja, klar, ich habe ihn dabei. Okay, warte, so. Hier.
Okay, see this badge? I'm not lying, and I'm as official as it gets. Let me in, and if your supervisor gives you problems, I'll tell him to speak to the chief of police. How's that?
Okay, mister. Sorry, mister, you can go in.
Okay, danke. Geht doch. Na, also, diese Note, nee, können wir nichts machen. Gut, dann gehen wir mal rein. Okay.
The venue was old and designed in decades past by some overeager architect who really loved arches. It also wasn't deserted. To one side stood a cat in a fancy outfit, staring into the middle distance and mumbling something to himself. He seemed to be concentrating very hard. An interruption would do him good, I was sure.
Okay, ja, wir sehen uns das gleich an, aber Erfrischung, Reisen nach. Warte mal, Plakat, nee, erstmal ansehen.
Suburban bliss. When a family of long-haired cats moves in next door to some tabbies, hilarity and hijinks can't be far away. An upcoming show titled The Terrible Triumphs of Thomas Cutlass. A fast-paced piratical adventure, okay, set during the slow age of piracy. Yeah, the slow age is kind of overdone these days.
Okay.
This is a promotional poster for a production named One Red Nose. 2 brothers must confront their past after the unexpected death of their blind clown father. What?
Ja, allerdings, what? What? Oh, warte mal, Fotos? Okay.
These must be some of the famous actors and actresses that have performed there.
Okay, ich dachte, dass das Theater schon wieder runtergekommen sei. Völlig
Nobody here means nobody can stop me. Oh, no. Oh, what is that? What have they done to you, counter? Oh. Nobody's working here tonight.
Okay, kann ich denn hier jetzt mal ein paar von diesen Dingern hinterlegen? Warte mal so.
I don't think that thing has any money to spend. Definitely not Meowie's target market.
Schade. Schade. Okay, sollten wir da erstmal reingehen? Erfrischung. Ja, wieso eigentlich nicht? Okay, da ist ein Poster.
Well, that's a disconcerting poster. I guess this play is a thriller.
So, hier haben wir mehrere Sachen. Tee, Hotdogs, Plüschtiere.
Now that's how you advertise free stuff.
Echt? Ist das so?
Cute. I'm gonna take one.
Ja, tatsächlich. Free Promotional Items. Okay, gut. Treats, Futterzeug. Oh.
Overpriced and oversugared foods designed to be irresistible to kittens. Whiskers. I wish I could buy some.
Ja, aber das geht gerade nicht. Warte mal, kannst du den hier mitnehmen? Moment. Ne, benutzen? Ne, geht nicht.
It doesn't feel right to sneak a chocolate bar with that big poster staring down at me like what to eat me.
Ja, okay, gut. Ja, schon in Ordnung. Würstchen?
I don't know how long that's been there.
Okay, also irgendwie nicht so, ne?
Food for sale even on rehearsal nights?
Die wärmen nur schon mal vor, das ist es. So, aber mehr können wir hier nicht machen, ne? Wie es aussieht. Nee, tatsächlich, mehr geht nicht. Okay, gut, gehen wir mal raus. Na schön. So, hier haben wir noch ein Podium. Irgendwas Interessantes. Ja, und die Leute können auch gar nicht so leicht da vorbeilaufen.
A book of reservations when it's not even the annual reservation book-licking competition. So indulgent.
Book-licking competition.
See who's been here recently. Rick Douglas, no clue. Thornton Reed? Nope. Lucian Sanchez. He was at school with Matrick. The two of them were buddies, weren't they?
Okay, also nichts Relevantes, wie es scheint. Hey, wer bist du denn? Tybalt.
I do not fear the green beast.
Was?
Excuse me, I just need to slip by.
Sir, who allowed you in? This is rehearsal night, and you are disturbing my practice. Tybalt McTheridon does not have time for autographs.
Don't worry, I'm not here for autographs. What are you practicing for?
What for? This is not a theater, sir. A playhouse of dramatic intent.
Oh, a play. Hey, do you guys ever put on Lappy and Geronimo? That's my favorite play. I love those puppets.
What is this Sappy and Jiminimu?
The play with the racing puppets? You know, Geronimo, he's the short, fat one who always slips and falls and pulls Lappy down with him. Classic comedy. I yell, "Look out, Lappy!" every time, but he never listens. The actor looked aghast, as if I'd just asked him to hold the kitten's diaper.
It sounds hideous. Puppets. Sir, this is La Boule de Poire, foremost stage for the performing arts, not a tawdry venue for a kitten's matinee.
I don't remember a manatee in Lappy and Geronimo.
There will be no puppetry here, sir, marine or otherwise. I am preparing to perform the grandest play there is, Mlem.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were bringing up a hairball. Did you say phlegm?
No, Mlem. Oh, the uncultured masses. Have you never heard of the greatest cat play in history?
No.
I mentioned Lappy and Geronimo already. So.
Mlem is a powerful tale, sir, of regret, heartbreak, redemption, and pale green betrayal.
Sure. But does it have puppets?
It has a villain, sir, by name Oscar, the foulest fiend ever committed to words.
I do enjoy a good villain.
Then purchase a ticket, sir, and return on opening night.
I could, but I really need to poke around. So how's about you let me past? Or I'll be in the front row on opening night with a huge foam paw just cheering you on.
You are most bothersome. Move on and let me return to my memorization.
Natürlich. Ja, okay. Vielen Dank auch. Vielen Dank. Hier ist, nee, da haben wir schon. Was ist denn das hier? Seltsame Vorbenutzen. Form. Das sieht doch aus wie eine riesige Gurke.
Sheet covering something mysterious and probably thrilling. Don't mind if I do.
No! Sir, step back! Do not dare uncover what lies beneath!
But I want to see what it is.
It is a monster, sir. An unbearable sight. Were you to uncover it, you would regret every decision in your life that led you to this point. It is also being tested for lighting by the technical team, so leave it alone.
Nein.
Monster movies are some of my favorites. Oh, now I've just got to see this.
Stop!
Listen, bud. Do you own this? Is this yours?
Never!
So you can't actually stop me.
I suppose. But the hideous sight!
Exactly. I can't wait to see it. I'm pulling this off.
No, I cannot bear to lay eyes upon it. I must depart.
How bad can it be, the big baby?
Okay, haut ab. Haut ab, ist da reingegangen. Okay, was ist das denn? Es ist eine Gurke.
This is the single greatest thing I have ever seen. This must be the green beast Oscar from Tybalt's play.
Okay, kann ich die benutzen? Geht das wirklich? Geht das? Was machst du hier? Hallo?
So, what's your job here? I like to imagine you're an usher. Hello, I'm your usher. Let me show you to your seat. It's just over. Oh, no, I don't have any hands to point with. No, come back. I can roll around on the floor to point you in the vaguely correct direction. You'd be a terrible usher, and I love it.
Okay.
You know, I don't think I've ever seen eyes quite like yours, Oscar. There's something about them, you know? Something mysterious.
Wieso können wir das überhaupt?
Deep, googly pools luring me inward, speaking to me.
Es ist eine Puppe.
No, I can't hijack an ice cream van. Why would you even want... No.
Okay, cool.
Of course you're the prettiest pickle I know, but where would I even find a collection of antique swords with no identifying marks? Sure, Tabby probably has a dress like that, which I could borrow, and maybe a wig to disguise myself with. No, Oscar, I couldn't possibly kidnap another horse. This has become completely unreasonable. I'm gonna walk away, and that's the end of it.
Warum?
Are any of your friends working here too? Templeton the giant eggplant or Kevin the oversized courgette? You could make a little vegetable troupe and travel the country, doing short morality plays on why eating vegetables isn't actually that good for you, because vegetables have feelings too.
Ja, okay. Cuddles, was redest du da?
Cuddles, what are you talking about?
Ich weiß es doch auch nicht. Können wir die Decke mitnehmen? Ja, das scheint so. Okay, ich weiß zwar noch nicht wieso, aber cool ist. Plakat. Was haben wir denn hier noch für Plakate?
City Dreams. Oh, I like that name. 5 cats find their lives transformed. Is that all? That's not a good advertisement. This is advertising something called Blue 99. A journey into a world where colors fight amongst themselves to be the last one standing. Epilepsy warning. Whoa.
Okay, das ist echt schlecht. Wirklich. Okay, hier hinter der Bühne.
Oh, just a storage room, I guess.
So quick to judge, Chaton.
Nanu, hallo?
A beautiful cat materialized from the darkness at the edges of the room, stepping daintily into the light. She held her head high, proud. Her big eyes glittered like they were filled with diamonds. Her voice was warm, melodic.
Bonjour.
Perhaps they are very comfortable, and such a variety of colors and fabrics. Even a cat like you could look beautiful every day of the week.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know anyone was here.
Do you make an habit of walking into unfamiliar places, Chaton?
Yeah,
Work takes me into new places like this all the time, Ms.
Scarlet. You are in the acting trade as well, then. Bienvenue.
As she drew closer, I saw that her eyes didn't glitter solely of their own accord. Tears glistened at their corners.
Welcome to my theater.
Well, I'm not exactly an actor. I tell the odd fib. Is everything all right?
Oh, yes. Just pre-opening night jitters.
Would you like me to leave?
It is fine, mon ami.
Rehearsal night is not very busy, and I would not mind some company.
Okay, können wir eigentlich noch irgendwas anderes? Nee, wir können nichts anderes mehr. Nee, wir können absolut nichts anderes. Also, Scarlett, nee, die wollen wir jetzt mal nicht lecken, sondern sprich mit. So, die gehört also dieses Theater. Wunderschön.
So you're the owner here. What does that entail?
What does it not? Choosing the productions, massaging egos, promoting performances. Why I hardly have time for anything else, Chaton.
Egos? You mean Tybalt? Yeah, I met him. He seems like a lot of work.
Such is the price we pay for talent.
I guess Alfonso had to pay you for the privilege of putting on his show, huh?
Alfonso? The rotund performer. His shows are very popular. This is his third one?
What? That's... I don't... The cats in this city clearly have no taste.
Spielt hier manchmal Lappi und Chiron. Ey, das ist frech.
If you're looking to spice things up, you should definitely do a performance of Lappy and Geronimo. Tybalt didn't seem to care about it, but I can tell that you're a cat of finer tastes.
Lappy and... You mean the puppets, Chaton?
Yeah, you've got lots of space here. You could do the first live-action production. Forget Alfonso's show. He's a hack anyway. I've seen Lappy and Geronimo like 40 times. I can consult for you, help get all the little details right to win over the hardcore fans, like Lappy's jackal tattoo and Geronimo's extra hair. You know, they didn't have those in the television show? How crazy is that?
Nein.
They dumbed it down so much.
Hör auf zu reden.
The right word.
Give me a call
Yeah.
anytime. I'm always available for Lapron help. That's what us real fans call ourselves. We're Laprons. Cool, right?
Hör auf zu
I will
reden.
certainly remember you the next time I
Du hast dich gerade leider ins Ausgeschossen. Sorry, war ein guter Start, aber jetzt nein.
Oh, has Flaccid Levitating Pumpkin ever performed here?
Once, yes, but never again.
No, not very popular.
Too popular. The fans, they bring pumpkins and toss them at the stage. And Monsieur Grimstunk, the singer, he calls me cool lady.
Oh, no?
La boule de poil shall stick to drama, Chaton.
Genau, was ist mit der Gurke da draußen?
Are you aware that there's a giant pickle on the stage outside?
A pickle suit, Chaton. Although it smells of pickles more than I'm comfortable with. But that is budget cuts for you.
Do you really need that for your play?
Naturellement. Oscar is integral to Mle. And this one, such talent. Have you seen his eyes? How they wibble about? If you poke him, the audience will be enraptured, unable to look away as he sways to and fro upon the stage.
You know, I have noticed the eyes. They are really hypnotic. Perhaps you're onto something.
Ich mach mich auf den Weg.
I'll be on my way.
Fair travels, Chaton.
Ja. You too. Okay. Das hat uns jetzt aber nicht wirklich weitergebracht, ne? Müsste ich den mal... Nee, das haben wir schon getan. Okay, komm. Ist hier denn sonst noch irgendwas? Besuchersitze?
That's where people sit when they watch the performances. Yeah, I learned that in school.
Cool. Gut, folgen wir ihm mal nach, ne? Concession, Erfrischung, da ist er doch reingerannt, oder? Da ist er, ja genau. Hallo, tut mir wirklich leid. Warte mal, so. Nee, nicht lecken. Sprich mit. Okay, was ist mit dir und Oscar?
I looked under the sheet. It's just a huge pickle. What's so scary about that?
You call it a pickle, but I name it what it is. A cucumber.
Oh.
Hey, there might be people around controlling our language.
That will only give him more power over me. He is a cucumber, sir, and I state it proudly. Have you never wondered at the origin of that word?
I don't spend a lot of time dwelling on where rude words come from. I just don't use them because I'm a good boy.
There is a bedtime story in the old language, a huge vegetable that stalks the night. The vegan blighter.
Ach,
He
du liebe
sneaks
Zeit.
into the rooms of naughty kittens and stands next to their beds until they wake, then swallows them whole as punishment for not behaving.
Cats told that story at bedtime? To their kittens? What sort of horrible people would do that?
My grandmother, my mother, 2 of my 3 aunts.
Oh.
If my grandmother thought I was not taking her seriously enough, she would dress up as the vegan blighter and come into my room at night. I would wake up to a green, googly-eyed monster standing over me.
What is wrong with your family?
Since then, the tradition of the vegan blighter has fallen away. But the word was corrupted into the curse we now know. Cucumber. Something foul and fearful. Oscar is just a pickle to you, but to me he is the vegan blighter. And when I see those mismatched, lopsided eyes, I am that scared kitten again. Without conquering that fear, I cannot hope to perform them.
Ja, vielleicht können wir da helfen, aber jetzt mal abgesehen von dem, was er gesagt hat, ja, ich kann ihn mir gut auf der Bühne vorstellen mit dieser Stimme. Ja, hier, was ist mit den Flauschgurken da drüben? Genau, die machen dir keine Angst.
There's a whole display of mini pickles over there. Don't those scare you?
Those are toys, teeny things. They could not swallow a whole child. I feel only a mild sense of unease around them.
Out of interest, just out of interest, if I grabbed the display and shook all of them loose on top of you while yelling, "Be a good kitten or else," would it help or would it hinder?
Please don't do that.
Okay, schon gut. Versucht an deinen Ängsten zu arbeiten. Ja, vielleicht können wir dabei helfen.
You're a grown cat now. Can't you just put all that stuff behind you, stare that adorable, I mean terrifying pickle in the eye and say, "You don't scare me. Now, I'm gonna go rescue my pet lizard from the enchanted haberdashery." Whatever happens in the play, I haven't seen it.
I tried. For years, I visited doctors, charlatans, mystics. All failed. You cannot just wave a little vegan blighter doll in my face and go wooga wooga wooga. And not only because everyone knows the real noise the vegan blighter makes is flim flim flim.
Okay, das ist super.
You should try to relax a little. It's just a play. I'm sure you'll memorize your lines in time.
I don't have time to relax. This performance must be perfect.
A few mistakes are understandable. People can be pretty forgiving. I was shepherd number 3 in a school play once. I tripped over someone else's costume and knocked down the whole scary forest. But still got a gold star.
I don't care what other people think. It's my family I'm worried about.
Oh, are they big theater fans?
Ah, the very opposite. The McThiridons are not a cultured group.
They don't approve of your career?
They do not, and I do not approve of them. If this performance doesn't go well, they'll be sure to find out, and then I'll have to endure more sermons about why I should have just gone into the family business.
Oh, and what's that, if I may ask?
Being very rich and very abnormal.
Abnormal, like funny haircuts? Or what? The cat gave a huge resigned sigh, looking up at the ceiling as if hoping a lightning bolt might fall through it and incinerate him.
Abnormal as in a perpetual embarrassment to me. My father, for example, he goes for walks in the city parks.
Oh, that old chestnut.
He dresses up as a gardener and walks around, cutting the tops off of flowers and people's hats with equal abandon. If he's spotted, he giggles and runs away, yelling, "Climble, clamble, I'm on a ramble!" Aunt Beatrice has a shop where she waits for some unsuspecting member of the public to walk in, then gets them to participate in a fake murder scene made with marionettes. She even does voices for them. And Eustace, well, the less said about him, the better.
Whoa, and they wanted you to do that? To be a rich weirdo?
I refused. I wanted to be an actor, to make people applaud, not scoff, when they hear the name Magtheridon.
Well, you're standing here, aren't you? I'd say that you succeeded.
I will have succeeded when I speak the final words of Mlem on this very stage.
Okay, ich schätze, ich bin raus. Ja, irgendwie müssen wir, keine Ahnung.
Alright, good luck with your rehearsing, Tybalt.
Und wieso, hier ist immer noch der Senf, der runterpasst. Also sag mal, kann er, weiß ich nicht, ist er der richtige Ansprechpartner für sowas hier, für Werbung? Ich meine, er ist ja Schauspieler, ne? Also, warte mal, was war das da nochmal? Sekunde. Na, komm schon. Nein, 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 nein. Was war das hier nochmal? Ach, der Pfotenabdruck, richtig. Genau. Das hier können wir machen und wir können versuchen.
Tybalt, I've got the opportunity
Oh, das, ich meine, ich
for
wollte sagen,
you.
oh.
How would you like to become the face of a very up-and-coming local outlet by performing a short one-act play?
Some material to test my mettle before the grand performance. I'm intrigued. Let me see. Captain Savings and his sidekick, Discount Boy, are summoned to the scene of a murder. The victim, high poster prices. The killer, Meowie's Emporium.
This is not material. This is low-effort dreck. Where is the drama, the intensity, the denouement?
Well, the prices were very high.
I wouldn't degrade my art by performing this inside a dumpster, let alone on stage. Not that it matters. That cucumber is still outside.
So, if the material was better and Tybalt wasn't afraid of Oscar anymore.
Okay. Material better. Wo können wir das machen? Aber hier, guck mal, können wir den da... Ich kann ihn nicht benutzen? Wieso kann ich ihn nicht benutzen? Warte. Nochmal. Jetzt kann ich ihn benutzen. Okay.
I try to hypnotize you. I think I can cure you of your fear.
Many doctors have tried hypnotism already. It didn't work. You may waste your time if you wish.
Okay.
Look into my eyes, Tybalt. Ooh.
I've told you, this just doesn't work on...
Oh.
Yes. I smell licorice.
Well, that did the trick, I think.
Okay, aber war das eine gute Idee? Ich glaube nicht.
I'd probably need to pay for permission to lick him.
Hallo?
Hypnotism makes cats more receptive to suggestions. Tybalt, are you hypnotized?
Oranges flying underwater.
I'll take that as a yes.
Okay, irgendwas können wir mit ihm machen. Kann ich ihm jetzt das hier... Keine Ahnung.
How does this make you feel now?
Green baby is mean.
He doesn't like it, but he's not that scared. I need to push him more.
Okay, ich bin auf dem richtigen Weg, oder was?
How does this make you feel now?
Green baby is mean.
He doesn't like
Okay. Okay. Was können wir noch machen? Keine Ahnung, den Stimmungsring?
I'm not interested in how he feels.
Okay, gut, ja, schon gut. Was können wir noch machen? Muss ich die mit...
Damage the mini Oscar with that.
Und wie hilft uns das in unserem Fall weiter?
He's hypnotized.
Okay, warte mal, so. Okay, Peitsche.
Won't be pleased if I whip him. Even if I convinced him it was for a play.
Können wir denn, kommt er mit? Wenn ich rausgehe, kommt er mit? Nee, er kommt nicht mit. Oh, warte mal, vielleicht kann ich jetzt das Kostüm benutzen. Augenblick, Oscar-Anzug. Oscar-Verkleidung anziehen.
If anyone cares, I'm just gonna borrow this for medical reasons. I'll bring it back, I promise.
Okay.
Oh, why does this smell like a pickle? Oh.
Okay, nicht gut. So, ich hoffe, dass er richtig darauf reagiert. Hey, hi.
Hey, Tybalt, look at me. I'm green and not at all scary. Oh, definitely getting there. He's scared now, but I need to push him even more.
Was, noch mehr? Wie das denn? Wie das denn hier?
You need proper training.
Warte mal, so, jetzt.
He won't be pleased if I...
Okay, das ist es nicht. Okay. Brauche ich die Decke?
He's hypnotized.
Okay, das funktioniert nicht. Aber wie kannst du ihn dann noch mehr scannen? Ich meine, naja, jetzt die...
Hypnotism makes cats more receptive to suggestions. Tybalt, are you hypnotized?
Oranges.
Okay.
Take that.
Gut, jetzt vielleicht lecken?
I probably need...
Nein, nicht lecken. Okay, aber die habe ich ihm doch schon gezeigt.
Hey, Tybalt, look. Big and small, huh? Huh? How does that make you feel?
Au.
Two vegan blighters. Eek, I'm not a bad kitten. Tybalt will be a good boy. No eaties.
He's almost there. I need to break through that last mental barrier. Oh, right. What was the right thing to say again? Oh. Phlegm, phlegm, phlegm.
What? Cuddles? What happened? Why are you dressed as Oscar?
Doesn't this suit frighten you, the vegan what's-it thing?
Why? No.
Gut.
You have no power over me, vegan blighter. Why was I ever afraid of you and your tiny plush minions?
Oscar's suit, you have fulfilled your sacred duty. Tybalt is cured, and now I need to get out of you because it's actually a lot scratchier in here than I expected.
Okay, cool. Das hat funktioniert. Yes. Okay, alles klar. Gut, aber wir müssen noch irgendwas machen. Also er wird uns ja helfen, ne? Ja, vielleicht Werbematerialien. Müssen wir vielleicht zurück ins Büro? Keine Ahnung. Ich denke schon. Reise nach. Vielleicht kann uns, ja, da müssen wir auch noch hingehen, ne? Hier ins Büro. Vielleicht kann uns ja Tabby helfen. Hey, Tabby. Oh, warte mal, vielleicht erstmal talken. Hallo? Wie geht's dir, Tabby?
Hey, Tabs, let's have the real chat. How you doing? You know, talk to me. Are you doing well, Tabby?
Thank you, sir. So kind of you to ask. I am. How's the case coming along?
Oh, investigations are ongoing. That's what the cops would say, right?
Yeah.
Ach, die ist nett. Ich mag die. Warte mal hier, Tabby. Kannst du mir helfen mit den Werbematerialien?
Tabby, can you rework this script into something that's not this? I mean, like this, but not this.
Das funktioniert tatsächlich.
That's a big ask, sir. This is bad. Listen to this. Captain Savings reached for the throwing stars of instantaneous discount, making the overpriced pasta yell, "No, no, not the throwing stars of instantaneous discount. That's not fair. We have no defense against them. Oh, no."
Boah, ist das schlecht.
Ooh, carries on for 3 more lines, and it just says, "Insert pasta death noises."
Well, the actor will only perform it if it's sufficiently dramatic and intense. He's used to theater productions.
So a stage play. All right. Any ideas for what direction to take it?
Maybe we can set it in space with explosions for drama. Oh, a discount explosions and a surprise reveal for the main character. Like, well, have you ever read the Max Full Power books?
I see what you're getting at. How about this?
Später.
There you go, sir.
Ultraview, sister. It's perfect. Thanks, Tabby.
Okay, wow, sie hat es tatsächlich gut. Wow, okay. Skript. Aha, aus den Werbematerialien ist ein Skript geworden. Sowas, na gut.
Tabmeister's transformative script of Meowies questionable promotional material.
Okay, gut, dann gehen wir mal zurück. Labor. Vielleicht hilft er uns jetzt. Hoffentlich hilft er uns jetzt. Er müsste noch hier sein, ne? Ja, er ist noch hier. Okay, alles klar. So, hier. Hallo, ich habe da was für dich.
Tybalt, hey, I think you'll find this script much more to your liking.
Let's see. Personal sacrifice, dramatic third act reveal. Yes, yes, this is what I mean. This is art. I shall perform it immediately. Quick, gather all the cats you can find.
Was? Was? Oh, er macht es hier?
Friends, Furrington's cats of rare taste. Tonight you bear witness to a tale of drama, of anguish, and of triumph. Sponsored by Meow's Emporium, written by Meowie, additional music by Kenny. Journey with me into deep space and experience the Price Wars.
Oh nein. Oh nein.
Star Admiral Max Full Power stood on the bridge of his space destroyer, watching the price ships of the decadent Pasta Empire gathering on the ultra view before him. He rubbed absently at the stump that was all that remained of his right arm, the very arm he'd had to cut off with a space chainsaw in order to save the space people of Bolognese from a lifetime of space servitude to high space prices. He'd never asked to be a Star Admiral. It wasn't in his nature. He was just a highly capable, devastatingly attractive, well-shaven soldier with 50 space years of experience. Why had they chosen him? Comms, he growled like a handsome bear. The comm officer turned to look at him, tears running down her cheeks. So, she read his space letter. The one where he told her they could never be friends because he was married to his space work. Comms, open a channel. Tell them their prices fall today. Yes, sir, she said. But first I have to tell you, I'm your long-lost twin sister. I know, he replied, gritting his teeth. He was just cool like that. I've always known. And, she added, your father is alive. He didn't die in the Price Wars. He survived and fought to establish a new utopia for low prices on planet Meowie's Emporium. 14 Procyon Road, open 9 to 5. But, he gasped like a handsome bear with mild asthma. How can you be sure? Because, she said, taking off her mask, I'm him. Father, Star Admiral Max
Liebe Zeit.
The discount torpedoes shot forth, ready to reduce any and all high prices to remarkably affordable levels, with laybys accepted. Planet Meowie's Emporium had won again. Or had it? Yes, it had.
Oh, war das schlimm.
Oh, incredible performance. I gasped. I cried. Oh, I did both at once, which was somewhat confusing.
Thank you, Cuddles. I finally feel ready to take on the challenge of Mlem. Will you accept this commemorative Mlem mug as a token of my appreciation?
Natürlich. Sehr gerne. Vielen Dank.
Thanks. It looks very muggy.
Okay, wir haben eine Tasse.
If that doesn't get the word out about Meowie's shop, nothing will. I should go and give him the good news.
Ja. Ist es schon mal Zeit für ein kleines Zwischenfazit? Weiß ich nicht. Wir sind ja schon eine ganze Weile dabei, ne? Okay. Also, ja. Nein, ich habe mir schon Gedanken gemacht. Also doof finde ich daran, dass es so talkative ist, dass da so viele, so lange Sprechszenen drin vorkommen. So, naja, ich komme mir ein bisschen unnütz vor, ne? So von wegen, hey, ich kann gar nichts machen und ja, große Rätsel, nee, ist nicht, ich darf hier nur sitzen und zuhören. Also, geht so. Aber dann sind da auch wieder so witzige Abschnitte drin, wie jetzt das hier mit ihm, und den Humor finde ich auch ganz klasse. Und ja, dann denke ich schon so, das ist mein Spiel. Nun gut, wisst ihr was, wir ziehen es durch. So, wir ziehen es jetzt durch und wir gehen weiter. Wir sollten, warte mal, was habe ich eigentlich alles am Start? Ich habe diese tolle Tasse am Start, cool. Wir sollten, glaube ich, mal in den Laden zurückgehen. Ne? Ich glaube, hier sind wir tatsächlich fertig. Dann gehen wir mal so, ne? Ja, okay, wir gehen mal, das war hier, das Emporium, ne? Wir haben ja Werbung gemacht, dann sollten wir jetzt auch, muss ich ihm irgendwas geben? Weiß ich nicht. Wie kann ich tauschen? Ich habe das Emporium beworben, ja.
I asked one of the performers at Le Boule de Poix to do a recital of your material. It was extremely popular. I think you'll start seeing a lot more business very soon.
Customer, you are not only correct, but right. Purr. In fact, I have just ushered the final excited consumer back onto the
Ja, es ist auch leer hier.
in hand. Meowies is now almost entirely out of stock, And it is thanks to you. You are more than worthy of this promotional prize, customer. Take it with the blessing of the entire Meowies family. And a very special thank you from Meowie himself, which is me. Brr.
Ultra wrapped gift basket. Oh, hello, wrapping.
Stuffed to the brim with things us cats adore. Fish-flavored hamburgers. Hamburger-flavored fish.
Was?
Strange balls of link someone fished out from under the bed. Milk tart, roast puffin wings, and 200 meters of yarn.
Simply incredible. Meowie, I'm gonna hang on to this until I've got time to properly indulge.
Okay, gut, wir haben ihn am Start. Wow, warte mal, kannst du ihn mal angucken? Moment.
The food is covered with wrapping. That is begging for some claws to
Ach du
tear it
meine
open.
Güte. Ja, okay, gut, Dicke. Können wir ihm die gleich nochmal sehen? Ja, guck mal, der Laden ist tatsächlich, ja, er ist viel leer gefegt, ne? Oh, hier ist auch alles leer, okay. Nur die Flasche ist noch da. Na toll. Okay, die versuchen wir mal zu kriegen. Dazu muss ich ihm noch, glaube ich, nur, ich weiß nicht, er wollte ja irgendwas Altes haben. Wie wäre es hiermit?
This is a very famous blanket, Meowie. Perhaps you'd like it for your museum.
How thrilling, customer. But no,
Oh.
I'm already wonderfully warmed up by your mere presence in my shop.
Okay, die also nicht. Möchtest du dann die Gurke haben? Wie wäre es denn damit?
You don't know what this is?
A miniature vegan blighter. How lovely. It truly is as terrifying as in all the old stories.
Oh, schade, das kennt er schon. Na, schade. Möchtest du vielleicht diese alberne Tasse haben?
I have to share this with someone, Meowie. Look how ugly this mug is.
Oh my good golly gandering gosh breaks, customer. What made that?
Marketing.
Okay, gut. Also, nichts mit den neuen Sachen, ne? Schade. Ja, und die anderen Sachen haben wir, glaube ich, schon ausprobiert. Okay, gut, dann gehen wir mal raus. Und wenn ich mich recht entsinne, halt, warte mal, Moment. Hier war doch dieses Poster. Haben wir irgendwas? Nein, ich habe da jetzt nichts, womit ich das vielleicht mit der Milch ein bisschen aufweichen oder so. Warte mal. Ach so, warte, lecken kann ich
I
auch.
liked the amusement park, not licked.
Oh, ja, gut. Benutzen. Warte mal, können wir den mit der Milch irgendwie aufweichen oder so? Geht das?
Makes sense to use this on a poster.
War nur so eine Idee. Okay, und ansonsten mit dem Becher werden wir wohl kommen. Nee, brauchen wir nicht. Okay. Bestimmungsring? Na, glaube ich nicht. Nein, okay, gut. Nee, dann haben wir leider nichts, um das Plakett abzukratzen. Na, schön. So, wie sind wir denn? Hier sind wir nicht, da sind wir rausgekommen. Wir haben ja noch hier das Etablissement. Oh, Entschuldigung, das Etablissement, nicht Establishment. Dann müssen wir auch noch erkundschaften.
I think this is the place. There's no name, but the sign matches the logo on the business card I found on Edgar's body. And
Allerdings. Was?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Nein.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Some kind of tramp was standing on the sidewalk outside the building in a suit, advertising milk. No brand, just milk. A pool of the stuff had collected around his feet somehow as well. I tried not to make eye contact.
Bist du sicher, dass das Milch ist? Ich hoffe, dass das Milch ist. Okay, lass uns erstmal umgucken. Hier, guck mal, zum Beispiel im Briefkasten.
The Postal Service put signs up begging people not to steal mail. So people stole the signs instead. I wonder if they considered that a net win.
Schön. Plakette.
There's a little metal plaque on this building with something printed on it.
Was ist denn da drauf? Okay, da steht was drauf, aber was es ist, sagt er jetzt nicht, ne? Guck mal, eine Tür, da ist eine Feuerleiter. Können wir denn hier irgendwas dran grabbeln?
This building marks the original headquarters of the now defunct Furrington Candy Corporation. Gutted decades ago during the Great Freak Candy Floss Fire, the exterior was restored and is now a protected historical site.
Findest du mit dem Schild da oben? Cool.
it's a crime to open someone else's mailbox without good reason. Like, if I heard a tiny cat trapped inside, I could open it to free him, but only then.
Oh, warte mal, du meinst, das ist tatsächlich ein Hinweis? Ja, aber ich habe gerade nichts dafür. Nee, okay. So, warte mal, Schild. Ja, schon gut. Ich habe eigentlich... Okay. So, bevor wir da rangehen, können wir uns ihn trotzdem mal ansehen? Duken.
What is your story, you weird, crazy cat? Although I could ask that about half the cats in this city.
Was, nichts weiter? Gar nichts weiter? Echt?
I'm probably going to regret this, but can I lick you?
Free for me, moo.
Definitely not, you say. Well, I tried. Y'all saw me. Y'all saw me.
Okay, gut. Das wird nix.
Excuse me. Is this the establishment?
Oh, Jiminy Halibut. Leviathan Puddlehopper.
Der spricht einen ganz schön Dialekt, glaube ich.
I'm sorry, good sir. I don't understand what you're saying.
Xanthan Papadum Trickle Flower.
Okay. I'm just gonna go.
Goodbye, Bubbles.
Ah.
Wait, did you just say goodbye? You understood me.
Whispering slow.
Mhm.
Or not. Okay.
Gut, okay. Ja, du tropfst, ja.
Your milk is leaking out. Not sure if you're aware of that.
Lop. Lap.
Was?
Is your suit full of milk? Doesn't that make it all warm and nasty?
Correct worst.
Tja, tut mir leid.
I'm sorry, sir. I just don't understand you. Good luck with the whole milk thing, though.
Okay, nichts weiter. Vielleicht haben wir irgendwo ein Übersetzungsbuch oder irgendwas, das wir ihm... Vielleicht im Büro? Nee, warte mal. Umfangreiche Bibliothek. Vielleicht kommen wir nochmal in die Bibliothek zurück. Keine Ahnung. So, gehen wir mal da rein. Oh.
Go away, Dunk... Oh, who are you?
My name's Cuddles Nutterbutter. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I'm looking for the establishment.
Why do you...
Darky Venticular.
Shut up, Duncan. As I was saying, what are you...
Ellie. Oh, Destimbo.
Oh.
Wieso quatscht er denn?
The victim had your card on him and...
Ducky Quack. Hot Pot.
Hä? Wieso quatscht er denn immer dazwischen?
Patty, Lappy Flappy. Jab Jab.
Okay, well, what's your problem, Bob? Can't you see I'm trying to have a conversation with,
Celestine.
Oh.
Don't bother trying to reason with him. Derpy Duncan never listens. Is this about Edgar Montague?
Ja.
You knew him?
I was aware of him. I heard he turned up dead.
It's a daisy. Fluttering Quaver restrooms.
Listen, can you let me in? I have more questions, and this Duncan fellow is really annoying.
No. I won't be opening this door for you or anyone else. Not with Duncan there. I open it more than a crack when he's around. He rushes inside, and it takes hours to get rid of him. He waddles around, talking nonsense and splashing milk over everything, and I have to get out the good chasing stick to go after him. It's dreadful. And to add insult to leaky injury, all I smell for days after is curdled milk. Ugh. No. Come back when he's not around. Good night.
Wait, this is important.
More important than spending a weekend mopping up milk stains?
Naja.
More important than the very expensive dinner reservation I missed at the Gourmand's Gazebo? Oh, I was so looking forward to it. Not tonight, apparently. Trapped here by an insane, milk-swilling feline instead. Today has been tiresome and has left me entirely disinterested in indulging another strange cat, especially one who dresses like you. The tie isn't working, by the way.
Waka 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 waka. Jabroni. Waka 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 waka.
Please, there's more at stake than you realize. Bartholomew Montague is looking for vengeance, and if I don't find out what he wants to know, there was talk of declawing machines.
Oh, Bartholomew has lit a fire under your tail, No wonder you look like you've got a sniper trained on you. The thing is, I know Bartholomew. We're, terrific buddies, I believe is the term. He's too smart to do anything to make me upset at him, so I think this is a Cuddles problem and not a Celestine problem.
Der ist ja nett, Alter.
Can't you call the police to get rid of Duncan here?
The police, ever champions of the city's downtrodden, no longer respond when I report the mad, milk-drenched cat stalking my sidewalk. Apparently, it is not urgent.
Hey, there's a lot of stuff worse than Duncan happening in the city all the time, you know? Like murder. Speaking of which, can I just ask you...
You may not. I am disinclined to put up with smart-mouthed cats or their problems right now. Doubly so, ones that have clearly never eaten at the gourmand's gazebo if they think murder is worse than missing a reservation.
Okay, was ich Duncan für dich loswerde? Das ist schon viel zu viel Zugeständnis für diesen Snap.
I might have a Cuddles problem, but you've definitely got a Duncan problem. Am I right?
Are you this quick on the uptake with all facts presented to you on a platter?
Haha. So, what if I get rid of Duncan for you?
Oh, you think it's that easy? I've tried everything. Sprays, signs, alarms, threats. He's immune to them all. But you're welcome to waste your time trying. Just don't hurt him. Then the police will get involved, and I will seal this portal forever for any egregiously dressed feline seeking entry.
What does that mean?
Quick as a whip.
All right. Let me see if I can resolve your Duncan situation.
Okay, und weg ist er. Ah, gut. Können wir denn da oben irgendwas machen? Das würde ich erstmal probieren.
Looks like it'll take me to the roof.
Haben wir nicht eine Peitsche? Warte mal, müsste... Moment. So. Müsste das nicht mit Peitsche funktionieren? Oh, nee.
I can reach the latch with this, but it won't catch on.
Ah, okay, das war schon ein zarter Hinweis, ne? So.
Oh, man, I've got to show this to Tabby. The hook whip. Wait, no. The whip hook. I'd better get this patented immediately. This changes everything. Everything that can be hooked. I mean, Ramon, make a note. Well, you don't have hands. Okay, it's fine. I won't forget. Whip hook, whip hook, whip. I'm gonna be rich.
Geil. Okay, cool. Okay, ja, das war, okay, sagen wir, es war ein bisschen berechtigt.
That doesn't deserve the whip hook.
Okay, schade, das hätten wir vorher ausprobieren sollen, ne? So, was jetzt?
Whip hook. Whip hook.
Schon gut.
Handy tool with 100 handy uses.
Ja. Schon gut.
Jingle just wrote itself, baby.
Allerdings Reisen nach oben. So, aber was gibt es hier? Hier gibt es noch einen Zettel und sonst nichts. Und da ist ein Fenster und eine Entlüftung und Meow Meow Furrington. Da lass uns mal gucken. Warte, so.
Meow Meow Furrington. You're a mess of a city. But you and I are gonna be together forever.
Yes. Voll gut. Okay, Entlüftung.
An open vent.
Kommst du da durch? Warte mal, so. Nee.
Surprisingly clean. I guess all the steamy air from the inside keeps it that way. It can stay open, I guess.
Okay, gut. Machen wir dasselbe mit dem Fenster.
Well, there's steam leaking out from this window.
Okay.
That hasn't been cleaned in ages. I just get a tongue full of dust and dead insects.
Kannst du es dann öffnen? Du kannst es öffnen. Juhu. das wollte ich doch nicht so genau wissen. Ach du liebe Zeit. Okay, ansehen. Humboldt.
He looks so comfortable in that bath. It's almost enough to make me want to try it. But then again, I'm not water mad.
Dann wird es aber schwer zu sein, darüber zu springen. Luftung. Okay, an der einen Seite rein. Und hier müsste eigentlich jetzt das Abluftdings sein. Warte mal, ist denn da noch mehr? Nee, eigentlich nicht. Oh, warte. Nee, eigentlich nicht. Badezuber. Okay, können wir da irgendwas reinwerfen? Wie zum Beispiel die Milch. Aber was bringt uns das?
Coating that in honey milk will just make it wet and sticky and honey and milky, you know?
Okay, gut, alles klar. Also irgendwas werden wir wohl noch mit der Entlüftung machen müssen. Die Frage ist nur, what? What? Kann ich das beides auch gut? Okay. Oh, warte mal, wir könnten dem Snob da vorne ja mal die Karte zeigen. Wie wäre das denn? Okay, gut, wie komme ich hier wieder weg? Reisen nach. Ach so. So, und das lassen wir einfach offen. Naja, gut. Hier. So. Das hätten wir gleich mal machen sollen, ne? Hier. Was? Ja, aber das wissen wir doch schon. Hä? Okay. Kann ich ihm jetzt die zeigen? Das reicht für den Moment. Ja, okay, das kennen wir schon. Gut, aber hätte das nicht ausreichen sollen? Ich weiß nicht. Tja. Ich wüsste nicht, was ich ihm geben sollte. Was ich ihm zeigen sollte. Okay. Nun, hat es dann gereicht, um das hier zu spaßen? Okay, gut, reicht nicht. Hey, kann ich den benutzen? Das reicht für den Moment. Schade. Okay. Duncan. Also du musst gehen. Ah, das ist also die Reihenfolge. Trigger, huh?
Hey, Duncan. Get. Go on. Shoe. Please.
Preppy Johns.
No, really. See, there's a giant a cookie suit coming this way. No, if you don't leave, he'll dip in you and he'll soak up all your milk. Oh. The cat said nothing for once, but looked at me with a flat expression. Okay. Judged by a crazy cat in a milk suit. I tried. What are you even doing here? This area's not even busy. Who are you selling to? The cat turned to look up at the building sign, then back at me.
Lappity jerk! Don't come back!
I don't know what that means. Do you want to eat the sign? Hug it? You want to kidnap it to make some sort of monstrous sign bride?
Katootie.
I'll kid your tootie.
Hä? Okay, gibt den Grund.
Duncan. Oh, hey, Duncan, is that an ice cream van I hear? Oh, why not run down the road and check? And if it isn't, no need to come back.
Funktioniert alles nicht, ja?
Duncan, I've just gotten word that Porky Pete's has a special on for all dairy sales cats. Buy one, get 28 free. Better go before they're sold out.
Orkle, hast.
Wie oft muss ich das machen? Wie oft kann ich das machen?
Not interested, huh? Oh no, Duncan, the milk thieves are coming. You save your milky goodness and run away, flee.
Doppers Bajingi.
Okay, this isn't going anywhere.
Okay, wie oft muss ich? Das führt nirgendwo hin. Okay.
I'm sorry, sir. I just don't understand you. Good luck with the whole.
Das kennen wir schon. Okay, gut. Hier, hey. Ich habe alles versucht.
You still there?
No. I've escaped via a secret tunnel that I failed to use until now for no good reason. What do you want?
Mit Jürgen komme ich nirgends hin.
I'm not getting anywhere with Duncan. Sometimes it seems like he understands me, but he never says anything sensible.
Cross-latched whisper hump.
Yes, I know. If it was as straightforward as just asking, don't you think I'd have gotten rid of him by now?
Well, can I just ask you some questions about Edgar through the door?
Stand here and be interrogated through a door? Like a farmer?
Aww.
Absolutely not! Here at the establishment, our standards are inviolable.
You care a lot about your image, huh? I bet you just loathe it if something were to happen to it.
What are you saying?
I think I'll put an advert in the newspaper. Yeah, more people need to know about your snooty little club. Definitely. But the establishment, such a generic name. I think what people really want to visit is Celestine's Fun Farm.
You wouldn't dare.
Bring the whole family, especially your dirty children. Touch everything. Free face painting.
No, enough. Fine, Nutterbutter. We ordered a book to try to communicate with.
Ach.
Maybe it's arrived.
There. See, that wasn't so hard.
I would not crow just yet, Nutterbutter. I ordered it with extra secure packaging.
Was? Okay. Das reicht für den Moment. Ah, nee, halt, Moment. Er hat das. Okay.
Oh, packaged with ultra-dense paper for your convenience. Oh, yes. Your
Was hat er nur?
little package.
Okay, you're all mine. Ja, aber wo ist es denn? Nee, das ist das Rezeptbuch. Hä? Ja, dann nimmst du auch. Wieso? Was? Okay, jetzt habe ich's. Cool. So, kann ich denn irgendwas damit machen? Warte mal, ansehen.
Priority package. This package has been quadruple wrapped for secure delivery. Quadruple. Oh. I think I need to sit down.
Er hat's echt mit Verpackung, ne? Okay, ja komm, dann pack's doch mal aus. Lecken?
This isn't a job for my tongue. Oh no,
Ja.
all in with the claws here.
Ja, schon gut. Naja.
You know, Ramon, it's the small things that make me love my job.
Mhm.
That's crazy talk. Understanding babies, politicians, and very confused people.
Na. Ja, aber das ist doch. Das packst du doch nicht gleich wieder weg. Durchschnittliche Kurse mit Joe verrückten Gesprächen. Koala, was? Koala, willst, Chumpa, du, Olam, Spaghetti. Okay. Okay, verlasse, Labadu, verlasse, Makadi, Milch, Katze, verlasse, irgendwas mit verlassen geht nicht. Aber vielleicht müssen wir es ihm ja auch einfach nur geben. Wie wäre das denn? Warte mal, so und so und so. Kommt da was bei raus? Das weiß ich doch nicht. Na toll. Na toll. Okay, gut. Nein, geh weg. Lass das. Egal. Okay. Okay, ich muss offensichtlich irgendwas hier zusammenbasteln, ne? Irgendeinen Satz. Verlasse. Geh weg. Was willst du? Ich Affe verkaufe, durstig, Katze, Spaghetti, Lemminge, müde, warte. Nee, was willst du? Das ist der willst. Nimm. Was willst du? Keptoki. Keptoki. Oh, hier. Wo war das? Willst? Keptoki, Koala, Chumba. 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 und Chumga.
Those words are in here. Okay. That translates to milk thirsty kitty. What?
Mackety jump stop Mina. Mackety jump stop Mina.
Oh, so you want to sell milk to the cats inside because you think that's a thirsty cat on the sign? I'm sorry to tell you, Duncan, but that's not thirst. I don't know. It's entitlement or money or something.
Perspex Holiday!
Was? Was hat denn das jetzt wieder zu bedeuten? Perspect Holiday? Perspect. Das ist ja gar nicht drin und Holiday auch nicht. Okay, also du willst da drin Milch verkaufen. Toll. Okay. Hey. Gotcha.
Hello? Are you still there?
Ich weiß warum. Erstmal ihr Päckchen.
I found a package in your postbox.
Yes, I know. I could hear you fumbling around outside like a drunken moose. Don't damage the book. I want it back in pristine condition.
I know why Duncan wants to enter.
So do I. He's crazy.
No, well, I mean, yes, maybe a little, but that's not why. It's your sign. He thinks it means there are thirsty cats inside, and he wants to sell them milk.
Milk? As in, from a carton? Preposterous! No, our patrons don't drink anything that takes fewer than 10 years to mature in oak barrels.
But he doesn't know that. I think if you turn the sign off, he'll lose interest and just wander away.
I refuse.
But I just told you how to get rid of him.
That sign has not once been turned off since we first opened our doors. It is a symbol to our patrons and this entire agitated city of our unshakable reliability. Find another way.
No.
If you turn your sign off, Duncan will leave.
The establishment will not go dark for a mangy cat in a leaking milk suit. If that's what it takes, I will simply wait him out. Even if it takes all night.
Toll. Das reicht für den Moment.
Let me see if I can resolve your Duncan situation.
Ja. Vielleicht kommen wir von oben daran. Wie wäre das denn? Und wir können auch mal mit dem... Ey, macht mal schneller. Okay, guck mal. Wir kommen von hier daran.
Come on in and see our sleeping, crying, and or sweating cats. They should have workshopped that logo a little more.
Können wir da irgendwas mitmachen? Vielleicht hier mit dem Haken bearbeiten? Okay. Vielleicht die Milch darüber schütten?
The liquid might short circuit the sign, but I don't want to damage it. I just need to turn it off.
Okay. Das Handtuch darüber hängen.
This will hide it, and what Celestine doesn't know won't hurt his snooty upturned nose.
Oh, cool.
Oh, well, there we go. All sorted. Now Duncan Is that smoke? oh, yikes! Fire! I can't whistle. Nothing to see here.
Okay, aber immerhin ist es aus. Oh, warte mal, sollten wir eigentlich mit dem Typen da mal reden? Weiß ich nicht. Ich traue mich nicht. Obwohl, wir sind ja weit genug weg. Okay, warte, so. Nee, lecken geht nicht. Sprich.
A powerfully built cat, all but covered in tattoos, sat in a heated pool of water. His gigantic arms rested leisurely on the sides, and his feet occasionally broke the surface to splash the water. He looked scary, but his face was open and welcoming. I hoped that reflected how he'd react to my sudden appearance above him.
Okay, you.
Huh? Who said that?
Up here.
What the? Who are you? What are you doing up there?
I'm, the window inspector. I'm inspecting your windows. Yes, this sure is a window here. This looks nice. Very see-through.
The window inspector? Why, big blue one-armed Clive, you've really changed.
You've called my bluff. You've called my bluff. Okay, well, I don't know why I said I was from the window inspector. I'm not. My name's Cuddles, and I'm a PI.
Well, that's not the front door, friend. Doors have handles and are on the ground floor.
Right, sorry.
Oh, okay, ich komme gar nicht weiter. Na gut. Na gut, aber wir sollten doch jetzt, sollten wir nicht, ist er weg? Ist er da? Er ist immer noch da. Warum ist er immer noch da? Hey, das Schild ist aus.
There are no thirsty kitties inside. See? The sign is on fire. Off. The sign is off.
Blowpeck nasal.
I don't have time to go through the whole book again, so, Hoopy, drop, Saggles, Moopy. Does that mean anything?
Snaggly sniffle.
Snaggly sniffle. Okay.
Sniffle.
Oh, und weg ist er.
Ramon, what do you think has to happen to a cat for them to end up like that?
Nicht.
Got someone to look out for him.
Ja, okay. So, jetzt aber hier. Ich hoffe es auch. Ach Mann.
You still there? Okay. Duncan is gone. Can I please come in now?
How on earth did you manage that?
Och.
Did you turn off the sign? I told you we don't turn off the sign.
No, the sign is still on, technically. I guess I'm simply charming enough to persuade him to leave.
Und?
Why do I smell smoke?
Do you? Weird. Someone must be having a barbecue. Anyway, Duncan's gone. The sign is 100% still on. And so let's talk about Edgar.
Very well. You tiresome cat. You may enter.
You may enter.
I had thought Tybalt just about the fanciest cat I'd ever seen, but I had to revise that judgment after seeing Celestine. This cat had a waistcoat and a pocket watch. I could only hope that whatever fancy accent he doubtless spoke would be intelligible to peasants like me. Wowee, fancy place you got here.
Yes, I imagine this is quite a fresh experience for you, being surrounded by such excellence.
Actually, I've been in the VIP area at Porky Beach quite a few times, so I know a thing or two about class. You should consider putting up a painting of a dancing bear. Adds a ton of class.
I will take that under advisement. Conscience demands that I thank you for getting rid of Duncan.
Sure, I scratch your back, you scratch mine, right?
Yeah, back-scratching claws are available on request, but you will be required to scratch your own back with it. And I'll take my book back now, if you don't mind. If I find so much as a single claw scratch on it, well, you can expect a bill.
Okay, und weg ist es. Gut, fragen wir ihn doch mal ein Loch in den Bauch. Hallo? Wofür ist das alles? Okay.
So, what's all this for? The cat blinked at me so fast. I thought his glasses might slip off his nose.
What is it for?
Well, with all the pools of water and the steam in the air, I'm guessing laundromat.
No, your lack of culture is astounding. This is a bathhouse.
Oh, I didn't know we had any of those in this city. How exotic. So cats come here to sit in water voluntarily.
Well, unlike you, clearly, not all cats wish to lick themselves for hours a day. Some find it very relaxing to unwind in a warm bath. We also act as a neutral location for certain types to meet.
Certain type? Like the Montamues you're on such good terms with?
And others. The establishment is neutral ground. Here, we are all merely cats. Even the criminals that pervade our city. Outside allegiances must be left at the door, along with any weapons. Claws are sheathed, and the sharpest things thrown are words. The crime families have been meeting here peacefully for years to discuss points of shared interest.
And the police force doesn't know? The vast eye roll motion turned the cat's eyes white for a moment.
Of course they know. They even visit now and then. Perhaps they think to get an idea of what's going on with all their favorite families. I like to think of it as a police cat's soap opera, but there are no criminals inside our walls. Just cats, relaxing.
Okay.
Do you know anything about Duncan's history? He's clearly not all there.
Well, I know nothing about where he came from. He started appearing a year or two ago, but he was at least somewhat lucid then. I could shoo him away with a loud yell. He's become entirely senseless since then. Nothing penetrates his skull anymore. He just stands around, blabbering nonsense.
Well, he's selling milk for someone. Perhaps we can find him.
I'm sorry. Did something I say give you the impression that I am up for joining an impromptu ragtag band of plucky true crime fans to solve low-effort mysteries in and around the city, armed with a spiral notebook and no prior law enforcement experience? No, there is no we. There is only Cuddles.
And Ramon.
Gut, jetzt kommen wir endlich zu dem interessanten Teil. War Edgar hier?
I found your card on Edgar's body. That implies to me that he was planning to pay you a visit, or already had.
Yes, he was here. Sauntered in last night, cocky as a prince. A first-time visit for him, but of course I knew who he was. I made one of our private rooms available to him. He was surprisingly polite, up until he dashed out with no warning a short while later and never returned.
He was here yesterday. That must have only been hours before he died. What did he do? Did he speak to anyone? Did he say anything? I'll need immediate access to the room he used. The cat clasped a hand to his chest as if I'd asked him for his firstborn.
Certainly not.
Celestine, this is important. A cat is dead.
And I imagine he'll remain that way indefinitely. Nutterbutter, you are here as a guest, solely at my discretion. If you annoy me, I will toss you out of here faster than you can say, do you serve a continental breakfast? Which we do not.
I just want answers, that's all.
Be that as it may, the room in question is being used by someone already, an actual member. He's had a difficult day, and I won't have you disturbing him.
Celestine, I promise I will do my best to be quiet and not annoy you or anyone else. Just tell me, did Edgar meet with anyone? Keep their identity a secret if you must, but did he?
No. He arrived alone and left alone a short while later in a rush, as I said. Perhaps he forgot something.
In a rush? Might he have left any items behind?
If he did, he would have placed them in his personal locker, but the locks to those are given directly to new members, and each is unique. Even I cannot unlock them.
Passt da unser Generalschlüssel? Na, wohl kaum, ne? Das ist nur für den Club. Aber nun...
I'll need a list of the people who were here last night, please.
Certainly. Shall I scent the list with rose water for you?
Ja, das wäre nett.
Add some glitter?
Okay.
That was sarcasm. I am not going to divulge any information about our clients, Nutterbutter. Discretion is our motto.
Really? It's not on your business card or your sign.
Thus proving just how discreet we are.
Lass mich durch. Also er lässt uns hier nicht weiter. Wir müssen uns irgendwie anders Zutritt verschaffen. Vielleicht müssen wir doch noch mal zu dem Helden da drüben zurück.
Investigating a murder on the authority of the chief of police. Let me through, please.
Very impressive credentials. Oh, capital letters and all, I don't doubt. Unfortunately for you, the only sort of credential I respect is the one I grant, and the one that you, as a guest, do not possess.
Okay, das funktioniert nicht. Schmeißt er uns direkt raus oder können wir hier jetzt erstmal irgendwo hingehen? Wir können erstmal irgendwo hingehen. Oh.
You are not a member here and thus do not have freedom of movement. You may speak to me or wander the atrium listlessly like a sad paper bag atop a gentle breeze, but that is all.
Und er geht direkt wieder zurück. Haben wir da noch irgendwas Interessantes hier? Wandgemälde?
Oh, this is supposed to be Nukina, the patron cat of scoliosis. Odd place to see a picture of her.
Okay, das kennst du? Echt?
I know it's just a mural, but it'd still feel weird licking a lady on a wall.
Ja, schon gut, schon gut, schon gut. Können wir ihn lecken?
Do
Er
your
hätte es
two sides taste different, like strawberry and chocolate ice cream in one tub?
What?
Nothing. Can I lick you? Never mind. Just forget I said it.
Okay, Bart lecken.
At least the water's clean. For now.
Können wir da... warte mal, können wir da das... Sekunde, können wir da das da reinschmeißen? Nee, wahrscheinlich nicht, ne?
I do not want to go near that tub of wet sadness.
Oh.
Oh, it's...
Water. Okay, funktioniert nicht, ne? Und mehr haben wir hier vermutlich. Da unten ist noch irgendwas. Was ist denn hier unten? Ach, draußen. Okay, und jetzt quasseln wir nochmal mit dem Typen, ne? Reise nach Jerusalem. Ja, es brennt hier auch schon und so. Fenster benutzen. Hey, yo! Ich komme nicht in keinen dieser Räume.
The owner let me into the club at last.
I'm glad to hear that, friend.
But now he won't let me go investigate the rooms without being a member. Can you help me out? Since you're in the private area? I think if you lift your arms, I can balance my feet on your paws and you could lower me down.
Oh dear. Is the owner being brusque?
He is. Do you know him well? Is he always like this?
Sometimes.
It's so annoying. He stands there, all tall and fancy with his spectacles, checking his pocket watch far more frequently than anyone needs to. And all he says when you explain your problem is how you're not a full member, so he doesn't care. Ugh.
Oh, he's not so bad. I'm probably biased after being married to him for 15 years.
Ooh.
It's quite high up here, and I think the distance may have caused you to mishear some of the things I said.
Relax, friend. Celestine's a wonderful cat, but he's had a difficult day. Our assistant, Edna, didn't show up to work, so we had to do twice the usual work. On top of that, we've been dieting all week. Oh, our reward was supposed to be a delicious dinner tonight, but Duncan showed up and wrecked that plan. So we're both a little tetchy. I'm sure if you come back when he's had time to rest and recover, you two will get along like a building on fire.
I'm sorry, but I can't wait. Edgar Montague was here hours before he died, and I need to know why.
The Montague kid. Yeah, I heard about that. No wonder there was a buzz of activity here today. And you're the unlucky guy that got the case,
Can I ask you about him?
I'm not in the mood to field murder questions through a window, friend.
Okay, kannst du mir dann helfen, reinzukommen?
Speak to Celestine for me. It really is important that I investigate the areas Edgar was in.
I'm with Celestine on this one, friend. A dead mobster doesn't bother me. There's plenty more where he came from.
Listen, Bartholomew is not in a good headspace about all this. If I don't find out what happened, he's gonna start doing his own digging. Violently. And if he does, a place like this that depends on the illusion of civility from very uncivil cats, it won't last long. There was a languid splashing sound as a heavy body shifted about in the tub below.
Interesting point of view. Might happen. Might not.
But it might.
True.
The splashing continued for a moment. So...
I'm sorry, friend, but no. I sympathize with your goals, I really do. But the establishment's rules are clear, and I won't break them for no reason. If you'd caught me on a day I wasn't dieting, maybe I'd feel more generous. But, alas...
Ich weiß es. Ich schätze, ich bin raus. Warte.
Yes, I'm up.
Ja, ich weiß es. Er ist on a diet. Oh. Guck mal.
Whoa. Stand down, Hookie. My claws have got this covered.
Was? Okay, muss ich es jetzt noch auspacken, oder was?
I really want to claw this open in a frenzy of cellophane scraps and purring right now, but then all the food will fall out. I can open this later when I'm alone.
Mhm. Ja. Okay, cool. Ah, warte mal. So. Und jetzt so.
I happen to be in possession of a basket full of really nice food. I think it's more than enough to make up for the dinner you missed and your diet.
Oh, that smell is...
Was?
But I can't grant you membership just for some food, no matter how delicious it...
There's an entire jar of roast puffin wings.
Did you say roast puffin wings? Oh, the Taste Master ones? Ooh.
The very same, with cherry sauce and melted cheese on top.
Ooh.
Oh. All right. All right. Lower the basket and you can have my membership card. But don't tell Celestine that I broke my diet.
He even makes you have a membership card?
He's a stickler for the rules. I don't mind. It makes him happy, but never mind that now. Just lower the food.
Ja, okay. Okay, wir haben einen Mitgliedsausweis. Hey, cool. Lass mal gucken. Der ist mal nett. Mitgliedsausweis
A
an.
membership card for the establishment.
Ja, können wir den lecken?
Oh, wow, lemongrass. It's infused with taste. They did it. The Mad Cats actually did it.
Ist okay. Ja, gut. Naja, schön. Okay, wir gehen mal, warte. Wir gehen mal runter und jetzt sollten wir doch eigentlich... Hallo. Na, guck mal, was ich hier habe. Das wird dich besonders interessieren.
I found my membership card.
Where did you get that? Now, I remember every single person I've issued one of those cards to, Nutterbutter, and you're definitely not one of them.
Well, I believe the rule is you can only get access with a membership card. And here's my card. See? It says so right there. Member.
I also noticed that it says humbled.
Yeah, that's my middle name. Cuddles Nutterbutter. The third. Esquire. After all, you never said it had to be my card. Ha!
You are technically correct.
The best sort of correct.
Fine. You may have access to the member areas, but only for tonight. You may not move any items between my rooms, and you may only take what is on your person into the changing rooms. You must wear the correct dress code at all times. You may use locker number 9 for your effects.
The cat smirked triumphantly.
Locker 9 is the one closest to the urinals.
Oh, that's just unnecessary.
Enjoy your visit, Nutterbutter. One more thing. I won't have it said that the establishment treats any member, even a temporary one, poorly. Please take this gift bag. Ugh, I recommend making generous use of its contents. Soon.
Oh, sorry, da war jemand an der Tür. Jetzt geht's weiter. Wo war ich denn stehen geblieben? Wir können uns hier jetzt frei bewegen, ne? Glaube ich. Warte, okay. Können wir uns frei bewegen? Warte mal. Sind wir mit ihm durch? Ja, okay, sieht gut aus. Change Room. Okay, gut. Na, das sieht doch ganz gut aus. Hier Ankleideschirm benutzen.
Walk all the way over there to get changed, or I can just get changed here.
Was? Okay. So, unsere ist die 9, ne? Können wir schon irgendwas hier benutzen? Ich sehe alt. Der verschwunden.
I won't be able to get this open without the key or a bulldozer. Key's probably easier though.
Was hatte er gesagt? Es war aber doch die Nummer 7, ne? Wenn ich mich recht entsinne. Warte mal, funktioniert der hier? Skletsche? Ich glaube es ja nicht, aber... Ja, ich dachte es mir. Ja, okay. Wir haben irgendwie auch nicht... Warte mal, was ist in der Geschenktüte drin? Benutzen?
Oh, free goodies. Let's see. Some scented oil. All right. Neat. I'll keep that. And wait, is that all? Nothing else? Why was this in a bag by itself?
Okay. Körperöl. Naja, immerhin. Aber ansonsten können wir hier erstmal... Da ist auch ein Spind. Das ist unser.
All my inventory items in here.
Oh, warum? Echt? Oh nein! Alles weg. Ich habe nicht mehr ein Tuch. Ich habe nichts mehr. Okay. Okay, alles klar. Möchtest du das nicht lieber auch da reinpacken? Wohl nicht. Tja, na gut. So, und jetzt? Jetzt gehen wir ins Atrium, oder was? Ankleideschirm? Jetzt, was? Oh, meine Güte. Oh, Himmel. Was mache ich denn ja jetzt? Bad benutzen.
Never. A hard pumice scrub and deep flannel pat-down was good enough for my parents, and it's good enough for me.
Okay, so. Hey, bis jetzt.
I don't want to speak with that snooty cat any further.
Okay, gut. Wo ist denn hier der Bereich? Privates Paar, Metalldetektor. Okay.
Completely clean and flavorless.
Aha.
Probably shouldn't poke at the giant alarm-making machines.
Ja, eigentlich wollte ich es mir auch noch.
I've not been totally successful at hiding those metal detectors. It rather clashes with the decor.
Okay. Reisen nach Spa. Hallo, da bin ich ja. Hallo, benutzen, Badezubehör benutzen.
Warm water filled our drain with all sorts of cats using it. This is a
Oh, meine
breeding ground
Güte.
for disease, isn't it?
Okay, so. Hallo.
I'm here in person. Hello. How's your windows? Remember that?
Hello, friend.
Na, du hast ein paar interessante Tattoos. Ich muss ja Edgar spinnt. Okay.
I couldn't help but notice your tattoos. Do they mean something?
These? Oh, yes. These are my graduation tattoos.
Was?
Oh, wow. You got all that to celebrate graduation?
Not to celebrate, no. As proof of it. I studied overseas for many years, training to be a professional basher. When you graduate, instead of a certificate, you receive these tattoos. It lets others know what you can do and to leave you alone.
That's really interesting. A basher? I met a crusher the other day, but he wore a suit, so I couldn't see his arms. I wonder if he also has tattoos.
Do you mean Tinwinkel Jan?
Ihr kennt euch?
Good crusher, but crushing is the path for those without the strength of will to be bashers. True, bashing comes from a place of control and understanding. When you bash, you do not simply hit something. You let it hit you back. You feel it in your soul. Otherwise, you're no better than a smoosher.
The community of melee combatants sounds far more complex than I ever imagined.
Just don't listen to the pro-smooshing propaganda. Smooshers are charlatans. They couldn't smoosh a paper bag.
Okay, gut. Ich muss an Edgar spinnt.
Sending me your membership card, but it seems it was for nothing. Edgar's locker is locked, and without the key, not even Celestine can open it apparently. Or is he lying about that?
No, he's right. Each member is issued a unique lock and key that is never duplicated.
He had no key on his body, though, so either someone took it or he didn't have it on him at the time. Do your clients ever leave their keys here?
I'm not going to divulge all of our secrets just because you fed me, friend. Discretion is our motto.
Well, if I can't figure out what's in there, your motto might have to change to, "We'll beat cats up for food." Because your clients will be too busy gunning one another down in the streets to have time to relax here.
Yes, you mentioned that possibility earlier. I'm curious, friend. Why so much effort for this kid? Did you know him?
I had no idea he existed before the chief pulled me into this case. But the police won't touch things because of who he was, so I feel that I have to.
Why? He was just another criminal who paid for his mistakes, was he not?
Maybe I'll know for sure when I've unraveled this whole thing. For now, my active investigation is keeping Bartholomew from hunting down anyone he feels is responsible. The city has enough problems. We need to put in the work if we want it to get better. Nobody will do it for us.
Interesting. He said a similar thing.
Who?
Edgar. Last night.
Ach. Okay.
You spoke to him when he was here? What did he say? Please, I need to know.
Not much. He was in a rush to leave, which I thought was rude since he'd only just arrived. He said he'd lost something and he had to go fetch it, but he would be back. But he asked me to keep something for him.
Oh, please say it was his key.
His key, yes. And that was strange, because if he was just going to fetch something, he should have just taken it with him. But there was something in his expression, so I pressed him a little. He looked really worried, like he was being hunted. But all he told me was that he was just trying to change things in the city, and that nobody else could do it, only him. He forced his key on me and said it was just in case, and left, and never came back.
Ach, okay, okay, aber dann ist es doch ganz einfach.
Humboldt, I need you to give me that key. I have to know what Edgar put in his locker.
Oh, Celestine won't like it if I...
Celestine doesn't like anything except maintaining the status quo with all his annoying rules. I'm sorry, I know he's your husband, but he doesn't care what happened to Edgar. But you do, Humboldt. Whatever Edgar was trying to do, he seemed to know it had put him in danger, and he was clearly right. He left that key with you to keep something safe. Whatever it is, I'll bet it's why he was killed. And that means I need to get my paws on it to figure out how to solve this case.
I can't just give it to you, friend. We have rules.
A trade, then. Like before, I bring you something, and hey, maybe when I get back, I just happen to find the key that Edgar, dropped.
Okay, ist interessiert.
Edgar thought he was the only one who could do whatever he was going to do. Well, he's gone. So if anyone else has a chance of doing it, it's me, but only with that key.
Well, I do feel quite full after that meal, and this tub is warm. Perhaps if I had something to make me even more relaxed, I might doze off and drop anything I'm holding.
Oh, wink, wink.
And if someone were to pick up whatever I dropped...
Wink, wink.
Repeatedly saying wink, wink out loud is rather ruining the effect. Regardless, you're not going to be able to just walk out with it.
Warum?
There are metal detectors on all the doors for security.
Oh. Aber wie hast du denn den Schlüssel hier reinbekommen? Hä? Was? Wie hast du ihn hier reinbekommen? Ich weiß es nicht.
I need you. What's the deal?
Okay. Okay, gut, da kriegen wir nichts Neues. Ja, hier, guck mal, die Entlüftung, wäre das nicht ein Ort?
Quietly open this up there.
What are you doing there?
Oh, I just need some fresh air. I'm mildly allergic to steam.
Gut, damit haben wir den Weg rausgefunden, ne? Also das hätten wir schon mal, das ist gut, aber ja, was wir ihm zum Entspannen geben müssen, dafür braucht man das Badesalz, ne? Ja, okay. Nee, nicht Badesalz, dieses Badezeug aus dem Meow Emporium. Müssen wir hier? Ich habe da gerade noch einen Schwanz gesehen. Bin ziemlich sicher. Ist aber nichts. Okay. Wandgemälde benutzen. Ne, ist nichts, ne?
Loxphalion. Oh, what's her nickname again? I'm the awkward carrier. Wow, the sculptor did a great job. That's not how you carry a jug, Loxphalion, you silly old thing.
Okay. So, aber mehr können wir jetzt erstmal nicht machen, ne? Unsere Klamotten sind nicht geklaut, das ist sehr gut. Also, nun gut. Ja. Nimmst du dein Zeug auch mal?
Briefcase time again.
Okay, wir haben wieder alles dabei. Die Frage ist nur, was machen wir denn jetzt? Ich muss ja irgendwas kaufen. Nee, irgendwas besorgen. Vielleicht reagiert er auf das. Oh ja, wir gehen mal zurück und gucken mal, ob er auf das Hypnose-Set reagiert. Atemreisen, lalala, ja, genau, tralala. Lauf, 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 lauf. Miau. Hier, draußen, Reisen nach. Ich bin gleich zurück. Ich hole mir nur einen Döner. So, okay, hier. Haben wir irgendwas dazu bekommen? Nee, haben wir nicht. Meow Emporium. So, dann bin ich mal gespannt. Okay, kannst du irgendetwas... Ach nee, warte mal, wir haben den Helm ja von hier. Den will er bestimmt nicht nochmal wieder haben. Ah, das funktioniert ja gar nicht. Das funktioniert ja überhaupt nicht.
Have you ever considered hypnotism, Meowie?
What for, customer? I'm already a cat in the greatest cat city on Earth. Sometimes I have to pinch myself to believe it.
You know what? Good on you, Meowie.
Your unexpected affirmation is a confusing but welcome delight, customer.
Okay, das funktioniert also gar nicht. Puh, ja. Und das, warte mal, kriegen wir mit dem Badezeug, Körperöl. Mit Öl kriegt man das doch bestimmt weg, oder? Nein, warte, nein, jetzt. Okay, mit Öl geht das. Augenblick. So. Mist, warum geht denn das nicht?
I can't remove that without help.
Ja, aber willkommen.
That place was so great. It closed down this year.
Ja, okay.
Rides collapsing on.
Ach, ja. Okay, also, das müssen wir noch wegkriegen. Was haben wir denn noch? Knitty Kitty Club. Oh, da können wir mal hingehen und gucken, ob unser Kumpel wieder da ist. Und? Nein.
Pepe and Thorn must be out distributing pamphlets.
Okay, das funktioniert also nicht. Ist denn die Lady wieder da? Ja. Nein, ist sie nicht. Okay. Aber was machen wir denn jetzt? So, Reisen nach. Sie hat sich hinten in der Gasse etwas getan? Auch nicht. Okay, cool. Hier liegt auch nichts, warte mal, hier liegt auch nichts weiter rum, ne? Naja, die Wasserpfütze. Tja. Okay, was machen wir denn? Da müssen wir hin. Labul, da waren wir fertig. Polizeihauptquartier. Da könnte man nochmal gucken. Edna ist noch nicht wieder da. Okay, hat sich hier denn was getan? Da hat sich gar nichts getan, ne? Da tut sich überhaupt nichts. Aber der sitzt da immer noch drin. Einbruchsdiebesnatz. Oh, Mist. Zerstörter Kuchen.
It's all goopy. Yuck. I can't do anything with this.
Na gut, war ein Versuch. Aber locked. Der hier wird nicht funktionieren, ne?
Not the right key. And besides, I can't go barging into police rooms. They carry guns and have twitchy reflexes.
Ja, okay, schon gut. So, irgendwas Cooles hier? Nein, haben wir nicht. Okay, aber was... die Menge an Möglichkeiten wird langsam kleiner. Hallo? Stadtreisen nach. Okay. Tabby, hast du denn was Neues? Sprich mit Tabby. Sie hat gar nichts Neues. Okay. Hier habe ich auch alles untersucht, ne? Couch. Forschungsbücherregal. Was war da nochmal? Da ist nichts weiter, oder? Völlig still. Unternehmer, Jan, Live. Oh, warte mal. Für neugierige Katzen? Nee, entdecke kleine, große, das Meer.
They look beautiful just where they are, I'd say. No need to move them.
Okay, aber das haben wir uns noch gar nicht angesehen, ne? Warte mal.
A collection of recipes for alcoholic drinks. The paint stripper sounds pretty interesting.
Okay. Okay, etwas Öliges, etwas Süßes, etwas Wütendes, etwas pur. Okay, Xtankere haben wir Zeit. Hautischen sofort medizinische Antiseptikum verwendet. Oh, für Beize. Beize nimmt man eigentlich für... Oh, damit könnten wir das Poster runterbekommen. Geben Sie ein Gefäß mit in ein Gefäß mit abscheulichem Gesicht. Haben wir ein Gefäß? Wir haben ein Gefäß mit abscheulichem Gesicht. Da. So. Und, Augenblick. Wir hatten hier doch Alkohol, ne? Nee, warte. Wie rum mache ich das denn jetzt? Also nochmal. Was Öliges haben wir, was Süßes haben wir, was Wütendes? Der Ring. Und was Pures? Pures? Ist das Alkohol? Warte mal, lass es mich mal probieren. Moment. Also etwas Öliges. Okay, das hat funktioniert. Das scheint also tatsächlich die Lösung zu sein. Ich weiß. Cool, ne? So, warte mal. Guck dir mal den Schreibtisch an. Und dann hier war doch... Ja, genau. So, Augenblick. Wie mache ich das jetzt? Du und da. Was? Becher mit Öl und Milch. Was? Echt? Die richtige Ordner? Oh, tatsächlich. Oh, tatsächlich etwas Wütendes. Okay, was Wütendes brauchen wir jetzt? Oh, der Ring. Der Ring. Lecken. Okay, ist Blue richtig? Weiß ich nicht. Blue ist offensichtlich nicht wütend, ne? Wo ist er denn mal wütend? Können wir Tabby das? Nee, Tabby ist auch nicht wütend. Wo ist er denn mal? Am Theater ist er wütend geworden. Warte, ja. La Boule de Poil. Hier, da ist er wütend geworden. Augenblick, kann ich das hier irgendwie miteinander verbinden? So.
Random thing. Take this rather cheap ring to be your fake partner.
Nee, so nicht. Okay. Muss ich mit dem nochmal quatschen?
You can go in, mister.
Schade. Okay.
Mister, please don't lick my window. I get a demerit for every tongue mark.
Okay, das hat nicht funktioniert. Alfonso, der ist es. Warte mal, Alfonso, gegen den hat er doch was. Moment, Stimmungsring?
Alfonso makes me so mad.
Ah.
I'm surprised the mood ring doesn't pick it up.
Tut er nicht? Okay.
I don't even want to lick.
Okay, was denn? Oh.
Carry enough disdain for him without adding the poster to the pile. Discover new vistas. Discover new depths. Discover yourself. Could I roll my eyes more? He makes me so mad.
So, aber jetzt müsste es doch passen, oder?
Hey, this turned red.
Ja, cool.
My mood changed. Alfonso. So angry.
Ja, schon klar. So, schnell rein damit, bevor sich das ändert.
Probably a metaphor in this about letting your anger dissolve away or something.
Sehr gut. Okay. Aber wichtig ist nur, es hat funktioniert. Büro. Hi, ich bin hier gleich wieder. Ich komme. So, und jetzt hier und jetzt da und jetzt so.
Your time has come, Billy. Hey, let's see if you can bring order to this disgusting mess.
Okay.
I guess that smells marginally better, but I'm definitely not drinking that.
Gut, aber jetzt haben wir bei zum Muster noch irgendwas dran. Warte mal, ansehen.
Part of me just wants to kick back and try out all of these, but someone needs to do the work.
Lassen Sie stehen, bis sich die Dämpfe vollständig aufgelöst haben. Wenn oder ist es noch nicht? Vermischen Sie es bei leichtem Mondlicht. Okay, irgendwas mit den Dämpfen. Dämpft das noch?
Honey milk, oil, a mood ring, and now brandy. This is insane.
Und wir brauchen noch irgendwas zum Vermischen, ne? Glaube ich. Na gut, der Mond scheint helle. Ja, ich habe ein bisschen rumgesucht. Der Drink, den wir hier veranstaltet haben, der funktioniert noch nicht richtig, weil ich gehe davon aus... Ja, genau. Lass es stehen, bis die Delfine Auslöser. Vermischen Sie es mit leichtem Mondlicht. Ich denke, daran liegt es. Ich denke, das ist hier die Lösung. Achso, warte mal, hätte ich ja gleich drin bleiben können, ne? Oh, warte mal, take it. So, und jetzt hier, kann das sein? Tatsächlich. Okay.
The mixture changed color, darkening from a loud but only tipsy red to a deep sloshed and smashing a bottle open on the bar purple.
Mhm.
And now it smells like a truck stop. I guess the moral of the story is, if you're offered a drink in Karsten, turn it down.
Ja, gut, aber damit sollte doch jetzt, warte mal, können wir nochmal gucken, Beize. Genau, die Beize ist fertig. War da nicht noch ein Schritt? Ich hätte schwören können, da ist noch ein Schritt. Warte mal. Ja. Trinken Sie es oder schütten es auf eine Wunde, um es zu reinigen. Ach so, okay, gut, das zählt nicht als Schritt. So, denn jetzt sollten wir doch... Wo war das noch? Bei Meow Emporium. Hier sollten wir drankommen, ne? Hoffentlich, weiß ich nicht. Mal sehen. Gucken. Let's have a look it. Beize und hier dran. Allerdings. Oh. Okay.
I think I found something on the wall outside Meowie's shop. The same symbol that was on the bag of nip I found on Edgar. Cosmo's been a naughty kitten.
Mit dem sollten wir uns mal unterhalten. Hallo Cosmo, na?
I suppose you know anything about the oricatos on the wall outside.
What? How did you? Oh, that's not there anymore.
Doch.
Cosmo, I got news for you, bud. Slapping a poster over something doesn't make it vanish, especially a symbol used to subtly advertise drug sales. Which makes me think, gosh, if I was selling illegal drugs, I might put a symbol like that outside to let people know where they could buy some.
No way. I'm out of that life, I swear. I told him.
Told whom? Cosmo, you're not the only one afraid of criminal cats. I've got Bartholomew Montemue on my back.
Und?
See, you know the name.
Bartholomew sent you? Please don't kill me.
Nein. Nicht sofort.
Customer? Cosmo? Everything all right over there?
Ja.
Sure is, Meowie. What's that, Cosmo? You got the city's widest selection of cat kiss medallions at prices so low they're doing the limbo? Wow, I'm thrilled. Just tell me more, but in a much calmer and lower tone of voice. All right, Cosmo? Thanks.
Oh, please, I don't want to die.
I'm not here to hurt you, Cosmo. If you tell me what you know, I promise I won't tell anyone that we spoke. I want the truth, but I want all of it.
Okay.
Ja. Oh, okay. Längere Unterhaltung, alles klar.
I assume you've also had a run-in with the Montemues.
A cat came in one night months ago and Meowie wasn't here, okay? I thought he was a customer, but then he started talking. He said his name was Edgar Montemue. The way he spoke, the look in his eyes, he scared me, guys. Of him and his eyes.
I've met his father. I think I understand.
He was so angry. Said that I sold his friend some nip that killed him. Said that if I didn't stop, he'd make sure nobody ever saw me again.
Did you sell nip to his friend? I mean...
Yeah, but like you can't die from nip, guy. Must have been something else he took. I don't know.
Which you also sold him, I'm assuming.
I wasn't his boss, all right? I just sold him what he asked for, a little nip, little cash. It's all right. And I stopped after Edgar's business. Business? I stopped after Edgar's visit, I swear. I covered up the oricatos. I told everyone to stop coming here. I said, you guys, stop it. Stop coming here. I never sold another bag of nothing to no one, man.
Okay. Gut, da kommt dann noch mehr, oder? Die Samen, richtig.
You practically shut down when I showed you the seeds. Why?
I don't know where you got this, guy, but that's what they make fluff from. You shouldn't be carrying those around.
What's fluff?
Oh, guy, fluff is like super nip. Kinda, not really, but like kinda, but like way more addictive, much more, way bigger high. But man, it does bad stuff to you. It does bad stuff to you.
Oh, but you sold it anyway, right? Because that's not your problem.
I'm sorry that I had to do bad things to make a living, guy. Fluff sells for a lot more than nip, and I needed it to make food and rent, pay for my cable bill. Next time, I'll just starve on the streets. How about that?
Ja, genau. Aber du hast doch einen Job hier, also damit müsstest du doch ein paar Kröten verdienen, oder nicht?
Okay, so but why would any of this lead to you ending up in a small dark room in Le Boule de Poix? I went there. It's just some uptight performers. Well, Scarlet's not that bad, I guess, but Tybald's, oh, he's a bore.
Not that bad? How do you? You don't know, do you? Guy, for a PI, you're really not well informed. Scarlet is Scarlet Evangeline Capulet, matriarch of the biggest crime family next to the Montamues. The theater is just a cover, my guy.
Capulet?
Now he gets it. You've been living in a box, guy. The Capulets control nip in this city. Nobody sells without their approval. Cross them and like throat cut yours open, dead cat. Edgar acted like he was pretty sure the Capulets would listen to him if he went to them and tattled on me. I wasn't gonna take the chance, okay?
Ist das so?
You presumably had Capulet approval to sell if they have as tight a grip on the drug trade as you claim. Why were you still scared of Edgar telling on you?
The nip wasn't the problem, guys. The fluff. It's not theirs. I don't know who makes it, but I doubt the Capulets appreciate the competition. It was a risk, but the money was too good.
If the fluff wasn't supplied by the Capulets, where'd you get it?
I knew a guy who knew a guy. He got me hooked up with passwords and drop locations and a great discount on groceries. But just before I quit selling, he disappeared. Now, I didn't have time to find out who, why, before I cut off my connections, but I heard rumors he showed up at the train tracks. Dead on them. He died on the tracks. That's right.
Just before. So maybe Edgar...
I don't want to know.
And you think that if the Capulets found out you sold fluff...
Cosmo disappears, too. Throat cut sound.
Okay.
Edgar had nip and fluff seeds on him when he died, yet he threatened you about selling both?
I don't know, guy. All I know is if you're gonna be taking on the Capulets and you want to keep your claws, don't mention fluff.
Claws? What have you heard?
Oh,
Do
my
the Capulets have declawing technology? Tell me everything you know.
What? I don't know. I just turned phrase, guy. Cucumbers. This is such a mess. My nerves. I'm out, man. I'm done. I'm capiche. I'm kaput. And whatever the words, I'm zilch. I'm nil. I just hit myself in the face.
What are you gonna do?
Move, man. Far away from the Capulets and the Montamues. Oh, man, no, guy, this disguise is getting really itchy anyway. I got so much itch. Here, you don't want this headpiece? You take this headpiece. I hate this headpiece. It doesn't look good on me. It makes my head look fat anyway.
Okay, und jetzt? Und jetzt haut er einfach ab.
Yowie! Ah, quit. Yowie, I quit. Quit.
Rated by cat I've never seen before.
Was? Okay, cool. Cool. Cat I've never seen before. Ja, die Perücke.
Combined hat and wig that Cosmo's wearing as a disguise.
Können wir ihm die geben? Ist das okay? Oh, das funktioniert.
Oh, yeah, I've brought this
Oh.
for your historical exchange program.
Okay.
Oh, customer, you pull my whiskers and tweak my tail with that assertion. This is no artifact. It is Cosmo's colorful headwear.
Ja.
Hair included, apparently. Odd.
Yikes.
He'll be wanting that back. Cosmo, we found your hideous headwear. Cosmo? Now where has he gotten to?
Ah, but, you see, Cosmo is not who you think he is.
No.
Oh, he's not a cat?
Well, obviously he's a cat. Meowie, we're all... never mind. I mean that he is actually a prince.
Was?
Prince?
Oh, gosh.
I am intrigued, customer.
Ah.
Prince of where?
Of here. Meow Meow Furrington. He's the secret heir to King Leopold.
Do you mean to tell me that Leopold's only son, the weeks-old kitten Llewellyn Leopold, somehow survived the siege of Old Furrington by the 9 lions 400 years ago? Despite the many corroborating accounts confirming his demise, including a painting gruesomely titled Dead Royal Kitten with Tulips, and escaped to found a secret royal dynasty that has remained hidden until this very day?
Yes?
Remarkable! How did Llewellyn escape, customer? I must know!
Oh, wasps! They picked him up and... Whoa! Right?
Stunning! And thus returned the Leopolds in the form of Cosmo, a hitherto unknown and awkward employee of Maui's Emporium, now revealed to be our one true king. Purr.
Yes, all of that. And now our prince has left to find a castle, yes, and where he can put on the Leopold crown and become our new cat king. Skronk.
I am astounded, customer. Cosmo, royalty in hiding? All this time? I would have sworn he was nothing but a disinterested assistant. Purr. I once asked him to restock something, and he just sat down and said he couldn't because he was sick with don't-care-itis.
He is indeed a masterful actor, as are all the royals.
This absolutely deserves the self-foaming fur cleaner from the exchange bin, customer.
Okay, die ist weg und stattdessen können wir uns den jetzt nehmen. Das ist voll gut, weil dann kommen wir im Bad weiter. Ach, Tausch. Nee, Moment. Nicht lecken. Benutzen. Nein, nehmen.
Guess you're mine now. If I ever go crazy and start enjoying baths.
Ja, komm, du weißt doch genau, wofür das gut ist. Hallo? Oh, wir haben den Drink, sehe ich gerade auch noch am Start. Okay, brauchen wir die später noch? Na gut. Aber die anderen coolen Sachen, wie zum Beispiel das Gebiss, können wir nicht nehmen. Na gut. Okay, so. Aber das heißt doch, wir können jetzt zum Bad zurückkehren. Etablissement. So. Und ja, du guckst, ne? Ja, guck du nur. Ich gehe hier jetzt erstmal rein und dann gebe ich unserem Kumpel das Zeug und dann kriege ich den Schlüssel und dann...
In you go, item friends.
Oh nee, warte. Oh nein, er packte alles rein. Oh, müssen wir jetzt wieder oben zum Fenster? Oh, tatsächlich. Okay, gut. Wir müssen tatsächlich erst oben zum Fenster. Unglaublich. Warum packt er denn alles weg? Du brauchst das Zeug doch. Du solltest es wissen. Draußen. So, also hier hoch. Und dann... Da ist der Entlüftungsschatten. Der sitzt viel zu weit oben, wenn ich das bemerken darf. Und auf der falschen Seite. Guck mal, da ist das Ende. Hey, yo, ich habe da was für dich. Guck mal. Auch so, warte. Moment. So, nehmen und hier.
Oh, I love nothing as much as dozing off in a foamy tub.
Oh, schön. Okay, also warte einfach da mal.
Oh, I love...
Ah, so geht es. Okay. Mhm. Okay, und da hat er den Schlüssel hinterlassen. Sehr gut. Das heißt, jetzt schnell zurück und umziehen und Hi. Ja, ich weiß, ich bin immer noch hier. Ja. So, jetzt aber. Also Spind benutzen. Und richtig. So, und dann das hier. Ja, ich verstehe gar nicht, wieso. Atrium reisen nach. Und jetzt sollten wir da doch ins Bad gehen können. So, hey, wir statten deinem Ehemann mal einen kleinen Besuch ab. Der wollte sich amüsieren, weißt du? So, hier. Schlüssel benutzen. Gut, wir haben ein Ding im Inventar. Dieses eine Ding, Moment, Nummer 7, packen wir jetzt da rein. Was? Wieso? Was? Doch klar. Hä? Okay. Aber wie werde ich es denn jetzt wieder los? Das wird nicht funktionieren. Hier. Hä? Aber was muss ich denn machen? Hä? Muss ich da... Oh, gibt es da tatsächlich eine logische Verbindung? Und wenn ja, wüsste ich nicht welche. Finden wir es heraus. Da war wieder der Schwanz, ne? Ich habe es genau gesehen. Boah. Okay, also dann ziehe ich mal um. Und, hä? Mhm. So, muss ich denn... Warte mal, nicht so schnell. Muss ich denn... Ja, den Peitschhaken, ne? Muss ich den da irgendwie reinstopfen oder so? Kann das sein? Das andere Zeug eignet sich ja wenig. Ich probiere es mal. So, und jetzt hier nach draußen und nach oben. Und ja, das machst du super. So, und jetzt den Haken. Oh, das wird dich in deinen Träumen begleiten. So, das ist da. Okay, den Griff habe ich eben noch gesehen. Das ist cool. So, jetzt müssen wir leider uns wieder umziehen. Und naja, ihr wisst schon. So, darin. Okay, erstmal hier. Tralala. Klar. Yes. Oh. Okay, alles leer. Mhm. Raus raus aus den Klamotten, rein in die Klamotten. Ach, meine Güte, es ist auch ein Kreuz. Ja, aber du siehst fantastisch aus mit diesem Hut, Turban. Na, und jetzt hier. Okay, warte mal. Tatsächlich, jetzt guckt der Haken da raus. Gibt's ja nicht. Okay, nimm den Schlüssel. Wie ist denn... Wie ist denn der... Also, der Einstieg ist dort und bis dahin ist der Haken gekommen. Also mal abgesehen davon, dass das viel zu lang ist und so. Ich weiß ja nicht. Aber nicht in dem Aufzug. Okay, so, warte mal. Hi, na? Ja, wir gehen weiter. Ja, ich bin, ja, keine Sorge. Außerdem ist ja sowieso keine hier, also, es guckt keiner zu. Es ist schon eine Weile her. Es ist schon eine Weile her, dass ich in einer Sauna war, aber tropft's da in den Umkleiden immer so? Ich bin nicht sicher. Also nach draußen, wieder nach oben. Und mit ein bisschen Glück bekommen wir jetzt den Schlüssel. So, hier, Peitschhaken. Alt, warte, nicht lecken. Nein, benutzen.
metal detectors on your piping, Celestine. Oh, tisk, tisk.
Oh.
Well, that was a bit of a journey, but now I've got Edgar's locker key.
Yay! Ich meine, ich wollte sagen, yay. Okay, so, damit kommen wir jetzt da rein. Zum letzten Mal. Ja. Dein Mann kann ich gut leiden, aber du? Ach, naja. So, und jetzt sollten wir doch hier Nummer 7 öffnen können. Ist gar nicht gerade viel los. Hm.
Cucumbers.
Was denn?
Is that Mousezilla dealing drugs? It can't be. Oh, Pepe was right. I don't believe it. Edgar thought this was important enough to hide here and then died. Was someone looking for this? Why? Yet another piece of evidence tying Edgar to the drug underworld, though.
Ja, ist denn da noch mehr drin? Lecken? Nee. Okay. Aber, warte mal, da ist jemand.
Photograph of a Mousezilla-shaped figure doing what must be a drug deal.
Okay. Haben wir ein Kostüm schon gesehen? Ich bin nicht sicher. Also klar, hier das mit den Drogen. Ein Customer, blonde Haare. Haben wir schon jemanden gesehen mit blonden Haaren? Eine Frau offensichtlich. Vielleicht. Und, aber mehr ist da nicht zu sehen, ne? Okay, ist nur die Frage, wem halten wir das jetzt unter die Nase? Puh, sollten wir es so bei unserem Kumpel nochmal versuchen? Nach draußen. Tja, okay. Polizei, das wäre eigentlich der logische Schritt, ne? Aber hier ist ja niemand da. Okay. Oh, warte. So, jetzt. Okay. Sollen wir Tabby davon erzählen? Hi, guck mal, was ich hier gefunden habe. Das glaubst du nicht. Da.
Tabby, Mousezilla is real, I think.
That's not possible. Something else is going on here.
Okay, ja. Da hast du völlig recht, aber nun. Ach, guck mal hier.
Hey, Tabby, I got this oil from somewhere. Thought you might like it.
No thanks, sir. I do not like how oil makes my fur feel.
Oh, schade. Ich wollte dir doch nur was Gutes tun, Menno. Kann ich dich eigentlich auch hypnotisieren?
You've got any bad habits you'd like to get rid of, Tabs? I'm now a licensed hypnotherapist.
Can you cure me of my inability to get hypnotized?
Tabs, well played.
Sehr gute Antwort. Sehr, sehr gute Antwort. Okay, kannst du was mit der Beize anfangen?
I'm creating one of the drinks in my recipe book.
Ooh, which one?
Paint stripper.
Ooh, yummy.
Ich hab die echt gern.
Tabby, this is urgent. I need this patented immediately.
A piece of leather with a small pirate hook tied inexpertly to the end.
The whip hook will change everything. For everyone. Forever. I'm gonna sell so many.
Okay, das bringt uns nicht weiter, ne? Auch wenn ich sie wirklich sehr, sehr gern habe. Aber nun, also zum Knitty Kitty Club. No, mal gucken. Ist es schneller, wenn ich da hinten umgehe? Möglich. Weiß ich nicht. Vielleicht auch nicht. Okay, hier, ich habe was Neues, Tinkly. Tinkly? Achso, warte. Moment. Halt. So, nein. Jetzt.
I'm back.
Miss Tinkle is excited.
Nicht wahr? So, hallo, ich habe was Neues. Das ist alles? Was, ich habe nicht mehr? Ich denke, ich soll ihm das zeigen, aber wem zeige ich das denn?
That's all the information I have so far, Mr. Montemute.
Ja. Okay. Warum? Ich hatte, was? Also ich meine, er hatte ja gesagt, er würde ihm keinen Bericht erstatten, aber dass er es wirklich nicht tut. Also gar nicht. Okay. Tja, und jetzt? Und jetzt? Das bringt gar nichts. Ne? Dann bleibt ja nur noch der Boule Poil übrig. War sie blond oder ist sie blond? Ich bin unsicher. Er ist jedenfalls nicht blond. Nein, er ist es nicht. Okay. Aber sie, wie hieß sie noch? Madame? La Madame? Sie ist nicht blond. Hm. Okay, und sie ist ja die große Chefin, ne? Vielleicht sollten wir mal mit ihr quatschen.
I'm back.
Hi.
Bonjour.
Na? Du bist also eine Chardonnay. Das ist vielleicht nicht der beste Einstieg in ein Gespräch.
You didn't mention before that your surname is Capulet. Her gaze did not falter, but she lifted her head a little, giving her an arch look.
Should I have chaton? I must have missed the memo. Perhaps I can get a bandana to wear with my name on it? Scarlett Evangeline Capulet. Could be quite fetching. Little flowers braided in.
I wasn't trying to be funny.
That is good. Dressing correctly is no laughing matter.
Do you mind? This is serious.
Oh, I was led to believe you are a fan of comedy, Chaton. Am I not what you expected? I can be more like a Montague, if you like. Grrr, grrr, threats on your life, looming presence. Go!
Yes, I know what Bartholomew is like, but I'm here to discuss you, not him.
Could have fooled me, Chaton. But if you wanted my signature, you should have just said.
And if I wanted Nip?
I can probably manage a nibble.
Ganz ehrlich, ich finde sie irgendwie cool. Ich weiß, sie ist bestimmt super gefährlich und so, aber ich finde sie cool.
A nibble of some nip.
Oh, very clever. Yes, I see what you did there, Lieutenant Segway. Of course, nip is inhaled, not eaten. But it's fine. Points for trying.
I wouldn't know. I've never tried it.
Believe me, that's painfully clear. You're standing there like someone shoved Oscar somewhere in the back of your head. A little nibble. Give you some perspective.
You're intimately familiar with the drug, naturally.
I'm an actor, Chaton. We do not demonize everything in life that can bring people joy. Unlike your profession, people in mine embrace life and everything it has to offer. Nip is not evil, Chaton. Nip is a gift. Or, if you prefer, a formal approach. A tool.
Mir fällt gerade auf, wir haben jemande, die blond ist. Und die jetzt im Meow Meow Club sein dürfte.
You're projecting an exceptionally relaxed attitude. Does that casualness extend to your personal security? You were remarkably easy to reach for a crime boss.
A crime boss? Oh, but that does sound grand. Ordering the crime around. Go there, crime. Climb that tree. Wave at all the people. Is that what crime bosses do?
You tell me. She shrugged carelessly, blinking slowly at me under long eyelashes.
It is you who named me such a ton. I am a theatre owner. Everything in La Boule de Poil is above board. I do not need guards and fences. Besides, even if I was the sort of person you claim, I would not lean towards bombast and threats like the Montamules. I have standards.
Ich weiß, dass ihr das Zentrum... Ja, aber hilft es irgendwie, sie da so zu konfrontieren? Ich meine, ja, okay, irgendwie schon, aber das ist ja nicht unser Job, ne? Wir wollen ja wissen, was mit Edgar passiert ist.
Say whatever you like. My source was clear. You run the Meow Meow Furrington drug trade. But I can tell that's not something that matters to you. You're toying with me like you toy with the lives of everyone in Meow Meow Furrington. You don't see cats, you see targets. Where would the city be today if it wasn't constantly
komm schon.
like an infection? How many lives has your nip ruined?
Your source. Does he wear a smart suit and growl a lot?
She dismissed the rest of what I said with a flick of her hair.
And you make that word sound so substantial. Ruined. I must have missed that headline. Nipbag breaks into Cat's house and forces itself down his nose. No, Chaton. Nip doesn't ruin anything. Cats are quite capable of ruining their own lives. They'll simply pick the most fun way of getting there. If I was involved with Nip, I would just take advantage of that fact.
Of course, it's not your fault that you choose to make Nip available. Not your fault you get people addicted to it. And I guess it's not your fault Edgar Montague died either. He ruined his own life by your reasoning.
Stopp. Das wissen wir nicht.
Stabbed her without warning. The apparent honesty of that response almost had me writing her off there and then, but she was an actor.
If you think my demeanor gives you license to accuse me of heinous acts, you have made a very big error in judgment. I don't surround myself with tactless crushers like that Tinkle thug Barty employs, but I have my people.
Ich glaube, du bist da gerade einen großen Schritt zu weit gegangen. Wirklich einen großen Schritt.
I disagree. You are fun for a bit, Chaton, but if you don't want your face to meet some very large feet, you should leave.
Das hat er verdient, ehrlich gesagt. Das haben wir verdient, ja. Ja, ich befürchte es schon. Ja. Na, oh, okay, ja. Ja, okay, gut. Ja, apropos ja und noch mehr Ja's. Hier. Die Lady in Blond. Warte mal, da gehe ich mal so rum. Na? Oh, geht gar nicht. Okay, aber jetzt? Okay. Ist das wirklich so gut? Ich bin unsicher. Warte mal, da ist das Foto. Ansehen. Ja. Und der Punkt ist, es mag vielleicht Scarlett sein, die hier das Zeug gekauft hat, aber das gibt uns doch keinen Hinweis darauf, wer das denn da ist. Aber warum hat sie es gekauft? Für sich oder um Edgar zu belasten? Keine Ahnung. Wir werden es herausfinden, nämlich genau jetzt. Sie ist gar nicht da. Toll. Na super. Verschiedene Kisten. Knopf. Kann ich den drücken? Okay. Warte mal. Aber wo ist die Guteste denn? Diebesnetz. Benutzen?
Well, it's fine. Don't need to do anything on there.
Okay. Aber was? Wo ist sie denn? Jo, wo ist Scarlett? Habe ich etwa irgendein Trigger-Event verpasst? Das wäre blöd. Warte mal, ich gehe mal hier raus und nehme dann mal den normalen Weg. Muss ich vielleicht? Keine Ahnung. Oh, warte, komme ich da hoch? Nee, ne? Warte, so? Nee, komme ich nicht hoch. Okay. Hätte ich denn vorher noch irgendetwas anderes machen müssen? Keine Ahnung. So, jetzt sind wir auf dem normalen Weg dahin gegangen. Bühne. So. Nee, wie scheint, muss ich noch irgendwas anderes vorher machen. Aber was ist die Frage? Was denn? Haben wir noch nicht alles beisammen? Ich habe die Peitsche. Die probieren wir gleich mal an ihr aus. Na, Quatsch. Tja, weiß ich nicht. Also wir haben das Foto und... Benutzen, ansehen. Keine Ahnung, was soll ich... Ja, genau. Ja, genau. Aber was... Ach so, warte mal. Müsste ich vielleicht erstmal die Verbindung herstellen für ihn? Also ich meine, wir wissen es jetzt schon. Ja. Okay, kann ich da noch irgendwas mitmachen? Nee. Es leuchtet auch nichts auf. Also insofern würde ich sagen, das war's jetzt, oder? Sie ist nicht da. Irgendwas muss ich noch machen. Okay, ich renne mal ein bisschen rum und finde das mal heraus. Augenblick. Okay, ich bin nochmal zurück im Theater. Habe ich mich denn so getäuscht? Sie heißt Lady Scarlett. Hä? Aber... Ich bin verwirrt. Okay, offensichtlich habe ich mich getäuscht. Ja, sorry. Sie ist Lady Scarlett und... Aber das hatten wir uns doch schon angehört, was sie zu sagen hat, oder? Nein, haben wir nicht. Ach.
I do not care about the big mice. Did I not warn you about leaving, Chaton? It will be a shame to flatten that pretty face. But in the acting business, One cannot make empty threats.
Oh, more threats. Delicious. Let me add it to the pile. I'm accumulating quite a collection lately, it would seem.
Are those fangs all of a sudden, Jeton? So shiny. Did Bartholomew tell you to show them to me if I didn't melt in the face of his lab cat's words?
Bartholomew didn't send me.
I thought you only told the odd fib, Jeton. Yet here you are, spouting enormous, juicy falsehoods.
Okay, look. This isn't an excuse, but I was tired, frustrated. I felt like I'd been solving everyone's problems except my own. Getting the runaround from Scarlet wasn't doing anything to help the situation. It wasn't a smart move, but I was so sure. Fine. Do I need to be the one to lay it out? Then gladly.
In diesem Fall. Okay, warte mal, ja, wir haben doch schon alles Mögliche mit ihr besprochen. Wieso bin ich denn hier nicht drauf gekommen? Das ist ja verrückt. Ich hätte echt Stein und Bein geschworen nach dem letzten Gespräch. Also ich meine, das ist klar, sie ist die Lady von, naja, der anderen großen Organisation, Shanto irgendwas. Und dass das Mädel im Hinterzimmer, die ne, dass die halt eben diejenige welche ist, aber nun offensichtlich nicht. Okay, und offensichtlich können wir hier auch weitermachen.
All the hard evidence in this case points to a drug connection. Nip on Edgar's body, fluff seeds on his clothing. He has a photo of a drug deal hidden away. When his best friend dies of an overdose, he's so angry that he finds the dealer and threatens his life. And then, poof, he vanishes for months. Nobody sees him around. Nobody hears from him. What, is he mourning for his friend or doing something else?
Irgendwas war mit Edgar los.
Out of the blue, he turns up again at his father's club, chipper as can be. Everyone says he seemed really upbeat, like something good has happened. Someone claims to see him chatting to a large, mysterious type. Very large. I bet he has really big feet. Edgar doesn't stay long at the Knitty Kitty. He leaves, and he goes to the establishment for the first time ever. She looked shocked. I felt sure I had her and pressed my advantage.
Warte mal, ein großer Typ mit großen Füßen. Haben wir die Füße von... Ach, wie hieß er denn jetzt? Der in der Badewanne. Haben wir den schon gesehen? Ist er etwa derjenige? Ist auch der Einzige, der irgendwie... Naja, sagen wir mal, besonders hilfsbereit war, ne? Aber das ist kein Beweis für seine Schuld. Also.
He tells Celestine he has a meeting, but he leaves almost as soon as he arrives, leaving only this photo in his secure locker. One of the safest locations in the city, as I'm sure he knew. He goes back to the Knitty Kitty, apparently accompanied by the big cat from earlier, arguing. What about? Well, a few hours later, he's dead, with a knit bag in his paw. So probably not about which flavor of tea is best.
Ja, das stimmt. Aber wir können auch nicht sicher sein, dass der Große, sollte es halt eben der aus der Badewanne sein, dass derjenige sein Mörder ist. Also, nee, das beweist alles noch gar nichts.
Okay, here's what I think, Scarlet. Edgar was upset and angry about what Nip did to his friend, except he finds out his friend was off Nip by then and had moved to Fluff. But nobody knows who's making that, right? Well, Edgar did. He had Fluff seeds on his body, not Fluff itself. Those months he vanished, I think he used them to trace the people making Fluff. I think he found out where it's being made, and I don't think you could let that information get out. I think the nip on his body was just a bold red herring from you. You see, Scarlet, I think Fluff is yours.
Echt? Wie kommst du da drauf? Ich finde den Zusammenhang, weiß ich nicht, vielleicht hat es in meinem Hirn noch nicht Klick gemacht, aber ich finde den Zusammenhang jetzt nicht so eindeutig.
What do marketing people call it? Marketing segmentation. Nip is entry level, right? And Fluff, that's the upgrade. Keep supply low and make it seem exclusive. Charge 10 times the price. You don't tolerate competition, naturally, except from yourself. Who was Edgar going to meet at the establishment? I wonder. Someone with the power to take you down, if they had the truth? Was that your thug at the Knitty Kitty that night? Trying to convince him not to do something stupid? And when he didn't listen, you rolled out the big guns.
Nein, das ist... nein, wir müssten eigentlich herausfinden, wer dahinter steckt. Das würde uns einen Schritt weiterbringen.
The photo is the key. Mousezilla selling drugs in a secret location. Mousezilla who doesn't exist, who can't exist unless he does. You made him in a lab. Just like Pepe said, you are the thems, and he is the terrible enforcer of your monstrous whims. He sells your fluff and silences anyone that tries to stop you. When you found out that Edgar had exposed you, Mousezilla killed him for you, j'accuse! I paused, panting a little, but satisfied. I was more certain of everything I'd just said than I'd been of anything in my life. She was silent as death for a moment, which was enough time for my brain to remind me that I'd just accused a crime lord of murder, with nothing but 4 walls and a die recorder to witness what might happen next.
These accusations, the biggest pile of cucumber slices I've heard in my life. And you, the craven insult. He sent a buffoon, a clown, to mock me. Does he think I do not see? Does he imagine this will go unanswered?
What? Who?
Bartholomew! You and he have met many times since the murder. I know. You speak in his voice. Le fatouche. He pulls your strings, and you lie on command. You're his errant cat now, sent to deliver an ultimatum, and it does not matter what I say, because he has already judged me.
Her response caught me off balance, I won't lie. She was ignoring everything I'd said and focusing on Bartholomew. She could have been deflecting, but there was an honesty to her passion that was undeniable, even if she was totally wrong. I told you I don't work for him.
Lies. You stink of him. Collect your cards, Poupette, and scuttle home. Tell that despicable cat that it is time for him to pay for what he did and what he made me do. There's no longer room for both of us in the Meow Meow Furrington. Le griffe de la carte sans sortie.
I don't speak Absalon, but the fury in her voice made the intent clear. Hey, now, hang on. Okay, just wait. Nobody needs to start any wars over this. I'm not here on behalf of Bartholomew, all right? We didn't meet. He forced his way into my office and he threatened me, and I stood up to him, I'll have you know, despite the declawing machine.
More lies. He manipulates and uses. He thinks I killed Edgar, and he sent you to...
He doesn't.
What?
He refused to believe it. He didn't even entertain the option that you did it. But I'm not blinded by whatever history you two share. I think the evidence speaks for itself. And I think it implicates you.
Yeah.
You truly think I make fluff? I loathe fluff, Chaton. It is bad for business, bad for cats, and bad for the city. Yes. The real addicts will buy anything they can get their hands on at any price. But that is not sustainable. There's too few of them. I want the tired house cats, the busy executives, the cats who just want something to make a day a little shorter. They're not addicts. They just need a pick-me-up sometimes when the coffee isn't working anymore. What could be more normal? Those are the sort of cats that will get scared and stop buying if they hear there's something that's hurting people. And word is starting to spread.
Ich denke, sie hat da wirklich einen Punkt. So, also... Ja, weiß ich nicht. Nachdem, wie sich das hier entwickelt, also ich bin der Ansicht, er ist drüber. Ich glaube, das stimmt nicht ganz so, diese Verbindung, die er da hergestellt hat. Ja, sie ist im Drogengeschäft, aber okay, ich glaube ihr. Tja, ich glaube ihr, dass sie sich das Geschäft nicht selbst kaputt machen will mit etwas, was ihre Kunden, naja, zerstört letztendlich. Weil dann kriegt sie ja von denen keinen Profit mehr. Hat sie dadurch keinen Profit mehr.
That's not enough to make me believe you or trust you.
I do not trust you either, Chaton. You are unknown. You can be manipulated, and I do not trust Bartholomew. He is a manipulator. He will make you believe what he wants. I know he will, and I think he already has.
And yet, the evidence is stacked against you, not him.
The evidence you have.
What does that mean?
Edgar was supposed to meet me at the establishment on the night he died. He said he had something to show me.
but he never arrived. Or so I thought.
You were in contact with Edgar for how long? Did Bartholomew know? Why? I mean, you could have mentioned this sooner.
Do you now believe that I did not kill him?
Well, you realize I can't just take you at your word.
And yet, your word is sufficient to indict me? We have a problem, Chaton. Mutual distrust. You think I'm involved in this? And I don't trust that you're not working for Barthe. An impasse. But I have the solution. Bartholomew inadvertently has proof of my innocence in the safe in his office. Go and find it.
Was? Ja?
Oh, in his safe. Yeah, you want me to break into Bartholomew's office? The one in his club? Don't be ridiculous, Scarlet. I'm not a criminal.
Oh, you have been busy, Chaton. My people have asked around the places you have been. You aren't nearly as subtle as you may think. Arson at the establishment?
That wasn't arson. The blanket lied to me. It said inflammable.
Cake fraud?
It's not fraud if you're helping a friend.
Poisoning a police officer?
Okay, look, you'll be fine. I needed to get Fuzzball away from the body, and honestly, if you knew Krakowski, you'd probably agree that what I did was...
Stealing evidence? Lying about historical artifacts? Licking things?
Actually, licking things isn't a crime. I checked.
Regardless, I know how your kind operates, Chaton. You draw a line in the sand and say, oh, this is us. And that is you. Good and bad. And when the water comes and washes the line away, you redraw it. But closer this time. Again and again. And by the end, we stand face to face. But you still claim that you are not us.
I don't break rules just to make money and gather power. I do it to help people. I am not like you.
And I am not who you say I am. You have no idea what you're saying. And I will not let you soil my name with these lies. Go to Bartholomew's office. Take a careful look at the items you will find in his safe. That will prove my innocence.
Oh, if I'm really working with Bartholomew, couldn't he just tell me what's in there?
Never. The items in there are his most treasured possessions. The last artifacts of his old life. He would never tell anyone what they are, let alone allow you to touch them.
Convenient, but still. Even if I had it in my head to indulge you, it's impossible. Tinkle would see me instantly, and I'd have no way of activating the elevator to Bartholomew's office.
Au contraire, the club is deserted. Edgar's funeral is tonight. You will be able to move freely. As for the elevator, I have had this for a while, just in case I ever needed to leave a personal message in his office. You may use it to poke around as you wish. But I remind you, I'm giving you this to prove my innocence, first and foremost. I have nothing more to say to you now. Find evidence of my innocence in Bartholomew's safe.
Okay, da haben wir die Karte. Ich stelle jetzt mal eine wilde Theorie auf, weil ihre Argumentationsweise weist mich in diese Richtung. Ist sie Edgars Mutter? Ist nur so ein Gedanke, weil, naja, sie zog sich zurück wollte sich auf ihre Karriere konzentrieren. Das hat uns Bartholomew erzählt und ja, er behandelt sie so nachsichtig, obwohl sie ja offensichtlich nicht aggressiv im Drogengeschäft tätig ist, so wie er. Also, irgendwas sagt mir, da gibt's noch mehr. Nun, ich mag mich natürlich auch vollkommen täuschen, aber ich halte erstmal an dieser These fest. So, also, Reisen nach, Reisen nach, wo ging es hier nochmal raus? Da ging es raus. Und dann gehen wir in den Knitty Kitty Club. Ist das wirklich so? Weil eben war er ja noch da.
Securely locked.
Alles klar. Die sind tatsächlich alle weg. Okay. Aber ist das eine gute Idee?
Pepe, I completely forgot to give this back to you. But as you can see, it's all worked out. Well, it's deserted. Like Scarlet said. Pity she didn't mention how to get in the first place, though.
Oh, warte mal, aber heißt das jetzt, dass wir da auch reinkommen? Ja, aber warte mal, das ist doch der Generalschlüssel. Oh nein, der Schlüssel ist weg. Mist, das hätte ich vorher ausprobieren sollen. Ach, na gut. Na gut, okay. Gut, also probieren wir es aus. Ich hoffe, das geht gut aus. Ja, hier drüben. Er ist auch weg. Komisch, aber dass er überhaupt keine Bewachung sichergestellt hat. Und wieso hat Scarlett überhaupt die Karte? Sollten wir das Hinterzimmer auch nochmal checken?
that did it. Ramon, I'm in Bartholomew's office. So, if anyone finds you floating in the river tomorrow, it means he caught me here and I'm toast. Tabby, you can have my typewriter and my book collection, okay? Treat them well. Now, let's get into this safe and get out of here before Tinkle gets a chance to practice his crushing skills on my fragile little body.
So, okay, was sehen wir uns denn alles an? Globus von Furt. Wieso können wir den lecken? Weiß ich nicht. Erstmal angucken.
A globe of the world. Sadly, not one of the cool ones that opens up and reveals alcohol.
Ja, warte mal. Lass uns das doch mal ausprobieren, ob das wirklich geht.
Remarkably well balanced. I bet I can make it spin with just my tongue.
Hä? Was? Okay. Ah, warte mal. Benutzen.
The world spins at my command.
Aber er macht letztendlich nichts. Schreibtisch.
If I dig through the drawers, he'll know someone was here, and I'm already on his maybe murder list.
Okay, ist denn...
Honestly, I expected a much bigger desk. How unexpectedly restrained of him.
Ach, das reicht doch völlig aus. Porträt.
Eddie Montague, I presume.
Okay, was haben wir noch? Fenster können wir noch gucken.
Lovely view of the city he exploits. How charming.
Ja, irgendwie schon. Guck mal, da ist noch ein Bild. Ja, lass uns darauf eingehen. Ein Stern.
Picture of his Walk of Fame star. He hated Gentle Cat, but he still seems proud of his work in films.
Ja, wieso auch nicht?
Oh, of course, the scary mobster has antique weapons on his walls.
Okay, cool. So, was haben wir denn hier noch? Schränkchen.
What's this, I wonder? The weapon he used to murder his predecessor and take control of his nefarious empire?
Naja, komm, es könnte auch einfach nur ein, weiß ich nicht, ein irgendwas sein, ein Filmrequisit oder so, keine Ahnung. Er ist ja offensichtlich durchaus der sentimentale Typ.
I can't get to the gun, and glass is always a disappointment to lick.
Okay.
It's locked, and I feel like stealing a valuable gun from a mobster is probably one of the last things you do.
Ja, das stimmt schon. Karte von Furt.
It's a map of Firth.
Oh, da kommen wir näher ran. Okay, warum? Wir sind hier, nehme ich an. Okay. Okay, kann ich da irgendwas mitmachen? Nee. Kann ich nicht benutzen, irgendwas? Also es wird ja einen Grund geben, warum wir so nah dran kommen, ne? Leertaste bringt leider auch nichts. Ansehen. Also wir befinden uns hier, gehe ich mal in Tropical Forest, Wetlands, Cold Desert. Okay. Cold Desert. Das ist auch interessant. Tropical Rainforest ist unmittelbar daneben. Wie es nee, das wird das hier oben sein. Grassland. Okay. Also irgendwas hat es hiermit noch auf sich. Irgendwas müssen wir noch nicht wissen. Warte mal, war das hier nicht auch? Global hat er da nicht auch gesagt? Das ist ein Globus von Furt. Aber warte mal, Furt sieht mehr nach einer Insel aus. Braucht man dafür gleich einen Globus? Ja.
When I lick Furrington, it tastes smoother than the rest. Like someone's touched it repeatedly.
Furrington? Warte mal. Furrington? Furrington.
Should really do some traveling when this case is wrapped up. It might even be required if Bartholomew comes after me.
Meow Meow Furrington. Okay, kann ich da irgendwas mitmachen? Hier nicht. Benutzen auch nicht. Wieso sind da überhaupt 2 Pins? Irgendwas scheint damit doch zu sein. Furrington. Okay, warte mal. Wenn ich hier lecken, sagst du, okay. Furt, warte mal. Ja. Oh, warte mal, guck mal, da ist noch was.
Oh, there's something under here.
Was ist denn da drunter?
Not terribly well hidden, Bartholomew. Tisk, tisk. Though I guess he's not exactly expecting nosy visitors.
Okay, Safe benutzen, Safe ansehen.
Be Bartholomew's safe. Whiskers, a paw print lock. Scarlet didn't mention that either.
Nee, warte mal, das ist okay. Das kriegen wir hin. Guck mal, hier, das... Nicht? Oh, müssen wir vorher möglicherweise erst den PIN eingeben.
Perhaps it's not switched on.
Okay. Schalter. Hallo? Nicht? Hilfeknopf. Geschichtenabspielknopf.
Tasteless plastic. Perfume?
Perfume? Moment, Perfume? Wer war hier? Oh.
Identification. Secure storage device MW394, Safe Masters of Cree, Manufacturing Division. All rights reserved, including the right to insult you. Introduction. Welcome, fur bag.
Hello, you rude safe.
Requirement. Authentication details required for function. Present passcode and biometrics. Fur bag.
Rude and chatty. Aren't you fun? Is this how you address all cats?
Explanation. Safe Master protocols dictate all clients be treated equally. Loophole. Protocols do not dictate specific treatment level. Execution. Contemptuous mockery. Fur bag. Requirement. Authentication details required for function. Present passcode and biometrics. Fur bag.
Okay, ja, ist gut. Okay, warte mal. Das eine können wir schon beibringen, das andere nicht so. So.
Hesitant confirmation. Correct biometrics.
The fingerprints are smudged now. Might as well get rid of them.
Oh, gut. Aber wir wissen noch nicht das... nee, wir wissen noch nicht das Passwort. Okay, das Passwort. 5 Sterne. Ich möchte jetzt auch nicht einfach so drin rumbasteln.
It's remarkably well balanced. I bet I can make it spin with just my tongue.
Okay.
The world's
Irgendwas ist da, ne?
Globe of the world. Sadly, not one of the cool ones that opens up and reveals.
Ja. So, also beim Lecken hat er gesagt.
It tastes smoother than the rest, like someone's touched it repeatedly.
Okay, Furrington. Lass uns hier nochmal hingehen.
The world tastes like cleaning spray, apparently.
Benutzen.
Oh, look, Ramon, there's the archipelago Meow Meow Furrington is situated on. It's part of the continent of Sheer.
Was? Was? Okay. Aber wo? Es erscheint auch nichts. Nee. Ich bin mir noch nicht sicher, was wir hier machen sollen. Irgendwas wird es ja zu bedeuten haben, ne? Und ich bin immer noch unsicher wegen dieser, dass hier 2 Pins sind. Meow Meow Furrington. Oh, warte mal, da, guck mal. Was ist das? 3515? Kann das sein? 3515. Lass uns das mal ausprobieren. Na, so. 3515.
Reluctant confirmation. Correct passcode entry.
Cool.
Yes.
Sag ich doch. Ich meine, ja, yes. Warte. So.
Disinterested confirmation. Passcode and biometrics provided.
Cool.
Grudging admiration. Furbag Bartholomew. Successful authentication achieved once more. Unlocking vault. Behold, Furbag,
Vault.
your pathetic treasures.
Unlock your vault.
Finally, let's see what's in here.
Ja, ich bin auch ganz gespannt. Okay, so, Safe anschauen.
Wow.
Okay. Also, Money. Zertifikat, was ist? Hiermit wird bescheinigt, dass Edgar Jacob Montemeu als Sohn von Scarlett Event da.
She was Edgar's mother. So that's what she wanted me to see.
This is interesting.
So she, and that means she. Wow, I need to get back and talk to her as soon as possible.
Unbedingt, habe ich es nicht gesagt. Ha, siehst du. Bartholomew Gregory Montemure, Scarlett. Cool. Cool. Okay, und das hier sieht nicht gut aus.
This must be one of his old awards.
Wait, is that?
That's blood. Someone was hit with this. Edgar. Does this mean that Bartholomew killed Edgar?
Ja, das deutet schon ein bisschen stärker darauf hin, wenn sich tatsächlich herausstellen sollte, dass das Edgars Blut ist und das folglich die Mordwaffe. Aber wir müssen erstmal herausfinden, ob das Edgars Blut ist. Kann ich da irgendwas machen? Nee, nicht lecken, um Himmels Willen. Kann ich da irgendwas? Nee, kann ich nicht. Okay. Puh. Nehme ich sie mit? Nee, ich kann sie nur benutzen. Kann ich irgendwas anderes damit machen?
I don't think I should lick.
Nein, wirklich nicht. Okay. So, aber was bedeutet das denn jetzt? Okay, kannst du hier mal aufräumen? Gibt es noch mehr zu finden? Ich denke nicht, ne?
Why lick the picture when I could just go and lick the original?
Das stimmt.
The idea of all those sharp edges near my mouth makes me uncomfortable.
Nun gut, also wir sollten gehen, ne? Wir gehen zurück zu... Ey, willst du nicht mal aufräumen hier? Ich meine, wenn er zurückkommt und der Safe ist geöffnet, meinst du nicht, dass das irgendwie, weiß ich nicht, komisch wirken könnte? So, ich hätte besser die andere Reise nehmen sollen, ne? Aber nun, noch sind wir lebendig, also... Puh. Hör mal, Mäuschen. Ich wollte sagen, nicht Mäuschen. Nein. Vergiss einfach, dass ich das gesagt habe. So, hier. Du solltest dich bei ihr entschuldigen. Oh, warte. So. Nein. Warte. Nein. So.
Something tells me I'd get a face full of claw if I tried that.
Ja.
Very perceptive, Chaton.
Okay.
Did you find what you're looking for, Chaton?
You're Edgar's mother.
I believe the past tense is now appropriate, but yes.
Hmm.
I hope you can understand now. I would never kill my own child.
There was something else. An award. It had blood on it. I think it's the murder weapon.
What? Bartholomew?
Perhaps.
Tu es en colère. The murder weapon was hidden in his safe. My son Edgar died in his club. What more proof do you need?
Nein.
Leave the city, Chaton. This is war.
Nein. Genau, du hattest Zugang zu seinem Büro. Das kann auch dort platziert worden sein. Ich meine, wenn wir es rausgekriegt haben, dann wird das jemand anderes auch rausbekommen haben. Und dazu zählt nicht nur sie, sondern zum Beispiel auch sein engster Vertrauter, der übrigens auch eine ziemlich breite Schultern hat. Und ja gut, also nicht so große Füße, aber wir wissen noch nicht, ob es da einen Zusammenhang gibt mit dem großen Fußabdruck im Teppich. Du hattest Zugang zum Büro.
I had access to his office too. You may have been Edgar's mother, but you've not been part of his life for, what, 30 years? If you wanted to frame someone, the tall cat spat on me.
Do you know what your words have cost me? You casually accuse me of murdering my own son because I was not with him when he grew up. Do you think I did not want to be? Do you think I did? I do not love him with all my being. Bartholomew is a monster. Sweet words around the dark heart. I knew it was true, even when I was with him, but I was afraid. He was making new friends, and they were dangerous. I made plans to escape, but then I became pregnant with Edgar, and then I was no longer afraid. I was terrified. If I left with his son, Edgar would never have been safe. I had my own ambitions, and I knew I would eventually butt heads with Bartholomew again. The only way to keep Edgar safe, properly safe, forever, was to...
Leave? She paused, struggling for words, and the rawness of the emotions that fought for control of her face made me look away.
I left after he was born, told that beast. I didn't care. I lied. It was my only option. I loved Edgar so much. He was so small, so beautiful. His laugh. He was my son. I had to protect him. If Bartholomew thought he meant nothing to me, he would be safe. Safer. Bartholomew would think he had to protect him from me. But Edgar would never be in danger from me. He could live in safety, grow up, be his own cat. So as long as Bartholomew or anyone else thinks I'm cold-hearted and uncaring, I have power and space to act. I can find out who killed him while everyone suspects me. And I can make the real murderer pay. If Bartholomew did this, then he is already finished.
Okay, also das ist ziemlich Klischee, aber es klingt erstmal plausibel. Aber da ist noch ein zweiter Punkt. Also, dass Edgar jetzt getötet wurde, ist eine Sache. Was war ihr Plan für, dass er am Leben bleibt? Was hatte sie vor? Weil sein Tod kam jetzt irgendwie dazwischen. Der ist in der Regel unpässlich, aber was hatte sie vor?
Why was Edgar meeting with you? Did he know you were his mother?
No, he never knew. I didn't want to break what we had. He was happy. He had purpose. I didn't want to force him to split his priorities.
And what was his priority?
He was an amazing cat. Despite his father, he becomes someone I could be proud of. At the end, he came to me with a proposal. A unification of the families.
Ooh.
He would become the head of the Montemues in time. And he wanted me to agree to work with him. Montemues and Catulets united.
A single crime family to control everything.
A single organization to bring stability to the city.
Hmm.
But it doesn't matter now. That hope has ended with his death.
Ja, es ist gut. Du solltest dich wirklich entschuldigen.
I was so sure I was right.
And yet, you are wrong.
I was mistaken. That doesn't mean the evidence I found isn't still relevant. You said Edgar was going to meet you at the establishment, right? The photo must have been the thing he was going to give you. Did he give you any indication about what the relevance was of the thing he was going to give you?
None. He only said he would let us discover who was selling fluff.
That pretty much confirms the mouse is selling fluff then.
Hm. Ja, sage ich doch. Also, ja. Wir kommen vielleicht ein Stück weiter, wenn wir herausfinden, wer die Käuferin war. Aber letztendlich geht es um die Maus.
Please, I want justice for Edgar. I promised that to Bartholomew, and I'm promising it to you too.
Then you promise justice to the very cat who will pay for murdering my son. Appropriate.
Wait, please. I don't think it was him when we spoke. His pain was clear. He was in agony.
Scoured by guilt.
I really don't think so, Scarlet. I don't think he did this. Or you. There's a third party involved here. Please, please, don't challenge him yet. Give me another chance to put the pieces together. You say Edgar wanted to make things better? Well, you and Bartholomew fighting it out on the streets, it's not going to achieve that.
I can tell you this. I have seen a building like the one in that photo.
Oh.
There is a memorial garden in the south of the city. It has metal work in that pattern.
All right. That's something. Okay, thank you.
But I will not wait forever. 2 days, Chaton. And then I will not be stopped by anyone.
Okay, ich nehme an, diesen Ort werden wir jetzt erkunden können, aber sollte sie nicht auch auf dem Begräbnis ihres Sohnes sein? Nun ja, aber schön. Das entwickelt sich ja richtig dramatisch, meine Güte. Okay, cool. So, aber wir haben auch einen neuen Ort, von einem neuen Ort erfahren und da gehen wir jetzt mal hin. Nun, so, ich hoffe doch, dass es ein neuer Ort war. Also, hast du eigentlich Tschüss gesagt? Man sagt das so. Also, sag mal Tschüss. Na gut. So, und jetzt Reise nach. Hier, Memorial Gardens. Okay, ein neuer Ort. Okay, da ist noch Platz für einen weiteren Ort. Na denn.
Ramon, just a heads up. I'm in a garden at night, and it's kind of spooky. If something comes at me, I might throw you at it, okay? And if you hear any high-pitched screams at the same time, it's the other thing making those noises. Definitely not me, okay?
Klar, natürlich.
So, this is the place Scarlett thinks Edgar's photo was taken.
Ja, das heißt, wir müssen uns sehr genau ansehen.
The roses, which were imported and are the only known cultivation of this species outside of Garopia, are for looking, not eating.
Ja, okay, in einem Katzenland scheint mir das angesagt. Da geht's in den Seitengarten. Nee, wir bleiben erstmal hier. Gartenzwerg. Oder ansehen. Ja, so.
Excuse me, do I know you? Ramon, did you hear that? Know you.
Aha, wahnsinnig witzig. Nee, warte.
Paint and sweat. Has someone been fondling this? No.
Oh, yeah, kannst du mitnehmen?
Excuse me, do I know you?
Nein, okay, doch, kann ich mitnehmen. Ach was, ich kann mitnehmen? Okay, ist ja verrückt. Warte mal, gibt es da noch mehr zu sehen oder ist das einfach nur für schön?
That is an adorable little gnome.
Okay, wir haben eine Waffe. Naja, wir haben eine bessere Waffe, aber gut. So, hier, Plakette. Gedenkpark, gebaut von der Stiftung der Familie McFarlane zum Gedenken an eine schildernde Persönlichkeit der Geschichte unserer Stadt. Philanthrop, Entdecker und Gartenzwergliebhaber. Teilen Sie die Schönheit dieses Parks, so wie Oyster, wieso kriege ich den Namen nicht über die Lippe, die Schönheit seines Lebens mit uns teilte. Pflanzenwanderlisten werden mit dem Spaten erschlagen. Cool, Hansi, der offizielle Blumenverwalter.
Plant vandals will be hit with a spade. Well, that seems unduly harsh.
Naja, eigentlich nicht. Kannst du da irgendwas von...
Tastes like a scrap of cardboard, I'll be honest.
Kann ich das andere auch ablecken?
Oxidized copper. They didn't care about Eustace quite enough to get a gold one, it seems.
Was? Wie hast du ihn genannt? Okay, gut.
I'm gonna leave that little slice of crazy right there.
Okay, gut, alles klar. Ist denn da sonst noch irgendwas? Nee, ne? Okay, ja, ist cool. Warum konnten wir das sehen? Irgendwas wird damit sagen. Hier ist noch eine Plakette. Hier gibt es eine Menge zu sehen, eine Menge zu lesen. Keep off the grass.
The sign says, keep off grass. The problem, Mr. Sign, is that I need to walk on the grass. This whole area is now under investigation, which makes the grass a suspect, and you can't stop me.
Ja.
Walking on the suspects.
Okay, gut.
So that's what Eustace McTheridan looked like. As a look I would describe as pirate raconteur attends daughter's school play.
Okay. Statuenplakette, die können wir uns extra ansehen.
McTheridan, always in our hearts, except when we forget. Well, there's points for truthfulness.
Witzig. Okay, lass uns mal lecken.
Little rust and, yes, bird droppings. Illuminating. And now, a new tongue, please.
Ist denn irgendwas damit?
White streaks on him probably aren't his markings. Let's put it that way.
Genau, ja.
It's really heavy.
Okay, gut, ja, schon gut. Keep off the grass, da ist noch mehr Keep off the grass. Hier, guck mal, was ist da? Oh, okay, wow. Schild, warte mal, kann ich die benutzen? Also, das da drüben nicht, aber das hier, kann ich das mitnehmen?
Super stuck. Pity.
Okay, kann ich das denn mitnehmen?
I can't pull the sign off. It's nailed down tight.
Ja, gut, wäre auch irgendwie komisch, ne? Okay, lass uns mal das nächste ansehen. Eine Baumradierung, wie aufregend.
McTheridan family tree, it seems. Carved onto an actual tree. Very clever. I'm amazed the irritable gardener hasn't blown a gasket over this.
Naja, vielleicht hat er es aber auch selbst gemacht. Okay, da sind die beiden. Und Evelyn und Celia, Beatrice. Okay. Kevin ist durchgestrichen und Tybalt auch. Victoria, Philipp, Clementine, Marit. Okay. Guck mal, da war ein zweiter, ein dritter und hier ist aber ein Zweig erwachsen. Die fanden das nicht so gut, ne? Okay, was immer das zu bedeuten hat. Ist vielleicht für ein späteres Rätsel noch gut. Okay, was haben wir denn hier noch? Mehr Rosen und eine Tür mit, die ich wahrscheinlich nicht öffnen kann, weil das Emblem dort fehlt. Ja, das Emblem fehlt dort.
It's a very uniquely shaped lock.
Mhm.
The indentation is filled with dust. This hasn't been unlocked in years.
Oh, okay. Gut.
The old wrought iron. This takes me back to my school days.
Könnte natürlich sein, dass das hier irgendwie so eine Art Schrein ist oder so. Warte mal, dekorative Steine? Wieso sind hier dekorative Steine?
I could never hope to lift that. At most, I could scrawl a message onto it that nobody would ever read.
Okay, aber irgendwas?
All this careful gardening work, and then they just dump some rocks in a hodgepodge in the corner.
Komm, das sieht doch gewollt aus. Da können wir garantiert irgendwas mitmachen. Geht's weiter in die Ecke? Nee.
Gritty. As gritty as my mouth on dark, rainy nights when I get bored and start chewing on beach sand. I should really just throw that bag of sand away, but...
Okay, Sandstein, naja, geht. Okay, aber das wird vielleicht später noch wichtig, ne? So, kennst du denn diesen Typen hier? Sagt dir der irgendwas oder so? Gut, hier ging es noch weiter. Oh, warte mal, nicht, dass ich irgendwas vergessen habe. Nee, sieht gut aus. Obwohl, Stadt, Reisen nach Stadt. Nee, mehr geht ja nicht, ne? Ansehen. Nee, mehr geht ja nicht. Reisen nach Seitengassen. Oh.
Is that a vegan bladder? That looks nasty. I think I prefer the Oscar version.
Allerdings. So, was haben wir denn hier? Sold out. Make a sacrifice only 10 Balloons. Und da ist irgendwas Merkwürdiges. Okay, eine Menge interessanter Dinge hier. Erstmal lesen.
This was familiar with vegan bladders from a young age. He always said it was one of the main reasons he chose to spend his life exploring lands as distant as possible from his home. May the statue inspire others as it clearly inspired him.
Aber warum ist da...
Looks like something might fit inside here.
Ja. Was sind das hier für Dinge? Kann ich die schon mal mitnehmen?
I think something is supposed to be placed on it.
Okay. Druckplatte. Warte mal, haben wir irgendwas, was wir... Oh, warte, natürlich. Ihn hier, ne?
Hey, this fits.
Okay.
So, the gnomes were the sacrifices? Tybalt would be delighted.
Oh.
Whoa! Well, goodbye, little gnome.
Nein. Aber warum? Okay, Feuer. Gut. Gaszylinder. Warum ist das so?
This statue is hooked up to a supply of flammable fuel. Why?
Ja, ganz genau. Why? Um ein Opfer darzubringen oder so? Keine Ahnung. Kann alles Mögliche sein. Okay, warte mal. Hier geht's scheinbar nicht weiter. Das Symbol.
Graffiti? Is this part of whatever ritual that statue is intended for? You know, if I stare at it long enough, it feels like it starts to pull me in and swirl endlessly. Weird.
Okay. Lässt sich dann...
I have the strangest feeling that if I looked at, it'd suck me through a portal to...
Ja, genau, vermutlich. Aber wir haben doch hier zufällig... Haben wir den noch? Wir haben den noch. Warte mal. So. Okay. Okay, nein, natürlich nicht. Ein Opferständer. Aha, siehste. Die sind also tatsächlich dafür.
Someone, probably the crazy gardener, was selling something here. What could it have been? So this gardener fellow has a little side business, it seems. Putting things into the vegan blighter statue to make it light up and look all scary. I wonder how that works.
Nicht nur, wie das funktioniert, sondern vor allen Dingen, warum es funktioniert.
So, fire, we meet again.
Haben wir denn irgendwas, was wir anzünden könnten? Ja, da fällt mir gleich eine Menge ein. Vielleicht, ja.
I'll burn my gigantic hands if I stick this in there.
Okay, gut. Wir könnten es ausölen. Okay, gut. Ja, gut, irgendwas wird ja schon. A gentle cat in the desert. Puh. Ja, schwer zu sagen. Weiß ich nicht. Weiß ich noch nicht, wofür das gut ist. Okay, haben wir denn hier irgendeinen Hinweis?
Lick the concept of future restocking.
Okay, schon gut.
There's nothing.
Okay, gut. Naja, schön. Nichts weiter. Aber was können wir denn hier machen? Was können wir hier machen? Habe ich irgendwas... Warte mal, lass mich da auch nochmal checken. Habe ich hier irgendwas übersehen? Nicht so wirklich. Okay, und wenn ich hier jetzt zur Seite gehe... So. Irgendwas Interessantes hier? Nee, wir haben das alles abgeklappert. Warte mal, die dekorativen Steine natürlich. Ja, okay. Also wir haben alles abgeklappert, aber wie oder was kann ich denn hier tun? Kann ich die mitnehmen? Okay, was... Achso, it's really heavy. Das hatten wir auch schon. Lecken, benutzen. Okay. Ja, das ist ja aufschlussreich. Oh, warte mal, es könnte natürlich sein. Augenblick mal.
There's a horrible green tinge to that metal that I'm sure won't be apple flavored.
Okay. Nee, nur benutzen. Aber mehr ist hier nicht, ne? Und dann so ein... Warte mal, benutzen. Plakette. Habe ich irgendwas, was hier passt? Nee, hier passt irgendwie gar nichts. Aber wir haben auch noch nicht den Ort gefunden, wo denn... warte mal, wir haben noch nicht den Ort gefunden, wo denn dieses Foto entstanden sein könnte. Obwohl doch, wir haben den Ort gefunden. Guck mal, wenn ich das Foto da drauf halte, macht irgendwas. Doch. Ja, warte mal, geh nochmal. Nee, ach Quatsch, nein. So, hier. Und wenn ich jetzt das Foto da drauf halte, lass uns vielleicht erstmal von der Nähe angucken. Also 2 von denen da und dann 2 Piekser. Könnte hier oder da sein, ne? Diese hier unten haben keine Piekser, also es könnte tatsächlich sein. Doch, ja. Was? Du siehst das nicht? Okay, ja, doch, stimmt. Doch, er hat recht. Doch, alles cool. Er hat recht, weil, guck mal hier, die haben so eine, ja, gekappte Kante, während auf dem Foto laufen die spitz zu. Okay, nee, das ist es tatsächlich nicht, aber es ist dem recht ähnlich. Und ich nehme an, hier weiter komme ich nicht. Nein, weiter komme ich nicht. So, also wo mag das sein? Hätten wir erst mit Tabby sprechen müssen. Das Tor ist es definitiv auch nicht. Aber lass mal hier nochmal an der Seite gucken. Nee, hier sieht nicht so aus. Kann ich denn irgendwas mit dem benutzen? Kann ich denn irgendwas mit dem Foto hier machen? Warte mal, so. Und da. Oh, okay, ich muss tatsächlich nach dem Ort suchen. Geht es irgendwo noch weiter? Irgendwas, was ich noch nicht gesehen habe? Hier unten, ist da vielleicht irgendwo ein Ausgang? Nee, das sieht nicht so aus. Nee, offensichtlich nicht. Und dahinter kommen wir auch nicht, ne? Tja. Und jetzt?
There's a sign here. Keep off grass. 4 exclamation marks. Come on. Someone needs to stand up to this floral dictator. It's gonna be me. I'm a grass maverick. Take that, Mr. Sign, and Mr. Sign Writer, whoever you are. As if the grass needs to be protected. Get real. Oh no, another sign. I'm so scared. What does this one say? My signs are not a joke. Feel my watery wrath. Ow, water in my eyes. Oh, now how dare you, sign? I'm going to rip that sign out of the ground. Take that. The sign part fell off. Typical low-quality insult signage. When will people learn? You always spend the extra for quality insult signage. Now all I have is this pointy stick.
But
how many signs is this mag?
Do not steal. Do not steal the sign.
Steal the sign. Well, don't spray me with water then, huh?
Okay, oh, warte mal, wir haben tatsächlich was mitbekommen. Wir haben den Stock bekommen, okay.
Someone else might just taste stick, but I can tell this came from some sort of sign, because I was there.
Mhm, genau. Okay, also ehrlich gesagt weiß ich gerade nicht, wie wir hier weiterkommen sollen. Das Beste, was mir dazu einfällt, ist, naja, die ist, wie hieß er nochmal? Tybold, was er darüber weiß, ob er was weiß. Keine Ahnung, es gibt nur einen Weg, das rauszufinden. Also wir sollten mal zu Tybold gehen. Hm? Der ist hier. Und eigentlich würde ich auch gerne zu Tabby gehen, um mit ihr zu besprechen, was wir herausgefunden haben. Oh, das geht tatsächlich. Moment, Tybold, haben wir den auch in der Historie gesehen? Im Baum? Ich bin nicht sicher.
Hey, did you know Eustace Megtherodon? There's a botanical garden named after him.
To my endless chagrin, he is my great-great-grandkitty.
You're not as big a fan of Eustace the Explorer as everyone else then.
No, sir, I am not. Eustace was a pervert, the root of the rot that pervades my family.
Oh, did he also go around cutting hedges when he shouldn't have?
If he did, sir, he would have cut them into the shape of unmentionables. He traveled the world seeking out new lands, and then returned home with his ship's hold stuffed full of relics of unseemly purpose.
Unseemly? You mean?
I do. Garden gnomes, sir. Oh, the ignominy. He placed the little monsters all over the grounds of the estate, and there they survive to this day. I have lost count of the times I have gone for an evening stroll and come upon one unexpectedly, leering up at me from a bed of petunias like a tiny clay voyeur. They are heirlooms now, and my requests to smash them into itty-bitty pieces with a hammer have been repeatedly denied.
Meine Güte. Okay, das Mausoleum sieht abgeschlossen aus.
Eustace really buried in the mausoleum in his park?
Oh yes, alongside spoils of his misadventures.
Oh.
I need to get in there. Do you know how to unlock it?
Into his mausoleum? Why?
I think a mouse that can't exist is dealing drugs inside.
If you don't want to tell me the truth, just say so. The door is sealed with a lock that only our family crest can open.
Oh, I see. Sanctity of the family heritage and all.
Oh, no, I couldn't care less. For your help with my vegan blighter problem, you may have it. Feel free to smash any garden you find in there while you're at it.
I certainly shall.
Okay. Oh, er gibt uns das jetzt einfach. Tatsächlich. Okay, warte, lass gucken. Ja, okay. Warte mal, da fällt mir aber was ein. Wenn wir schon den Stock haben, dann könnten wir etwas da drauf stecken. Da drin wird es doch sicherlich dunkel sein, ne? Vielleicht das Plüschtier? Keine Ahnung. Warte mal, lass es mich mal ausprobieren.
Sorry, little buddy,
Oh, das geht tatsächlich. Warte mal, um daraus... nee, das war nicht mit Sorry und so. Oh, meine Güte. Aber warte mal, um daraus eine richtige Fackel zu machen...
Wow, you really absorbed that oil, Mini Oscar. Soaked it straight in there.
Okay, gut. Und das Badeöl ist damit fort. Das ist cool. Gut, dann können wir doch jetzt wieder zurückgehen, ne? Also ich denke mal, das ist da im Mausoleum dunkel sein wird. Nee, hier unten ist das. So, aber vorher würde ich ganz gern... Nee, halt, Moment, wir zünden erstmal die Fackel an. Er fürchtet sich ja hier eh, ne? Also, so, warte mal, so. Das geht, cool. Wusch.
Mini Oscar, the lantern. Tabby was concerned when I sprayed my briefcase with flame retardant spray, but who's smirking now?
Ja, genau. Und wir haben sie in der Tasche. Das ist bestimmt total sicher. Okay. Ich würde gerne nochmal an den Baum sehen. Ich würde gerne wissen, ob da unser guter Tyree draufsteht.
The Magtheridan family tree. I guess they don't have plans to have any more children.
Könnte sein. Oder dass hier jemand einfach nur nicht weitergeschrieben hat. Gibaltius. Boah, ja, könnte passen, ne? Ja, na gut. Also, egal. Also, hier an die Tür. Moment, ansehen. Und da stopfeln wir jetzt einfach mal das Ding hier rein, was so ähnlich aussieht wie unsere Polizeimarke. Okay. Das heißt, Reisen nach Mausoleum. Tatsächlich.
I take back what I said about the garden being spooky. There's a coffin in here already, so they can bury me right away if I die of fright.
Sie werden dich gar nicht finden. Ansehen, warte mal, benutzen. Nee, kann ich nicht. Guck mal, da sind die Kisten mit dem... Ja.
Boxes have the same symbol on them that I found in the nip bag. Someone's selling drugs from here.
Da auch noch. Aber die Gartenzwerge können wir nicht mitnehmen. Und da ist es zu dunkel. Okay, warte mal. Kann ich irgendwas mit der Lampe machen? Dunkle Stelle. Oh nein. Was?
What? Was that a giant mouse? Mousezilla? What's going on? Ah, whiskers. He got away, and I damaged my mini Oscar in the process. I could get another, but I got really attached to this specific one.
War das ein zarter Hinweis darauf, wir sollen nicht wieder zurückgehen und noch einen neuen holen? Warte mal, guck da mal rein. Okay, B Costumes Shop. Aha.
B's costume shop. That's a label. That was a suit, a giant mouse suit. It wasn't an evil mouse skeleton ghost after all.
Ja, natürlich hast du mit irgendetwas anderem gerechnet. Können wir das mitnehmen? Nee, nicht lecken. Nehmen wir es mal mit.
Tore off the mouse when he escaped. It's not a giant mouse at all. It's a suit.
Okay, wir haben es dabei. Cool. Gebeine. Nee, Gebeine, warte mal, die müssten geleckt werden.
Will never live down licking the bones of a dead cat.
Entschuldigung, das muss ich einfach ausprobieren.
I'll probably get some horrible Magtheridon curse if I take any of these. Plus, how would I explain it to Tabby?
Oh meine Güte. Wir können gar nichts hier. Nee, gar nichts. Überhaupt nichts. Okay. Möchtest du da nicht mal rein?
A secret passageway?
Ja.
They're real. I knew they didn't just exist in stories. I have to see where this goes.
Okay.
This must be how that sneaky mouse gets in and out. Very clever. Nobody else can get in to rob him, and he can trade safely through the grating.
Okay. Dekorative Steine.
Until I remember my sunglasses on. It's actually late afternoon and quite bright.
Okay. Ja, aber haben wir jetzt wirklich alles rausgefunden, was es rauszufinden gab? Weil nämlich, wir haben den Ort auf dem Foto immer noch nicht gefunden.
Full of bags that look like the one I found on Edgar, except for the contents. This isn't Nip.
Dann ist das ziemlich nutzlos, findest du nicht? Okay. Aber was machen wir denn jetzt? Wir haben einen neuen Ort freigeschaltet, ne? Warte mal. Lecken.
There's a taste infused into the fabric. It's familiar, but I can't quite place it.
Okay.
B's costume shop. I've got a lead on you now, weird mouse person.
Okay, entweder taucht es direkt auf der Landkarte auf oder wir könnten Tabby fragen. Na, warte mal. Na, jetzt. Na gut. Er ist hier wirklich nirgendwo mehr. Nee, er wird abgehauen sein, ne? Oder sie. Wir wissen ja noch nicht, wer es ist. Oh, okay, gut. Ja, da siehst du. Damit wird es ohnehin schon klar und es ist auch nicht hier drin und deswegen. Tabby!
Tabby, I got into
Oh.
an old tomb at a memorial garden, and I poked the darkness, and it tried to escape, but it left behind this label.
I don't.
Mouse hiding there, Tabby. Mousezilla is real, but he's not a giant rodent. He's just a guy in a suit. This label tore off when he made a run for it. Look.
B's costume shop. Oh, that must be where he got the suit from.
Na, Mensch.
I need to go there right now.
Hold on, sir. That's the adrenaline talking. When did you last sleep?
Yesterday week.
I figured. You need some rest, sir. This is a solid lead, but I can handle it for now. The place will be shut at this time of night anyway. Get some rest. I don't want you driving in this state, so just sleep in your office, all right? I'll go first thing tomorrow morning and find out who rented the suit this came from.
Wir spielen wieder mit ihr.
Good idea. Thanks, Tabby. I'm just so excited. This is huge. This is a huge lead.
Eh.
Probably did see Mousezilla then, and the big footprint. The person inside it must have been the one Desiree saw talking to Edgar.
Uh-oh.
Desiree? Oh, I was just, Tabby. Hey, it's Desiree from being locked in the chest at the Knitty Kitty.
Oh. Hello.
I'm sorry for arriving unannounced, Cuddles. I just had nowhere else to go.
What happened? Please, come into my office and we can speak. You're good, right, Tabs?
Yes, sir. I'll get to work on that thing we talked about.
Ich würde gerne mit Tabby noch so viel mehr reden. Ich würde gerne die anderen Sachen zeigen.
Interrupting, Sugar. Was it anything important?
A big lead in the case. I think I'm getting close to finding that big cat you saw. And unbelievably, Mousezilla has cropped up again. But don't worry about that. Why are you here?
I wish I only had cats in suits to worry about, Cuddles. My life is in danger.
Whiskers, what happened? Tears blossomed in her eyes as they had the last time we met.
I was at the club, in my dressing room, collecting my things. I had hoped to take some time off. Suddenly, I heard yelling and crashing outside. I went to look and...
Yes?
Bartholomew, of course. He was screaming and throwing things and stabbing his fingers at Tinkle and Pepe. Something has happened to Sugar, and he is not happy about it. I can't be around him, Cuddles. It's only a matter of time before he snaps. And then...
What about your apartment?
He knows where I stay. I'm not safe there. I'm not safe anywhere he expects me. Could I stay here? Just for a day. 2 at most.
Oh.
Was? Nein. Nein, das ist nicht in Ordnung. Nein.
Thank you, Cuddles. I already feel safer. Will you stay with me?
Well, I've been told to get some rest, so I'll be here all night. Although I'm not really in the mood to sleep.
Excited about your case, I'm sure. Mousezilla, how exciting. Is this the fall of Bartholomew, then? Do you have proof against him? Or someone else?
No need to worry about all that now, Desiree. You can read all about it in the papers once I crack the case. I have something much more entertaining in mind for now.
Oh, I imagine you do, Cuddles. Why don't we take a comfortable seat and you can tell me about...
Max Full Power! Boom! I've got all his books. Ever read them?
Who?
Oh, my whiskers. Desiree. You've never read any Full Power? Wow. You are in for a treat. Okay, so I'll give you the core backstory to start. In the space year 10,411, a very special cat is spaceborn.
Nein.
Well, where is he? Do I need to... Wait, someone's here. We'll talk later.
Okay. Was? Oh.
Oh, someone there? A customer, perhaps? Oh, dear, my old eyes can't see very well.
B's costume shop was a stuffy, gaunt little place. Nothing but a counter and some threadbare costumes lining the walls. An older cat stood behind the counter, Slightly hunched and draped in either clothing or repurposed curtains. She should be able to help me.
Okay, wir sind dran, aber nicht so schnell. Moment mal. Sie, Desiree, ist sie das dumme Blondchen in dieser Geschichte oder spielt sie das nur? Weil ihre Geschichte, warum sie hier aufgetaucht ist, war mehr als fadenscheinig. Und es ist keine gute Idee, dass Cuddles sich mit ihr einlässt. Gar keine gute Idee, zumindest solange der Fall noch nicht abgeschlossen ist. Aber gut, jetzt sind wir wieder mit ihr am Start. Tabby, ich kann dich echt gut leiden. Sollen wir uns erstmal umsehen? Lass uns mal hier umgucken. Du kannst auch lecken, ist ja irre.
A whole lot of extra costumes. Yeah, those don't look very interesting.
Oh, meinst du nicht? Piratenanzug?
Oh, I must tell Cuddles to come here for the rest of his pirate outfit.
Okay, gut. Können wir davon dann wohl mal irgendwas mitnehmen oder so?
Boots. I have to give her credit. Those are the bits people always overlook on costumes.
Ja, irgendwie schon. So, Employees only. Na, da werden wir doch wohl nicht rein müssen.
No Sabi mask. I'm disappointed.
Maske eine Mumie?
Is that a real mummy?
Ja, ist es bestimmt. Ganz sicher. Ganz bestimmt. Ganz sicher. Okay, gut. Jetzt machen wir das Ganze nochmal rückwärts. Nee, nicht mit. Nein, ist schon klar. Können wir irgendwas... Okay. Schade. Schade, schade. Aber hier, vielleicht können wir da was mitnehmen. Okay. Ja, schon klar. Nun, aber das Kostüm, welches wir suchen, ist ja auch ausgeliehen oder verkauft. Also insofern ist es ziemlich unwahrscheinlich, dass wir hier etwas finden werden. Okay.
It appears the last pirate to rent this spilt some hot sauce on it.
Warum leckst du hier auch alles ab? Kommen wir dahin? Angestellten.
Must be where the rest of the costumes are kept.
Okay, ich verstehe. Rest of ist zwar Employees only, es könnte auch einfach nur ein Aufenthaltsraum sein. Aber vielleicht sollten wir erstmal mit der Dame sprechen. Wollen wir mal gucken, ob die wirklich so sweet ist.
Oh, hello.
Oh, there you are. Welcome, welcome to Poor Bee's costume shop. I'm Beatrice, the owner, but please call me Poor Bee. I'm terribly poor, you see.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Now, don't you be worried about poor old Bee. She's a tough nut. She'll soldier on, always has, and always will. And who knows? Perhaps someday she'll save up enough money to be a millionaire. Wouldn't that be lovely?
I'm sure it would. And good luck working towards that.
Okay, ja, genau, ja, vielleicht.
Sorry if this is a bit too personal, but this is a very large and elaborate shop. Can't you just sell it if you're struggling with money?
Oh, no, my dear, I could never do that. This shop was bequeathed to me by my grandmama on the date of my birth. As she lay dying of being extremely poor, she said that her final wish was for me to take her shop, as she had done for her own grandmama.
Oh, wait, your grandmother got this shop from her grandmother? And you're, oh, no offense, but you're no spring kitten. So that makes this shop over 200 years old. I thought this whole district was only built 2 decades ago. On top of a waste dumping site. That was itself on top of a swamp.
Silly me, my poor brain, you know. Did I say grandmama?
No.
I meant grand sister.
Natürlich.
Not a thing.
Natürlich. Okay, du erzählst uns auch nur Geschichten. Alles in Ordnung.
Do cats of a suspicious disposition ever come here?
Suspicious how, my dear?
Anyone who gave you the feeling they might be up to no good.
Oh, no. I don't think anyone like that comes in here, dearie. It's mostly my regulars, cats, who need to dress up.
Such as?
Mr. Drambo, the photographer, who loves to dress up like a tiger. He's so petite, but he does do his best to look intimidating. Bless him. Then there's Sir Alfonso with the monocle and the top hat. He's terribly proper.
Sir Alfonso? Since when? We don't have royalty anymore. Ugh, I'm starting to dislike him as much as Cuddles does.
And the Count the Guilty, who always rents a skin-tight, black and white, striped number, a face mask, and a hemp bag with swag written on it.
The Count the Guilty. I mean, come on.
Oh, don't hold the name against him, dearie. It's not his fault. The De Guilties are part of the bedrock of this city. Have been for years. Their soirees are to die for.
Cool.
I assume.
Einfach mal nichts sagen, ne? Einfach mal die Leute ausreden lassen, sie fragend angucken und nichts sagen, ne? Und dann halt eben so eine Reaktion bekommen. Das ist erstmal alles. Nee, das ist noch nicht alles. Hat sie dieses Ticket dabei? Oh, sie hat. Sehr gut. Okay, warte mal. Schild. So, hier.
I'd just like to ask about this label if you don't mind. It's got the name of your shop on it.
Oh, a lost label from poor Bee's costume shop?
Well, it just says Bee's Costume Shop. I didn't know about your money troubles until now. Did you rename the shop to reflect your financial status?
Oh, dearie me. Did I? Poor Bee just decided that since she's definitely not a millionaire, she'd let people know. In case someone came in here looking for an autograph from a rich person, like one of those wonderful Meg Thridens I'm always reading about in the newspapers.
Right. So, this label is quite important.
You didn't, did you? Expect a millionaire to be working here? Because I'm just poor Bee and awfully far from being a millionaire. Can't even imagine what it's like to be rich. I assume you'd be able to buy the servants new clothes for every day, instead of only once a month. That's the dream.
Yes, I expect it's quite nice.
I mean, if I was from that terribly well-respected and very wealthy Meg Theridan clan, I wouldn't need to work another day in my life. Why would they even own a costume shop to fill with their long, empty days with? No, Bee works hard every day, scraping together a handful of monies to afford some water.
I think you were going to say caviar.
Was I? These terrible eyes of mine. I meant caviar water. Yes, just run-of-the-mill, everyday caviar water for all of poor Bee's working hard.
Of course.
Wir lassen sie mal dabei, ne? Ja, genau. Nee, keine große Analyse. Alles okay.
So, I'm following up on this label as part of a murder investigation. It was attached to a mouse suit.
A mouse suit?
Was?
I don't, can I see it?
Yes, of course. If you have a name or an address for me, that would be ideal. But if you don't keep records, I'd be okay with...
My records? I keep meticulous records, dearie. But, oh, what is this? Hello? What's that? At my shop? where the nice cat just came to ask about the mouse suit? Yes, immediately.
Was?
Oh, my dear, I've just received terrible news. There's been a murder here, too.
What? Someone phoned to tell you there's been a murder here. What happened? Have you called the police? Was that them now?
The police wouldn't get here in time. I can't take the chance that the killer might escape again. You're the only one who can help me.
Me? What can I do? And what do you mean again? And why didn't you mention any of this before we started speaking? What is happening?
There's no time to waste, dearie. Light your best detective cigar and let's make sure this scallywag is caught.
I don't smoke and I'm not qualified to...
Oh, fip-fop. Who needs qualifications? All you need is a steadfast belief in your own moral code. That way, if other people disagree, they're just wrong.
That doesn't sound like a very good system.
Und weg ist er. Oh, ich wollte gerade noch anmerken, es ist, glaube ich, mal wieder Zeit für einen langen, intensiven Blick. Aber gut. So, hier kommen wir nirgendwo ran. Cool. Mumie. Ja, warte mal, hat sich denn irgendwas verändert? Eigentlich jetzt nicht so, ne? Nur für Angestellte. Ich finde, wir sollten die mal nachlaufen.
Oh, who can help this poor shop owner solve this dastardly crime?
Was?
What am I seeing?
I know, dear, I know. It is hard to witness. Cheese grater Bill.
Was?
He's struck again. Poor old Sammy Manakino was just minding his own business when suddenly... cheese grater sounds, cheese grater sounds, cheese grater sounds. His torso was gone.
Are you serious? That's just a mannequin.
Oh, no, don't listen to her, Sammy. Your expression might look a little wooden, but Mama knows you've got a heart of gold.
So, if I help you solve this crime, you'll give me the information I want?
Oh, yes, dearie. My mind will be much more settled once I know the killers behind bars.
All right, then.
Nein, nicht alright then.
Need to find out if dear Sammy saw anything.
Was? Was? Kann das sein, dass sie ein bisschen da ist? Ha? Okay, was haben wir denn hier? Wir untersuchen es ohnehin, also insofern Sammy. Was? Ich schätze, sprechen Sie mit. Und da ist ein Käsestreuer. Oh, es geht noch weiter.
Clearly a thing, but who knows how much longer this will take if I interrupt the investigation.
Natürlich, okay. Hier ist auch noch was. Warte mal, da sollten wir erstmal das Licht einschalten. Nee, das geht gar nicht. Sprich mit. Okay, guck mal, das sind noch mehr Käse. Oh, da sind noch ganz viel mehr Käsereiben. Okay, Bill benutzen. Was geht hier ab? Was ist hier los?
No, dearie.
Was denn? Wieso? Ich wollte mich gerade an der Puppe vergehen. Getränk.
No, dearie.
Was denn? Wie kann die überhaupt bis hierhin sehen? Ist doch dunkel.
This way, dearie.
Ja. Okay, gut. Folgen wir mal der Questliner. Irgendwas Schräges läuft hier gerade. Also, Sammy.
I hear you've been murdered. Tell me about that.
Oh, Sammy. Sammy, can you hear me? B. Oh, darling, B. I can. I'm still here, B, but I think it got me. It's so dark, B. I can't see. How bad is it?
Are you doing a voice?
Oh, Sammy, it's just a scratch. You'll make it, don't you worry. He finally got me. B, like he said he would. All those years ago when we was both working in the kitchen. Bill was always jealous of my potato peeling gig, B. He knew people respected potato peelers more than those cheese wranglers. Perhaps it is my time, Bee. Perhaps I deserve this, Bee. No, Sammy, please. Don't talk like that. I've got the smartest girl detective in the city on the case. We'll find Bill and make him ungrate you, and you'll be back to peeling taters in no time.
Excuse me, girl detective?
You do that, Bee. You find him and you make him. Sammy? Oh, Sammy. No!
Very moving. What now?
Oh, I just can't bear to lose Sammy. Quickly now, quick. See if you can heal him.
Heal him? He's missing a torso. And didn't he just die?
Less Wiffle Waffle, girl. Sammy's bleeding out.
Was ist das hier für ein Unsinn? Warum? Ist das irgendeine Art von Hinhaltetaktik?
It's barely propped up. It'll fall down if I mess with it.
Das solltest du dann mal probieren. Vielleicht ist dann... Okay, gut. Kann ich jetzt den
I
nehmen?
mean, this is clearly a thing. But who knows how much longer this will take if I interrupt the, investigation.
Ja gut, aber was soll ich denn mit Sammy machen? Ganz ehrlich. Okay. Warte mal. Hier hinten hatten wir jetzt nicht nochmal ein Torso oder so, ne? Was ist das hier für ein Unfug? Das da? Nee, das ist keiner. Okay. War im Laden einer? Ich bin nicht sicher. Vielleicht müssen wir sie auch irgendwie nur überzeugen, dass sie ihr kleines Theaterstück mitspielen oder so. Puh. Vielleicht.
I suppose I can use these as makeshift
Oh nein.
bandages. Anything to get this over with faster.
Was? Wir nehmen die tatsächlich mit? Oh, du steigerst dich da viel zu sehr rein. Irgendwas ist doch mit ihr. Was ist mit ihr? Okay. So. Bandagen. Oh, warte, das muss ich so machen. Warum ist die? Was ist da los? Warum machen wir dieses durchgeknallte Zeug?
There we go, Sammy. You're all batched up.
Was?
Just like your old self. Oh, Bee. I don't feel so good. It's time to touch the light. Shh, Sammy, you rest now.
Did he just die a second time? Wait, I forgot. I don't care. What now?
We need evidence to bring Cheese Gray to build justice. Search the crime scene, dearie. There's got to be something.
Why do you need me to do all of this? Can't I just go wait in the...
No, no, dearie. It's very important that you help me. Nobody else can. You have to stay with me until this is fully solved. Why? What if the murderer came back?
Mhm.
Alright, whatever.
Whatever. Können wir jetzt an die Verbände? Kann ich die lecken?
That's really...
Ja, ich weiß. Wir nehmen sie wieder mit. So.
More bandages.
Oh, you're alive again, are you?
Tell my potatoes I love them.
Ah.
Oh well.
Okay, gut. Ich habe die Bände. Warum habe ich die jetzt wieder mitgenommen? Ach, ist auch egal. Das,
Oh, look. A cheese grater. Could this be a clue? Oh, I wonder.
It must be. Look on the side. There's a maker's stamp. Why, this cheese grater was made by Snoutboggle Industries. But how can that be? As you know, my dear, as we all know, Duke Fenwick Snoutboggle only makes utensils for the very wealthy. There's no way Sammy could have afforded a high-end cheese grater like this on his potato Peeler's salary. Must be the murder weapon. There's only one villain that would dare wield it with such impunity. This is proof that Cheese Grater Bill has returned.
Yes, naturally.
But, alas! Oh, no. How will we find out where he is? There's only one thing for it, dearie. We'll have to confront Snoutboggle directly. We'll make him squeal.
Let's...
This way, dearie.
Was? Ah. Okay.
Snoutboggle, oh, you rotter. You fiend. Sammy's dead, and I know you're involved. Tell me what you know about Cheese Grater Bill, or else I'll give you a paw cosh right up the old finagle alley. Be, you hideous old poor person. How dare you accuse me of impropriety? Cannot you see how much money I have? Of course I'm innocent. As innocent as a thieving chambermaid. Why, I ought to write a stern letter about you to all the papers. All of them. But that's enough good cop. Show him the old one too, dearie. Get him to tell us where Cheese Grater Bill is.
Okay, ich hoffe, ich unterstelle ihr mal bei dieser ganzen lächerlichen Episode, dass sie uns auf ihre etwas schräge, sehr schräge Art irgendwas Wichtiges mitteilen will. Und dass das hier nicht einfach nur ein völlig unsinniger irgendwas ist.
Oh, the cheese grater.
You see this, you sassy hornflogger? It's got your name all over it.
Actually, the name's just in the corner.
Ja, Cheese Grater? Pa! Why, there must be deeks cheese graters in this city. The poor are simply riddled with la grater du fromage. You'll never pin that on me. You leave us with no choice then, Snoutboggle. He knows where Bill is, dearie. I know he does. We'll have to rev him up a little.
And by we, you mean me?
If you would, dearie, I'm just so poor and old and poor.
Okay, wir müssen ihn schlagen. Okay, warte, wir lecken ihn zu Tode.
He'll taste like a mannequin, 'cause he is one.
How dare you impugn the legacy of this Snoutboggle? That's it. Affair blubber. Bring me my dueling glove.
Ah, Duellhandschuhe. Ach so, das ist gemeint. Okay. Warte, so. Oh, tatsächlich. Oh.
It will take more than that to make me talk.
Really? More than the loss of your head.
I feel like we've almost broken him, dearie. Again.
We've very clearly broken him quite a lot, actually, but sure.
No, please, s'il vous plaît, not the toes, or the hands, or the split. All right, I'll tell you everything.
Hurry up, then.
Cheese Grater Bill is forming la gang, a gang. He's got big ambitions. Soon, nobody will be able to buy cheese in this city without Bill getting a slice of the money, not the cheese. Although since he'll control all the cheese as well. I mean, that is implied.
Truly a monster. Where is he, I wonder? Could it possibly be in this suspiciously dark area next to us?
Sie hat auch keinen Bock mehr.
All right, you convinced me. He's holed up at the old Cheddar House, near the old train tracks. Oh, dearie, you did it. We've tracked Bill down. Time to face this curdled villain and avenge dear Sammy.
Hooray! When we started this journey all those minutes ago, I hardly believed we'd ever get here.
To the Cheddar House!
Yeah, to the place. Or wherever.
Tabby hatte echt keinen Bock mehr.
There he is, standing villainously next to those old train tracks. And, oh, no! He's brought got every cheese grater in town. If we get too close, he'll shred us.
The horror.
We've got you at last, cheese grater Bill. You've scraped your last rind. You're too late, Bee. Maybe if you weren't so poor, you'd have gotten here faster. When the train arrives, I'm gonna load it up with cheddar and drive it straight into town, see? There will be as much cheese as anyone could want, but not a single grater to cut it with, see? Oh, you monster. What sort of beast could even devise such a plan? I cannot let you do this. The people deserve better. They deserve Gouda. Stop him, dearie, by any means necessary.
Okay.
Okay, also wenn wir Käse durch dieses Fluff ersetzen oder Käse durch Nip ersetzen, dann kommt da tatsächlich eine ganz vernünftige Geschichte heraus. Aber, also es gibt den großen Boss. Ist das Meow? Aber wer ist sein Handlanger? Ist das Edgar? Nein, das ist nicht Edgar, ne? Okay, also wir müssen ihn nochmal hauen. Sehe ich das richtig? Halt, warte mal, was ist das dann noch? Achso, das ist nur dieses Ding. Okay, also.
This one's affixed quite securely. First time for everything. Or is it?
Was? Achso, müssen wir mal. Nein, bleib mal hier. Müssen wir ihm einfach nur die Hände verbinden? Deshalb haben wir den.
Maybe later, maybe never. Who knows what the next 3 minutes will hold here in Crazyland?
Okay. Ja, aber was dann? Lecken?
I imagine that you taste like cheese.
I wash in curds daily with a sponge made of brie.
Aha.
Cheesy.
Ja, okay, alles klar. Benutzen? Oh, das ging so.
Tie him up. We can't let him escape to enact his evil plan.
Mhm.
Really?
Ja, komm, es ist fast geschafft. Hoffe ich. So, Verbände. Cool.
You trapped me. My plan is ruined.
Sure. So, are we done, Bee?
Good work, dearie. Time to deliver the justice he deserves.
Was macht sie? Oh nein. Oh. Oh, ist das schlimm.
So, we're done here? Time for my thing? That's more than a little disturbing. If I was Cuddles, what would I do now? Well, lick the train until it short circuits, probably, but apart from that...
Oh, hey there, weird train cat. I'm just gonna slip away and go check out your hiring record. See, no need to do anything. I got this. See you later. Cuddles out.
Oh, ja.
This is the worst record keeping I've seen since Cuddles' desk. Lemur suit, koala suit,
Mich?
suit.
Was?
Aha, mouse suit. And the last person to rent it was Whiskers. But these aren't names, they're just random sentences. Well, that one I know actually. And that one, oh wait, that one too. Oh!
Dearie, what are you doing? Those are my private records. Put that down. Get your dirty paws off my things.
Sorry, I mean, thank you, brilliant. I need to go.
Was?
Also, I know you're a secret millionaire, and if you ever want to put your money to good use, you can give a donation to Nutterbutter Investigations. It's a worthwhile cause, Kate. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Was? Sie denkt tatsächlich drüber nach. Okay, wer ist es denn jetzt?
Cuddles.
Shush. Hey, Tabby. Not too loudly, okay? Desiree's resting. We stayed up late talking about Max Full Power. Well, I mean, I guess I did most of the talking.
Oh. She's still here?
Yes. Why would you say it like that?
Never mind, sir. I got what we need, despite Beatrice.
Who?
The owner of the costume shop, one of the make Therodons. Please don't ask for details. It's Too soon for me to relive.
Oh, Tybaltant. Yikes. He made her sound pretty mad. But you found out who rented the Mousezilla suit, right?
Not directly. Beatrice's records were terrible. But she did have papers naming all the suits she has. And apart from Mousezilla, get this. She also rents out a milk suit.
Oh, Duncan, of course! He rents his suit from a suit rental shop. That monster.
What? No, sir. I don't think that... Oh, never mind. It means that Duncan is probably Mousezilla.
Was?
Oh, of course. Yeah, that would make sense.
Nein.
Of course he'd get all his suits from the same place. Was his name on the list of renters?
That's just it, sir. It wasn't. The page just had a long list of random phrases written down. Or so I thought until I got to the end. The very latest entry? A gentle cat in the desert.
His real name is A Gentle Cat in the Desert? Oh, this naming crisis in the city has really gotten quite a lot out of control.
No, sir. When I saw that, I double-checked all the other phrases on the list and remembered some of them from my trip to the university. They were all film titles. Then I remembered you saying that Duncan seems to have a scrambled memory.
Understatement of the year.
Right. So, think about it, sir. A cat with memory issues who sells drugs on the side and rents a suit from the same place every time to do it. Now, this next bit is conjecture, right? But from what I know from friends, drug dealers literally always have a password you need to know before they'll sell to you.
Yeah, the cat at the Emporium mentioned he needed a password when he dealt Fluff.
Yes! I knew it! And those get changed often for security, I bet. So whoever gives Duncan the stuff to sell probably hammers the passphrases into his head to make sure he remembers. And then, when he rents suits, he writes down film titles instead of his name, as if...
They're stuck in his head. Tabby, you genius. The Fluff supplier uses film titles as passphrases. That's... well... Actually, how does that help?
A gentle cat in the desert, sir. I think we went completely down the wrong path. Edgar wasn't looking into his father's past. He'd figured out the current passphrase.
And he had a meeting scheduled with the Catulets for that same night. Oh, with the photo and the passphrase. He was gonna give them both to the Catulets. They would have been able to set a trap for Duncan, figure out who was supplying him. Someone must have decided they didn't want that to happen.
Sir, we don't know how often the passphrase changes. It might already have. We need to capitalize on this immediately.
You're right. I need to find Duncan. If the passphrase really is the only thing he can remember, perhaps I can jolt some more information out of him with it. Okay, I'll go try to find him right now. Great work, Tabster. Really. Oh, and if Desiree wakes up, tell her she can stay as long as she needs, and I'll see her when I get back.
Oh, meine Güte. Okay, Tabby, gute Arbeit. Bisschen dünn, aber gute Arbeit. Okay, irgendwas noch? Warte.
What was it I needed to...
Go and find Duncan.
Ja, okay. I go and find Duncan. Okay, warte mal. Das letzte Mal haben wir ihn beim Etablissement gefunden. Hier ist er nicht. Ist er auf dem Dach? Vermutlich nicht, ne? Aber seine Pfütze ist noch da. Hey, und das brennt immer noch, dass das noch niemand gesehen und gelöscht hat. Okay, hier ist er nicht. Hi, bist du noch da? Moin. Oh, ich komme da gar nicht mehr ran. Warte mal, komme ich da ran? So, jetzt. Der wird doch nicht da drin ertrunken sein? Oder aufgrund der vielen Blasen erstickt? Nun, also das ist es nicht. Hier ist er nicht. Keine Ahnung. Knitty Kitty Club? Hier ist er nicht. Nee, er wird wahrscheinlich eher draußen sein und nicht drin, ne? Ich gucke vorsichtshalber trotzdem nach. Warte, so. Hier ist er nicht. Wo sollten wir hier sein? Weil hier ist ja noch der geöffnete, okay, ganz schnell. Hier ist ja noch der geöffnete Tresor und möglicherweise ist inzwischen jemand zurück, dem das interessiert. Warte, jetzt. So, na, geh. Ah, okay, alles klar. Gut, niemand hier. In die Gasse können wir auch noch. Da ist er ja. Ah, okay. Hallo, Duncan.
Well.
Snow jumble?
Enough lies, Duncan. Do you see any snow around here? And the jumble? Ha! As if the cats of this city have time for jumble sales when they're cowering in fear from giant mice.
Laptop?
Don't try to distract me, Duncan. I know the truth. You are Mousezilla.
Kipper! Kipper!
Was? Okay.
I know you sell drugs from inside a mausoleum while dressed as Mousezilla. Duncan, the oldest trick in the book. And I don't think it's Nip you're handing out either. Who's your supplier? The thems? Alfonso? Bartholomew? Huh? Cough up a name, Duncan.
Dremel Slam Aquafox.
Your little show won't work on me this time, boyo. I'm done indulging your little act. In fact, I've got something to say to you.
Up.
Do you like films, Duncan? I do. And I recently saw a gentle cat in the desert.
Oh, weg ist er. Ich versuche ja immer noch...
He can really move when he wants to. Where'd he go?
Naja, der Milchspur nach.
Ramon, I told Duncan the passphrase, and he fled to a junkyard. I followed his leaking milk trail here. That suit sure holds a ton of milk.
Okay, gut.
Anyway, let's find out what secrets he's hiding here.
Wohnt er hier? Oder wie? Reisen nach Stadt. Okay, nee, wir sehen uns erstmal um, ne? Schuppen.
A shoddy-looking shack straight out of a horror movie.
Cool, da geht's uns richtig gut. Ein bisschen was hier, da, guck mal, Krallen. Oh nein!
Ramon, it's real. The declawing machine. It's horrible. Buzzsaws and unpadded restraints and fear. What sort of sadistic beast is running the show here? Who could ever sink to this level?
Naja, nun, ist denn da irgendwas drin?
Removes claws, not tongues, but it's still got sharp metal edges and an aura of dread.
Okay, gut. Ja, okay. Kommt da irgendwas rein? Okay, ja, schon gut. Nein, war nur ein Test. Okay, Schuppen. So, wir gehen da gleich rein. Fenster. Und da. Was denn?
Tucked away behind mounds of rusted cars and old dishwashers. Fluff plants. It had to be. Fields of them, stretching out to fill the gaps between the mountains of junk. I'd found the heart of the operation.
Okay, aber eigentlich wollte ich mir nur das Fenster ansehen. Nichtsdestotrotz, woher weißt du, dass das Fluff ist?
That window's closed. I can't see in, or I imagine, out.
Okay, gut. Kommen wir da rein? Lecken? Naja, gut. Reisen nach Hütte.
Duncan, it's Cuddles. I followed you here. This is a lovely junkyard you have. I'm coming in now. Please don't panic or anything, all right? It's just to talk. Just want to talk to you. Duncan, there you are.
Oh nein, das war auch ein Kostüm. Das ist nicht Duncan, das ist ebenfalls ein Kostüm. Ansehen, Fenster.
Window for checking on the fluff fields, I guess.
Ja, oder so. Genau, Foto. Da, warte. Foto.
Duncan in a lab coat? How on earth?
Ich glaube nicht, dass das echt ist. Warte mal, können wir irgendwas sehen? Nee, leider nicht. Kann ich das mitnehmen?
Duncan?
Nee. Ich glaube, Duncan ist auch nur eine Gestalt. Eine Figur.
The covering of that couch is more stained than fabric. It's very unlikely I want to find out what stained it. Or whom.
Kannst du das Ding denn bewegen?
Rest when I'm done. I have to get Duncan to talk.
Ja, er mag sich dahinter verstecken. Okay, so.
Duncan! Hey, there you are.
Nein.
Duncan?
Das ist nicht Duncan. Was? Oh, er ist es doch. Upsi.
Duncan, what are you doing?
Nix.
Just because you can't see me doesn't mean I can't see you.
Ich vermute, es handelt sich um ein Kostüm.
Even nonsense responses. He must be afraid.
Vermutlich. Kannst du...
I'm probably going to regret this, but can I lick you?
Okay, vielleicht ist es doch kein Kostüm.
Well, I tried. You saw me.
Okay, schon gut. Nein, okay, das wird nix. Ja. Kamin.
I should avoid fire for a change, just this once.
Okay, okay. Mausanzug.
The mouse I saw in the mausoleum. The mouse suit. I mean, I always knew it had to be a suit.
Genau, das wusstest du die ganze Zeit. Okay, was können wir denn hier machen? Können wir... ich weiß nicht, wieso haben wir das Ding wieder? Verbranntes Oscar-Plüschtier? Oh. Naja. So, okay. Beize, warte mal. Oh, ach so, warte mal. So. Beize.
I'm not wasting this drink.
Okay.
Duncan, check this out. There's a chance this will become evidence. So.
Okay, gut, ja, schon gut. Nee, warte mal, hier kommen wir irgendwie nicht weiter. Lecken?
Duncan's been inside that. It's extremely risky to let my mouth get near it.
Okay. Okay, sprich mit Ansehen.
Weird, crazy cat. Although I could ask that about half the cats in this city.
Sehe ich das richtig, dass wir im Moment hier nicht so wirklich weiterkommen? Vielleicht sollte ich mich draußen noch mal umsehen. Ja, wir haben hier alles entdeckt. Ich gehe mal hier war ja noch eine Leiter. Gehen wir mal dahin. Obwohl, ist das so gut.
Thanks. It smells like fluff seeds and chemicals and all the equipment. Oh, I guess this is how they refined it. If it smells that bad being made, the final result really can't be good for you.
Besonders wenn da solche Sachen eingemischt werden. Hallo? Nee, nicht lecken, auf keinen Fall.
Radioactive barrels? What are they doing here?
Steckt da möglicherweise noch viel mehr dahinter? Ih! Wer ist das denn?
Is a head in the fridge? A mannequin's head, but still.
Encouragement.
Reminder stuck to the inside of a fridge. That's not how you do that.
Encouragement minus B.
Cold paper tastes horrible. Worse than normal. Don't ask me about the science. I just know that it does.
Ja, weiß ich auch nicht.
Free the mannequin head before I can lick it.
Okay, gut. Können wir sie irgendwie da rausfummeln? Boah, ja. Hiermit? Ja, und nicht nur die Beize, okay.
It's not an ice hook, sadly.
Okay, gut, ja, gut. Also so noch nicht. Mal gucken. Telefon. Können wir da jemand... Warte mal, mit Lecken kriegt er doch alles mögliche raus. Warum nicht?
A telephone, perfect. Okay, better let Tabby know what the situation is. What's the office number again?
Oh.
Badger, lemon, ginger, nut? Oh, wait, I remember.
Nutterbutter Investigations. If there's a bad thing happening you don't want to happen, or a thing that should be happening that isn't, we can
Was?
Tabby! Is that our new slogan? It's very impressive, wow.
Thanks, sir. I wrote it myself. Why are you calling? Is everything all right?
I'm at a junkyard. When I told the passphrase to Duncan, he panicked and fled, so I followed him here. I'm just calling to say that I'm not leaving here until I get answers. I can't risk him escaping for good.
A junkyard with a working phone?
A lot more than that, Tabby. Lab equipment, complex piping, there's some sort of huge vat, and big fields of strange plants. This isn't a small operation, Tabs. There is serious money at work here, and I'll bet my tail it's all being used to make fluff.
Fluff? Are you safe, sir?
I'd say so. The place is deserted, apart from Duncan. I think I'll be fine.
All right, sir. Be careful. And keep me updated.
I will. Is Desiree doing all right?
Oh, you mean Platty? Yeah, she just left.
What?
Yep, did a prissy little walk out of your office minutes ago demanding I go get her a sandwich. Peering all around like she was planning to buy the place. I told her I don't work for her, and she huffed and stormed out without another word like a real spoiled princess. I'm sorry, sir, but I don't like her. Did you ever actually find any evidence to back up her story? She didn't act like she was scared for her life.
Of course, there was a big footprint. Oh, that must have been Duncan in his suit and being locked in the chest and something else. She's had a difficult couple of days, Tabs. She's decided to head home. I'll follow up with her when I'm done here. Make sure she's all right. Gonna get back to poking around here. Thanks, Tabs.
Okay, wäre ich jetzt in einem Kinofilm, würde ich sagen, sie ist es. Ganz sicher, sie ist es. Okay, was haben wir denn hier noch? Warte mal, guck mal, da ist ein Rohr, ein großer Schlammbottich. Sieh ihn erstmal an.
Not at all suspicious vat full of bubbly green gloop. Oh yeah, this is normal.
Ja, total. Vor allen Dingen mit diesen Dingern daneben. Alles okay. Okay, hier haben wir ein Schloss. Kannst du es öffnen? Doch, kannst du. Warte mal. Doch. Deswegen haben wir das Zeug ja noch. Hier, Weize.
You've served me well lately, you frightening drink. So, let's see if the last of you can solve just one more problem.
Okay, das hat funktioniert. Cool.
The lock fizzled as the paint stripper did its job. As the last of the metal vanished, the hatch opened, revealing a river of green sludge. That's the last of the paint stripper. Finally, I can get rid of this horrible mug and the smell.
Lass das doch nicht hier. Das ist doch nur ein Beweis dafür, dass du hier gewesen bist.
Literally a river of green worm-filled sludge I might never eat again.
Okay, aber was hat es mit diesen Würmern auf sich? Nee.
Oh, it's so gross. Oh, there's bits of leaves and things in there. It just moved. Oh no, it's a lock. No, oh no. Oh, why? Why didn't I become a librarian, Mom?
Aww.
Oh no, it's sticking to my fur. Horrible, slimy, wriggly worm. Thanks, life, for bringing me to this point. Why are these in the vats?
Allerdings, warte, was hat das damit auf sich?
Different shades of green. Nature's way of saying, you don't own me, and I just like green, all right?
Aber was hat das zu bedeuten? Und was haben die mit dieser Droge zu tun? Okay, hier ist nichts weiter. Großer Schlammbottich. Okay, warte mal, was können wir denn hier? Nee, sonst können wir nichts machen, sonst geht's noch raus. Oh, hier, guck mal, das habe ich mir noch nicht angesehen.
Oh, fancy equations. Sweet.
Du hast keine Ahnung, was das bedeutet, ne? Okay,
I don't think.
Achso, nee. Warte, so. Kann ich den...
Encouragement B. What a charming motivational tool. The B must be the big boss.
Oh, das habe ich mitnehmen können. Oh, das war mir gar nicht klar. Mensch, warte.
It's a note that just says encouragement from B. Ah, what a nice threatening message.
Genau gesagt stand da minus B. Hat das irgendwas zu bedeuten?
Okay. I need to free the mannequin head before I can lick it. I need to free the mannequin head before I can lick it.
Passiert er? Geht nicht, ne? Nee, geht nicht.
My tongue is getting numb now.
Ja, schade.
The ice is huge and solid.
Haben wir denn irgendwas zum, weiß ich nicht, zum Auftauen? Hilft der hier irgendwas dran?
Help me free the mannequin head.
Na, schade. Leck ich.
I need to free the mannequin head before I can lick it.
Aber. Oh!
The ice is melting and soon I'll have a mannequin's head. Yay.
Okay.
It melted some more.
It melted some more. Oh, warte.
Free of the ice. At last.
Ja.
The head's already loose enough to just grab.
Oh, okay. Ja, sorry, ich war so drin und ich mochte dir so gerne
You
zuhören.
might need a mannequin head. Let's grab it.
Da ist doch garantiert irgendwas drin. Was ist da drin? Warte mal.
Might hang on to this to use at the office for pranks.
Vielleicht können wir das mit irgendwas kombinieren.
That doesn't need. Oh, is that?
That
doesn't. That won't enhance. No need. That doesn't.
Irgendwas ist da drin. Ich bin sicher.
Cold polystyrene. I kind of expected more from such a dramatically posed object.
Ja, eben. Eben, weil das da drin ist, weil das so aufwendig eingefroren wurde. Daher denke ich, dass da noch was drin ist. Oder, keine Ahnung, irgendwas.
A mannequin head I found in a fridge. Macabre, kinda.
Okay, wir sollten Tabby nochmal anrufen. Wir haben ja jetzt ein bisschen mehr rausgefunden. Ich finde es gut, ihr zu sagen, was los ist, weil, ne?
Hey again, Tabs.
Hey, Vince. Oh, okay, jetzt können wir mehr. Ja, okay.
Tabby, I found Duncan. He's in a shack, hiding in his milk suit.
What did he say?
That's the problem. He's refusing to speak to me at all. He was almost incomprehensible before, but at least he spoke. Now, nothing.
Sounds like you'll need to get creative. Can you lure him out with something? What is he like?
Milk. Definitely milk. Like, oh, you have no idea. Like, he gets a cut of every cow milked or something. Remind me to tell you sometime about what I had to go through at the establishment.
I guess that's a starting point. Any cows or goats around?
This strikes me as a pretty milk-free environment, but I'll see what I can think up.
Oh.
You know, Tabs, some days I really regret not becoming a librarian like Mom suggested.
Ja. Okay, das ist verschwende die Zeit damit. Es könnte jederzeit jemand kommen, der...
Duncan is still giving me the silent treatment.
Well, there has to be something you can do. What about something milk-related? Milk-based? Milk equivalent? The word milk is starting to sound really weird now. Milk.
Was? Ja, schon gut. Ah. Schluss jetzt.
I think you're on the right track. I need to get creative.
Aber sowas von.
I poked around the area some more and found a head in a fridge.
Not again.
Oh, no, it's a mannequin head this time, but still creepy. It had a threatening note on it from someone with the initial B.
Perhaps lead with the mannequin part next time, sir. B isn't much to go on, except, well...
Bartholomew, right? I thought the same. I'll see if any other evidence turns up.
Weiß ich noch nicht, nee.
Tabby, there's a vat here filled with bits of leaf and goopy fluid and worms.
That sounds disgusting, sir. You should probably stay away from...
I stuck my paw into it.
Oh gosh.
I've still got goop in my fur, but yeah, I pulled one of the worms out, but I can't see anything special about it.
You said there were bits of leaf in the fluid? Are they the same as the plants you think are being farmed to make fluff?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Oh, then perhaps Professor Huggy would have some ideas.
Wer ist das
She
denn?
knew what the seeds were after all. Let me give her a call and patch her in.
Ach so, die.
Hello?
Good evening, Professor. It's Tabby here.
Oh, good morning, Tabby. You caught me just before my post-breakfast constitutional. It is a marvelous sunny day here in Pishon.
Hi, Professor. It's also Cuddles. I'm here, too.
Ah, Cinnamon, hello.
Still Cuddles.
Oh, no, thank you. I just ate perhaps another time.
Oh, I mean, Professor, I need some help.
Don't we all, Cinnamon? I'll need some help replacing honey traps later, for example. I can see from here that we caught 2 tigers overnight. One of them is making a very rude gesture at me.
That's... Yeah, anyway, so I got a strange situation here. Do you remember the seeds I asked you about a few days ago?
Ah, yes, the incredibly toxic Cablaw seeds. You're not having any symptoms, are you? Exploding toes, fur falling out, whiskers turning into bananas?
What? Bananas? No, thanks. I'm doing fine. But I found the place where the seeds are being grown, and based on what your contact told me, they're being turned into fluff.
Fluff?
Yes, you know of it?
Not at all, but you built it up so dramatically. What is fluff?
A new drug. It's much worse than nip. Someone that isn't the Catulets is making it, and I think they killed my victim.
Scandalous!
There's a vat here filled with goopy fluid, crushed leaves, fluff seeds, and worms. I pulled one of them out. It's green. Do you have any idea what they're doing with all this?
Interesting. Bits of plant matter in a fluid suspension. And a green worm, you say?
Light green on dark. Yeah, green as can be.
Oh, why then, that must be one of millions of possible worm species on the planet. I need more cinnamon. How does it taste? Oh, no.
I'm not eating a worm. It's goop on it, and it's a worm.
Stop being hysterical, Cinnamon. Goop is good for you, and hardly any worms are poisonous. Anyway, science is about truth. Do you want the truth about what's going on there? Then lick that worm!
Tabby, help!
What can I do, sir? If that's what the professor says it will take. Lick that worm! Lick it! Lick the worm, Cuddles! Goodness! Lick that worm! Lick that worm!
I just want to point out, before my probable death by worm, that I have regretted not becoming a librarian twice already today, and this makes 3 times.
Cuddles?
Am I dead?
I don't think so, sir.
Then I wish I was. I think my tongue will be broken forever, Tabby. All I taste is worm.
What's the flavor, Cinnamon? The flavor!
Worm flavor? I don't know. It's a bit buttery.
Ah, good. You can put the antidote down, then.
What? You never mentioned an antidote.
Focus, Cinnamon. You've confirmed my suspicions. Those are McClorian greed worms. They're obviously using worms to extract the hallucinogenic compounds from the plants. Ingenious! Crushing the worms later would let them recover the concentrated compounds, and then they simply need to dry it and sell it.
So, these worms can extract fluff? Tabby, do you think that...
I was just thinking the same, sir. Professor, could these worms extract fluff from another source? Say, a person?
Oh, I suppose they might. What an interesting idea. You would simply need a lot more worms, of course, and it would have to be in a confined space.
Such as a vat full of them?
Yes, indeed, Cinnamon. That would definitely do it.
Thanks for your help, Professor.
Oh, only a pleasure, Tabby, and if you... There it goes! After it, boys! Don't let the claws touch you, you'll be turned into...
Professor?
I'm sure she's fine. So, exposing Duncan to a lot of these worms may make him lucid?
Seems like, sir.
Okay, alright, I'm gonna see what I can do to pull that off then.
Das werden wir also versuchen, aber wir wissen noch gar nicht, ob er von dem Zeug abhängig ist. Also, bisher wissen wir ja nur, dass er, naja, ein bisschen matschig in der Birne ist. Aber ansonsten wissen wir es ja gar nicht. Okay, irgendwas müssen wir mit der Schaufensterpuppe anfangen können, mit dem Kopf anfangen können und irgendwas Drohbrief, weiß ich nicht, was das bedeutet, aber wir sollen ja ohnehin zu Duncan zurück, ne? Die Frage ist nur, was machen wir mit ihm? Können wir ihm das Ding zeigen? Warte mal, so, bringt das irgendwas? Okay. Müssen wir den Kopf verbrennen vielleicht? Na gut. Wie reagiert er denn auf den Drohbrief? Okay, dann nicht. Gut, können wir denn sonst noch was machen? Eigentlich nicht. Wir könnten das Fenster öffnen. Okay, cool. Dann sehen wir diesen Pfosten. Können wir den Kopf da drauflegen? Okay. Was ist denn mit dem Wurm? Bringt das was, ihm den zu geben?
Perhaps one worm will do the trick. No change, so okay, I'll definitely need more.
No change. Okay, wir müssen ihn irgendwie erschrecken, ne? Aber wie erschrecken wir ihn denn? Hiermit?
Don't think Duncan will care about that.
Ja, immerhin sagt er schon mal was. Okay. Gut. Kann ich ihn...
Duncan, check this out.
Cool. Hat aber auch nichts gebracht. Hier, guck mal. Guess not. Was ist mit den übrigen Drogen, die er verkauft hat?
Duncan, check this out.
Gar nichts. Keine Reaktion, ne?
You want this, Duncan? Guess not.
Okay, also irgendwie nicht. Was zum Feuer anzünden haben wir auch nicht. Okay, aber das Fenster sollte wohl geöffnet werden. Hier können wir die Puppe da oben... Nee, können wir nicht. Okay, hier sehen wir nur den... Oh, warte mal, wir können uns den ansehen. Warte mal, warum können wir uns den Pfosten ansehen? Okay, aber warum? Oh, sollen wir die... Moment. So, vielleicht im Fenster nach.
Sticking this mannequin's head on a pole is a bit grotesque, but I'm sure he won't complain. Hey, that doesn't look half bad. I bet that I could win the student art prize at Meow Meow Furrington University.
So, hat das schon irgendeinen Effekt? Sprich mit.
When in doubt, lie, as Dad used to say. Actually, Ramon, that was a lie too. He never said that. Hey, Duncan, there's a cat out here who wants to buy all the milk in the world. Can you help him with that?
Okay, immerhin hat's was gebracht. Hinterher, ne? Duncan, das war eine Lüge, sorry. Was geht hier vor?
I can see the fluff from here, Duncan. You're growing it for someone. Who are you working for? Tell me. Come on.
Stoße Duncan weg, was? Ach, dann fällt er da unten in dieses Ding da, ne?
I know you're Mousezilla, Duncan. I saw you at the Memorial Garden. You've been going around in a suit, selling drugs, and getting seen by impressionable cats. Pepe saw you at the Knitty Kitty Club the night Edgar died. I thought he was nuts, but now... Duncan, did you kill Edgar?
Linwin, don't understand Gregor.
You're making fluff here, somehow, but there's no way you're running this operation by yourself. Who's the boss of you, Duncan?
Flup, Angilak, Semisimitam.
It had to be the fluff he was surrounded by that had scrambled his thoughts. I could smell it in the air, making even my brain fizz a little. Knowing that didn't help me figure out how to get through to him, though. I couldn't just send him to the cops. They wouldn't treat him well. As annoying as he was, I felt like he needed my help as much as I needed his.
Okay.
If I can't bring the worms to Duncan, maybe I can introduce Duncan to the worms. This is to help you, Duncan. Don't hate me. Or drown, okay?
Oh. Ow.
Wow, you can really smell that vat from up here now. Duncan falling in must have stirred things up.
Die Augen. Die Augen. Okay. Können wir uns denn jetzt mit ihm... Reise nach... Ja, geht nicht als Schnellreise. Hey, yo. Duncan.
Where am I?
Duncan, you're lucid. Oh, hooray for worms.
Worms? Who are you?
You don't remember me? The establishment? The garden? Being Mousezilla?
I remember. Suits. So many suits. And, yes, you chased me.
Naja.
Yes, I'm Cuddles Nutterbutter. I've been investigating a murder and, well, you're right in the middle of the mess. Who are you making fluff for? Do you remember killing a white cat?
Killing? No, never. I only did what they said.
Who? Scarlet or Bartholomew?
I'll get hurt again if I tell.
No, Duncan. Whomever is behind this, I can protect you from them. I promise you. You will be safe. But I need to know, what is their name? Who is B?
Beatrice!
Ach, das war ja jetzt völlig überraschend.
Beatrice? Wait, what? That's not a common name, and I've heard it tonight already. Beatrice Magtheridon? Tybalt's aunt? The cat that owns the costume shop that you... Oh, yeah, okay. But why? She's richer than 10 fat monkeys and a golden jacuzzi. Why make fluff?
I don't know. She's scary. You make her mad, or don't do as she says. She sends hench tigers after you, or her lackeys will hit you and call you names. And if you need to disappear, she takes you out to the train tracks. And then...
I saw the head in the fridge, I think. I can imagine. Oh, so that's what happened to Cosmo's supplier, I guess. Yikes. Well, arresting an old lady shouldn't be too difficult, at least.
Naja, weiß ich nicht, aber okay.
What happened to you, Duncan? How did you end up like you were?
I was a scientist. She came to me with an idea, and she paid a lot of money. I was greedy. With her funding, I set up this factory, experimented on plants, figured out how to make something more addictive than nip.
Fluff hurts cats, Duncan. Fluff gets people killed. Gumdrop, Edgar, who knows how many others?
I know. I knew. I didn't think they mattered. Lowlifes, I thought. Addicts. Nobody cares. But I've been stuck in a fluff trip for so long, Cuddles. In that world, it's horrible. You can't escape. All you can think is more fluff. I made a terrible mistake. I know that now, and I'm ready to pay for it.
Was?
So, you've been causing all those sightings of Mousezilla?
Yes. My idea before. The fog. Take an existing urban legend and slide into it. If someone saw you, you just ran away. No one, nobody would believe them.
What about Edgar? I know you were there the night he died. If you didn't kill him, as you claim, who did?
I didn't, I swear. I'm still a bit foggy, but I never hurt anyone, ever. I got a call that night from one of her lackeys. Told me to come to Knitty Kitty Club. I went up an elevator.
Bartholomew's office.
If you say so. There was a body. I carried it downstairs. Dumped it in the main area. Stuffed a nip bag they gave me into his hand. Left out the back door.
Okay, so Beatrice sends someone to break into Bartholomew's office to dig around for information. They must have been rifling through the safe itself. And Edgar shows up and surprises them, and they kill him with the first thing at hand, the award. So, it was an accident? After all this, I can hardly believe it.
Wir sind hier fertig. Ja, irgendwie schon. Er ist halt ein, ja.
Your testimony, along with everything here, will be more than enough evidence to put Beatrice and her little operation away.
Good. She needs to stop hurting people.
Well, don't get too excited. You're still an accomplice, Duncan. I can't overlook that. I can keep you safe, but I can't stop the courts. I'll need you to come with me to the police station.
I understand, Detective. I'm ready to face the consequences of my actions. Can I have a few moments for myself? I don't have much here, but I have some things in my shack I'd like to collect.
Sure, I'll meet you at the top.
Lass ihn doch nicht einfach gehen. Hallo? Nein, warte. Cops rufen.
Ramon, I solved it. It was Beatrice. Duncan's been dressing up as Mousezilla for her and selling fluff out of Eustace's mausoleum. He's been out of his head on fluff dust, but I cured him with some worms. That bit sounds a little bit mad, but it's the truth.
Okay.
That is strong. Feeling a little woozy. He'd better move away.
Nee, erst das Telefon benutzen. Hier.
Just a busy tone. She must be on a call.
Ja, dann ruft die Polizei an.
Just a busy tone. She must be on a call.
Okay. Na schön. Also. Oh nein.
Desiree? Hi. What are you doing here? Did Tabby tell you where to find me? Who are your friends? There's so many of them. Did you get your sandwich?
I suppose even the blindest PI can stumble onto the truth by sheer chance.
Oh no, what did blind Paulus Gregg do now?
You! It's you, you idiot! I thought Edgar was stupid, but you've proven there's no limit to the foolishness of cats in this city!
Sorry, Desiree, I don't... Huh? Oh, my head is really spinning. The fluff. Oh, she's making fluff here. Beatrice, a cat mastermind named Beatrice is making fluff.
Beatrice? She couldn't mastermind a potato salad. I'm in control of this, you fool. You understand? I am the cat forging this organization. I use her, not the other way around. All that ancient crone does is throw money around and tie people to train tracks. She wants people to respect her mad family, but she won't stop acting like she ate an entire bush of fluff worms. Meanwhile, I'm the one out there doing what needs to be done. When Bartholomew falls, it will be my face he sees looking back at him.
But you were locked in a chest.
Dumb as a pit of kitten litter. I locked myself in! It should have been so easy to throw you off the trail, but you just wouldn't stop digging. I thought I'd pushed you towards Bartholomew, but then Duncan told me about your encounter at the garden, and I knew I needed to find out what you knew. Thanks for letting me ransack your office for clues. Undisturbed.
Sure thing. No, wait, I mean, joke's on you, there weren't any there.
True, but I had to be sure you didn't have any evidence lying around. You're no Alfonso, that's for sure. When you so helpfully said that you had a lead on Mousilla, I just knew that that walking pile of confusion would let you follow him here. Speaking of borderline incompetence, here it is. At least this milky dum-dum kept you busy until I got here. Duncan! That mousy squeak suit! Go Puppet Land!
If you did anything to Tabby, the girls are gonna be so mad at you. Oh, they're gonna just get you. They're gonna get ya.
You think I'm threatened by a secretary? What will she do? Write me as a mean sticky note? Bring 'em. Sounds like he breathed in the vat fumes. He's gonna be loopy for a while.
My head felt like a pack of marbles inside a tumble dryer at full speed, but I could see that Platy was distracted. I had one shot. I fumbled Ramon out of my pocket and quickly pressed the button to record.
Duncan?
No, not Duncan, you moron! The useless PI!
Oh, okay, because Duncan's my family.
I don't care! Get him and let's go!
Duncan.
The PI! Did you leave your brain at the quartermaster or something? Pay attention, or I'll send you to Beatrice in her trains!
No, sorry, boss. Sorry, boss.
What's that? What are you doing? Almost clever. Of course, now your stupid little tape machine is lost in the trash, and nobody will ever find it. So once again, you fail. Take him! We're done here.
You'll never take me alive! My head? What, where am I?
Nutterbutter?
What flavor should I spray on Cuddles' door tomorrow? Perhaps lychee? Haven't done that one in a while. Although it did give him the zoomies. Hello, sir. Can I help you?
Is this Nutterbutter Investigations?
That's right. If there's a bad thing happening you don't want to happen...
Yes, there is. My name is Duncan. I was...
Duncan! Are you the one Cuddles has been dealing with?
Yes.
Oh, you're Mousezilla, and the milk seller, and the drug dealer. You have too many jobs.
Please, let me explain.
What are you doing here? Where's Cuddles? You better not have hurt him or the girls and I are gonna have a short, sharp chat with ya.
I'm sorry. Cuddles is gone. She took him.
What? Who did? Duncan, tell me.
My head, it's still so confused. He dropped this.
I'm done it, Ramon! I figured out the best place for a nap in Meow Meow.
Come on, sir.
Oh, Ramon, it was the biggest thing I've ever seen in my life! No one's gone! Not is it gonna get me? If anyone hears this, my name is Cuddles Nutterbutter. He's coming back. Here's a big singer.
I just...
I took a quick lick of Tabby's sandwich when she wasn't looking. It was gross. She put mustard on it. It makes me all burpy. She always judges my lunch. She says, a cupcake is yeah, well, a sandwich with only mustard on it, Tabby, isn't a lunch either. Would you quit judging me
Oh
for
my gosh.
cupcakes? It's not like I do it every day. Make sure to, I'll make a note to not tell Tabby that it was gross. Why don't you put mustard, just mustard on bread? Thank you, Ramon.
What? Making a mental note to discuss that at some point.
Desiree's here, and she's got thugs with her. She's working with Beatrice. They're so big and scary. Tabby, if you find this, call the police. Call the police. It's Desiree, Tabby.
Cuddles. That lying little Molly, pretending she was so scared for her well-being. And Beatrice, her stupid fake murder and her stupid trains. Oh, I'll give them both something to be properly afraid of.
I'm sorry. I didn't know what was happening. I think Cuddles thought I tricked him.
Oh, never mind that now. Do you know where Platy might have taken him? Nothing Cuddles described at the junkyard sounded like a headquarters. Where does she operate out of?
The puppet place? Scary puppets?
What? Scary puppets? You mean Lappy and Geronimo? Oh, I'm so sad that I know that.
Yes, the big tent.
A big tent? Like, oh, the abandoned amusement park? Lappy and Geronimo's land of nightmares or whatever.
Yes.
Right. You, listen. Go to the police. Ask for Fuzzball. Tell him everything. Do you understand? Police. Fuzzball. Everything. Tell them to come to the abandoned amusement park right now.
Yes.
Do you still have that Mousezilla suit?
It's right here.
Hand it over.
What are you going to do?
The police might be too late. I need to make sure he's all right. I'm going to rescue Cuddles!
Du rufst die Polizei besser selber an, du. Okay.
Slow elevator.
Slow. Oh, I keep asking them to do something about it. It takes like a minute to arrive. Remember, police, Platy, Fuzzball, amusement park.
Police. Amusement park.
Well, girls, it looks like we've got ourselves a PI to rescue.
Ich mag sie.
Right. Must be the hench tigers that Cuddles mentioned.
Come on, Seven. Just tell me. Forget it, Dro. I can't forget it. You're annoyed about something. I can tell.
I'm not annoying. That
Was?
scarf isn't... Wait, shut up.
Oh, okay. Warte mal. Oh, okay. Portolette. Warte.
I'll just hold it in. I don't fancy experiencing any of the, facilities around here.
Wir können noch ein paar Sachen angucken.
All of yarn. That looks like a family-friendly ride. I'd consider bringing Mum, if this whole place wasn't a death trap.
Also ich nehme mal an, dass wir nicht so einfach... Oh, okay.
Probably some flimsy machine that creaks as it swings towards you at 1 revolution per hour.
Wir werden hier nicht einfach reinkommen, nicht wahr?
Scratch post drop. Oh yeah! I used to date someone who was really good at that. He could stop himself halfway down the wall. Claws like titanium.
Lappy und Geronimo Schild. Warte.
Lappy and Geronimo's Ultra Play Fun Park. Oh, it's that puppet thing that Cuddles likes. Really not sure what got Cuddles interested in a TV show aimed at kittens. Some mean-looking minions. Weird that they dress the same. I guess a willingness to conform is part of being a good goon.
Keine Ahnung, weiß ich nicht. Ist das so? Hier, können wir das schon mal anziehen? Nee, benutzen.
Should all be used to Duncan walking around in his mouse suit. I can use this as a disguise. I just need somewhere out of sight to get changed.
Ach so. Ja, okay, gut. Hier, da. Portolette.
Should be able to change unseen inside here. Time to see if this suit works as well as I hope.
Okay.
Alright, she's gone. Just tell me what's the matter.
Ah, fine. You want to know what's got me annoyed, 12? Your scarf.
What? Why? I love the scarf. Really sets off my fur.
No, it doesn't. The scarf is orange and so's your fur. If anything, they blend together in a confusing amalgam that... Just forget it. That's not the point. You can't wear it anymore, 12.
Says you. I checked the handbook, and there was nothing about invalid work attire. So I think you'll find that I'm well within my rights.
What handbook? We don't have a handbook. We're hench tigers.
Someone wasn't paying attention during orientation, I see. And thanks to my scarf, we're now hench tigers with style.
Since when is style part of our remit? We're supposed to look threatening and do as we're told.
I can look threatening and fabulous at the same time. Thank you very much.
No, 12? No, you can't. And I know that because we all look the same, and none of us can pull that off. Your scarf is ruining the effect. And the other hench tigers are really concerned that, in the event of an enemy incursion, the scarf will lead to a rout.
Who cares about them? I have the heart of a tiger.
Where? In a jar? You can't have the heart of a tiger, 12.
Oh, meine Güte.
Tigers. That's just what we're called. Because when someone says, a wall of hench tigers is coming towards us, they get scared. Whereas when someone says, a wall of random cats plus one with a scarf is coming towards us, the effect is significantly less imposing.
Yeah, but perhaps... Right, so listen. Perhaps if we all wore scarves, they'll say, look at all those hench tigers wearing scarves. They're not afraid to express themselves. That makes me feel insecure about myself.
Ja, das funktioniert.
To run away.
12. Do you know the zebra effect? It's what keeps hench tigers like you and me safe. We all look identical. So when we hang out in large numbers, like here, we blend together. It's intimidating. People don't see us as individuals. We're just a mass of muscle. They get scared, and they run away, and we don't have to fight anyone. So, if one of us decides to wear, oh, I don't know, a scarf, then suddenly they're different, able to be picked out of a group. Oh, people will say, look at that one specific hench tiger. They don't look like the others, and their scarf doesn't even go with their fur. They must be weaker than the rest, both physically and emotionally. Let's go for them first. And then, bing, bang, bosh. You got someone smacking your head with a tree branch, and the rest of us are being chased around like common house cats.
That doesn't sound very likely.
Just take off the scarf, 12.
Okay.
When last did Duncan wash this? Has he ever washed it? Cuddles isn't the only one whose life might be in danger now.
Okay, können wir denn jetzt einfach so vorbei? Ich meine, die beiden haben uns doch gesehen, wie wir da reingegangen sind. Hallo. Musketier. Lecken? Nee, sprich mit.
Hey, Duncan.
Oh.
Come here. Heard you lured that annoying PI to your junkyard to trap him.
Squeak?
Yeah, that is so true. Couldn't have said it better myself. Listen, let me ask you something. What do you think of 12 Scarf?
Squeak! Squeak.
You what? How could you say that? I'm a person, Duncan. I have feelings and...
Oh, meine Güte.
I was trying to be more diplomatic than that. But he's right, 12.
You're all meanies. I'm going to...
Two-thirds 12. You'll get over it. That was pretty harsh, Duncan. Something got you in a bad mood today? Someone drink all your milk? Anyway, guess you're looking for Desiree? She's inside somewhere.
Okay, gut, dann gehen wir doch jetzt mal. Wir dürfen da rein. Okay, hat keiner gemerkt.
You working tonight?
Squeak.
Whoa, don't have to bite my head off. Fine, no more questions. But since you're here, you'll need to come to the tent later. The quartermaster scheduled mandatory sensitivity training today for all staff.
Was?
Someone say she's more of a don't, and now we all have to listen to a lecture on disrespecting people's manners.
Oh, meine Güte. Aber sie geht weg. Curious Cases. Okay, back into minutes. Warte, erst gucken.
Looks like one of those confectionery stands for selling popcorn and other goodies. Cleaner than everything else. And with a back soon sign? Does someone work here?
Weiß ich nicht, aber kommen wir da irgendwie ran?
I don't have anything like the right training or credentials to operate a confectionery stand at an amusement park.
Naja, komm schon. Also, naja, gut. Riesenrad!
This thing looks even worse up close. They could torture people just by pushing them onto all the jagged, rusted metal.
Okay, und es ist auch ziemlich vermoost, also damit fahren wird wohl nicht mehr.
I need to report this to the city's safety council as soon as we get back to the office.
Nein, ja. Aber das wird wohl nicht nötig sein, weil dieser Vergnügungspark ist doch abandoned, soweit ich das gesehen habe. Hier geht es auch noch weiter. Erstmal gucken.
Oh, Cuddles is gonna lose his mind when he sees this. They made people pay to look at this. What a scam.
Wir schauen uns erstmal hier um, bevor wir da reingehen. Ne? Vielleicht findet sich ja noch was. Und?
Some random junk.
Da ist das Zelt. Okay. Das heißt, wir müssten tatsächlich erstmal hier reingehen. Nee, wenn da das Zelt ist, dann möchte ich hier erstmal reingehen. Warte mal, Alfonsos alte Fälle.
And
Oh
that's
nein.
why you'll never get me to talk.
I don't want you to talk. For the 10th time, shut up.
Oh, you just love that, wouldn't you, Platty?
Yes! And stop calling me that.
Well, I don't want to. Platty. Meow, meow, meow. Who would ever take the Kremiston crime family seriously, huh? What are you gonna do? Gonna rob bake sales? Platty?
Can't we measure him?
Someone didn't bring anything to gag him with.
Was it me?
Yes.
Okay, but they said they had to take my sister to her drama class, so I was in a rush, but I don't hear so good on my ear holes. So when you yelled at me over the phone, I got flustered, and
Remind me, what did you bring instead of a gag?
a tag from my shirt.
Right. So, we won't be muzzling him, and your punishment is to stay here and listen to him spouting fluff-induced madness!
Foiled by your own minions. Speaking of which, here's your mousy one too, Duncan, or as I will now call you, the trainer mouse. No cat, you're a mouse cat. Come to tell me more distracting lies while you wait for your boss to kidnap me again.
Why? Would I kidnap you? Again! I already caught you!
I don't know. You're the criminal mastermind.
You are a very annoying prisoner. Did you know that? Duncan! Stay here with 5 and watch this fool! I'm going to get the airship ready.
That's right. Run away in terror from my implacable truths. You won't get away with this.
Okay, sie ist weg.
Guys, so listen. She's gotten away with this, but only for now. There's still a chance. Join me. Join the good guys. We can team up and put an end to Platy's drug empire, and you'll be a hero. I'll put a good word for you in with the police. They love me.
No.
Come on, you can work for me. I've always wanted someone to stand threateningly behind me during interrogations. You never heard a good cop terrifying hench tiger?
No. Oh, I'm sick of your voice already. The cat, stay here. Boss that guard outside.
Okay. Squeak. Okay, das heißt, wir können uns hier jetzt umsehen und wir können ihn vor allen Dingen anquatschen.
That's the same plant Professor Huggy had in her office. I told Cuddles it just wanted to be his friend when it bit him.
Okay.
Cyclopean terror? They kind of forgot about the rest of the monster, it seems.
Oh, warte mal, können wir irgendwas davon mitnehmen? Augenblick mal. So.
See how this could help free Cuddles.
Weiß ich auch nicht, aber hey.
I can't think how this could help us escape.
Naja. Benutzen. Falsches Skelett. Falsches?
I have to do everything in my power to stop Cuddles from befriending this monstrosity and inviting it to the office.
Okay, ich verstehe. Vielleicht nicht so eine gute Idee, ne? Okay. So, wir können mit ihm reden, ne? Hey, yo, was geht?
I should have never trusted you, Duncan. This is your master plan all along. Lower my suspicions, lure me to a junkyard, make me lick a worm. You monster! How many years have you been planning this? 10 years? 100? No, 1,000?
Cuddles, it's me.
Tabby, you've been eaten by Mousezilla. Oh no!
No.
You were Mousezilla the whole time? I knew it.
What? No, I got the suit from Duncan. He brought Ramon to me after you were kidnapped, and I heard everything. And now, I'm here to rescue you.
Oh, wow, Tabby. No one's ever rescued me before. This is amazing. Best day ever. All right, here's the plan. You head back to the office and call the remote. Police and I will track Platy down and stop her from escaping.
Cuddles, do you feel all right? You seem manic, more than usual.
I've literally never felt better, Tabby. Tabster, Tabaroony, Tabba, Wabba, Gongo, Skrunk.
Right.
Yeah.
Cuddles, listen to me. I think you've been drugged. Did they give you anything? Did you lick anything?
Worm.
Okay, yes, the worm. Sorry about that. But the professor said that would be safe, so please tell me you didn't lick anything else.
I don't need to lick things, Tabby. Oh, the air is my drug.
Of course. The air at the junkyard must be saturated with raw fluff powder. Oh, I hope you didn't breathe in too much of it.
Hey, Tabby. I'm in a cage. Can you see? Look at me.
Yes, sir. And I'm gonna get you out of there. Somehow. Sir, focus. Oh, I'm really sorry, but you need this. Oh, Alfonso is a better PI than you!
What did you just say?
But if you solve this case, sir, you can change that. No, not a case. A toad. This is the one, sir. The big, bumpy, leathery toad of a case that's gonna make you famous. It'll be Alfonso's turn to be number 2. So I need you to concentrate and be rational, because we're gonna have to work together to figure this out to stop that dirty Molly Platy.
Yeah. Okay. I've got this. this, Tabby. I'm in control. My head's a bit light, but I'll push through. But you need to...
Cuddles, if you so much as suggest that I go back to the office, you'll regret it. The girls and I did not come all this way to save you, only to turn around and...
Are you kidding, Tabby? I once saw you put a guy in a chokehold for 10 minutes because he pushed his girlfriend around at a bar. You are terrifying. Of course, I want you watching my back. I was going to say, you need to get me out of this cage.
Oh ja, no, let's do that.
Okay. Oh, jetzt können wir zwischen den beiden wechseln. Ach, wie cool. Ja, wie cool. Das heißt, wir können Sachen austauschen, was uns im Moment überhaupt nichts bringt, weil er nämlich gar nichts dabei hat. Wie? Sie haben ihm die ganze Klamotte abgenommen? Das ist doof. Okay. Aber was können wir denn machen? Warte mal, guck mal da. Was ist das? Das haben wir noch nicht gesehen.
I don't like the look of that.
Warum nicht? Warte.
This isn't well supported at all.
Okay, eine dünne Wand oder irgendwie sowas, ne? Ist schon Riss drin. Also vielleicht ein Ausweg, aber warte mal, falsches Skelett. Da können wir einen Knochen vielleicht von nehmen. Nee, warte, wieso soll...
I have to do everything in my power to stop.
Okay, gut, das haben wir schon gehört. Was ist denn mit dem... Was ist denn Stangen benutzen?
The cage is old and the metal seems a bit fatigued.
Okay. Aber wir haben nichts dabei. Naja, drauf einschlagen wird wahrscheinlich nichts bringen. Das wird nur die Leute auf den Plan rufen, ne? Nee, nicht Cuddles, sondern Stangen. Da. Es braucht genau den einzigen.
You need to borrow the girls, sir, in case that guard comes back.
Oh, they're probably far too small for my paws, Tabby.
Actually, I think they'll fit you perfectly.
Yes, thank you, Tabby. Best you keep them.
Okay, gut. Ich behalte sie. Hast du sie behalten? Du hast sie behalten. Okay, wir sehen uns draußen um. Okay, Kiste Müll. Haben wir da irgendwas drin, was wir gebrauchen können?
Nothing in there seems interesting.
Warte mal, habe ich das eben richtig gesehen? War das Ding offen? Oh, das Ding ist offen. Oh, hallo!
Duncan! Did you clog up the portal litter again? Seven says it's making a noise like his stomach after he visits Porky Pete's.
Squeak?
I knew it! What is wrong with all of you? Go and clean it up immediately.
Squeak.
Well, that's not my problem now, is it? You should have thought of that before you started wearing big, fat, clumsy suits all the time.
Ja, schon klar.
Do you know how much I already have on my plate, and now you're putting this on me too?
Squeak!
Oh, fine. I'll go do it like I do everything. I'm making this your problem in exchange. Kitty said to get rid of it. It's some cat's collection of trash, I don't know.
Squeakers.
It's a briefcase. What does it look like? And I don't care what you do with it. Eat it, burn it, throw it in the ocean. I don't care. Just make it not my problem, aight?
Squeak?
Do not take that tone with me. Get out of here.
Yeah, get out of here.
This must be everything Cuddles had in his briefcase.
Was?
Maybe there's something in here that could...
Ja, lass mal gucken.
A singed plushie? Oh, whiskers. I hope he can improvise.
Doch, das ist sogar cool. Warte mal, das ist sogar cool. Das sollte sogar schon reichen, weil... Oh, ich muss niesen.
That doesn't need to get whip hook and hook whippy ding dong. Ach ja.
Okay, gut, so nicht, aber mit den Stangen.
Cuddles can manage on his own, I'm sure.
Was? Okay.
This looks useful.
I told you, Tabby. We need to patent the whip hook before someone else invents it.
Right after we stop the murderer, sir.
Right, yes, but straight after that.
Okay. Er hat damit aber noch nichts gemacht. Warte mal, muss das in Cuddles machen? Warum kannst du das nicht machen? Oh, weil du das dicke Kostüm anhat.
Stick?
I only have one, so we'll have to share.
That be necessary, sir.
Okay. Gut, die anderen Sachen weiß ich jetzt im Moment noch nicht, aber dann lass uns mal... Nee, halt, warte mal. Geh du mal ein bisschen beiseite, damit ich hier Platz habe. So, kann Cuddles das denn tun?
Can I repeat the success of whip hook and make a stick thing with this? Or maybe not.
Okay, gut, nicht Peitschenhaken. Also schön an die Stange.
Maybe if I wrap the whip around the bars, you can pull on it or something.
Gut, das hat er schon mal getan. Nee, das ist ein alter Trick. Das läuft schon. Pass mal auf. So.
Perhaps I can use this to twist the bars.
Richtig. Okay, und jetzt?
Tabby, it's working. The bars are bending.
Das ist ja verrückt.
Almost there. Yes.
Okay. Na guck.
I'm free, Cuddles Nutterbutter, destroyer of cages. Oh, we will make them rue the day they put me in there. Tabby, here's the plan. I'm gonna get into that Mousezilla suit with you, with each of us operating one half of it. We'll explore and identify all the key locations. Things on top half. Once that's done, we'll feign a broken leg and fall over. Oh, screaming for help. When the hench tigers gather in concern, we'll burst out of the suit like a mousy piñata. They will assume Duncan has exploded from a fluff overdose and faint. I will then tie them up while you muffle them with the scraps from the suit. Finally, we'll dress up as the hench tigers, find Platy, and work our way into her confidence over a period of weeks. Then one day, when she least expects it, justice!
That's a very intricate plan, sir. Good work. But what if we try something else first?
Well, I suppose we can give that a shot. But if it all goes south, combo suit time. Oh, wow. I think the fluff taught me karate.
Okay, sie sagt gar nichts mehr. Okay, also, ja gut. Er hat immer noch nichts. Das ist vielleicht auch besser so. Was können wir denn mit ihr machen? Können wir mit den Mädels die Wand einhauen?
Maybe not.
Maybe not? Was meinst du mit maybe not? Ja, der Rest können wir eigentlich nichts mitmachen, ne? Also, wir müssen hier vermutlich den hier loswerden, ne?
Squeak.
What do you want to do?
Willst du eine Pause machen?
Squeaky, squeak, squeakerino.
Thanks, Duncan, but I'd rather stay here. I don't want to run into Miss Kitty again because she's so mean to me.
No. Dann ehrlich überrein. Logis muss natürlich Dinge machen.
Squeaky, squeak, 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 squeaker.
Your generosity is truly...
Also, wieso versteht er das?
But I'm going to stay here and think about my life. Do you ever do that? Duncan?
Never.
Wonder about the steps you took that ended with you standing here in a mouse suit, talking to cat with a painted on style. I've made a lot of choices to get here, and sometimes when I'm late at night, they haunt me.
Okay, gut. Ja, das ist super.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Oh, alright.
Okay, wie locken wir den denn jetzt weg? Warte, wie locken wir den denn jetzt weg? Wir locken den weg mit, das hier ist die andere Seite, ne? Gerissene Wand. Ja, genau. Kann ich hier irgendwas machen? Da noch nicht. Oh, cool. Das heißt, wir müssen ihn hierher locken, ja? Kann ich das mit Ramon tun?
This should draw the hench tiger's attention. I just need to pick a suitably attention-grabbing statement.
Can you put some watermelon on that for me? Yeah. Yes, I know it's a hot dog.
I guess the watermelon thing? Sure.
Okay. Okay, sie hat es schon getan. Und jetzt? Oh, warte. Und jetzt die Mädels? Funktioniert das? Oh, schade. Okay. Warte mal, können wir die Stange da raus... Nee, können wir nicht. Er hat es ja auch noch nicht gerafft, ne? Warte mal, braucht es dann noch was? Weiß ich nicht. Nochmal quatschen?
Squeak!
Over to you, right, Daggy.
Ja. Ich habe eine Stimme von der Seite des Gebäudes. Ja, super, das passt doch super.
Squeak, squeak!
He can't have escaped. No. He went.
Mhm.
Oh, Ramon, it was the biggest scene I've ever seen in my life, and I don't know where it's gone. And is it gonna get me?
What? How did he escape? Oh, Platty will blow her top if she finds out. They can't follow me.
Okay, er geht da rum. Alles cool, soweit.
Hiding in here, Duncan. You keep an eye out while I look for him.
Ja, das mache ich sehr gerne. Warum greifen wir ihn nicht direkt an? Wäre das eine Idee?
Those do not go together.
Okay, einfach nur punchen oder was?
If I push this down, it should land on the hench tiger outside. Oh, but I'm gonna need some more force. Sir, come and help me push down this wall.
Das macht ihr super. Und? Okay. Gar nicht vorhersehbar.
I think it landed on the hench tiger outside. He's not going anywhere, right?
Das hätte es aber auch ein bisschen einfacher haben können. Also, dann nichts wie raus. Kommt er jetzt mit oder was? Nee, er kommt nicht mit. Okay, leider ist Ramon dabei. Nun, tja. Nichts weiter? Gar nichts weiter?
Actually very tempting. Final insult sort of thing. But I don't know when he last bathed.
Ja, okay. Wo ist Ramon? Wir brauchen Ramon. Ach mei. So, müssen wir hier noch irgendwas machen? Oder kann ich da jetzt direkt hin? Irgendwie?
It seems like all the hench tigers are in there, sir. Some kind of meeting. I can hear Platty too. I'll sneak in quickly and see what's going on.
Be careful, Tabby.
Okay. I will, sir. Take all the things I've got on me in case they make a noise. I need to keep a low profile.
Oh, good thinking. Yeah, you're like a super spy.
So remember, management expects you to be the best hench tiger you can be. And if you can't, Beatrice will tie you down and run a train over you. Next agenda point. There have been more complaints of certain henches consuming other henches' lunches. Now, I don't want to point claws, but if we could all just be respectful of one another's food, it will certainly help to maintain a positive work environment. Oh, Duncan, come here for a minute.
Ach nee, ich möchte gar nicht so gerne. Was?
So guys, I know we've been having a tough time the last few days, what with the dead Montemutes making the customers jittery and all. I spoke to Miss K and Miss B and got permission for a little entertainment. They've been working on a new strain of fluff, and from what I've seen, it's gonna be a hit. Take a look at this. Duncan, breathe in.
Oh nein. Oh nein. Oh Tabby. What? Was? Musketier benutzen?
Pow! Tell my kittens I love them.
Okay.
Pow!
Was? Tabby. Und die anderen stehen einfach da rum und machen gar nichts. Die anderen stehen einfach da rum und machen gar nichts.
Bam! Slam!
I bleed.
Er läuft nicht mehr weg oder irgendwas. Gar nichts.
Not in the face.
Doch, in the face. In the face. Oh. Oh.
Tabby, can you hear me?
Cuddles? Why are you a floating head?
Gosh, your eyes, Tabby. I think they blew some fluff into your face. Here, sit down, Tabs. Deep breaths. That was incredible, though, Tabs. I heard screaming, and I ran in to save you, but you knocked them all out.
What? Who? The floating inflatable clown, maybe? Oh, I don't feel good, sir.
Okay, let's get you out of that suit. It's covered in the stuff.
Oh, meine Güte. Oh, arme Tabby.
Big breaths, okay? Okay, there you go, Tabs.
Thanks for getting the fluff off me, sir. Oh, I didn't like that.
Are you feeling all right, Tabs?
I feel more like myself again, sir, but my head's still swimming, and...
What? What's wrong?
Quick question. Are my legs maybe... Are they still balloons? Or blue?
Wow, okay, you keep resting, Tabs. I'll poke around.
Okay. Tabs. Oh, Mann. Oh, arme Tabs. Musketier.
Nothing will rouse them for hours yet.
Ja, sie hat hier ganze Arbeit geleistet, ne?
Much use for an unconscious hench tiger, perhaps as a briefly interesting art piece.
Naja. Aber hier, guck mal, Terminal, was ist damit?
That looks technical. Maybe there's some info on there. Tabby, look at this! I mean, no, don't. Stay there and rest. But it's all here. The junkyard, manufacturing numbers, equipment designs.
Ooh.
Oh, Platty's been using an airship to shuttle the fluff from the junkyard to here for distribution right across the bay at night.
An airship? Sir, she said she was going to get the airship ready when I found you in the cage.
Oh, Whiskers, she's probably going to try to use that to get away.
That exit there has to lead to the airship. Quick, help me up. We'll make sure she doesn't... Ooh, my head.
Tabby!
I'm fine. Let's go. The girls and I have a few things we want to say to that kidnapping little cucumber head.
Tabby, you're not fine. You just sucked in a small child's weight in fluff. I barely breathed in any at the junkyard, and you saw what it did to me.
It doesn't matter how I feel, sir. We can't let her get away.
I know, and I won't.
Cuddles.
You've helped me more than enough on this case already, Tabby, and you're in no shape to do anything until the fluff wears off. Don't worry. I've got this. I have a brilliant plan.
Does it in any way involve disguising yourself as Mousezilla and working your way into her confidence over a period of weeks?
Not this time, Tabster, I promise. You keep resting and catch the police up on everything when they get here. I'm going to stop Platty.
I don't like you doing this alone, sir, but I trust you. Go get her.
Okay, die Übersetzung war da ein kleines bisschen zu kurz. Okay, nichts mehr, ne? Ja, komm, gehen wir da mal hin. Luftschiff.
Thanks for all your help, Tabs, on everything. I'll see you soon, okay? Remember, deep breaths.
This isn't the first time I've been accidentally dosed with hallucinogens in a tent, sir.
Oh, that's good to hear. Wait, what? I don't get it.
Just go.
Okay.
Here's the airship. Whiskers, that thing is huge, and it's getting ready to take off. You'll have to try harder than that to escape me, Platty.
Boaty McBoatface. Okay. Fenster benutzen. Komme ich da ran? Schiffsname.
I can't do much with this. Maybe steal it and use it on something entirely unrelated. It is a tragedy that such a noble and indeed historic name has been wasted on this vessel of criminal enterprise.
Okay, jetzt aber hier Fenster benutzen.
There's a ladder right there. I don't need to climb in through the windows.
Was? Wo ist eine Leiter? Ich sehe keine Leiter. Da, guck mal, da ist sogar ein Fenster offen. Da ist eine Leiter. Nee, hier geht lieber in das Fenster. Ich finde das viel besser. Inkognito. Okay, gut. Ich musste die Leiter benutzen. Aber dann werden wir doch gesehen. Das war aber wirklich in letzter Minute.
Oh, Platty, Bo Batty. Come out wherever you are.
This is what I get for relying on other people. I suppose the hench tiger simply let you out when you asked.
I escaped, actually, with my skills and a stick and a sexy whip. No, not a sexy whip. Forget that bit. Point is, it's over now, Platty. You've got nowhere to go, and the police are heading our way.
Nowhere to go? How you tracked me this far, I'll never understand. Do you even have a brain? I'm on an airship, you buffoon. I can go anywhere I like. As for the police, well, they're welcome to all the hench tigers they can round up at that decrepit park. I'll be long gone before the sun rises.
You won't
get away with this? I already have, you moron. I have an airship full of fluff, a bag of bees' money, and a pocket full of seeds. You and your meddling have ultimately achieved nothing. So I can't go back to Meow Meow Furrington. So what? I can take my pick of other countries and simply start over. I'll treat this whole escapade as a learning opportunity. As for you, well, your body can be a cautionary tale for this traitorous city when it washes up on shore tomorrow.
Was? Oh nein.
Hey, whoa there, I see. Okay. Gun time. Already. Fair enough, but indulge me a little bit first.
I am so tired of your whiny voice. No! You're done! Take a good look out at the city you've worked so tirelessly to help. It doesn't care. It barely knows you exist. And once we get over deep water, I'll send your body down into it. It'll forget even that much.
Well then, I guess we've got something in common, because it doesn't know you exist either, Pletty.
We have nothing in common, you worm. The city will learn what I tried to do, and the people will agree. And it will be your name that they try to forget. Cuddles Nutterbutter, the cat who ruined everything.
Oh, I think not, Ms. Dramatic. My assistant has my diary recorder. She knows exactly how things actually went down. Duncan will confess. Your partner in crime, Beatrice, will be arrested, and you'll be nothing but a footnote on the coffee-stained pages of this case. If anything, Edgar will emerge as the hero, the only one in this whole sorry mess who maybe tried to do something that would be good for everyone else, not just for himself.
Edgar? A hero? Never! He was a Montague.
Just because Edgar was a Montague doesn't mean he was just treading the same path. He had lost someone he cared about. He was trying to make things better. He could have united the families, Montague and Capulet, under one person. He could have been negotiated with. Things could have been different. But you've set them at each other's throats now, and who knows how bad things will get before it's over.
I'm glad I killed him, men. Why don't you see it? We need them to fight amongst themselves to weaken one another. The Montagues, the Capulets, the Megtheridons, they're all just cats who got lucky in life and never had to sacrifice anything for what they have. They can't change. None of them can change. And cats like you just keep making excuses for them. You're complicit.
I don't support what they do, but that doesn't mean I believe people should go around murdering them. That doesn't make me complicit. It makes me better.
It makes you the same. You do nothing. I have worked. I have planned. I have given everything all by myself. And cats like you want me to let them just carry on? No! They don't deserve what they have. I do. So I will take it all and do it all properly.
Platty, the crime lord, here to ruin the day.
Stop calling me that stupid name. She won't exist much longer. Nobody will remember her. But I'll make sure they remember Kitty.
If by remember you mean hate, then sure. You think cats will praise you for creating fluff after it ruins their city?
I don't care. Better to be hated than powerless.
Oh meine Güte.
You seem to think the people will side with you even as you ignore every single individual you've abused. What about Duncan, for example? You kept him addled on fluff, making and selling drugs for you. Fluff ruined him. He had a respectable life before you. Who knows if he'll ever recover? And you want to do the same to countless others.
Oh, please. He leapt at the chance to get involved. He was quite the nip user already, I suspect. Probably needed the money to keep the habit or something. I still had to do almost everything myself. He truly is useless. But at least he can do one last good thing and help take the fall for all this.
You know, the Montamues and the Catulets keep their power because they're not foolish enough to throw the people they depend on under the bus the moment the winds change. It's not a failing to need others, Platty. Do you get that? Everyone does, in some way. Family, friends, co-workers.
And that is why they will all fail. Weak points! Look at you with your sad little secretary. She couldn't stop you ending up here with a gun on you, did she?
Oh, she could have, but I didn't want her to go to prison for beating you senseless.
Like I said, weakness.
Puh, hier wird aber eine Menge aufgeworfen, ne?
You must realize that by running away, you're leaving the door open to Bee getting all the credit for this instead of you.
Bee? Beatrice? She can barely string a sentence together. She's moggy about trains. She couldn't mastermind a...
Potato salad, yes, you've mentioned, but somehow you've missed the simple fact that all you need to do to convince people of something is to confirm their expectations. The city knows about the Magtheridons, old money weirdos who live in crazy castles. Of course one was masterminding a drug operation. It will take no convincing at all. It's her that your hench tigers are really afraid of, after all. She's the one putting heads in freezers to motivate people. She's the one running cats over with trains. I can see the headline now. Weirdo Magtheridon kills innocent Montamu and also city's most beloved PI while running secret drug ring, because of course she did.
They all know what I did. Nobody will fall for that pathetic lie.
Maybe, but my secretary, the one you were so dismissive about, she's real smart, and she'll be pretty mad that you shot me. So I think she'll put her writing talents to use and make sure that not a single newspaper article so much as mentions the name Platty Cremiston.
It doesn't matter. I will return one day. And when I do, when this city is crying out to be saved from those monsters, then they will welcome me back with open arms.
So Edgar was just someone for you to exploit, and yet you think you're better than any of the other families.
Edgar was a fool. If it hadn't been me, it would have just been someone else.
Or it would have been nobody, and he would have lived a long and fulfilling life. You don't know. None of us know, Platty. And you can't invoke fate like a washcloth to sweep across the past and erase what you wrote there.
What I wrote? It's his own fault he died. All I did was sneak the keycard for his father's office out of his jacket at the club that night. He was already so drunk he never noticed. I was gonna leave it in my room after and tell him he dropped it if he came asking. But I left the elevator unlocked for a quick escape, and he wasn't supposed to come back. I just wanted some dirt on Bartholomew.
Platty, what are you doing? Did you steal my card?
Edgar, darling, I'm so glad you're here. We need to talk.
Answer the question, Platty. Platty, look at me.
I told you not to call me Platty!
So it wasn't planned. Figures. The body being moved hardly any distance. The messy clues left all over, leaving the murder weapon in Bartholomew's safe. Very you, all in all. Well done for sticking to your brand, Platty. Selfish short-sightedness.
Your stupidity is truly incredible. Are you insulting me while I have a gun on you? For that matter, do you really think you could just climb on board and stop me?
Well, I had a small hope that you'd just turn yourself in, but then the gun came out. And that wasn't entirely unexpected. You're just the sort to carry one, after all. Now, normally I'd make up a half-baked plan on the fly, same as you like to do, but not this time. No, not this time. I knew exactly what to do before I climbed on board. And when I put that plan in motion, you didn't even realize it. You didn't even realize it's happening right now, and it's working perfectly.
Plan? What plan? flying police cars coming to arrest me? Some unlikely homemade contraption of rubber bands and exercise weights designed to incapacitate me?
Nothing that grand. See, my best friend is sitting in that big tent of yours, slowly coming down from a dangerous high that your fluff sent her on, and that made me mad. I finally understand what was going on in Edgar's head when he found out that Gumdrop died of fluff. He was like me, couldn't just stand aside and watch his friends suffer. She's pretty unstoppable, Tabby is, but that fluff did a number on her. Still, if I'd let her, she'd definitely have climbed on board and tried to claw you to shreds. But, like I said, I kinda anticipated the gun, and I would rather die than see that amazing cat get hurt anymore by the likes of you, Platty. So, I had to do this, because if I didn't, no force on Firth could have stopped Tabby, drugged or not, from doing it herself.
That's your genius plan? Come after me so she won't? That's not a plan. That's idiotic. Suicidal. Weakness.
Well, half the plan. The second half is even simpler. Keep you talking until we've flown far enough away that she won't hear the gunshot.
You know, maybe I was wrong about you. I don't think others have made you weak at all. I think the weakness is just who you are. What sort of selective world do you see through those eyes, I wonder? Then again, I don't really care. Goodbye, Cuddles.
I thought it was all over for me then. I was prepared to die. What I wasn't expecting was to live, really. It was a genuine problem. Surviving the bullet almost killed me. Oh, cucumbers, that hurt. How am I not dead?
Wegen deines... Oh, meine Güte, wegen der Ermittlerdienstmarke. Okay, komm mal schnell hier zum offenen Fenster. Warte mal, dahin. Warte, wie muss ich das machen? So?
I need to shimmy closer first.
Okay, gut, ja. Wow, wow, wow. Da haben sie aber eine Menge...
Keep shimmying. Just keep shimmying. And don't die.
Da haben sie aber eine...
It'd be pretty depressing to survive being shot and then fall to my death right after.
Ja, okay. Da haben sie aber eine Menge Fenster aufgemacht, Türen aufgemacht.
Get stuck on my cake hand. I mean my love handles. Made it. Almost there.
Love handles, das ist genau das Richtige.
It hit my badge head on. Oh wow. I will never again complain about how heavy it is.
Ja, wir haben hier einiges sprechende Rohre.
Looks like some sort of speaking tube. Feeds down from the upper deck.
Ist das eine gute Idee?
Not to do that. I don't want to draw unnecessary attention to myself right now.
Ja, sie glaubt ja im Moment noch, dass du tot bist.
This is useless. Why don't they have a DIY escape kit down here or something?
Weiß ich nicht. Müll benutzen? Nee, Tür benutzen?
Platty's up there. Better not. I have to find another way out of this.
Okay, gut. Was macht dieser Hebel? Möchte jemand mal raten?
Hey! Who's there?
Oh, whiskers.
Nee. Okay.
Who's down there? Hench tigers? I told you to stop chasing mice in the hold!
Spogger Lakey-Wog.
Duncan, you imbecile! What are you doing in the cargo hold? You're supposed to be guarding the idiot cat!
Whoop, whoop, whoop! Charcoal underwear!
Shut up! Now I'm stuck with you until we reach Pashan. You are so annoying. I don't want to see you once until we arrive. Do you hear? Just stay down there and don't break anything.
A Dipsy Rack!
Okay, aber wir sind dem einmal entkommen, aber was muss ich tun? Was muss ich tun? Das kann ich auch nicht nehmen. Warte mal, was gibt es da noch zu sehen? Okay, das da gibt es. Kiste benutzen. Wofür?
Come on, you big stupid cube! Pepe was right. You are the worst shape.
Okay, das hat funktioniert. Cool. Aber warum? Aber warum? Nicht die Tür, ne? Kann ich nochmal den Hebel benutzen? Ich weiß aber nicht, wofür. Also. Okay, irgendwas. Warte, jetzt?
Whiskers. We're gonna have a long chat when we land, Duncan. And it will involve lots of hitting.
Na, guck mal.
There we go, Platty. All snug in that box. Full of yummy fluff to give you a taste of what you put so many others through. Do they say vertical lines are slimming or fattening? Well, either way, you'll be behind some for the rest of your life. Lots of time to find that one out. Sugar. Now, to land this thing without dying in a hugely ironic fireball. So, this lever must control... Oh, what are you doing? Ship, stop turning upside down, friend. Ah! Now turn the other way. Yes. So, okay, thank you. Just stay like that. Why are you going up? I want to go down. Oh, Tabby! Ramon! Edna! Someone help me! The ship has gone mad! Oh, wait a minute. No, it's fine. I was pulling the up lever? Anyway, sorry, that's on me. The labeling here is terrible. All right, down we go. Steady does it. Why am I upside down again? Yeah, okay, I got it.
Oh nein, ist das bekloppt.
I'm almost there. Carefully, gently. Yeah. So, in my rush to deliver the criminal straight into your paws, I aggressively deflighted the airship. But there you go. One selfish and very kidnappy murderer as requested. And then you arrived, and here we all are.
The chief's not gonna believe this.
It does sound pretty crazy when I explain the whole thing like that.
Well, yeah, but mostly that you solved it.
Hey, I am competent, you know.
Yeah, you got your moments, sure, but this was a tough one. That's all I'm saying, Cuddles. Genuinely good work, though. I hope you find yourself something really nice to lick after this.
I might just finish the whole bottle, but there's a couple stops I need to make first.
Aww.
The adrenaline from the murder attempt and the airship crash had worn off by the time I reached Scarlett's theater. I felt exhausted. I was still a little dizzy from the fluff, and my chest ached where Platty's bullet had hit me. All I really wanted to do was go back to the office, have a sip from Billy, and give Tabby a huge hug. But I needed to end it. Edgar's death had been a cut deep into an already wounded family, and the bleeding had to be stopped before it drowned this whole city. Scarlett looked like I felt, as if a ghost had stepped inside one of the many costumes around us, giving it life, but lacking substance. Yet, as she watched me approach, an invisible weight seemed to lift from her shoulders.
You solved it, Chaton. I see it in your eyes.
It was an accident. One of Bartholomew's people had ambitions. She was the one making and supplying fluff, with some help from a rich backer. Edgar surprised her in Bartholomew's office, digging for dirt on him. She panicked, she hit him, and her eyes closed and she took a deep breath in.
It was not Bartholomew.
No. So, you can call back your assassins or poisonous frogs or whatever. Nobody else has to die over this. Her breath escaped in an explosive rush, and her shoulders sagged. She suddenly seemed far older.
Thank you, Chaton.
I turned to leave, but paused. You know, you've been very insistent that Nip isn't that bad, and that you're not to blame for any of this. And I'll give you credit for this. You were smart enough to recognize that Edgar had a better plan than either of his parents had had in 30 years.
Oh, Chaton.
No, I brought your son's killer to justice. The least you can do is be quiet and listen. The market for fluff, the whole reason Platty and Beatrice were able to operate their scheme in the first place is because of you. You and Bartholomew, your ambitions to outdo one another have been blinding you to the consequences of your actions for so long.
It is not ambition to want to be a good mother. You cannot begin to imagine what it has cost me every day to ensure he could live a good life.
I don't have to imagine anything. I can walk out of here and see the city you two have twisted into your own image. The cats you've hurt. Edgar saw it, and he had a plan to fix, to at least try. That's more than either you or Bartholomew ever considered, apparently. But we'll never know if it would have worked, because in the end, he became just another victim. You only cared this time because he was your son. She was crying by then, her expression twisted and furious.
How dare you!
I dare, because this is not your city. It belongs to all the cats who live here, not just the powerful ones. And maybe if I hammer that point home enough, I can crack open that stone wall around your heart and give us all hope for the future. Think about your son. Think about him constantly until the loss burns inside you like a sun, and then think about doing his memory justice. Her look broke, and I saw I'd finally reached the young cat who had walked down the red carpet all those years ago.
I don't know if I...
Edgar didn't know either. He only believed it could be done. Do you? The tears coursed down a face full of fear, uncertainty, and pain. I turned and left, my footsteps the only sound in the deserted theater. I had one more stop. If visiting Scarlet had been a challenge, it was nothing compared to arriving at the Knitty Kitty. Edgar's face waited for me. Forever young, forever gone. I stood there for I don't know how long, looking at him, at all the flowers around his memorial. Who else had he touched in all those months? Who had he helped? Had I done this unknown cat justice? I tried, at least, as I'd promised I would. It was time. Bartholomew was looking out of the window when I entered, but he'd clearly been expecting me. He stood tall and steady. No whiskey in the air this time. Nothing but the scent of expectation.
Cuddles?
Bartholomew?
I've heard. Desiree. If all she wanted was money, she could have just asked.
Oh nein! Hat es sich jetzt aufgehängt? Oh nein! Oh nein, es hängt! Ausgerechnet jetzt, wo es so cool wird! Hallo? So, ich hoffe, dass es jetzt klappt.
Clearly been expecting me. He stood tall and steady. No whiskey in the air this time. Nothing but the scent of expectation.
Cuddles?
Bartholomew?
I've heard. Desiree. If all she wanted was money, she could have just asked.
Money was only the start. What Platy really wanted was power. A Magtheridon was bankrolling her, but she saw that as just a temporary arrangement.
A Magtheridon? Confusing wealth with influence once more. They will need a reminder of what happened the last time they tried that.
All right. Anyway, I came here because I thought you might have some questions that I could answer.
I have just one. Why? Why would Desiree have done this? Why go after Edgar?
Why? Just bad luck, an accident. She wasn't interested in Edgar except as a means to get closer to you. You were always her goal. He simply showed up at the wrong time.
She wanted to kill me?
No, not kill, just break down, I guess. She's jealous of what you have, and she wanted it for herself. She felt you hadn't earned it, and wanted to see you lose it so she could take the remains for herself.
Hadn't earned it? Oh, Desiree, you fool. All these decades on, and I've learned nothing. I see into people, Cuddles. I find what drives them, and I use that to control them. And it works!
Until it doesn't.
Do you think I don't see that now? It's become painfully obvious that I have a blind spot for a certain type of cat. I tell myself I know their secrets, but I do not. One of them gave me Edgar all those long years ago, and now another has taken him away. I've answered my own question, it seems. Edgar died because of me.
honestly, Bartholomew. Yeah. The cat snorted in shocked disbelief at my calm agreement, but I was past caring. Edgar died because of your hubris. Would all of this have happened if you weren't who you are? Unlikely.
One more thrust, Cuddles. The knife has not quite reached my heart.
Tough! I am not here to offer you absolution. Your actions, your choices to become this, to treat the city like your plaything, to slice it up between yourself and Scarlet, have made the cats of this city suffer for years. Don't expect any of us to open our hearts to you now, unless you think you can threaten the pain to make it go away if you consider your power over us so complete. I think that if you had a chance to give it all up to get him back, but lose everything else in the process, I don't think you would. I finally saw what I had been hunting with my sharp words. Anguish. Not the look of loss or fury, but self-doubt and fear. For the first time, the cat before me looked as weak and mortal as I did, and in exchange for the small satisfaction that gave me, I had a balm. I was wrong about one thing when we last spoke. The note I found near Edgar, a gentle cat in the desert. It wasn't your fault. Well, it was, but that wasn't why he hid it before he confronted Platy. It was a password. He was gonna deliver it to the Catulets to help them bring down the Fluff Ring to win their support.
Support? From the Catulets? I don't.
To put an end to the rivalry between your families, Bartholomew. He didn't know who Scarlet was or your past history. She kept that from him, just as you did. Scarlet says he just wanted peace between the two families, a union to end the constant threat of conflict and make for a better city. I don't think he had any idea it would inadvertently have brought his parents back together. He was simply trying to make things better for all of us. The cat went silent for a long while, and I kept my expression neutral as I watched the tears streaming down his face.
He was our son, and he was the best of both of us.
He turned from me, facing the city, head bowed. I made to leave, but a final thought made me pause and turn back. Your son wanted peace between you and Scarlet. May I suggest trying to finish what he started? The big cat did not respond, but as I turned to leave, I saw his bowed head lift, just a little. And then I left, tossed the club key on the floor on my way out. I won't be going back. I'm done with him, with both of them.
Wow, that's an incredible story when you put it all together like that, sir. I still can't believe how quickly you subdued Platy. What a novel use of a pile of rubber bands and exercise weights.
Yeah, easy as pie.
And what luck that she was just standing right next to that open crate of fluff to fall into. I'm just glad you weren't in any danger.
None at all, Tabby. I had a plan the whole time. Don't need to worry about me one bit.
Better keep it that way, mister. Do you think any of this will get through to Bartholomew or Scarlet? Make them reconsider what they do to the city?
I honestly don't know, Tabs. I don't think they'll stay as they are, but whether things from here get better or worse, who knows? The whole city waits breathlessly to see. Did Fuzzball call while I was out, by the way? He said he was gonna send some people around to grab Beatrice at the costume shop.
No dice on that, sir. The chief called. With congratulations, by the way. But he said that when they got to the costume shop, it was already cleared out. The only thing left was mannequins posed in, rude positions. Beatrice was apparently competent enough to know when the jig was up. Probably skipped town the moment she got wind of Platy's arrest. With her resources, she could be anywhere by now.
Whiskers. At least we've stopped the supply of fluff, but it feels like we've missed the bigger fish.
We didn't just stop fluff, sir. We caught a murderer. You did good. Don't beat yourself up.
Yeah, for sure. I just mean, Tabby, is there something wrong with me?
Wrong with you? Oh, sir, of course not. Why are you saying that?
No reason, really. Just something someone said. I guess I do feel... I mean, I just worry that I don't see the city like everyone else. Like, when I go out there, I see a different world. I feel like maybe I don't see the grime and the mess and the worst in people. I mean, like, I see it, but I also don't, if that makes sense. Maybe if I'd been more focused and less helpful, I could have caught Platy sooner. Maybe then they would have caught Beatrice. I don't know. Tabby, do I choose not to see how bad things really are in the city sometimes? And does that make me worse at my job?
No. Listen to me, Cuddles. I chose to work for you because you don't see the world like everyone else. It was clear from day one, believe me. The way you see everything in the world as an opportunity, the way you talk and listen to the cats you meet as if they exist, as if they matter. The way you don't stop trying until you find a way. Other people see it too, sir. They see how you act, how you shine a light into the city's dark places, and that gives them hope. And they need hope, sir. If you had to be less you to catch Beatrice, well, I don't like that trade. Because you, as you are what the city needs more of. More cats taking on the criminals. More cats helping the little guy. More cats getting excited about the little things that happen every day. More cuddles.
Oh, Tabs. You're gonna make me tear up. Thank you. That's actually made me feel better. Kinda feel like you know me better than I know myself sometimes.
Anytime, sir. But with all that said, you do have some faults. One in particular comes to mind. Okay, Cuddles, I'll need a truthful answer to this question. Did you lick the mustard off my sandwich one day? You said as much on Ramon, Cuddles. I heard it very clearly.
Ramon, you betrayer! I mean that... I was terrified. Yeah, there was a thing. I didn't know what I was saying. Fluff madness. Oh, my head. Come on, Tab. Do you really think I'm capable of that? I respect your sandwiches too much.
Cuddles, you are absolutely capable of licking anything in the entire world. So I need to know if I ate a sandwich that you had previously licked.
Yeah, but, like, do you really need to know, though? In the grand scheme of things, tongues appear, things get licked, sandwiches get eaten, Firth rolls on. What even is licking, if you really think about it, Tabs? Whoop, telephone call, gotta get this, Tab. Sorry, could be another case, hey.
I am not done with you, mister.
Nutterbutter Investigations. We don't like sandwiches. How can I help you?
Hi there. I'm looking for a short cat who can't keep his tongue in his mouth.
Trick! Oh, so good to hear from you. Tabby, it's Trick.
Hi, Trick.
How's things in Pashan?
Well, that's why I'm calling, bro. I think I need your help. Something is happening here, something big, and I need help investigating it, because I don't think the honey's going to be enough this time.
Oh, und damit sind wir durch. Sorry, das ist nochmal eine ganz lange Folge geworden. Wenn ihr die Langversion seht, selbstverständlich nicht, dann ist das so, dann gehört das alles so. Aber wie cool! Oh Mann! Ich war am Anfang so unsicher, so von wegen, ne, ist das das Richtige? Ist das überhaupt, ne, brauchen wir dieses Spiel? Und das ist so talkative und hier gibt es ja gar nichts zu tun und so, ne? Ich hab mir zwischendurch, habt ihr das ja gehört. Aber dann hat sich das so cool entwickelt. Oh, was wieder ein gutes Zeichen dafür ist, dass man den Spielen auch manchmal einfach nur eine Chance geben muss, sich zu entwickeln. Und das hat das hier ganz wunderbar getan. Ich bin froh, es doch weitergemacht zu haben. Und ja, es war cool zwischendurch. Ja, warte, nee, halt. Lass mich das anders ausdrücken. Es war nicht nur cool zwischendurch, sondern es wurde immer cooler, gerade jetzt zum Schluss hin. Jetzt dieser Dialog mit Beatrice, naja, schön, okay. Aber was er mit den beiden gemacht hat, mit Mutter und Vater, das war großartig. Ja, so, cool. Ach, ich freue mich, dass wir es geschafft haben. Ich freue mich, dass wir da hingekommen sind. Ich freue mich, dass das so ein schönes Spiel geworden ist. Herrlich haben sie das gemacht. Ja, guck mal, da sind die ganzen wunderbaren Menschen, die dafür gesorgt haben, dass das hier entstanden ist. Und überhaupt. So, danke dafür. Und übrigens, danke euch fürs Durchhalten. Danke für euch fürs so lange Zusehen. Hab vielen Dank. Bis zum nächsten Mal. Macht es gut, alle. Tschüss. Oh.
Ramon, it was the biggest scene I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, wie schön. Einfach nur schön. Ach, einfach nur schön. Ich mag den Humor. Ja, so, die Hand kriege ich da nicht weg, macht aber nichts. Miau, miau. Vielen Dank fürs Zusehen. Bis zum nächsten Mal. Macht's gut. Tschüss.